Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss upcoming videos. If you'd like to help support the channel and contribute to the costs of maintaining and producing new content, you can donate via PayPal. Even a small contribution goes a long way and is deeply appreciated. Part 4. Socialite has tropes like meet and greet, which creates situations where important characters will seek out the user and the agency sent her, which give the player's character an NPC helper. Celebrity. This aspect underscores the eye candy's popularity with the audience. Yes, the audience. The celebrity treats the player like an actor, and the storylines are like films, using meta tropes to create hype, fan favoritism, and larger-than-life roles. The celebrity is the most versatile of the eye candy aspects, using past roles to help their career. The celebrity can specialize in virtually anything. The celebrity has tropes like body double, which allows them to sub in a stunt double when doing dangerous stunts. Character actor, which allows them to bring in elements of past performances like fighting ability or weapons specialty. Choosing your aspect is a crucial decision. It not only determines your abilities but also sets you on a unique path. Whether you're a beauty, a socialite, or a celebrity, your natural magnetism will guide you, but your approach to it will define your journey. Choose wisely. She also received 3 special tropes, similar to the ones I had received. I had chosen Director's Monitor, which gave me access to Death Watch and let me watch storylines whenever I wanted. Aspect trope choices: the throes of obsession type, rule of insider chat type, eye candy aspect, beauty. Stat used: passion, emotion, friendship, love, obsession. These are tools that the beauty wields in place of guns and swords, and they are better for it. You have always been magnetic, whether you wanted it or not. High drama and intense passion have swirled around you like a hurricane, and you have deftly survived and thrived within it. Your social abilities are sharp, and your charisma and likability are practiced. They'll come in handy for you in a horror movie. After all, horror is just drama with more teeth. Center of attention. The player will have heightened involvement with all plot threads related to their aspect. As a beauty, center of attention makes story elements related to emotion, friendship, love, hate, passion, anger, or any other strong emotion more prevalent for the character and influential in the story. Especially the party phase, you will be strongly involved with the emotional, dramatic, and passionate aspects of the story. Additionally, all tropes that derive power from relationship dynamics will be more powerful. This ticket is granted after the player provides sufficient material for a complete and perfect story to be created following the achievement of Plot Armor 21. Selecting this ticket aligns you with the beauty aspect. Let's see if beauty really can slay beasts. The pedestal of admiration type, rule insight. Archetype, eye candy aspect, social attestate used. You've been everywhere and done everything. You have acquired resources and wealth that have allowed you to accomplish amazing things. Whatever it is you do for a living, you excel at it and have developed fame and a following. Maybe, if you can harness that, you can survive. Center of attention. The player will have heightened involvement with all plot threads related to their aspect. As a socialite, center of attention makes story elements related to information gathering and resource collection more prevalent for the character and influential in the story. Especially the party phase, you will be strongly involved with pursuits of knowledge, especially from those individuals in all of your fame and the resolution of mysteries, as well as general problem solving. Additionally, all tropes that involve information gathering will be more powerful. This ticket is granted after the player provides sufficient material for a complete and perfect story to be created following the achievement of Plot Armor 21. Selecting this ticket aligns you with the socialite aspect. In horror movies, characters are never just famous. Fame is a tool for influence and investigation. The Hall of Fame type, rule insight. Archetype, eye candy aspect, celebrity state used. You aren't a character in this story, you're just playing one. You were cast in this movie because it will put butts in seats. Your face on the poster will drive ticket sales. Maybe you are a teen heartthrob, an infamous heiress, a renowned scientist, a musician, or even a wrestler. Heck, you might be a basketball player cast in a movie with cartoon characters. Whatever the case, What you bring into the storyline as a well-loved celebrity will help your character survive this storyline, or at least go out with a bang. Center of attention. The player will have heightened involvement with all plot threads related to their aspect. As a celebrity, center of attention makes meta and self-aware or referential elements more prevalent for the character and influential in the story, especially the party phase. You will be strongly involved with the main plot of the story and will get a big, explosive scene to star in. Additionally, all meta tropes that revolve around engagement or input from the audience will be more powerful. This ticket is granted after the player provides sufficient material for a complete and perfect story to be created following the achievement of Plot Armor 21. Selecting this ticket aligns you with the celebrity aspect. Welcome to Carousel. You're famous here. She passed around her potential tropes, and we started to discuss them. Kimberly looked through the tropes and then stared back up at us, hoping that we would be able to encourage her decision. We had discussed this a long time ago, back when we had nothing but time and the Carousel Atlas to look through. When it came to the eye candy archetype, there were no bad choices. The Atlas made it a point to warn that the beauty aspect required a lot of commitment because the beauty had to juggle a lot of characters and interactions that made them powerful in ways that might not be obvious. Storylines in Carousel were, well, stories, after all. And it was true that the characters in them often got overshadowed by the plots, dangers, and fear. However, being able to connect with NPCs and fellow players and use those connections was quite valuable, even if newer players weren't able to appreciate that yet. The socialite aspect was seen as incredibly useful for information gathering and manipulating NPCs in its own ways. Picking that aspect usually resulted in you being cast as some sort of famous person within the story world. From the description, you ended up with a story kind of like Sinister, where the character is a famous author, and other characters all know who he is and either hate him or love him because of it. Socialite also had lots of perk tropes, and as we have learned so far, never underestimate perks. That left the celebrity aspect one of the hardest to use and most versatile. If Kimberly chose the celebrity aspect, it wouldn't significantly alter which characters she portrayed. However, the treatment of her character in the film would change, as the role would now be played by a famous actress. The benefits of the celebrity aspect were numerous, though not particularly well coordinated for any given strategy. It was a jack of all trades, even trades you didn't know existed. It required thinking on your feet and a willingness to go out with a bang. When we got here, I thought Kimberly would have chosen beauty or socialite. Those were more straightforward. She had changed a lot in Carousel. She looked at us and said, "Celebrity," as if asking for permission. "It's your choice," Antoine said. "We told you this before. We're not going to be upset no matter what you choose." She looked down at the tropes she had been given as options and went back toward Silas, the mechanical showman, and returned two of them. Upon doing so, I could see her plaque on the red wallpaper change. She was now a celebrity eye candy. To her, it wasn't just an arbitrary decision. It wasn't even really about the roles or the abilities. To her, picking the more versatile option meant that she could take on more responsibility. With Project Rewind and the deaths of so many people we cared about, none of us wanted to be the person who coasted. After she made her decision, Antoine hugged her, and we sort of clapped as we finished gathering up groceries. Then we walked back to Kimberly's loft downtown. Antoine was kind enough to push the wheelbarrow. I didn't know if that was out of kindness or out of some apology for his own perceived failures. Why had he gotten no tropes from that storyline? By all rights, he should have. From what I saw, he did great. It was possible that his experience level was just at a particular place where he wasn't close to being awarded another trope. But it seemed more likely that something else was going on. "I hope you like it hot," Isaac said as he put a steak onto my plate. It had once been a pristine cut of ribeye. I couldn't tell anymore. I wasn't sure if that was a joke or if he actually did think that torching the steaks was the right way to cook them. But none of us really cared. He seemed genuinely proud. "I was always the cook in our family," he said. Cassie didn't seem to give him grief for it, so I didn't either. We sat on the roof of the loft and watched as the sun moved across the sky. Even though the final straw was not the hardest storyline we ever went through, it felt like one of our biggest accomplishments. Most of the time, We had either been thrust into storylines or chosen them because we didn't want to get axed, even though I was the only one who knew that would happen. With the final straw, however, we were doing it because we needed to provide and survive. There was something very comforting in making our own choices and succeeding at them. So you're really not going to tell us what it was about? Isaac asked after he sat down with his own food. Baked potatoes and steak were our reward. It probably wasn't normal for a rural general store to have fresh meat, but we weren't going to complain. This story originates from Royal Road, and sure, the author gets the support they deserve by reading it there. It took a while to get used to eating meat in Carousel and wondering where it came from. But we were past that. No, we're not going to tell you what it's about, I said, because you are gonna go run it next time. You think we can do it? Cassie asked. She seemed nervous. I thought for a moment and said, well, maybe not the very next time, but eventually. You guys are going to go get groceries. There was a lull in the conversation as we ate. So, have you seen it yet? Kimberly asked. She was wondering if I had watched the final straw on the red wallpaper yet. Yep, I said. You are the star. They cut my lines down by about half. But at least you're not bitter about it, Isaac said. I'm just glad I survived, I said. I could see this lingering look in Kimberly's eyes that told me she wasn't really asking about the storyline. She was asking about Antoine. She wanted to know if I had seen what had happened that caused Antoine problems. I hadn't yet. Whatever had happened had been cut from the movie, but when nighttime came, I would get to see the raw footage or at least some of it. And I was betting that Carousel couldn't wait to show me as night came. I couldn't tell if I was dreading seeing it or excited. I excused myself and retired to my room. On my way downstairs, I ran into Ramona. We have steak and potatoes up there, I said. I hope you like them medium well because Isaac thinks that's how they're supposed to be done. Not another awkward silence. I'll go look, she said. Then she stopped and said, so, you survived? Yep, I said. And what? We just do that over and over again, she asked. That's our life now. As long as Carousel allows it, I said. I meant it as a joke, but it came out a bit more grim than intended. After a moment, I added, nobody died in this one. You can't guarantee that, but sometimes you get lucky. I decided not to tell her that my nervous system had been burned out after being possessed by ancient nature spirits. So what's next? She asked. It took me a moment, but then I said, we start the rescues. It'll be good to see some old friends, I imagine, she said. I know I was supposed to say something there, but I couldn't figure out quite what, so instead, I just said, if you ever need to talk, come find me. Then we awkwardly parted, me going downstairs and her heading upstairs. When I got to my room, I lay down on my pitiful little bed and stared up at the ceiling. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw an eagle carrying a skull across the sky out the window. It was funny. The thought that went through my head was, oh cool, an eagle. And then my dailies trope activated. I fast-forwarded through it all. There was a bunch of footage of Patchers quitting what they were doing and rushing out to try to stop us from getting the truth out. Much of that had ended up in the final cut, or at least parts of it. I kept going back, looking for what Antoine had been up to when he was away from us. Then I found it. I saw Antoine running through the woods near the gorge. This was when we had separated, and we had stupidly sent him off alone into the forest. When he arrived to find Benny actually wrestle killing the Patchers who were digging up Tamara's body, he was more or less okay. The adrenaline had kept him moving, and from the way the footage was shot, it looked like he saw something, like perhaps he was chasing Benny through the woods. As this was raw footage, it was hard to tell. He found the dead and dying Patchers that Benny had left near the burial site before running away. Antoine continued to pursue Benny, realizing that he was headed back toward the Harless property where Kimberly and I were. He ran out of the forest near the campsites by the gorge, then crossed the street to head into the forest that would eventually connect to the Harless property. And then, after he had run far enough to be completely surrounded by trees, he stopped running. He had his gun drawn, and he was in the middle of the action. And then he just abruptly stopped and looked around like he had gotten lost. At that moment, his expression changed, and I could see every bit of the light in his eyes disappear. He just stood and stared into the trees, and that was it. It was full-on dissociation. I lay in my bed and watched footage of Antoine standing still and staring forward for 30 minutes. It wasn't that I watched him that long. He was standing there that long, just staring forward. I fast-forwarded through it at first, but then I just let it play as I watched in morbid fascination. Antoine froze up on screen in the middle of a chase scene. I couldn't believe it. It only ended when Benny or Russell or whoever returned to him, likely under instruction from the script, drew his sickle and made as if he were about to strike Antoine. But if those were his instructions, he didn't do it. I wasn't sure what I was watching. Benny tilted his head and poked Antoine. Then, in a last-ditch effort to jog him, Benny shoved him. Antoine fell back onto the ground hard. That worked. Antoine dropped his gun but was quickly scrambling for it as Benny returned to his escape. Antoine stood up in pursuit of Benny as if nothing had happened. I didn't want to watch anymore. Finally, I understood. Antoine had frozen up, an obvious symptom of his torture in the straggler forest. Carousel had no choice but to get rid of his character. Writing off a character was fine, but it was probably difficult to do that when that character was in the middle of a chase scene and refused to move. Being written off usually resulted from being a no-show to your next scene. I didn't have any idea what would happen to someone who froze in the middle of one. It had decided to send the killer back to kill him. From what I could tell, I supposed that under normal circumstances, a killer would have slit Antoine's throat, and we would have been greeted with his severed head as some sort of grim calling card. That didn't fit the story necessarily, but what else was Carousel going to do? I stopped watching the red wallpaper. I didn't know what to do. We literally had no option but to move forward with Antoine as our only fighter. I was going to have a conversation with the others about this, or at least with Kimberly and Antoine. We could never put ourselves in a situation where that happened again. I understood that the architects of Project Rewind probably did not understand that Antoine's condition would be a consequence of their decision to teach us about secret lore by forcing us into it during the campfire anthology. I hoped, whoever the insider was, that they were at least regretting their decision now. Assuming they were still alive, I got up from my bed and walked back upstairs to the roof. Everyone was still up there. They were playing a game of cards under the light from string lights that were hung around poles. As I arrived, Antoine made eye contact with me. He knew that I had seen it, and I could see the shame and embarrassment on his face. I went to the table and sat down. Kimberly looked like she wanted to ask me what I had seen. Antoine non-verbally begged me not to tell her. The game went on with the added weight of my new knowledge. I grabbed a drink from the cooler, returned to the table, and said, "Deal me in. Tonight, we were celebrating a victory. Tomorrow, we could discuss what we had lost along the way." "Are you sure we can't just call Sal again?" Isaac asked. I could tell there was something he was aching to say. He was afraid, and fortunately, his fear came out in the form of insincere apathy and overdone caution. "We just need to ask him the right questions." "We already talked to Sal," I said. "I am telling you, it is best to just have a good attitude about this sort of thing. If not a good attitude, at least dread things silently. I am telling you, I have a funny feeling that I'm really going to regret this," Isaac said. "We should pick a different story." "I have the same feeling," I said, "about you regretting it. Still, there is no right story. There is only the next one." We had all taken a walk to a small suburb in western Carousel. There was a community center there, and inside that community center was an omen for a story called The Box Lunch. We had encountered a problem. Ramona was way too low level to compete in the higher level storylines the rest of us were attempting. Isaac was the next lowest level player. Her plot armor was 11, and his was 18. There was a lot of difference between those two levels, in my experience. The problem was everyone had to run a storyline every few weeks. In fact, running them more often was better so that no one got too relaxed. The question was, how were we supposed to send Ramona out on a storyline where she wouldn't just get torn to shreds because of her low plot armor? Our solution was the box lunch. The Carousel Atlas had a list of storylines that were good for low-level players. It wasn't exactly phrased that way, but that was the gist. Storylines didn't scale down to the player's level, but they did scale up to the highest level player, which presented a problem. Most low-level storylines appropriate for Ramona would cease to be appropriate as soon as we added higher-level players to go along with her. Luckily, storylines in Carousel were not scaled 1-to-1. Storyline difficulty came in stages that were unique to each storyline, while enemies might scale to the highest level player to ensure that they are engaged. The story overall would usually be in a preset difficulty range. We had experienced some exceptions to that rule, but we didn't expect more of them. Running storylines to avoid the axe was routine. Case in point, the box lunch was a storyline that, according to the Atlas, had a difficulty of about plot armor 15. The difficulty did not jump until you had a player at level 30 enter it. That was a very generous range. It meant we could put Ramona, Cassie, Isaac, Dina, and Bobby on the team, and they should have no problem beating it without worrying about it scaling up. Ramona had reacted jubilantly to our solution, which is to say, she had said thanks without making eye contact. I hated to think she blamed us. If she got a few painful deaths thrust upon her, she would definitely be salty. I just hoped we could level her up fast enough that she wouldn't be the target for too long. The problem was that the box lunch was not exactly a desirable story. The Carousel Atlas had not been explicit, but when Kimberly had called her fake Agent Sal, he made it clear to her that if she were to run through that movie, there would be gifs of her floating around the internet that would completely destroy whatever sex appeal she had built up. We interpreted that to mean that it was kind of a gross-out movie. Gross out beats torture any day. In theory at least. Other than that, it was a perfect storyline. Have I ever told you about how my first death went? I asked. Yes, Isaac said. Have I ever told you that I have a weak stomach? Had we been that stubborn when we started out, Antoine and Anna had been pretty gung-ho about the whole thing, and we didn't really have a chance to have a bad attitude because of it. Now, we didn't have Anna and Antoine was not himself. Still, we trudged onward. Better invest in some grit then, I said. Antoine and Kimberly were off walking by themselves, staying with the group only enough to avoid running into any omens. We had some hard talks ahead of us. It was nice to get everyone else out of the loft for a while so we could discuss things. 2 days, though, Isaac said. This storyline lasts 2 days. That's enough, Cassie said, elbowing him in the arm. I thought men were supposed to be brave for the women. That depends on the men, Isaac said. It also depends on the women. Ramona said nothing in all of this. She had been amenable to discussing strategy and learning the game as best as I could teach it. She was still under a perpetual rain cloud and I couldn't blame her. Luckily, the suburban area where the community center existed was fairly quiet of omens. There were the normal things, like the chunk of sidewalk that was missing, leaving a hole that led so far down we couldn't see the bottom. We were stared at by NPCs and others from every window we walked past, but it was no big deal. When we got to the community center, everything felt normal. Let's go in and look around, I said. Antoine didn't have a lot to say, but he took the cue and walked in front of us with his baseball bat ready to protect us. We walked through the doors and were greeted by a series of tables. On the far side of the room was a cubby cabinet that kids in kindergarten might keep their belongings in. But in this case, it was used for all manner of board games and personal belongings of the people who were visiting the community center. This text was taken from Royal Road. Help the author by reading the original version there. I quickly got an eye on the omen across the room. It was one of those that was difficult to accidentally trigger. Okay, I said. What you're going to do is go search behind the cubby, and you'll find a thermos that looks like it's been there for a while. Just take the thermos and put it up with all the other lunches in that cubby over there. And that's all it will take. That's it, Cassie said. I told you it was simple, I said. Be careful, there are other omens in that cubby. Don't touch anything except for the thermos, I added. I looked around at the newbies to make sure they were paying attention. Does anyone else hear that music box? That's way louder than it should be, Isaac asked. As soon as he did, a loud bang was heard as somewhere the music box closed loudly. That had been an omen. Focus and you'll be fine, I said, looking back toward where the thermos was and glancing at the poster for the storyline. It looked like the cover of a Goosebumps book. They would be fine. They would just have to barf up a few gelatinous monsters first. Kimberly, Antoine, and I made our way out of the community center, leaving the others to run their simple, little, disgusting storyline where no one had to die, and everyone would want mouthwash after. They'll be okay, won't they? Kimberly asked. She had put on a brave face and tried to do her best Adeline impression when prepping them for the run. Newbies begged and pleaded, but at the end of the day, they had to run storylines. Luckily, Dina and Bobby were willing to help. We continued walking. We weren't heading back to the loft yet. We had another stop that also happened to be in Western Carousel. We walked in silence. I didn't know if they were expecting me to say something, but I wasn't going to. As soon as Antoine knew I knew of his problem, he told Kimberly everything. He told her that his problem wasn't just being startled in his sleep, which had been a lot of what had manifested so far. His problem went deeper than that. He had completely zoned out while on screen for nearly half an hour. He wasn't trying to play down what had happened. Still, I could see the desperation in his eyes to just let him continue to hide his issues. I was tempted to let him. We couldn't scare the newer players. After we had walked for a while, he started to talk. All we have to do is stick to storylines that don't take place in a forest, he said, just until I get things figured out. And that was also the first storyline where we didn't use my nightmare trope. I think that was the real mistake. He had such a charming cadence to his voice. I bet guys like Antoine never got fired. Not when they could talk so smoothly. I hoped he was right. In previous storylines, we had kept his mental health problems at bay by using his "you were having a nightmare" trope to help transform his very real traumatic memories into dreamlike echoes that he could work through more easily. No matter what we tried, his trauma re-exerted itself. Part of the problem was that he didn't have enough moxie to use the trope to its full effect. And fortunately, he couldn't just put all of his points in moxie because he was our fighter. We had ignored the problem for too long. Antoine, I said, I've got an idea to fix the problem. I'm telling you it'll be okay, he said. I know, I said. Maybe we should change our rescue plans just for a little bit. He took a few deep breaths before speaking. I know what you're actually saying, he said. Look, I got it under control. That was just one time. I'll be fine. Antoine, Kimberly said softly. I didn't know if he was right, but I had an idea for a solution. Just hear me out. I think we need a doctor, I said. It just so happens I know of one who needs rescuing. He met my eye for a moment as we walked. His attitude changed as he considered my motives. So that's it, he said. You want to go after the Hughes brother? I nodded. I know we were talking about trying to get some easy rescues in, trying to find the lowest level players from the lowest level storylines. But I really think we need to hit the ground running. If we can get a doctor, someone with some psychiatrist tropes, that'll be all the better. Isaac and Cassie will be happy, Kimberly said. From the way they talk about Andrew, he was always a positive, calming force in their lives. It might be a good idea to get him. Antoine didn't say anything. That didn't mean that he was done, but I thought he was ready to drop it. As we arrived on the street with the diner, the missing person board loomed in the distance. It was just as massive and overstuffed with missing posters as I remembered. I was relieved to see that it had not been cleared. In the back of my mind, I was always afraid that we would arrive at the rescue board to find that our friends' posters were gone and that had been delayed. When we reached the boards with the hundreds of papers covering them, we stood and stared for a moment. We were always awestruck when we looked at it. Which ones do we take? Kimberly asked. The three of us looked at each other for a moment, and then I said, all of them. We knew that when you took a poster, it would eventually get replaced by the NPC who took care of the board. It couldn't hurt for us to just grab all of the posters. We had planning to do. Kimberly grabbed Anna and Camden, as well as many of our other friends from Camp Dyer as she could. Antoine was tall and able to reach the top of the board, so he just started collecting them hand over fist. I made a beeline for the posters that had Dr. Andrew Hughes and those of his apparent teammates. I stared down at them. They were all in their mid to late 20s in plot armor. They went missing near a power plant. Missing posters didn't tell you what storyline a person died in. They just told you the location of the omen for that storyline. We would have to research and figure out where they were ourselves. We carefully placed the huge stack of missing posters inside one of the kitchen cabinets back at the loft in hopes that they would remain safe. Truthfully, it was difficult to look at them and to know what they represented. The three of us stood around the kitchen table staring down at the remaining 5 posters. So these are our targets, Antoine said. I nodded. A soldier, a doctor, a wallflower, an eye candy, and a comedian, I said. Missing name, Michael Brooks. Plot armor, place last seen, Carousel Powerworks Pavilion, April 22nd, occupation, soldier word, $100. Missing name, Drive. Andrew Hughes. Plot armor, place last seen, Carousel Powerworks Pavilion, April 22nd. Occupation, doctor word, $100. Missing name, Leela White. Plot armor, place last seen, Carousel Powerworks Pavilion, April 22nd. Occupation, Wallflower Ward, $100. Missing name, Avery Lawson. Plot armor, place last seen, Carousel Powerworks Pavilion, April 22nd. Occupation, eye candy beauty aspect. Reward, $100. Missing name, Logan Mays. Plot armor, place last seen, Carousel Powerworks Pavilion, April 22nd. Occupation, comedian cynic aspect. Reward, $100. No final girl, Kimberly observed. And only 5 players. It was rarely lower than that. Most teams did have a final girl, but not all. A soldier tended to balance things out. Of course, there was always the possibility that they did have a final girl, and she had just not lived up to her name, so to speak. I lifted up the Carousel Atlas and placed it on the table. The Atlas allowed you to search by geographic region, which was useful because I didn't even know that there was such a thing as the Carousel Powerworks Pavilion. I flipped around in the Atlas until I found it. It was in southern Carousel, where we rarely went out. Damn, Antoine said. It's out of town. We knew what he meant by that. It was way off in the boonies. There would likely be trees and forests just waiting to trigger whatever magical psychological problem he had. I read the Atlas closely. There are 8 omens in that area that the Atlas has info on. I said, do we have any way of knowing what levels they are? Antoine asked. I shook my head. We can look them up individually and hope that there's information on them. But if not, we're going to have to go check ourselves. A quick flipping back and forth revealed that 7 of the omens had entries in the Atlas, but only 3 of those had information about how dangerous the storylines were. High 30s, mid 40s, I said. All 3 we had information on said their plot armor level was out of our league. I doubt it was any of those, given their levels. That narrows it down at least, Antoine said. At the end of the day, we were going to have to go there ourselves and do some scouting. Antoine put on a big smile this time as we walked along. He was still angling to show how confident he was. But the further we walked south, the more apparent it became that that would be a liability. There were stretches of trees and fields similar to those in eastern Carousel, although there were quite a few more pine trees in this direction. I didn't say anything. I just hoped that if we could find a solution to his problem as fast as possible, we wouldn't have to make any hard decisions. So, we moved forward at a faster pace than normal toward the nearest solution. Dr. Andrew Hughes was likely to have some psychiatrist tropes that would help with diagnosing and fixing whatever glitch had caused Antoine to dissociate on screen. I had used this to justify why we would be rescuing Andrew Hughes first instead of searching for some low-level storylines to do rescues in. The truth was a little more complicated than that. We had agreed to go to the poster wall and find the easiest storylines we could use to practice rescues. The logic was sound. Start with the easiest storylines and then work our way up. Another consideration was what to do with the rescued players. If players were very low level, that meant they would be malleable and more likely to follow our lead. One of the biggest worries we had about rescuing players that we didn't know was that they wouldn't respect us or that they would cause infighting. Low-level players were less likely to be a threat. But I still didn't want to rescue someone I didn't know. At least we knew that Andrew's team had been at Camp Dyer. We didn't know them, but I thought our common experience would lead to cohesion. If they had experienced Camp Dyer, then I was almost certain that they would work toward returning to that level of cohesion and peace. So that's who we were going to rescue, even though the storyline that had killed them was likely going to be a challenge for us. It was worth investigating. Isn't it really creepy that these players died less than a month before we got here? And no one at Camp Dyer wanted to talk about them. Kimberly asked as she leafed through the missing posters that we had brought along with us. In fact, it was a little creepy. Back before rescue tropes had returned, death was a taboo. I can't blame them. Antoine said, "What's the point in scaring new players?" What indeed? It became apparent that we were headed in the right direction as power lines started to converge and become bigger the further we walked along. There weren't a lot of omens on this road, perhaps because there wasn't a lot of anything. I doubted that it was because Carousel just didn't have enough storylines. It was probably because the emptiness of a dusty back road offers a certain feeling of isolation. The further we went, the more isolated I felt. We were just on a scouting mission. Everything would be fine. As we traveled, the barren fields turned into rocky hills, and the trees grew taller and taller. Now that I think of it, I said, I thought the dam on Dyer's Lake was hydroelectric. Why do we need another power plant? I didn't know how much energy one extra-dimensional town could consume. No sooner had the words left my mouth than we turned a corner on the dirt road winding up the hills and saw the power plant in the distance, jutting off the side of a large mountain. Good question, Antoine said. There were giant candy cane-striped smokestacks and lots of barbed wire. Giant buildings large enough to house football stadiums loomed in the distance. Powerworks. This was a haven of omens, no doubt. It could act as a power plant, but looking at it, I could see many movies being set there. Because of the large building built into the mountain, it had an industrial look but also a supervillain vibe. Stick to the road, I blurted out instinctively as some feeling in my gut kicked into gear. I was feeling anxious. I kept my head on a swivel, looking for omens, but I didn't find any other than the normal border omens that existed off in the distance to keep you from running into the woods. We continued down the path. As we walked, we came across a large chain-link fence on the left of the road. But it was not for the power plant. The sign said, Derelict Machinations Incorporated. It was a sort of junkyard, but the items contained within it were not the usual kind of junk. That's a roller coaster, Kimberly said, staring off into the yard. In fact, it was. There was a dismantled roller coaster and an anti-gravity machine ride shaped like a UFO. There were also a bunch of those little machines that you used to be able to find out front of a supermarket, where you could put a quarter in and ride in a rocket ship if you were 8 years old at least. Is this where they keep all of the rides from the Centennial? Kimberly asked. Maybe, I said, but truthfully, I didn't recognize a whole lot. Something that stood out to me was that all of the rides and other machines in the yard were themed around sci-fi. There were spaceships and battle mechs as well as aircraft and robots. All of it was apparently related to some sort of carnival rides or similar. But I didn't get a close look. Let's stay out of there, I said. Omens are lighting up like the 4th of July. We continued on past the junkyard, the second one we had seen in Carousel. This tale has been unlawfully lifted from Royal Road. If you spot it on Amazon, please report it. We went on further until, eventually, we found the entrance to the power plant. There was a small shack at the gate with a sign that said, Power Plant Tours $5. We would have considered paying that price, except there was no one there to give our money to. Besides, the gate was open. Suckers. This is as far as we go, right? Antoine said as he looked around. I nodded. According to the atlas, no matter which direction we walked from there, we would run right into an omen. This area was called the Pavilion because it was built like some sort of Age of Tomorrow sci-fi proselytizing area for the press to take pictures of when a CEO gave a speech. Carousel was advertising its amazing technology in murals on the walls. It could have been beautiful if it wasn't abandoned. As far as I could tell, all of the buildings were locked and secured, but several paths led into the compound. There's no one around, Kimberly said. If we trigger an omen, there will be, I said. Here, you each take 2, she replied, handing us the missing posters. According to the atlas, we just have to look at the omen, and we'll be able to see if our rescue tropes will work, Antoine said. That's the theory, I replied. I only see one, he said after a few moments of concentration. Over there, the loose cable. He pointed in the direction of a set of stairs that would lead to a metal walkway that reminded me of something out of Jurassic Park. The walkway moved out over a large ravine of some sort, but I couldn't say what was inside the ravine because I didn't want to move close enough to look. The loose wire swung gently as if something was hiding there, trying to get our attention. The omen was for a storyline called Apex. It was a very difficult storyline, and my scouting trope told me next to nothing about it. I couldn't even see the poster for it. I'm not getting anything, I said. My rescue trope doesn't seem to be triggering. Mine neither, Kimberly said. Mine does. Antoine said. It's a big plaque that says rescue. My rescue trope worked on the premise that the enemy of a storyline where players had been killed would have somehow been filmed themselves doing the evil deed. And then somehow I found those tapes. The enemy would then attack my base. And I would have to survive until morning. Whatever the enemy of the Apex storyline was, it was not the kind that would film itself committing its crimes or care if those tapes got out. Kimberly's rescue trope was for things like serial killers. She would mourn the death of her friends, aka the players we were trying to rescue. And the killer would show up at the funeral. Antoine's rescue trope was a little different. He turned the storyline into a race of some kind. Whatever the enemy of the Apex storyline was, it was ready for a race. Where are the other omens? Antoine asked. I only see the one. If you didn't have a scouting trope, it could be pretty challenging to find omens, especially to the untrained eye. When we walked into the final straw to storyline upon first arriving in Carousel, I didn't see the poster on the red wallpaper until the storyline was almost already triggered, and that was with the vets telling us it was there. Look to the left of the Apex omen, I said. Do you see the building with the dirty windows that have a smiley face drawn into the dust of the glass? Yep, Antoine said, following my instructions. Kimberly said. Suddenly, she was able to see that omen, too. All it took was to focus and know what to look for, that plus a few free moments to stare into danger. It was difficult to spot omens walking down the street, but we had all the time in the world. That one works for me, Kimberly said. I still can't see it at all, Antoine said. It works for me too, I said, but it's really high level. I can't even tell what the title is. That wasn't the only problem. We weren't finding the storyline that Andrew Hughes and his team had died in. That was the entire reason we had come. We knew that the posters were supposed to allow us to see which storyline it was when we stared at its omen. We would have to keep looking. All right, I'm not seeing any more. I'm going to take a few steps forward, I said. I could almost feel them take a gasp of air as I said that. A few more steps later, I looked around at all the empty buildings. Okay, look over there. Do you see that poster that says, "This facility is restricted by Section 14 of the Carousel Health Code"? They stepped forward. That one works for my rescue trope, Antoine said. Kimberly shook her head. Doesn't work. Doesn't work for me either, I said. I kept looking around, trying to find the omen that had led to Isaac and Cassie's brother's demise. Finally, I found it. I was holding Andrew Hughes' missing poster and one of his teammates, Michael. As soon as I saw a distant building with graffiti on it, I saw the omen. There it is, I said. I read. That was the title of the storyline. My rescue trope does not work with that storyline, I said. Despite that, I could still see copies of the missing posters in my hands placed on the red wallpaper underneath the poster for it, which showed some kind of 80s tech control panel. My rescue trope doesn't work with that one, Kimberly said. And I don't see a missing poster on it. Well, my rescue trope does work, Antoine said. And I only see one missing poster. That was troublesome because he was holding two. Wait, what? I said. It's what I'm telling you. I've got Logan and Leela, but Logan's poster isn't showing up on the red wallpaper, he said. He handed it over to me. Sure enough, nothing changed on the red wallpaper. I stared more intently until I could finally read the graffiti, "Death to Scabs." Great. Hand them here, I said, gesturing for them to give me all of the posters. Once they were all in my hands, only one more appeared on the red wallpaper. Leela, Michael, Andrew, they're all here. But these other two, Logan and Avery, don't register. What does that mean? Kimberly asked. It means they got separated, Antoine said. I agreed. That was the only logical explanation. It was our understanding that you could rescue as many people as you had posters for. The fact that only 3 showed up in this storyline meant that only 3 had died there. The other 2 are in a different storyline, Kimberly said. I shrugged my shoulders and continued looking around. That was the best explanation. It took 15 or so minutes, but I eventually spotted every single omen that the Carousel Atlas told us was in this area. Yet, I never found any storyline that contained Avery or Logan. This doesn't make any sense, Antoine said. Their posters say that they died in this area. Right, I said, double-checking. So there must be some sort of omen that doesn't show up all the time, he said. like a mobile omen. Like at the bowling alley. That was one explanation. I kept my head on a swivel, looking from omen to omen. Then my eyes caught something. It was not an omen but a road. It was in the forest behind us, and we had passed by it on our way to the power station. I noticed that in the distance, in the deep part of the forest, there was a flat plain where gravel had been run up in a line like it often does at the edge of a dirt road. "There's something back there," I said. I almost felt my heart stop beating. A fear rose up that I was familiar with. I don't like it here trope didn't just give me information on the red wallpaper, it also made me feel anxious and afraid. In this case, those aspects were a feature, not a bug. It made it easier to spot omens and kept me on high alert. The last time I had felt anxiety this strong was when the black snow had appeared, and the apocalypse had almost killed us all. "What is it?" Antoine said, staring off into the woods, a slight twitch in his eye. "Is it an omen?" Kimberly asked. "No," I said. Double quotes, "Yes. Wait, I don't know." I started to back away from the power plant entrance and walked slowly toward the woods we had passed. There was a small field between us and the thick grove of trees. Beyond that was the road I had seen going up the mountain, and yet something in the back of my neck was on edge. Was that my hysteric trope? Or was it something else? After all, my grandmother did have the gift. Or so my background trope said, slowly. The three of us walked toward the woods, and as we walked, I saw something move in the shadows in the distance. "Stop," I said. "What?" Antoine asked. "Do you see an omen?" "No," I said. "There's no omen there. But I feel an omen." I don't know if that makes any sense. I wasn't used to the feeling of an omen being near without being able to see it on the red wallpaper. Yet that's exactly what was happening. Then, an idea dawned on me. "I think I know what happened," I said. "I think that those other two members of Andrew's team did die here. But they didn't die from an omen or in a storyline." Antoine immediately put together what I was saying. "There's a monster's lair out there," he said. I didn't have the right tropes to confirm it, but all the facts added up. And my gut loudly sang to me that something dangerous was watching us from those woods. "Let's get out of here," I said. "We have some research to do." It didn't take long after acquiring the Carousel atlas to figure out that the book was made for scholars, not puny film buffs. At first glance, it did look organized. Everything was divided into sections based on spoilers, geography, and by topic. But beyond that, there was no way to navigate the massive tome. There was no reference section in the back of the book like you would expect. The best you could do was try to find something related to what you were looking for and see if that section pointed you to the section you were actually looking for. Scholars didn't have to worry about that because they had the Eureka trope, which allowed them to move from page to page as if the location of any given fact was obvious. We managed to find the monster lair entry pretty easily. The problem was that there was no centralized map of monster lairs. There was just a long list that referenced locations by description rather than plotting it out so we could easily figure out where things were. The reason for that was simple. The authors of the atlas didn't really care about monster lairs. That wasn't an omission on their part. The fact was, as we read through the entry on monster lairs, we realized the subject of lairs just didn't come up a lot, which sounded insane. There were literal monsters underneath the streets, in boarded-up houses, and hidden in the woods. But in Carousel, that was the last thing on your mind. Omens would go out of their way to hunt you down and trick you if you didn't have a good scout with you who could suss them out. Monster lairs, on the other hand, were not designed as traps. After some research, it seemed that they were there for logistical reasons. As crazy as that might sound, or, as the man named Harley put it when he wrote the lair entry in the atlas, Carousel keeps its beasts under control. When they aren't inside a storyline, they don't leave their lairs, at least the non-human ones don't. Sure, there are serial killers you pass by on the street and don't even know it. The monsters, though, are hidden, and the only hints that they exist are their roars at night and the occasional player who comes up missing because they couldn't follow directions. The fact was, my friends and I knew about monster lairs, although we didn't often call them that. After all, we lived on Dyer's Lake for months. We knew there were things living in that lake, some of which were attached to omens, but others just swam through those haunted waters, an ominous reminder of what lay in wait in the depths of Carousel. In fact, When the black snow apocalypse had occurred, we had come across monsters fleeing their lairs to get out of the way of the upcoming apocalypse. We heard howls in the night. We heard screams coming from darkened windows in neighborhoods as we passed by houses. However, we had never encountered a monster's lair other than the sewers, which seemed to be home to many monsters. Not that we had dealt with many of them. What exactly are we saying happened here? Antoine asked. We had been discussing Andrew Hughes' team and their odd fate all morning, but we weren't getting anywhere. I think it looks pretty straightforward, I said. I think they somehow wandered into the lair of some monster, and it chased them, killing 2 of them. 3 managed to get to an omen, which triggered the storyline they ended up dying in because they only had 3 players and couldn't win. Andrew Hughes, our target, had died in a storyline called Itch. It was a tough story, but it should not have been so far out of their grasp to justify their team's wiping, especially if they had done their research. The fact that they had apparently just run in there for refuge from some unknowable terror explained a lot. Are we safe to be over there? Kimberly asked. I had no idea. It's hard to imagine why they would wander into the woods in the first place. I said. Hunting, maybe, Antoine said. There are deer and wild boar in the woods, along with a lot of other things. The vets used to say that they would gather together hunting parties just to go get food back in the day, before they found Eternal Savers Club. I asked. No, Antoine said. Just for the variety. They wanted to go get fresh meat, and they had a few tropes that would help them do it. That sounded like the vets. They were here so long that a hunting trip into monster-infested forests was something they would do. Of course, there was probably a reason they had stopped doing it by the time we arrived, but they wouldn't tell us something like that. If you spot this narrative on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. I don't think they were hunting in the woods, I said, but maybe they were on some kind of expedition. I don't know why. The atlas doesn't seem to have anything going on over there except a few omens. Antoine flipped the atlas around and looked through it. It is crazy to me that there is no way to look at a location and tell what lairs might be near. Antoine said. I guess no one was looking for lairs, I said. That was the only explanation I could come up with at first. Maybe the people who did go looking for monster lairs didn't stick around long enough to write it down, Antoine said. Maybe. Wouldn't be the only time someone died before being able to tell others why. So, what are our options? Kimberly asked. I looked at Antoine. He looked at me, and we both shrugged our shoulders. We could go take a look, I said sheepishly. What? Kimberly asked, appalled. If we know what they are, we can better guess what storyline they belong to, I said. We just need a peek. Is that even true? Antoine asked. Is knowing what the monster is even helpful? Is there a way to look up what type of monster is in each story? No, I said. And then it hit me. Of course, they don't have one place where you can look up where all the monster lairs are or which monsters are in which stories. That would all be spoilers. If you knew that there were vampires at the lumber mill, you would hugely be spoiling yourself about the nearby storyline. Their location did correspond to the storylines the monsters belonged to. We knew. Oh, that's probably it, Antoine said. Damn. The rules of what was spoilers and what wasn't usually revolved around whether you got information from a trope or some other allowable source. Knowing what was allowed and what wasn't took some guesswork. Whatever, I said. I don't know why they wandered into a monster lair, but I don't think there's any evidence that the monsters just attacked them on the road. If they had, they probably would have attacked us when we were up there. So, unless we want to rescue a monster hunter so they can use their tropes to tell us what lives on that mountain, we may never know. Well, we do know where some eyewitnesses are, Antoine said, pointing across the table to the missing posters for Andrew Hughes and his 2 fellow players who had died with him in the storyline called Itch. They would know what happened to their teammates, I had to assume. At the end of the day, you could only be so cautious before you had to take action. I had no idea why their team had been attacked, but I couldn't find any reason to think it would happen to us. Monster lairs were put out of the way so that players wouldn't run into them by accident. There were only a few possibilities for what caused them to fall prey to some random beasties, and there was little chance of it happening again. We decided to take a break. Investigating the monster lair wasn't a priority. It was just a precaution. We felt we had done our due diligence. It was time to move on. Antoine and Kimberly were up on the roof as noon rolled around. They were making hot dogs or hamburgers or something. They had to do it now so that Isaac wasn't around to burn things. I was down in the loft, sitting at the table, searching the atlas in vain for any reference I could find to the town of Carousel. Horrific events through the ages. Of all the books in Carousel, that was the one that I wanted the most. I had seen Anna and Camden using it in post-traumatic. The storyline they had played through and eventually died in. I had to believe that it was an important clue. If I could just find it, it would give me valuable insights into how my two best friends could eventually be rescued. As far as I could tell, using the book wouldn't be a spoiler because I learned about the book by using a trope. It was my film buff trope that allowed me to watch trailers of other ongoing or recent storylines. It had allowed me to see my friends in peril. I could still watch that trailer on the red wallpaper at the end of the strings attached storyline. It hurt to watch. Camden was in bad shape. If only I could find that damn book. I flipped the atlas open to a page for the library, of which there were several. This one contained a flyer for some sort of event the library was hosting. But I couldn't see what it was because so many other pieces of paper were attached to the page detailing the ongoings inside the marble building. I couldn't just go in and check out the book. There was a very powerful mobile omen in the library that would pretty much guarantee we would get postered. Even the vets were afraid of it. The problem was that the vets' method of avoiding that mobile omen, which was said to run around the library at knee height, was to play through another library omen that we were also too underleveled to complete. They would play through that second storyline and burn down the children's section of the library so that the mobile omen wouldn't be around to be a threat. But if we couldn't do that, then what could we do? I stared at the page, hoping that if I stared at it long enough, I would see the matrix and know exactly what we needed to do. I stared at it for so long that I fell asleep. "What are you researching?" Kimberly asked. My head jutted up, alarmed. I looked around. Kimberly had brought me a pork chop and potato salad. "Just trying to figure out how to get a book out of the library," I said. "I always use my library card," she said. I gave her a polite chuckle. "I'm afraid that's not enough," I said. "What was the deal with the book again that you're trying to get?" Kimberly asked. "It's a prop that they used in the storyline that they died in," I said. "Anna and Camden seem to think it was important. If we can get a copy of it, maybe we will be that much more prepared." Kimberly nodded. "But we can't go in the library," she said. "Nope," I said. "But I've got a plan." She waited eagerly for me to tell her about our heist. That mobile omen that gives us so much trouble in the library is only active during business hours, I said. "So, if we were to get Dina to pick a lock, we could sneak in. And as long as we avoided the fairy tale section, we would be home free to find that book. Oh, and we would have to be careful not to wake the books up." "Which means something ominous, I'm sure. How dangerous is it?" she asked. "It's probably really dangerous, but it could help us in rescuing Anna and Camden." She thought for a moment. Then she pulled out her cell phone, brushed away a piece of paper that had covered the library flyer, and started dialing a number. Someone answered on the other end. "Hello, Sue," Kimberly said. "I was hoping to put a book on hold, Kimberly Madison, as soon as possible. It's called The Town of Carousel. Horrific Events Through the Ages. I don't know the author." She waited for a moment. "You do?" she asked. "That's great. When will we be able to pick it up?" "That sounds great. Also, I know this is weird, but it would mean the world to me if you could have someone deliver it to us outside of the library. My friend is afraid of books." "You are such a sweetheart. Thank you so much. We'll be there." She hung up her phone with a smile. "We can pick it up tomorrow," she said. "Of course." The solution was talking to people. How did I always manage to forget that? I thanked her, and she went back up to the roof. Now, I had to research if Kimberly's little plan would get us killed in some other way. Having not been able to find anything explicitly forbidding Kimberly's NPC trickery, I decided to join her and Antoine on the roof. At the end of the day, we needed the disaster book to prep for a single rescue. If Carousel wanted to prevent that, it wouldn't have shown the book to me when I used "coming to a theater near you" at the end of the strings attached. All signs were a go. When I got up to the roof, I saw Antoine staring through the telescope, searching for omens while simultaneously petting dogs on his left and right. The dogs were very obedient and well-trained, but they were anxious with Bobby gone. Antoine seemed to be in a good mood, but I couldn't say whether he actually was. It had been 2 days since the others had gone on their run. The plan was for us to go pick them up because, although Isaac did have a scouting trope, it was a lot more hands-on than mine was. He had to notice things first and comment on them, and then he would be given information. It was safer if I guided them. That plan apparently wasn't good enough for them. I see the others, Antoine said. Already, Kimberly asked. We were supposed to head over there in a few. Do they look okay? Antoine stared through the telescope. They don't look happy, he said. They didn't need to look happy, they just needed to be alive. Before too long, they were storming in from the back door into Kimberly's loft. We greeted them in the living room area. They marched in one by one. Isaac looked completely exhausted mentally. Cassie gave me a weak smile. Wimona looked utterly emotionless. Bobby seemed like his old chipper self and quickly made his way up to the roof to see his dogs after waving hello. I couldn't see that Dina had any negative impacts from the storyline they had run. But then she was pretty high level for that story. Did you guys know? Isaac asked. Did we know what? I asked. He said. Did you guys know what the storyline was about? I shook my head. We didn't know anything more than you did going in. That was true. Of course. I did avoid some educated guessing that might clue them into things that might make them hesitant to do the run. I didn't want to send them into a storyline that would disgust them. But I would rather do that than send them into one where they could lose. Normally, I would be all right with you venting about this, I said. But we don't want to risk you spoiling the story for us if we need to run it in the future. I'm sure you understand. Isaac nodded his head and then found his way to the bathroom, where he could be heard loudly brushing his teeth as if he were making some point. Of course, there was no real chance that we would ever run that storyline. Spoilers didn't matter. What's this? Cassie asked as she saw a missing poster on the table and picked it up. Oh my God. Are you guys going to rescue him? That's the plan, Antoine said. Cassie started to tear up. Isaac, get out here. They're planning to rescue Andrew. I could hear Isaac spitting into the sink. And then he rushed out to join us again. A rescue. I thought you guys said you weren't going to do it yet, he said. We moved it up on the schedule, I said. Are we going soon? Cassie asked, suddenly excited. We're still in the planning phase, I said. We can't risk rushing this. Do you want me to use my trope? She asked. I nodded and said, that'll be tomorrow. Though, you guys need to rest up. Isaac and Cassie suddenly were in a good mood. As good as could be expected. Isaac even promised to cook us dinner. I noticed that Ramona stayed back and listened before returning to her room. Her face was blank. I decided to talk to her again. Even if we didn't have a personal conversation, at least we could talk about the storyline, a sort of debriefing. As she turned to close the sheet that separated her area from the rest of the dead-end hallway, she saw me following her and paused. I'm fine, she said. I'm glad to hear it, I said. It would be cool if you could talk about the storyline. I thought we couldn't talk about the storyline because of spoilers. That's just something I told Isaac so he wouldn't complain, I said. There's no chance that I'm ever going to run the box lunch. So spoilers don't matter. She smiled at that. So what do you want to know? She asked. This may be a silly question, but how was it? Do you feel like you contributed? Did you get any rewards? This tale has been unlawfully lifted from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. I got to stat tickets and a trope, she said. I also got a buy one get one free coupon from a buffet in town that promises no omens or danger while eating. She pulled the ticket out of nowhere and showed it to me. I'm guessing the last thing you want to do is go eat at a buffet. You're guessing right, she said. Cassie locked me in a freezer, and I ate all of the frozen food. Just shoved it in my mouth. I'm not proud of that. Dentists don't recommend doing that, I said. Oh, trust me, I know. She ran her finger over her teeth. So, how are you doing? Are you feeling okay? I asked. If you keep asking me that, I will lie to you eventually. I had the same tactic. I'm sorry, I said. I can't imagine how you feel. I don't feel anything at all, she said, shrugging her shoulders. So, you don't have to worry anymore. That was part of what I was worried about. In addition to my concerns about her mental health, I knew that her mental well-being was important in other ways. She was a hysteric, an archetype that weaponized their emotions. I wondered if she would be able to do her job and survive if she closed herself off. Perhaps her plight was yet another reason we needed to rescue a doctor. I didn't know what tropes Andrew Hughes had, but if he had a psychiatrist trope that could help, it would be a lifesaver, possibly literally. After you guys went into the story, we got the missing posters and I saw that no one had ever wiped out in that story. So there were no rescues to be done in it. I decided to spoil it for myself and read what the story was about in the atlas. I am so sorry for sending you there, I said. I couldn't contain my laugh as I said that. Ramona laughed. That was a good thing, I thought. It wasn't bad, she said. Really. After I got infected, I just wanted to eat and make more of the slimes. It was all I wanted. It made me happy. I could feel dopamine surging in my head like bubble wrap popping. Gotta love a generous parasite, I said. You should have seen Isaac running from me, though, she said. He cursed so much we went off screen. I smiled. That was likely why he didn't get a single stat ticket. He should have given in to the slime, I said. Isaac already had some experience being honked out of his mind for most of a storyline. He did eventually, Ramona said, but it was like Carousel was messing with him because he was a comedian. And the story was kind of a comedy but not really. Yeah, something similar happened with him in the diecast storyline. He must give really good reactions if Carousel is keeping him alive to terrify him. I couldn't tell, she said. I just couldn't figure out why he didn't want the slime. I think he likes his slime well done, I said. She smiled but didn't laugh. Well, I'm glad it wasn't traumatic for everyone. No, she said as she stared into the distance, not for me. There was a silence then that seemed to stretch forever. So, I was going to take a nap, she said. Great, I said. Get rested up. I turned and left. It felt like a productive conversation. At least, we were talking about something. It was a step in the right direction, at least. It was not a popular storyline. The recommended archetypes for scouting were scholar-researcher, adventurer, and engineer, which was an advanced archetype I had not come across before. The section that had information from scouting tropes that were not considered spoilers was blank. No one had gotten around to scouting out this story, at least not at the time this copy of the atlas was obtained. There just wasn't a lot of information on it. That was unusual, as there was usually at least one psychic scouting trope in every storyline. There were none for each, but we weren't entirely out of options. We had our own scouting tropes. Kimberly, we haven't talked in so long, Sal said. Are you quitting acting or something, sweetheart? You know I could never quit, Kimberly said. I was hoping you could give me advice about this movie called Itch that I've been hearing about. If you could tell me all about it, I'd appreciate it. Kimberly's trope that allowed her to call her talent agent for information was really useful for the final straw. We hoped it would help here. And then we waited for his response, which took a moment. Oh, that one, Sal said. I've heard of it. I wouldn't say I'm a big fan, but it's not exactly a mistake if you want to go for that sort of thing. You definitely have the range. Though, I will say the old saying looks don't last is very literal in this screenplay. What's it about? Kimberly asked. I don't recall, Sal said. Certainly a psychological horror. It's not my sort of thing. I just skimmed the script. We all looked at each other. We have played around with this trope a ton, and he had never been this tight-lipped. Is that all? Kimberly asked. It is. I wish I had more for you. I've got to go. By now. Sal hung up. What just happened? Kimberly asked. Is this storyline that much harder than the ones we've tested before? Antoine asked. Maybe you just don't have high enough moxie to get a good reading. I wasn't so sure. It was a harder story than the final straw was, but not that much more difficult. Her trope should not have been blanking that hard. When I used my tropes on it when we were out there, they didn't seem to have too much trouble, I said. Location Scout had given me a whole list of rooms and hallways that included terms like living quarters and storage. Not incredibly useful, but pretty standard for the trope. If I had wanted it to do better, I would need to put a lot more points into Savvy. I don't like it here. Had told me how to activate the trope just fine and told me its difficulty was higher than average. But then there were only 3 of us there. So it might actually be pretty average in difficulty for a start, of course. When we used a rescue trope on it, it would be more difficult, but its base difficulty seemed to be about in line with what our levels were. Just a second, I said. Antoine, equip your rescue trope. He quickly did. Now Kimberly, call Sal again. She dialed out again. Kimberly, I was just thinking about you. What are you doing? Sal asked. Kimberly paused, looked at me, then looked at Antoine, and then said, I was hoping you could tell me about that new movie. Do you know anything about that? You know, I was reading about it, but I gotta say I'm not a big fan. It's a little bit of psychological horror, a little bit of a thriller, a creature feature, more or less. You probably wouldn't stand out in all that testosterone. What kind of character would I play? Kimberly asked. I can't imagine. Sal said. Again, he didn't have much to say. I waved my hand across my neck, telling her to cut the call. She did so. He's just not saying anything, Kimberly said. Not as much as usual. Not only is he not saying anything, but he's saying the same amount he did before, I said. Even though the rescue version would be more difficult, I don't think it's the difficulty that's the problem. When Antoine had equipped his rescue trope, Sal had a new version of the screenplay to go over with Kimberly, a version that should have been harder and should have given us even less information than the original. That's how rescues worked. They were supposed to be harder. But the two summaries from Sal were roughly equivalent. Something else was at play, but I didn't know what. Should we try Dina's rescue trope? Kimberly asked. It was better than hiking all the way out there to see if it would work. I nodded my head. Antoine unequipped his rescue ticket, and then Dina equipped hers. Kimberly called Sal again. Kimberly, Sal exclaimed when he answered the phone. I'm having major déjà vu. I just knew you were gonna call me. It is so weird. Hey Sal, I was wondering about that movie called Itch. Straight to business there, aren't you? He asked. I know we were talking about it a few days ago, and I know you were excited to do psychological horror, but unfortunately, I got a new copy of the script, and your role has been almost completely cut. They revamped the script to focus on some other characters. It's still a creature feature or something like that, but you barely get a cameo in it. There was nothing I could do. Do you know what the plot is about? Kimberly asked. I did before, but I have had so many things on my mind it must have gotten pushed out. Sal said. Well, if that's all, I've gotta be going. Again, he hung up. This time, we just sat back and stared at each other, bewildered. The Carousel Atlas section on rescues was written, or at least rewritten, by Curtis W., who was the same guy whose journal entries in the Atlas told us about Project Rewind. He proposed a system for rating rescue tropes based on 3 criteria: potency, availability, and risk par. I read through the entry in the Atlas aloud so that everyone else could hear. Availability is exactly like it sounds, I said. It's how likely, on a scale of 1 to 5, a rescue trope is to work in any given storyline. Potency is about how straightforward and beatable the game becomes, with emphasis on the win condition that the rescue trope creates. Risk is a question of the conditions for the rescue trope and whether they favor rescuers or not. I continued reading to myself for a little bit, but Antoine interrupted me. What kind of conditions are we talking about? He asked. Is that talking about the live to tell the tale part? Yes, I said. Rescue tropes with high risk create storylines that are just as dangerous to the rescuers as they are to the people they were rescuing. The ones with low risk, you can fail the rescue, but as long as you don't die, you'll be fine. Antoine nodded. Mine must be low risk then. In fact, there was a way to check. Popular rescue tropes had their own small sections. Antoine's rescue trope was called A Race Against Time. It had a risk of 2, a potency of 4, and an availability of 3. Kimberly's rescue trope was A Woman in Mourning. It had an availability of 1, a potency of 5, and a risk of 4. My rescue trope was not listed. Overall, the Atlas didn't have much information about film buffs. I kind of liked Dina's, I said. It was a pretty popular one from what I can tell. I looked up from the book. She wasn't there. Where's Dina? I asked. She went downstairs, Kimberly answered. For the first time in a while, I put the Atlas down and took a moment to see what the others were doing. Surprise, surprise. They had not been just listening to me with rapt attention. Cassie was trying to use her psychic trope to learn more about the enemy we faced. She was not having a good time. "I'm sorry," she said, tears flowing down her cheeks. "I'm trying my best, but it just isn't working." Kimberly comforted her. "There's clearly something about this storyline that makes scouting it hard," Kimberly said soothingly. "We'll figure it out. Don't you worry." But Cassie was worried because her brother's life was literally on the line. At that moment, Dina came back upstairs holding a beer with its label torn off, which is how they sometimes appear in movies to obstruct the brand name. "The creepy guy's back," she said. "There was a man who was clearly up to something, but it wasn't clear what. He would just stare at us anytime we went down to the restaurant. He wasn't an omen, and he wasn't an enemy as far as we could tell, but he was unnerving because he wasn't hiding his staring at all. He was an NPC with a generic title, Drifter. No name other than that. We had seen him a few times." "I got something," Cassie said. "It's weird, but I'm definitely hearing something." Dina stopped and stared as we waited for Cassie to extract as much information as possible from her unblocked trope. "It's talking too fast," she added. We waited as Cassie listened to something we couldn't hear. "Well, I'm going upstairs to get some ice," Dina said. She went toward the stairs that led up to the roof. And after she was out of the room, Cassie exclaimed, "I lost it." Cassie started to cry. Her eyeliner was hopelessly smeared. "I didn't know what was going on with this storyline, that we were having such difficulty doing scouting." It was true that whatever tropes the storyline had would apply to the scout's abilities as if they were in a storyline. That was likely the reason that the atlas contained very little scouting information for the story. If we could just figure out what was going on, we might be able to learn something more. Of course, it would be easier one day when we had lots of players who could contribute. Back at Camp Dyer, anytime someone needed to scout out a new storyline, they could make the rounds, talking to all the different archetypes they could find with dozens of different scouting tropes that could tell you all kinds of information. They never let us do that because they wanted us to learn to play the game the old-fashioned way. After a moment, Dina came back down the stairs and asked, "Why can we not keep the ice scoop in the ice machine?" "Just use the cup," Isaac said. "It's there for a reason." In the middle of a town filled with horror stories, the biggest debate going on at the loft was whether the metal scoop we owned should be used in the rice bin or the ice machine. Everyone took sides, and it got messy. "It's back," Cassie said. "I hear it again. It's just talking so fast." "Whatever," Dina said as she went back upstairs again. "What are you trying to drink beer with ice?" Isaac asked. "I want a glass of ice water," Dina said as she continued walking back upstairs. Isaac shrugged. "I lost it," Cassie said again. This time there were no tears, just resignation. I started to notice a pattern. "Dina, come back down here," I said. "Just for a second, come back down." She did just that. "What?" she asked. "Cassie, try to use your trope again." So, Cassie did. "It's working," she said. "I keep hearing this voice. It's definitely a voice, but it's talking so fast I can't understand it. Now, Dina, go back upstairs," I said. Intrigued, she did as I asked. "You might be reading a pirated copy. Look for the official release to support the author. Right on cue," Cassie said. "Now I've lost it." We all stared at each other. Antoine stood and started looking back and forth between Dina and Cassie. He motioned for Dina to come back down. Cassie, noticing what we were doing, immediately reported that when Dina got back down to the living room, she could suddenly hear the voice again, an unintelligible whisper telling her in some manner or another to stay away. "What's happening right now?" Dina asked. We didn't exactly have an answer, but I had a hunch. "Dina, and equip your rescue trope," I said. She did so. Immediately afterward, Cassie said, "The voice is gone." We all looked at each other. I had a theory. "The base story cancels out psychic tropes," I said. That was the only explanation that I could come up with. When Dina was around and a part of the party, so to speak, Cassie's power was being used to scout out the rescue version of the storyline. When Dina left, she was scouting out the base version. "Now, Antoine, try," I said. Antoine equipped his rescue trope. We waited a moment for answers to come. "I'm not hearing anything," Cassie said. We looked at Dina. "So that's weird," Dina said. It sure was. We tried to confirm many times that Dina's rescue trope was affecting Cassie's scouting trope, and every time we came to the conclusion that it was. We knew that rescue tropes changed the base storyline, but whatever Dina's trope did, it changed it in such a way that Cassie's psychic trope was able to be used. We didn't know what to make of that. Maybe we should just run the base storyline, Antoine said. I feel like everything we learn about this thing, the more confusing it gets. No, I said. Half the point of running rescues is to grind levels. If we do the base storyline first, we'll be cutting ourselves off at the knees. We had to at least try a rescue. Doing the base story would dramatically reduce the rewards we received. Look at this. Dina's rescue trope has a 1 in risk and a 5 in availability. I think it's the perfect way for us to try our first rescue. We'll have a shot at big rewards. Counterpoint, Antoine said. The atlas also says that all rescues are dangerous, even ones that have a 1 in risk. That comparison is to other rescues, not to general storylines. And also, we don't even know what the story is about other than it'll make you ugly. We also know that her trope has a 1 in potency. Mine has a 4. He wasn't wrong. No rescues were actually easy. They were all more difficult than the base storyline. But if we were going to do a rescue, Dina's trope was the one. I could just feel it. We tabled that conversation. There was no need to make decisions in a rush. As confusing as the storyline was, I was also excited. We didn't know how to navigate the road exactly, but at least we had our hands on the steering wheel. I woke up with my heart racing because I knew that in a matter of hours, I would finally have my hands on the book that chronicled Carousel's horrific past, even if it was fictionalized. The town of Carousel. Horrific events through the ages had been in the back of my mind for months. I didn't know what kind of clues it would give us, but I had to believe it had some vital information we could use to save our friends. The book seemed to be a non-fiction collection of terrible events that took place in a fictional version of Carousel. And ever since my scouting trope had told me it existed, I felt that there was a reason. As we walked to the library to pick it up, I could feel the nerves vibrating through my body. Kimberly's little trick to be able to get a book out of the library without having to go in worked well. The atlas had a section on how to interact with NPCs in Carousel proper, and using your stats or tropes in those interactions was perfectly normal. In fact, the vets had done it plenty when they were researching secret lore and the Western excursion. We had to file that away for future use. Kimberly even wrote it down in the atlas if anyone in the future ever needed to know there was a way to check out a book as long as you knew its title. The pickup was easy. The NPC holding it smiled as we approached and simply handed it to Kimberly. I kept waiting for some omen to appear, but none did. The book itself didn't show up on the red wallpaper, nor did it give off any scary vibes, as I had felt from the monster's lair on the mountain. Cassie picked up the book and tried using her newly acquired trope, curios and trinkets, to feel if it was an occult item. It allowed her to intuitively compare one magical item to others that she had collected. She said, "This is nothing like the flask." She shrugged her shoulders and handed the book to me. The flask was the now cement-filled item that had been used to summon the spirit of vengeance in the die-cast storyline. If the book was nothing like it, that meant that there was no spirit inside the book that could be invoked. Or at least that's what I understood the trope to mean. Did that make it safe? I had to hope so. It would be unfair if my scouting trope had told me about this book in the trailers for the strings attached storyline, and it turned out to be a trap. However, we couldn't be too careful. As we walked back to the loft, I couldn't even open the book and take a peek simply because I needed to keep my eyes out for omens. But when we finally re-entered our safe space, the first thing I did was take the book up to the roof and find a chair in the shade. It didn't take me long to completely regret finding the book. Reading through it was like reading one of those Guinness World Record books that everybody wanted in the 5th grade. The cool pictures and the fun text entries convinced our young minds that everyone in the world was trying to win records through various odd feats of human skill. This book had the same tone. Whoever wrote about these massacres and horrific deaths did so as if they were reporting feats of human athleticism or mental prowess. 6 dead from a rat poison accident at Sundown Bakery. One entry read. The entry lamented the fact that the accident happened at a relatively unpopular bakery, not that they wanted more deaths, but that they wanted a better record. The entire book was ghoulish and unsettling, especially because As I came to realize, many of the photographs were too close to the accidents. They were taken too soon, as if the photographer knew what was about to happen and was sitting around waiting for it. I was reading through a sickening entry about crowd crush at some sort of festival in Carousel when I saw something that made me jump up from my chair and run to the others. "It's them," I said. "Look." I pointed to the black and white photo. It was a horrifying image, and I wish I had warned Kimberly and Antoine before they looked. Bodies were mangled together as if twisted and fused. The people dying from the weight of those on top of them, a terrible image. Next to the alleyway where that occurred, I saw a brunette in a denim jacket with her hair tied in a ponytail next to a man with jet black hair and a missing arm, cut off at the elbow. "Oh my God," Kimberly said as she looked at the photo. Antoine stared at the image and then looked up at me. "So we can track where they were in the storyline, right?" he asked. All we knew, aside from what I had seen with my scouting trope, was that their storyline involved time travel. Anna was not willing to spoil anything more than that in the letter she wrote us and attached to the back of Silas the Mechanical Showman. "It might be useful," I said. "I don't know. I can check to see if they're in any of the other photos. Maybe we can trace their path. Assuming they went to other dates in the book, that was something I could do. It felt like progress. I didn't like looking at the horrific pictures. Funny enough, if these exact same pictures had appeared in a movie, they might not have bothered me aside from maybe a jump scare here and there. But the book, with its strange tone and the knowledge that in some way these deaths were real, whether it was a fictional event portrayed by NPCs or real events brought here from a universe unknown. I went back to my seat and flipped open the book, double-checking to see if there was any indication of who the author was or when it was published. But I got nothing. For all I knew, the book was self-published within its storyline. There was no way to tell, but the more I read it, the more I got to know its voyeuristic author. The entries were written in the tone of someone who really enjoyed the sport of rubbernecking history's greatest tragedies. He didn't emphasize the gore or the sadness, but he did commentate on how there could have been more deaths or why a particular tragedy didn't rank highly for him in one way or another. One quote I picked up on was, "There was very little screaming because the victims did not realize their fate until it was upon them." Oh well, the looks on their faces at the end were well worth the trip. At that moment, it dawned on me that this wasn't just some book written by coincidence that was used in a time travel storyline. From the way he talked, it almost sounded like he was collecting mini vacations to tragic events. Still, he did lament the deaths of children and women on occasion but was never overly sympathetic to them. After enough time, I finally found another picture with Camden and Anna in it. It was something that happened in 2010. A group of teenagers died in the woods from apparent suicides. One picture was of the police investigating. In the background, I saw Anna and Camden walking down the road. I recognized the road. It was one of the roads that led to Camp Dyer, and suddenly, I had all the pieces, and I could put together what had happened. They had gone to that specific tragedy to collect the atlas in 2010, back before it was so heavily censored. But that mere clarification was not what I was after. That was just details of information I already knew. What I needed to know was how to save them. That answer didn't come. As I flipped through the pages and looked intently at each picture to try and find my friends, I started to notice that there was one obscured figure in many of the pictures. It was the same man I had seen in the shadowy alleyway in the trailer for Post-Traumatic, the man wearing an overcoat with the strange amulet. I was done reading. I started to bring the book back down inside, but something within me did not allow it. The book had genuinely creeped me out, and I had no desire to take it inside our sanctuary. I went to the bar that was on the ceiling not far from where I was sitting and found a cabinet to stash the book in. The ceiling was off limits to enemies and omens, the same as the loft, but it was also outside, and that's where I left it. That day and the next were some of the many peaceful days we had at Kimberly's loft. We had come to savor them, even though the longer they lasted, the sooner we would start to feel the panic and dread that came with running another storyline. That night, however, we would not get to relax. In our first few weeks there, we got used to the occasional knock on the door coming as we went to sleep. Isaac took pride in being able to disengage and send away whatever omen had come to try and trick us into a storyline. We saw no reason to exercise anything but abundant caution. So it was pretty standard for us to use multiple opinions. He would look, then I would look, and then we would decide what to do to send the omen packing. Even though the others didn't have scouting tropes that would allow them to be helpful whenever omens knocked on the main entrance, they still got up and got dressed enough to be ready on the off chance we failed to send away the omen. And we were all drawn into a storyline. Everyone was wide awake by the time we assembled outside the main door after that night's knock. Isaac held his breath as he walked up to the door and put his eye to the peephole. He froze. He literally didn't move for about 10 seconds. Then he backed away and looked at me. It was my turn. From the sea look on his face, there was something terrifying on the other side of the door. I couldn't imagine what it was. Usually, other sounds accompanied the knocking, something like a person asking to be let in or some ominous growls. When I looked through the peephole, what I saw was Camden. My friend Camden Tran, whom I had known since I was a little kid, was standing out in the hallway, anxiously waiting to be let in. He dressed like Camden, short-sleeved, buttoned-up shirt with the top few buttons undone, surfer shorts, and necklace with little white shells on it, the works. He had a smile on his face and strangely seemed to know that I was looking at him as he made eye contact with me, even though we kept the lights off on our side so they couldn't see the shadows. I knew it couldn't be him, but the sight of it made my heart jump. I made sure to look at the omen on the red wallpaper. The storyline was titled Suitability. It was dangerous, which made it hard to see what was on the poster, but I could guess it had something to do with shapeshifters or similar. Given that my dead friend was staring back at me, I didn't need to know anything except how to dismiss the omen, how to send it away. My hint was helpful: be a better stranger. According to the red wallpaper, was what I had to do to send him away. Normally, my trope told me how to trigger an omen, but in combination with the rules for Kimberly's Loft, it instead told me how to avoid its automatic triggering. However, it wasn't as straightforward as some of the hints had been, which made me dread the day when the hints were so obscure that we could guess wrong. Being a better stranger to someone who looked like my oldest friend meant something pretty clear to me. I just hoped that I was right. I found myself afraid to speak, but I took a deep breath and spoke anyway. Go away, I said. I don't know you. It made sense to me. A creature that imitates your loved ones would probably be thrown for a loop if you claim not to recognize it. Unauthorized duplication. This tale has been taken without consent. Report sightings. I seem to have guessed right because Camden suddenly looked very confused. Are you sure? I thought I was at the right place, Camden said. I've never seen you before in my life. Get out of here, I said through the door. And then we waited to see if I had guessed right. Slowly, Camden, or whatever looked like him, turned and walked away. Dina stood near the door with the sawed-off shotgun pointed and at the ready. If I had been wrong and fake Camden had tried to bust through that door, he would have gotten a real surprise. No one spoke, but Antoine looked at me like he was hoping I would explain. I'll tell you later, I said. I was afraid to acknowledge what I had seen because I was low-key afraid the monster would hear and realize I secretly did recognize it. I took a deep breath, and we all just kind of walked back into the living room. None of us ready to go back to bed. I don't think I'm ever going to get used to that, Kimberly said. Not after Camp Dyer, I said. I miss it so much, she said. Scratch that. I miss the real world. But I do miss Camp Dyer. We stood in silence for a moment longer. It occurred to me that every base we would ever live at would have some drawback. Just like this one. This one had omens that would tempt you. They were easily avoidable. But still, the constant barrage brought on a stress that reappeared every time we heard that knock. And then, as I thought about it, an idea occurred to me. Kimberly, can I see the writ of habitation for this place? I asked. Because writs were stored in thin air like our tropes. She immediately handed it to me. I read through it until I found the section one was looking for. Guarantee against encumbrances and hostility. The described property shall remain free from lairs, nests, or havens of any adversarial entities. All hostile presences nearby will immediately vacate the vicinity and abstain from combative behavior. This writ of habitation protects us and guarantees that there are no lairs at this base. I said. We had recently been researching monster lairs, but because their presence was a huge spoiler, the Carousel Atlas didn't have much on them other than basic explanations, and Antoine asked. We looked through the atlas for monster lairs, But did we check under the section on bases? I asked. We knew that there was a monster lair out by the Powerworks area, but we didn't know much about it. We had deduced that two members of Andrew Hughes' party had gotten killed in it. The atlas was not well organized because it didn't usually have to be. We went to the atlas at the kitchen table, flipped it open, and started looking through the tabs until we found a small section on bases, which were locations throughout Carousel where players would be safe from omens, things like Kimberly's Loft or Camp Dyer. I flipped to it and started looking through to see if I could find a list of bases that other players had used. I was in luck. I found one. I started moving my finger down the list. Monastery, farm, cabin, apartment, house, cave, I read out loud. There, I said. Carousel Powerworks Pavilion. There was an entry on it. Someone had used it as a base at least once. It made sense. It was a vast compound that could be very easily secured and hold a lot of people. I flipped to the section where the information on that base was located, hoping that I would find all kinds of helpful tips. But when I found it, I was deflated. It was a small section with barely any writing, and the information wasn't even firsthand. CW had written, had a conversation with a stranger today. Pretended not to know who they were. Strangers hate to be recognized, but I know they live in a base up at the Powerworks Pavilion. Bought him a beer and he told me that his crew has to clear out of their base a few days out of the month, and he spent the whole time at the bar. What happens every month? I asked him. Full moon, he said. I took in a deep breath. Was that a spoiler? Or maybe it wasn't, because that information would have been found on his writ of habitation. Information from the writs was not a spoiler. That's what I told myself. At least if that wasn't spoilers, it was great information. I knew a monster that came out on the full moon, and I had been looking for it ever since I got to Carousel. After that revelation, we stayed up and spoke at length about its implications. So what are we thinking? Antoine asked. The team got attacked by werewolves, two were killed, and the rest fled into it. That's my best guess, I said. We were making a lot of assumptions. We were one step closer to figuring out what had happened to Andrew Hughes' teammates, who had not entered it with him. It wasn't really a priority, but in some ways, all mysteries felt like priorities in Carousel. I lay back in my bed and stared out my window, thinking about everything we had accomplished over the past few days. Our grocery run, our research, our teamwork. I noticed that in the sky, the moon was almost full, and I watched it without thinking about anything particular for a long time. Eventually, I saw something or someone fly across the sky, directly across the moon. A witch on a broom. It snapped me out of it, and I rolled over and went to sleep. We had so many things to do, and it would all start tomorrow. I stood in the living room area of the loft next to Antoine and Kimberly. We had taken days off, but knowing the task that lay ahead, there was only so much relaxing that we could do. The storyline, it taunted us. No matter how much work we put into it, we never felt like we were learning enough. But at the end of the day, we were never going to escape Carousel without taking risks. Right now, I said, I see it as being a science fiction movie. So, you don't think the werewolves are involved? Bobby asked. Werewolves usually aren't strictly science fiction. It does sound like the title of a werewolf movie. I was in agreement with that. I imagined that growing fur would be very itchy. I don't think so, I said. I have a few reasons. First, we have no explanation for what happened to the remaining two members of Andrew Hughes' team. Our working theory is that they were killed by whatever lies in the monster's lair, which we think are werewolves. So, if they were killed by the werewolves, and the werewolves are a part of it, then they should show up as potential rescues for that movie. But they don't. The Atlas was clear that if you got killed by monsters outside of a storyline, you could be rescued from the storyline those monsters were originally from. Also, the poster for it was some kind of control panel, like for a computer from the 80s. I don't know what that means, but that doesn't seem like werewolves. But most of all, right now, we're pretty sure that the base story of it doesn't allow psychic powers. And I have a hard time imagining a werewolf story where psychics couldn't exist. Of course, it was always possible that there was just a very powerful psychic trope that canceled out other psychic powers. But there were a million possibilities. I just had to make my best guess. Well then, That opens back up the question of how science fiction works in Carousel, Bobby said. This type of subject was something that Bobby liked to talk about. We had both been working to try and find our way through the Carousel Atlas as best we could. When it came to things like genre, the problem wasn't that there wasn't enough information, it was that there was too much information. And it was spread out all throughout the Atlas. The first thing we wanted to know was exactly how technology lined up with the year the storyline was supposed to be set. We were aware that Carousel was more or less organized by date. We had been hauled up and down time enough to know that the period that was supposed to look like 1960 was called Carousel 1960. And sure enough, all of the stories from that era looked like they took place at the appropriate time. But then, how would science fiction work? Would we have to wait until 2198, when technology really started to pop off? The answer was no. Science fiction seemed to be the biggest counterpoint to the charade of Carousel's timeline. The Atlas referenced things that just did not exist in the time periods their stories were set. We found references to ray guns and teleportation, as well as genetic advancements like those we had seen during our fake tutorial, that just could not possibly exist in our world, even in modern times. And yet they existed in stories set in the 80s, 90s, or even further back. If it was science fiction, we had no way of knowing what to expect. Another point for it being science fiction and not werewolves, Antoine added, is that there were no forests or woods, right? I looked at him for a moment and nodded. My location scout ability had not given any locations that involved a natural landscape of any kind. It appeared that the story took place inside a building with hallways, control rooms, and storage areas. Of course, Antoine intentionally pointed out that there were no woods because he wanted to go on this rescue, and he knew I was hesitant to support him if there was a chance he would have another episode. The whole thing takes place inside, right? He asked. I reluctantly nodded. It would appear that way, I said, noting explicit, at least. Of course, I am missing information because Location Scout wasn't giving the best information. My savvy was good, but it wasn't exactly my dominant stat. It was more tied with moxie and hustle. So, what else is there to discuss? Vina asked. We have literally talked ourselves around in circles on this subject. We either need to do it or move on to something else. A case of literary theft. This tale is not rightfully on Amazon. If you see it, report the violation. Dina was never really big on discussion or talking things through. When we talked about going on it, her contribution was, when are we leaving? I gazed around the room at our little group of friends. We still looked like squatters because we had no furniture. And yet we had all made ourselves comfortable on the floor or in fold-up chairs. We need to figure out who's going, I said, in the pit of my stomach. I knew there was no good answer, but I was hoping someone would come up with one. We know that because of Dina's rescue trope, we're all going to be background characters, I said. We don't know if that means we'll be off-screen the entire time, we just have no idea. And we also know that because it's a rescue story, some tropes just basically won't work. So that needs to go into account for who we bring, what tropes we bring. Antoine took in a big breath and walked forward. I know that Cassie and Isaac were hoping to go, he said. He looked at them, and they nodded. We need to save Andrew, Cassie said. This was one subject that Isaac didn't joke about. So, I think what we have to do, Antoine said, is bring everybody. We have to bring all of our top players. And we can't leave anybody behind. I know you were talking about only bringing 5 players, he said, looking at me. But I just don't see how that could work. Of course, there were problems with bringing everyone. I had lain awake the night before, counting them all. If we brought everyone, Bobby would have to bring his dogs. If we brought everyone, all 8 of us, and it turned out that there was a player limit, say 6 players, that meant that 2 of us at random would just suddenly, what? We didn't know. The Atlas said that you just wouldn't be in the story if it had met its limit. But then what did those players do? What if none of them had scouting tropes, and they were trapped at the power station alone? What if we got punished for bringing too many players? Antoine stood and argued his case very convincingly, but the truth was, I already agreed with him, but not for anything he said. He talked about how rescues were never going to get easier. This would literally be the easiest one we ever did. So it was the ideal one to bring the lower level players on. He was only saying that to rile them up and get them enthusiastic. I wasn't going to poke holes in his argument. Finally, he got to his last and best argument, the very one that I had come up with myself and agreed with. The fact is, he said, we don't know how long this storyline lasts. It could last weeks, we don't know. Even if we could leave behind 3 players, we don't know how long they would be left here waiting. With only 3 players, they wouldn't be able to run any storylines safely. And whatever happens to players who don't run storylines could happen to them. It was the same old problem. We didn't have enough players to split up yet. There was a palpable tension in the air as he said that. In fact, I was the only person who allegedly knew what happened to players who didn't run storylines, or, more specifically, I knew what happened to players who quit them. But I wasn't going to explain the nuance. I agree, I said. Now, let's get to planning our loadouts. Antoine was surprised that I agreed so easily. He had clearly been expecting me to argue against it. After all, he knew what I had seen. He knew what liability he represented. But that was just one more risk we had to take. We were going to use pared-down tropes across the board. A rescue trope was volatile and could change stories tremendously and in unpredictable ways. The Carousel Atlas spoke of rescue tropes and advanced archetypes as carefully balanced chemical mixtures that could create chaos with the slightest bit of contamination. Even the vets knew that, and I doubted that they had the section of the Atlas that I was reading. When I had gone on my run with Arthur, and he used his advanced archetype to help change the story into an action-oriented monster hunting story instead of the psychological horror that it was originally. All of the other vets had chosen tropes that were neutral, useful in and of themselves. But that didn't have huge effects on the rest of the story. They didn't even use their aspect tropes. You don't want to step on the toes of the guy who's disarming the bomb. So, to speak. In this case, Dina's rescue trope would take the lead, and we would let it. So we're not trying out my new trope, Kimberly asked. Right, not this time, Antoine said. She had just gotten her aspect trope for celebrity, called the Hall of Fame, and it promised some story-altering and emphasis-changing effects that would normally be really great for a strong player. But we didn't know which elements of that trope would even be taken into account in a rescue. Story alterations were cancelled out across the board. We focused on ourselves and our backgrounds and tried not to think about hedging our bets or relying on improvisation, because if we were background characters, we probably wouldn't have the time to set up the improvisation to begin with. That ruled out tropes like my raised by television ability or cinema seer, which required early access to the on-screen. We even debated whether Bobby would use his trope to swap into the role of a background character because we didn't know if that would be duplicative or cause problems. Then we decided that he ought to use it because that was the ability that allowed him to see the script. And truthfully, that was a very powerful ability for a run like the one we had ahead of us. The newer players had an easier time. They left behind the tropes that they shouldn't bring on a rescue and didn't have many left to go through. As far as weapons went, we brought all we had, including Antoine's baseball bat, the sawed-off shotgun with a trope, and even my head shears, even though I didn't know if they would come up organically. Bobby, of course, brought his gaggle of dogs, 5 dogs. Varying in size from gigantic to mid-size. They all had names, but I had not learned which belonged to which. It wasn't that I'm not a dog person, it's more that I wasn't sure they were dogs not on the inside. I could understand that people could be under the influence of mind control and still be people at their core, trapped by the script, not knowing why or how. But was a dog under mind control even really a dog? I didn't bring up these questions with Bobby because he loved those dogs. After much discussion, Kimberly moved to the kitchen and said, "Tonight we feast. All perishables get eaten." "What?" Isaac asked. "I've been eating those gross sardines because I didn't want them to be the only thing that was left, so we wouldn't have to just eat sardines. And now we're going to eat everything but the sardines." "What was the point of that? We never asked you to eat them," Antoine said. And then we began preparing our feast because when we left, we didn't know when we would be back, or if we would be back. Antoine Stone is the athlete. No aspect has been chosen. Antoine has a plot armor score of 26, metal of 7, moxie of 4, hustle of 5, savvy of 3, and grit of 7. Current trope limit. Off the bench, the player feels more rested for each scene they are not in. eventually buffs hustle and moxie. The playbook the user will be able to see when it is their turn to act in an established plan. Timeout allows him to send a fight scene off-screen for a set time. You were having a nightmare. Reduces traumatic memories to nothing but a lingering dream and can undo much of a storyline at a very high level. In Bed by 9 allows the player to incorporate a restorative sleeping break into the shoot. Play it cool suppresses mental trauma if the user acts calm and collected. Gymrot buffs metal and hustle by revealing athletic backstory. Swinging it will cause his opponents to falter, if only for a moment. Based on Moxie because of Swing Away, borrowed from Riley. Out Like a Light allows him to fall asleep instantly. Kimberly Madison is the eye candy. Her aspect is celebrate a celebrity. The celebrity aspect treats the player like an actor and the storylines like films they sign on to, using meta tropes to create hype, fan favoritism, and larger-than-life roles. The celebrity is the most versatile of the eye candy aspects, using past roles to help their career. The celebrity can specialize in virtually anything if they have long enough to build a career. Kimberly has a plot armor score of 27, metal of 5, moxie of 10, hustle of 5, savvy of 1, and grit of 6. Current trope limit. Convenient backstory allows her to believably change her backstory to assist with the current task, buffing the relevant stat. Social awareness allows her to see the moxie stat of all enemies and NPCs and intuit relationship dynamics. Does anyone have a scrunchie? Allows her to shift Moxie's points into another stat by putting her hair up. Carousel Academy Awards buffs her Moxie based on the quality of her performance in the previous storyline. The penthouse the character will get the nicest, safest accommodations in a multi-day storyline. Contract negotiations the user will get a buff to an improvisation after discussing an improvisation with Carousel. Breaking the veil of silence. The user will get warnings from knowledgeable NPCs. Outside of storylines, NPCs will warn of dangers to women and hint at storyline rewards. Ellipsis allows her to take the story off-screen by halting the conversation while exploring and then picking it back up in a different setting. When in Rome buffs her grit until rebirth if her performance matches the tone of the movie. Dina Kano is the outsider. No aspect has been chosen. Dina has a plot armor score of 21, metal of 3, moxie of 3, hustle of 5, savvy of 3, and grit of 7. Free background trope. A haunted past, a background trope that gives her character some past trauma that haunts her. Often literally. Current trope limit. Guarded personality resists all inside abilities. An outsider's perspective alerts her to new, out of place, or unusual information. Encouragement from beyond soothes her when stressed, scared, or in pain and may provide useful information in the form of communication from the beyond. They Fell Off allows her to quickly get out of handcuffs and similar restraints. Light Fingers buffs the player's attempts at stealing items from the set. Savvy Safecracker tells the character how long it will take to pick a lock of some kind. Buffs hustle in the attempt. You don't know me, but creates a rescue that allows the player to guide NPC surrogates through the storyline from the shadows. If the surrogates survive, their postered player counterparts are rescued. Outside looking and grants her the ability to discern ideal spots to linger and observe events without actively participating in the narrative. Riley Lawrence is the film buff. His aspect is filmmaker. The filmmaker has a comprehensive understanding of the filmmaking process. They can manipulate the game environment effectively, altering the game's dynamics in subtle but impactful ways. Their abilities are a mixture of meta insight and meta rule trops. They have higher hustle, reflecting their ability to stay out of the way, stay alive, and remain unseen as they manipulate meta movie elements. Riley has a plot armor score of 28, metal of 3, moxie of 7, hustle of 7, savvy of 7, and grit of 4. Free background trope. My grandmother had the gift. A background trope that gives Riley's character some ambiguous connection to the gift through his heritage. Current trope limit. Trope Master grants him the ability to perceive enemy tropes, but at the cost of sacrificing half of his plot armor. As an oblivious bystander, Riley remains untargeted by enemies as he convincingly acts oblivious to their presence. Escape Artist buffs his hustle to help enact plausible escape plans. The insert shot makes allies aware of an object the player chooses. The object will be shown to the audience, and its use will be buffed in the finale. What doesn't kill them makes them angry allows the user to antagonize the enemy into attacking and lowers their savvy. The dailies allows him to see a selection of raw footage from the day's shoot. Cinema Seer allows him to buff allies' grit and savvy when making big meta predictions. Just out of shot allows him to see cameras when sneaking near an enemy to avoid being seen. Method to the Madness allows him to have increased in character conversations with enemies off-screen. Bobby Gill is the Wallflower. No aspect has been chosen. Bobby has a plot armor score of 24, metal of 3, moxie of 7, hustle of 5, savvy of 5, and grit of 4. Free background trope. Actually, I'm a Veterinarian changes his character's background to being an animal doctor. Current trope limit. Background noise allows him to get background information from NPCs when off-screen. The Good Samaritan buffs his metal and grit for helping allies in a crisis if they have not met on screen and are strangers. Last-minute casting recasts him as an NPC that is moderately involved in the plot. The selection is seemingly random. He will get some limited background information for the character and some access to the NPC script. From Humble Beginnings debuffs the player's stats 30% in the party, then but buffs them 15% in Rebirth, the finale, and the final battle, resulting in a net 15% buff by the end of the story. Craft services are the real heroes, ensures that there is edible food and water on set somewhere during the storyline. My Only Role is exposition gives him some useful information to be relayed on screen but takes it away if he starts to bore the audience. If you can't see it, it won't bleed allows him to temporarily mend wounds by covering them from the audience's view. Act Like You Belong lets the user blend into any scene by quickly adopting small, fitting elements like props or attire. However, all these elements must work together to maintain their cover. Cassie Hughes is the Psychic. No aspect has been chosen. Cassie has a plot armor score of 23, metal of 3, moxie of 10, hustle of 5, savvy of 4, and grit of 1. Trop limit. The English lets her see her allies' health stats from anywhere and lets her take some of their pain by feeling it herself. This can reduce their overall injuries. We Are Not Abandoned can keep her allies' spirits high by weaving a narrative of some higher power and control. When done well, this trope can heal incapacitation, certain forms of spiritual infection, and even buff grit. Reflective Jump Scare allows her to get a glimpse of the enemy when she looks in a mirror, giving her some small insight into what is in store. Foreboding Signs gives her insight into who will die next and how in character, allowing her to prepare for what is to come. Empathic Shield buffs an imperiled ally's grit by expressing genuine concern for them on screen. At Your Own Peril debuffs characters' grit and effective plot armor if they ignore her psychic warnings. Clarity of Purpose lets the user substitute moxie for grit when enduring tasks that cause constant pain, like handling dangerous objects. The Road Not Taken allows her to get a sense of whether a certain choice will result in powerful emotions, but not what those emotions are. This novel is published on a different platform. Support the original author by finding the official source. Isaac Hughes is the Comedian. No aspect has been chosen. Isaac has a plot armor score of 18, metal of 3, moxie of 4, hustle of 3, savvy of 4, and grit of 4. Trop limit. If he's still cracking jokes, allows the player to reduce or eliminate injuries by using humor the next time he is on screen before the audience know how injured he is. Works on allies situationally. Weapons of Mass Absurdity using humorous weapons buffs his metal and hustle. The buff extends to weapons that are used if the original weapon fails. Blood Loss Delirium gives the player a pleasant drunken stupor when they have major blood loss and provides cover for antics. Gallows Humor allows him to ease mental pain with dark humor related to a dreadful relevant topic. Trash Talk allows him to debuff the enemy's metal by insulting them. Hindsight is 20/20 allows the user to recognize mistakes they've made after the fact, helping them or their allies avoid similar errors in the future. Commenting on these mistakes increases the success of future plans based on the lesson learned. Lights Gone Out grants the user a tragic backstory that makes them emotionally dead inside, providing resistance against mental manipulations and false hope that would affect a normal person. Bleeping Censors allows him to take a scene he is in off-screen by cursing in an inappropriate way. Ramona Mercer is the Hysteric. No aspect has been chosen. Ramona has a plot armor score of 13, metal of 1, moxie of 3, hustle of 3, savvy of 3, and grit of 3. Current trope limit. Just Us Monsters buffs her mettle and grit when she lets loose fighting against a monster alone. Afraid for Others allows her to harness fear to use Moxie as metal when protecting or saving loved ones. Close-up Scream allows the user to become the sole on-screen character when screaming about something they see. Just the Jitters allows the user to avoid feeling nervousness or unease by acting out those emotions intentionally. Before You Get Us Killed allows the user to divide the party, sending their group mostly off-screen and guaranteeing some success to the surviving group. Walking into the Unknown. I was forced to lead the way because I was the best at detecting omens. What a life I was leading. As we walked down the long stretches of gravel roads toward the mountain where the power station was, I had no idea what was in store. This was a strange run. The priorities were different. The Atlas told us that Dina's rescue trope, "You don't know me," but was full of eccentricities. The story would not be about us. We would be trying to babysit player surrogates who would each represent one of the fallen players: Andrew, Michael, and Leela. If we led them to safety and completed the storyline, the players would survive. If not, they stayed dead. We would be safe. That's something that got repeated a lot. On this rescue, we would be as safe as we let ourselves be, but then, without taking risks. How could we possibly win? If one of us died and the survivors did not complete the storyline, they would stay dead. They would be another face on another poster needing to be rescued. I asked myself if I secretly wanted to use Dina's trope instead of Antoine's because I was afraid to take risks. I didn't know the answer. If it was just my life at risk, I might have chosen Antoine's trope. What little we knew suggested it would be more action-oriented. I had never been in a situation where I had to risk someone else's life and might be forced to live with the consequences. Typically, if my teammates died, I would die. 2. It was all or nothing. Neither Antoine's nor Dina's rescue trope carried that standard all-or-nothing promise. We could get picked off one at a time doing these rescues. Given that, I chose Dina's. It gave us the option of disengaging to be safe. But in the end, could we ever be safe in Carousel? They really put it all the way out here, didn't they? Bobby asked as he wrangled his dogs, who were mostly obedient but still acted like dogs and tugged their leashes toward exciting smells. I felt nauseous in the pit of my stomach. I tried not to think about what was coming up. All of the unknowns. We passed by the strange junkyard, but this time, we didn't stop to stare. We pressed forward. "Bobby, watch out. We're approaching the forest with the monster lair," I said as we approached the compound of the power station. "Roger that," he said. I didn't know if the dogs would react to the werewolves lurking in the woods, but I noted that they became very vigilant as we passed it. I noticed that Isaac and Cassie were silently encouraging each other behind me as they stared at their brother's missing poster. They were lucky in a way to get answers so fast and to rescue their loved one so soon. I was jealous, but at the same time, I was happy for them because I was ready for people to start having wins. Other than the sound of our footsteps, we didn't make a sound as we approached the compound. We nervously looked over the entrance. We paused for an electric minute of shaking breaths. "It's so big," Cassie said under her breath. It was. It was a huge campus with tons of buildings, and none of them were small. Other than the booth where you could buy a tour for $5 if only someone were there to accept your money. "What do we do to trigger it?" Antoine asked. We walked toward the spray paint on the wall over there and then past that through the alley. "Do not touch or interact with anything else. Stay close to each other," I said. The spray paint read, "Death to Scabs." Isaac read it aloud. "What can that mean?" he asked. It could mean several things, I thought, but didn't answer. Perhaps scabs were the enemies we were facing. It would certainly make sense for a storyline called Itch. I envisioned zombie-like creatures with large claws and swollen tumors all over their bodies. I immediately stopped myself from picturing that because I really didn't want to confront a creature like that. We got to the spray paint. "It's fresh," Antoine said, noting that it looked like it had just been painted. And then we walked further down through the alleyway. The plot cycle appeared, and our choice was made. We were onto the party phase. I could see that we had successfully triggered a rescue because the word rescue was on the red wallpaper along with all 3 of the missing posters for players who had died in Itch. Behind us, we started to hear screams and taunts, and fear rose up in me because I worried that those scabs I made up were about to start chasing us. But when I looked behind us, I saw that the screens were not coming from inhuman parasites but from ordinary humans holding up signs and pickets, screaming death to scabs and other phrases that I couldn't quite make out. "Oh," Isaac said, "scabs. I think we just crossed a picket line." Scab was a derogatory term for a person who worked the job of a striking worker. Preventing the strike from having an effect, we continued walking forward, and the campus that we had seen before, the lonely place filled with creepy, abandoned aesthetics, had changed to a beautiful campus with bright green grass, statues, and large towering buildings that didn't look like they contained nuclear bombs as before, but instead looked like they held the wonders of science. There were banners and balloons. We approached a red carpet where an NPC named Trip was waiting for us. He was clapping his hands, excited as all get out. He was wearing a tweed jacket and a piano key necktie. "Oh joy," he said as we approached. "Today is an auspicious day, don't you think?" he asked. Took the words out of my mouth. Isaac said. All around us, NPCs were busy with hustle and bustle, wearing hard hats and shiny uniforms that scientists would wear in movies to keep themselves sterile. And yet, bewilderingly, they were wearing them outside, as our 7 lucky winners. "You are certainly in for a treat," Trip said. "But really, this is bigger than just one experience. This is about giving other people the confidence to explore without fear." Did you like that slogan, "Explore without fear"? My bosses say we shouldn't be putting the word fear into people's minds, but I think it suggests courage. "Explore without fear," he said as he opened and closed his hands, letting his fingers splay out. He shook his body as if that phrase was just so good. We all just kind of nodded because we noticed, first, that we were not on screen, and second, we still had no idea what was happening. Luckily, our ringer, Bobby, had already been taken off to his place somewhere in the storyline, and when we found him, he could fill us in on anything we missed along the way. His dogs were gone. Then again, it quickly became apparent that everything we had brought had been confiscated, without our noticing. We were each holding a small duffel bag with Carousel Astronautical on the side. As I read those words, I stopped breathing automatically and had to force myself to take in air. Astronautical. Oh dear. We all looked at each other with clear alarm. Even Ramona seemed properly hysterical as we realized that this was not an ordinary power station. "Where's the power generator?" Antoine asked. "Isn't there a power station around here? We're pure nuclear." Trip said, I know. It's old-fashioned. But you should see the project we are building on the other side of campus. Fusion reaction. Who thought we'd get that in Carousel? Finally catching up to the rest of the world." Exactly how advanced was this storyline? "Now, if you'll follow me, I'll take you to the flight deck." He led us into a large building, bigger than a football stadium, with a covered dome that began opening as we walked inside. This gave us a beautiful view of the sunset-colored sky. "The stars are coming out to say hello," Trip said. "Don't you worry, you'll be meeting them soon enough." As he led us into the building, we realized that the entire ground-level floor was mostly carved out, and there were multiple lower floors beneath us. At the very bottom was a white object the size of a large airplane. As we stared over the side of the railing down at the object, none of us could speak. We were off-screen, so we didn't have to worry about breaking character. So I just went for it. "Can you explain exactly what our duties entail?" I asked. "Just enjoy yourself," Trip said. "It's testimonials from ordinary people like you that keep us in business. Trust me. If we could get space tourism to be as big as deep-sea tourism was 20 years ago, why? Just imagine the possibilities." "What year is it?" Antoine asked as he stared at the white object down on the ground beneath us. "I know, right?" Trip asked. "It feels like we're living in the future, like we somehow beamed that ship right out of the year 2000. "Yes," Isaac said. "Who knows what they'll come up with in the year 2000? "Who knows, indeed," Trip said. "Just know that KRSL will be leading the charge. And in some small way, your feedback could help decide that question." "It looks like the ship from 20 Leagues Under the Sea," Dina said quietly to me. She was right. It looked just like the Nautilus, the ship from 20 Leagues Under the Sea. Except it was eggshell white, and the edges were all rounded. It definitely had spherical porthole windows and an aquatic animal look to it. Of course, It also had the obvious thrusters and wings that made an X shape when we looked down on it from above. But it didn't really look like a rocket. It looked organic, like the dried bones of some cosmic being. And it didn't fit in with anything else in the building. While it was white and rounded and looked like a 1960s vision of the future, all of the tech around it looked brutalist and early cyberpunk. The computers looked like props from a 1980s sci-fi movie. And all of the partial rockets and other spacecraft that surrounded the white ship had exposed metal features. It doesn't quite look like it belongs here, I said under my breath, without really understanding why I felt that beyond basic aesthetics. Oh, she's state of the art, Tripp said. You're so lucky to be able to go up on her. Tripp led us forward, but truthfully, all of my muscles were numb as we made our way through the facility and over to an elevator with glass panels that would lower us down. It didn't feel real. We passed by blinking and beeping machinery that looked very much like the control panel I had seen on the movie poster. Were we really about to go in a spaceship? The vets had said that Carousel plays its role too. That's how we explained that sometimes small-town Carousel had skyscrapers, and other times the river that ran east to west instead ran northwest to southeast. But a space program. A corporate space program that Carousel seemed to run from their mountain hideaway. What the heck? While most of us were increasingly nervous, Antoine seemed to be getting excited. It was almost like he liked the idea of going up in space. What a freak, in space. They can't hear you scream, I said to him. I don't plan on screaming, he answered. I wasn't sure if he got the reference. I really wanted to take a break and contemplate what we were about to do. But there was no break to be had. We were off screen, and we were background characters. Everything seemed to be running at top speed to get us to our positions. And little things like stopping to reflect didn't fit into that time frame. All right. If you'll walk through there, you'll be given your uniforms. In a few hours, you'll be looking back down at us from up there, he said, looking up. He pointed us in the direction of what appeared to be locker rooms, but not the kind of locker room I preferred, which usually had walls to stop people from peeking at you. As we looked over there, we saw NPCs getting dressed right out there in the open in front of their lockers. Men and women. Oh my God, Kimberly said as she realized how little privacy we were going to get. I bet it's going to be even worse on the ship, she added. Well, you don't get rocket ships and fusion energy without co-ed locker rooms, I said. It's the rule of science fiction. Because we were off screen, NPCs didn't stop to talk to us or give us information. That was going to be a problem. We were basically wallflowers without the tropes to go along with it. But even worse, people who had used this rescue trope made it clear that you were not going to be directed to scenes where you could interact with the story. You would have to find your openings on your own. This was going to be work. And Antoine got right on it. Hey buddy, he said to an unclothed, hairy guy who had no shame standing in the locker room. The man turned to us. His name was Rudy, and he had a big, wide smile. You must be the prize winners, he said. He stuck out his hand for Antoine to shake, and Antoine did. I was just wondering, Antoine said. What were all those people protesting outside? Happiness, he said. A bright tomorrow. You know, the normal things that people like that protest. I didn't know what ism was going on in this story, but it was one of them. Whether it was fascism or corporatism, something was up. Double quotes. No, really, Antoine said. I'm telling you, Rudy insisted. They were too picky, didn't want to go up. And now they don't get to. He continued getting dressed. The problem was that Antoine did not have a whole lot of moxie. I had plenty, though. Come on, man, give me the dirt. Don't trash talk them without letting us in on it, I said. Okay, Rudy said. Those sad suckers out there, they would have been rich. But they went to their union over some minor issues, went on strike, and got replaced. I didn't realize that astronauts could unionize, I said. Them, astronauts? Rudy asked. No, those are miners. I guess they couldn't get their parents to sign their permission slips, Isaac said. Rudy laughed generously. They're space miners, supposed to be professionally trained, but apparently they weren't too enthusiastic about keeping their jobs. So they've been picketing us for the last 18 months or so, if you believe it. If they don't have to work for 18 months, then they must not need jobs. Space mining, Antoine said. impressed. Will we be seeing any of that? Rudy shook his head. No. That ship already sailed about 13 months ago. We will probably be doing a quick flyby of the ship they're on, seeing as the Helio is so much faster. But I doubt that we're going to be looking at the new mining colonies. There's not much to see, just a bunch of mindless robots. Wait, Isaac asked as he started to change his clothes. If you have robots who can mine, why do you need people? Well, the humans aren't mindless, technically, but they're still basically robots if you ask me. There are some things that I just can't figure out yet, like what to do when everything goes wrong. Rudy finished getting dressed and said, "I'll see you on the ship. Don't forget to get sanitized." As he left, he wore a gray uniform with orange stripes. The uniforms we had been given were very similar, except ours had black stripes. The sanitizers were not gentle. NPCs came to collect us and put us in a machine that doused us from head to toe with chemicals. It felt like we were in a car wash. All of our belongings were searched, and then we were led back into the locker rooms wearing nothing but towels. I quickly changed, hoping that none of the NPCs got a peek at me. Words couldn't convey the feeling coursing through me: excitement, wonder, and abject fear, but they were all there. I knew that horror movies could take place in space, but I still never pictured myself traveling there. I thought that the small town of Carousel would be the limit of our exploration. As I walked up to the giant ship, I almost forgot that I was in a horror movie, and I was thrilled. But that feeling quickly left me because, in space, small mistakes could become big mistakes, and whatever lay in the stars waiting for us would be deadlier than I could imagine. "So, what's the story, you think?" Isaac asked nervously. It was on everyone's mind as we were waiting to load onto the ship, which was leaving much sooner than the tour guide trip would have seemed to suggest. "Are we going to fight aliens?" he asked before I could answer. "In space, they have a home field advantage." "Well, to them, we'll be the aliens," Antoine said. "Which means we have the home field advantage in space." Isaac laughed. "I don't know," I said. "Aliens are likely, but there are other possibilities, like robots which got name-dropped. We could be dealing with something like interdimensional demons, but I haven't seen any clues for that yet. Of course, there are always environmental disasters in a closed space like this. Maybe we hit an asteroid field, or we get stranded on a moon, but yeah, aliens seem most likely." No one was comforted, but then I wasn't trying to comfort them. As they stood and waved, I approached Ramona and pulled her aside. Something had occurred to me. "This is the worst time to bring this up," I said as we got away from the others. "I've put off asking you about this, but I just have to." "Okay," she said. "So ask." "We're about to be in outer space in a little metal box. I have to wonder whether or not your friend is coming." "My friend?" she asked. "The Mercer poltergeist," I said. "We know about that. We didn't want you to feel excluded, but I just have to know if we're in danger because, if so, you may need to just stay behind." Even if it meant she was written off, we couldn't risk her family's genetic curse appearing on a spaceship. "Well, I haven't had an attack since I was a little kid, and that was before I remember. So I doubt one is coming now," she said. "I didn't realize you guys knew so much about that." "Yeah, I've met him before. Great guy," I said. "That's not my experience." Ramona said, "It only starts to act up when you're in contact with other Mercers, or at least normally. Honestly, I haven't had it happen in my entire adult life. I don't think it's going to happen right now. I don't think Carousel would like that." She made a good point. Carousel itself might step in to prevent any unscripted visit from the poltergeist. At the end of the day, Carousel wanted a good film. Strangely, that was comforting to think about. Maybe she would even need tropes to use him. "Is that why you guys look at me the way you do?" she asked. "Because you know?" "No," I said. "It's the whole being born in Carousel and the strange relationship with Silas Dyerkin that does it." "Oh," she said. "Right." I realized she might have been hurt by that. "I was trying to make a joke," I said. "We're good with you. You're fine. Now, let's go kill some aliens." She nodded, and we returned to the group. I wondered if I could have handled that any worse. As we walked back, I saw a large transparent cube sitting on a desk in the distance. Inside the cube was a floating hologram of a ship, or at least its blueprints. I noticed that large rubber gloves were attached to the cube so that you could stick your hands through and manipulate something inside. As I approached it, it became clear how it worked. I put my hands into the rubber gloves and started moving the hologram around in 3 dimensions. The device seemed both high-tech and low-tech at the same time. I could almost imagine something like this existing in the real world. The thing was, the hologram that I was manipulating was not the ship that stood before us. In fact, I could hardly think of it as being a ship. It looked more like a giant barge, an interconnected labyrinth of high-tech structures in the 1980s style. Like everything else other than the white ship in the building, the story has been taken without consent. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. I read closely. IBC. Integrated Behavioral and Environmental Control System. As I played with it, the others approached. It looks like Legos, Isaac said. Or like hamster tubes but with more metal. He was right. The design was modular in that there were lots of different units that looked like they had been connected to each other. And there were many places where additional units could be connected but were not. The IBEX system. One of the NPCs said as she approached. Her name was Flannery. Old technology, she said, but charming. You could attach new modules to suit your needs. I always wished they hadn't scrapped that product line. Why did they scrap it? I asked. Oh, who knows, she answered. A million reasons, but mostly quality control. They used to make a big deal out of bringing in clients and letting them design their own special ships that would meet their unique specifications. Project managers loved these because they could make their ships without having to consult a scientist or engineer. Of course, there were inefficiencies and an over-reliance on automation to keep the ships running. If you're interested, we'll probably get a good look at this one while we're up there. The one that left 13 months ago, Antoine asked. She nodded. Our ship's faster. We've just been told that we are to meet up with the captain of the IBCS so you can shake his hand. Either virtually or maybe even physically. That should be a fun experience, don't you think? I did not predict it would be a fun experience, but I smiled and nodded. So we were going up in an advanced spaceship to meet a far less advanced spaceship with noted engineering problems. Since we were off-screen, Antoine didn't have any problems asking, "Do you think that's where the main characters are?" I was coming to that conclusion as I played with the hologram, trying to memorize things. Location Scout hadn't lied to me. All of the rooms, hallways, and other locations it had told me about were in this story. They were just on a spaceship. I nodded my head. There were a lot of miners on that ship if the number of sleeping bays was any indication. We needed to be on the lookout for 3 NPCs who represented the players we would be rescuing. Keeping those NPCs alive was how we accomplished the rescue. Now, we just needed to find them. There were so many things lying about that room and so many NPCs shuffling to and fro. We were in the very early part of the party phase, and it felt like there was so much to learn. So we all just spread out and tried to discover things. Ultimately, the NPCs were too busy, and it looked like we had already reached our limit for what we were going to learn here in Carousel. It was time to take off and fly into outer space, which was also in Carousel somehow. After much more searching and not much finding, other than a few scraps of details here and there, we found the names of some of the officers who would be on the ship we were headed toward the IBCS. We also found the name of our ship, the HELIO. Then, NPCs, including Flannery and Rudy, ushered us onto the white ship and showed us where we would be sitting during takeoff. The design of the ship was strange. It oddly reminded me of a racquetball court with a walkway wrapped around so that people could look down at the players. It was an odd description, but it felt right. We would sit down in the place where the court would be, and up above, on the walkway, was the bridge. Was it possible that Location Scout had mentioned bridge and that I had not realized what it meant? I didn't remember. It didn't seem like anything on this ship was a shooting location, other than the main galley. There weren't a lot of other places on this ship. There were a couple of hallways and a few rooms here and there, but not enough to account for all the locations I had seen. The rest must have been on the IBCS. Whenever we lost gravity, we would be able to float from our seats all the way up into the bridge to see what the pilot and the various crew members were doing if we wanted to. At least, this assumed they had not yet figured out artificial gravity, which was a staple of space horror. I was so nervous I couldn't stand it. All of the surfaces were white, and the only colors were a sort of desaturated orange and a desaturated blue. Machines beeped, and lights flashed all around the main room. They didn't fit with the aesthetic of anything I had seen so far, but I was not going to complain. As I sat on the ship, I became certain that this ship was not from this storyline. It didn't fit. It was too advanced. It was from somewhere else, someone else. It was just here for us. We all strapped in. Kimberly sat tucked into her seat, which looked like a big white egg with her eyes closed, clearly not thrilled about what was about to happen. They did not take their time or walk us through it, which frustrated me to no end. I wished that someone had talked to us and told us what was happening, but they just didn't because none of it was on screen. Take off in 5, 4, 3, 2. Beneath us, thrusters started to come to life, and our strange egg-shaped chairs seemed to adjust to the vibrations. Lift off. We were in the air, rising quickly. Around us were portholes with bubble-shaped windows so that we could see outside. The biggest of those were the ones above us, which were so large that they took up much of the front of the ship. I don't think I breathed once the entire time we were rising. I heard the others screaming, but I didn't really register it. The turbulence increased, and the chair tried to counteract it, but I still felt it. The G-forces pressed down on me as I sunk back into my seat, and it felt like my skin was being pulled down over my face. Then, just as I couldn't take it anymore, it all stopped. Congratulations. A voice sounded over the intercom. You have officially made it to space. The feeling of weightlessness overcame me for a moment, but only for a moment. As I predicted, the artificial gravity kicked in, but strangely, it was dragging us toward the blank white wall in front of us instead of toward the back of the ship. I felt like I was about to fall forward, except I didn't because my egg-shaped seat, as well as all of the other objects in the room, started to move forward along lighted paths in the ground. We moved forward until we reached the wall, which had a curved corner instead of a sharp 90-degree turn. Then, our chairs just kind of moved along the wall until the wall became the floor beneath us, and the artificial gravity suddenly made sense. Everything in this room had done that, including the bridge, which now stood before the large portholes that were at the front of the ship, so that the pilot could now see out, and so could we. We could see the stars. We were in space. My sense of wonder was on overdrive. But the longer we moved along, the more my sense of dread kicked in. Kimberly might have passed out in her seat. I couldn't tell because she just sat there with her eyes closed. Isaac looked dizzy, and Cassie was crying. Antoine was still excited and was hooting and hollering. I wanted to throw up or pee my pants, maybe both. They say space is dangerous. They say that it's unforgiving. They say that everything in space is trying to kill you. But hey, we were used to that. It was impossible to forget that I was in space. Even as I stood up and walked around to explore the futuristic vehicle, I could always see the stars through the numerous viewports around the ship. I didn't know if it was the result of Carousel's magic or just the magic of space travel, but I felt an overwhelming awe as we soared through the final frontier. I had a theory that I was never able to disprove. I believed that the ship we were on had nothing to do with the storyline we were running. It was only there to transport us to the setting of the real story. Part of that was the aesthetic difference between it and the rest of what we had seen. But more than that, it was the sterile environment. There was nothing to be learned here. There were no clues about the storyline hidden throughout most of the ship. The NPCs were also very uninterested in the amazing technology that they were operating mindlessly. It was almost as if they themselves didn't realize how incredible this ship was. I couldn't shake that feeling. There were only 2 NPCs actually awake aboard the ship. There were 3 others, but I wouldn't see them for a few hours after we took off. If there was only one part of the ship that was relevant to the story, it was in an area called the cryo-sleep quarters. Interestingly, even though the room was called cryo-sleep quarters, when we entered it and looked around, it became clear that cryo-sleep was an exaggeration. The NPC Flannery was there to explain to us something called the deep sleep chambers. These chambers stuck out like a sore thumb. They were made of polished metal, not that weird white material that the rest of the ship was, and they had lots of loose hoses and cords coming from them, whereas every other piece of advanced technology on the ship seemed to operate without any such cords. The deep sleep chambers fit better in with the technology we had seen back on the ground. What do you mean, deep sleep chambers? Dina asked. Well, You'll go to sleep in these beds, and they'll keep you alive for the dull parts of the flight, Flannery explained. Dina did not seem very happy about that. In truth, none of us did. How long exactly will we be asleep? Kimberly asked as Flannery started to open up one of the chambers to show us what it looked like inside. Although the upper of the chamber lid was covered in glass, it was difficult to see inside because that glass was frosted. It should take us approximately 4 months to catch up with the IBCS, Flannery said. We all looked at each other, being off-screen. We didn't have to hide what we were thinking. I really hope that's a fake 4 months, Isaac said. We couldn't imagine spending a literal 4 months asleep, wasting even more of our lives on one storyline. But we totally believed that it was possible. Don't worry, it really is just like falling asleep, she said. I examined the machine closely, along with the others. 3 of them were in use. It was easy to tell because we could see the NPCs inside of them through the frosted glass on the red wallpaper. I was hoping that Bobby would be inside one of them, but he wasn't. That would be cheating because he would have the general backstory for his character and be able to fill us in on everything we needed to know. How about that thing over there? Cassie asked, pointing toward one of the pieces of machinery on the wall of the room. It was quite large, and it was made of the same white material that everything else on the ship was. At first, I didn't think anything of it, but then I realized that it did show up on the red wallpaper in the way that trope items did. Except it had no trope, it was just labeled Foremother. Flannery looked over and said, "That's our Foremother. It contains genetic samples from all the animals on Earth and is capable of cloning them. In fact, we have some samples that we're supposed to be supplying to the IBCS." Get this, one of the officers asked for clones of his dogs. She started to laugh. It sounded like we had found Bobby and his dogs. The narrative has been taken without authorization. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. So you're telling me that this machine can create any animal it wants based on its genetic code? I asked. Yes, she said. It's something new Carousel is trying just for this flight. One day, it will be a basic requirement for all starfaring ships. In case it gets stranded on a new planet without much life, it can seed the planet with animals from our world and help make sure that they have the traits they need to survive on that planet, either as a food source for humans or simply to spread the embers of life around the universe. Or, in this case, carry dogs into outer space. I had a hard time believing that the same civilization that built these 90s atom deep sleep chambers was able to build a sophisticated cloning machine like that. I imagined that it hadn't. That machine wasn't part of the story. It was a prop. I have a question, I asked. Is there some part on that contraption that, if it went missing, would shut the entire machine down so that it couldn't be operated? Flannery looked at me, confused, but after a few moments, she said, sure. It has a dynamic spark in its power relay that would shut it down if it went missing. But I assure you, we checked, and it is there. She left us inside the room, and I turned to Dina and said, maybe it would be best if that dynamic spark, or whatever it is, went missing. I really didn't have time to deal with clones. I just want your bosses to know that if the idea is that we're all tourists who want a prize to get to see the solar system, then putting us inside ice boxes like this is counterproductive and inconsistent with our underlying character arcs, Isaac said aloud as the lid on his deep sleep chamber was being closed. I have told you a dozen times that you are not going to be frozen, Flannery said. You're just going to be put into an induced sleep and fed intravenously. He was having fun with her, watching how she reacted to his rants and remarks. He knew that somewhere, someone was writing a script for her, and he was dead set on talking directly to them. I also know what intravenously means, Isaac said. And you haven't put any tubes in me yet, so I don't know how this thing is going to work. Flannery closed the lid, and while he was muffled, we could still hear what he was saying because the deep sleep chambers were not airtight. These were not cryosleep or anything similar to that. We were literally just going to be put into induced comas. Or at least that's what the lore of the storyline indicated. Carousel's magic would probably do the real trick. We had yet to be on screen during our entire trip, which told me that nothing that was happening mattered. Isaac had a point. Our characters were allegedly contest winners who got to tour the galaxy so that we could write testimonials used in advertisements for Carousel's space tourism ventures. But that was a very thin premise that was clearly not part of any story. It was just supposed to help us understand why we were there. The real story was on the ship we were headed toward. The deep sleep chamber was actually quite comfortable. At first, it looked like I would be lying on a cotton sheet, but it wasn't cotton. It was a soft material that felt like fabric but was clearly rubber or gelatin or something similar. Laying down on it felt like I was floating. There was machinery inside that started to wiggle as I lay down and got comfortable. I jumped when I felt some weird machinery jiggle my thigh muscle from underneath the gelatin I was lying on. "Don't worry about that," Flannery said. "The machine is designed to make sure that your body gets the movement it needs to stay healthy while you're asleep." "You said we'd be fed intravenously," I asked. "Yes," she said. The thing was, I could actually see the part of the machine that was supposed to fit around my arm and connect a series of tubes to my circulatory system or whatever. And yet she made no effort to attach it. I had a feeling that we weren't actually going to be put to sleep not using whatever technology the bed was designed for. Then why were we being put in the beds at all? Was this a learning opportunity? I lay back and rested my head on a pillow made of the same material as the rest of my body. I watched as the frosted glass moved up and covered my face. I looked around and realized that while the technology had reminded me of something that would take hundreds of years for humanity to develop, it wasn't the futuristic thing that it appeared to be. There were no fancy arms that could stitch my wounds or perform surgery. There were no holographic displays of my vitals. It was just a fancy bed and some sleeping chemicals. While the ship that we were on was so advanced that I couldn't even picture humanity being able to build it, this device was not. While it was difficult to imagine it being built in some alternate history's 1980s, it wasn't impossible. It felt grounded and real, and for that reason, something was foreboding about it. Unlike the futuristic ship, which was basically magic to me, this chamber felt like a product to house appliance. I lay there and tried to identify what my misgivings were about it. But while I was thinking about it, I fell asleep. I awoke rested and ready for whatever came. I was still off screen, and we were nearly halfway through the party phase. All of this, and we still didn't know what this storyline was about. The apparatus that was meant to feed and monitor my health intravenously still wasn't attached to my arm. To us, it was basically a prop. "Rise and shine," Flannery said as she pulled back the top of my chamber. I took a deep breath and sat up. I felt great, genuinely happy. Antoine had brought his trope that was supposed to make sleep very refreshing among other things. And while I was skeptical that it was worth taking up the trope slot, I definitely wasn't going to complain about it. "Come on, people, get up," Antoine said. "We have some touristing to do." He jumped up from his chamber, hooted and hollered, and clapped his hands. I felt excited to get out of bed. Even Cassie looked happy. And looking grumpy in the mornings was one of her things. I noticed that my clothes were still clean. It was almost as if I hadn't really been wearing them for 4 months. As I walked out of the room, I saw Isaac standing in front of one of the portholes, looking out at the stars. "Are these our stars?" he asked. It was a good question. Carousel had different stars than the real world. I hadn't quite memorized them in the way that I had the Big Dipper or Polaris. So it was hard for me to say if we had actually moved into outer space or if we had just been flying in circles. To Carousel, would that be a trivial thing? Would it be hard to send us out into the galaxy for a storyline? I had no idea. "Hey, you're awake," said Rudy, the only other named NPC on the ship besides Flannery. There were 3 others, but they were named Ship Assistants 12 and 3. Rudy was something of a captain, but it was hard to tell what his actual rank was until he said it later. I didn't even know if he would have lines in the actual storyline or if he and Flannery were just here to guide us to where we needed to be. "We're having a little bit of trouble here with the IBCS," he said. "Here we go," Antoine said. "What kind of trouble?" "Nothing big. They're not putting out a mayday or anything like that, but we can't get them to respond. The IBEX itself is responding, but it would appear well. Here, let me just call again." "Why would you show us the message? Aren't we supposed to be reviewing you or something? Why would you want us to see you fail?" Isaac asked under his breath. Luckily, Cassie was there to elbow him. I didn't think Carousel would punish him for mocking it off screen, but it might. He was a comedian, so it wasn't exactly unexpected. But I sure wished that he would vent his frustrations without his little jokes. As someone who felt they had a disturbingly personal relationship with Carousel, I didn't think he wanted to poke that bear, but I couldn't quite get him to stop completely. "Here's the Ibex," Rudy said. "Hello. You can call me Ibex. Is there something I can help you with, crew of the Helio?" "Yeah, IBCS," Rudy said. "We've got a rendezvous with you coming up, but we can't seem to signal Captain Marlin. Can you help us out with that?" "Of course. Would you like me to send him a personal message? He can read it when he wakes up." "Is he not up?" Rudy asked. "Is he still in deep sleep?" "While I appreciate your concern for Captain Marlin's health, information about KRSL employees, especially officers, is private. I'm sure you can understand." Rudy hit a button on his control panel, which appeared to mute his mic. These damn things," he said. "Computer, is the Ibex running an outdated artificial intelligence?" The ship we were on, which I had not yet heard speak, suddenly spoke. "No, Captain. The Ibex has been updated with the latest compatible artificial intelligence. Its central computer could operate under strict KRSL operational procedures." Rudy looked back at us and said, "You gotta learn how to speak to these things. They're really smart out of the box. But then corporate goes in and gives them parameters and limitations. You never know what you're gonna get." "It's not going to tell us about what's happening on the ship?" I asked. "Well, hold your horses," Rudy said. "We just have to find somebody with clearance to tell it to wave them. These old AIs can be a pain in the butt, but they do respect rank." Wave must have meant message in this context. He would go on to repeat it a lot. He tapped the button on his control panel again. "IBCS. This is Captain Mills of the Helio. I'm commanding you to wake your captain." "Hello, Captain Mills," the AI said. "As you are captain of the Helio and not captain of the IBCS, I am not beholden to your orders unless commanded to be. Can you send a wave to any high-ranked officer aboard so that I can talk to a human?" Captain Mills asked. Ibex seemed to think about that for a moment, and fortunately, I am restricted to act under the authority of Captain Marlin or any of his officers acting in his stead. "Yes," Rudy said. "I'm asking you to let me talk to one of those officers. Tell me what you would like to say, and I will send it to them as a message," Ibex said. "They can read it when they wake up." Was everyone asleep? This went on for an embarrassing amount of time before we realized that it was just happening on a loop. Rudy Mills would never be able to break through the AI. That was our job. "Just a moment, Captain," Antoine said. He looked at me and shrugged his shoulders as if I was supposed to have something to say. I thought for a moment, and that's when I remembered the plot cycle had been moving without us. It wasn't because of anything that we were doing. We were still off screen. I held up a finger as I thought. If the plot was moving forward, that potentially meant that someone was doing something on screen. "IBCS, I said. "Hello." IBCS responded. "May I ask who I'm speaking to?" "Riley Lawrence," I said, not knowing if that would mean anything to the supercomputer. "Mr. Lawrence, you are one of 7 prize winners with KRSL's Spacefaring Initiative. I have been given direct orders to engage with you on any matter you have clearance for. You have the rank of ambassador. What would you like to discuss?" "I'm an ambassador," I asked. "Okay, ambassador. What would you like to ask?" he responded. I rolled my eyes. "Can you give us a wave to any person on the ship that is awake?" I asked. I didn't know if I was using the word wave correctly, but who cared? "I can try, Ambassador Lawrence. However, it is customary that ships be within hailing distance before a wave can be sent." "How far are we from hailing distance?" I asked. "Not far at all," Rudy said. "Right on time." The giant porthole in front of us started to close in on a ship that would make the Titanic look like a bath toy. I had played with it as a little holographic projection, manipulating it, trying to remember basic layouts and architecture. But seeing it in person really put things in perspective. It was huge and incredibly confusing. The modular design prevented it from looking anything like a spaceship I recognized from most science fiction. Pathways, arches, and entire portions of the ship were connected by one thin hallway. It was ridiculous and labyrinthine. Buried underneath tons of different modules connected this way was the core ship, which was just a giant rocket, but then, at certain places, other rockets were attached to the modules. It looked like something someone had built in a video game, and less like something that would be built by a serious engineer. "Are we at hailing distance yet?" I asked. We should be any moment, Rudy said. Just about there. It felt like he was going to tell us the moment we got close enough. But he didn't need to, because as soon as we were close enough for hailing distance, the ibex appeared on the red wallpaper. IBC. Blood armor. Unauthorized use. This story is on Amazon without permission from the author. Report any sightings. Tropes. Cold, impassionate logic. Empathy and compassion have no power here. All Moxie checks will use savvy instead. Blind spots. This entity is very intelligent, but has notable holes in their logic or plan that serve as a weakness or hazard. Ghost in the machine. This entity will reform as long as there is any vessel within which it is able to. Minion maker. This entity is capable of making minions. Territorial. This killer will punish those who harm its domain. Bottomless bag of tricks. The villain has so many different in-universe abilities that they can employ new abilities in the finale without needing to establish them in the narrative. Obstacle course. This entity will help form a set of obstacles that the players must overcome to survive. The win condition is beat the clock. Stickler for the rules. This entity has a set of rules or goals that it will always strive to abide by or achieve. Whether is able to is another question. Ibex, the artificial intelligence, and the ship itself was an enemy. It was beginning to look like we were facing off against a rogue AI. Sure would have been nice to have a scholar, because we were off-screen. I just read off all the tropes. The NPCs ignored me, and my friends absorbed what I was saying with a mixture of confusion and dread. There was nothing outright terrifying about its tropes. It didn't sound evil, but it didn't have to. If our enemy was super intelligent and vastly more capable than us, it could be very difficult to save the NPCs we had to save in order to rescue the downed players. So the AI killed everybody, Isaac said. We don't know that yet, I said. I turned back to the control panel where I assumed the microphone was and said, IBCS. Can you please wave anyone on board who is awake? I'm sorry, Ibex said. Can you specify who you would like to talk to? I looked at my friends. We knew exactly who we wanted to talk to. In fact, we knew several people. Can we speak to Bobby Gill, please? Officer Bobby Gill. Flannery had told us that one of the officers had his dog's DNA carried to him in the cloning machine. I could think of a person who might like something like that. I'm sorry, Ibex said. Officer Gill is indisposed. He's asleep, I asked. Officer Gill is indisposed. Would you like to talk to someone else? Sounds like the rogue AI already killed Bobby, Isaac said. I ignored him. Though oddly, that comment did make calmness wash over me. Thanks to Isaac's gallows humor trope. This is Cassie Hughes, Cassie said. I'd like to speak to Dr. Andrew Hughes. Miss Hughes, Ibex said. Yes, I think I can allow that. You are listed as Dr. Andrew Hughes' emergency contact. We didn't know whether the NPCs that represented the downed players would be named after them, but we had discussed it as a possibility. Lo and behold, it turned out to be correct. We waited while Ibex played some elevator music. Then, the audio stream stopped being an audio stream as a glass screen on the control panel lit up with video footage of a room the size of a warehouse filled with deep sleep chambers. The footage cycled around from several different cameras placed around the warehouse, which was truly enormous, larger than an airplane hangar. It would seem that several communication panels containing cameras were placed throughout. Eventually, the screen settled on one view. What is going on there? Flannery asked as she looked closely at one of the screens. Those deep sleep chambers are all lit up. Yeah, that is weird, Rudy said. Must be some malfunction. Maybe that's why everyone's still asleep. We all stared, squinting at the screen intently, not sure what we were looking for. There were rows and rows of these chambers. I was reminded of the strings-attached basement filled with casks of wizards, except there were even more of these sleep chambers stacked on top of each other, with ladders in between them like bunk beds. They all flashed red, except for the three in the center of the frame that the current camera point of view was staring at. These three were special because they were not stacked on top of each other. They were on a weird platform underneath a large industrial air conditioning unit. From what I could tell, it almost looked like their chambers had been stuck up under the machine as an afterthought because there was no way that they could stand up straight if they were to get out of their chambers. Every inch mattered when you were trying to transport cargo, even if that cargo was people. I could see the lights on the side of the chamber in the center of the three tucked under the air conditioning unit coming to life. It's waking him up, Rudy said, as if reading my mind. It was kind of interesting watching and waiting for the person to get out of the chamber. Would the NPC that was supposed to represent Dr. Andrew Hughes look like him? Or would it just be some random guy? We didn't know, but I could see Isaac and Cassie holding their breath, waiting for the off chance that they might be about to see their brother. After a few moments, the top of the chamber slid down, and a man sat up. "That's not him," Cassie said, or at least started to say, because halfway through, she said, "What is wrong with his face?" Indeed, even though the picture was not very clear, there was something odd about his face. It was covered in red, bleeding splotches, and as the man climbed out of his chamber and approached, I could see a look of complete defeat on his face. At that moment, we were just over halfway through the party phase. As the man stumbled over from his chamber toward the communication panel, I could see that whoever this guy was, he had been through it. His eyes were practically dead. "Hello," he screamed as he walked closer to the communication panel. "Please, is someone there? Please, on screen." Finally, "Dr. Andrew Hughes, I presume?" Captain Rudy Mills said. "Yes, thank God," the NPC playing the real Dr. Andrew Hughes said. Even through the screen, I could see him on the red wallpaper, in the place where he might usually have a trope. He simply had a small plaque that read, "Player Surrogate, Dr. Andrew Hughes, Doctor Archetype." His plot armor was 25. "You don't understand. Ibex is maddening. It won't let us out of this part of the ship because of our rank." "Ho, ho, ho there, son," Rudy said. "Can you explain what's going on? Why am I having trouble communicating with Captain Marlin?" Dr. Andrew Hughes, or at least the man playing him, was broken. I saw tears streaming down from his face. "He's not available," he said. "It's nobody but the three of us. I think it's because we were stuck underneath that air circulating unit. I think it shielded us from them." "Shielded you from what?" Rudy asked. But as he spoke, Dr. Andrew Hughes continued to speak as if he was delirious. "We can't get Ibex to knock us back out, not for longer than a few hours. It says it's protocol. Everything is protocol. Please, Captain Mills, can you please tell Ibex to let us out?" "Take a deep breath, son," Rudy said. "I don't understand what the problem is. Why is everyone still in their sleep chambers?" Then Dr. Andrew Hughes started to laugh, or cry, or convulse. I couldn't tell. I could see the camera started to zoom in as he clicked a button on the panel. "Don't you see them?" Andrew said. "They're everywhere." As he zoomed in, I started to see something. It was strange. Like piles of dirt surrounding all of the chambers in view. They were so small and so everywhere that when things were zoomed out, I couldn't quite make them out. It almost looked like grain in the picture. But as he zoomed in, I realized that these chambers were surrounded and covered by whatever those little brown specks of dirt were. "Oh my God," Dina said. "Oh my God, oh my God." I still didn't know what we were looking at. It just looked like somebody had tossed coffee grounds around the entire room, piling them up near the chambers. "What is it?" Ramona asked, finally engaged. "You guys don't know what that is?" Dina asked. I didn't. But as the NPC continued to press zoom on the camera panel, I started to get a better view of whatever those little things were. It never got close enough that I could actually see them, but I could see mounds of them. I could see them moving, wriggling. "Is this some kind of alien?" Isaac asked to someone. It might have been an alien, not to us. What we were seeing was one of the most vile creatures ever born across the multiverse. Bedbug's plot armor, tropes. No rest for the wicked. This creature will relentlessly pursue its quarry with no breaks. Fungible enemy. This creature is composed of countless largely interchangeable units whose numbers will not diminish until the scene is concluded. There always seems to be more to come. Fate doesn't run. This creature will not run after its victim. Yet they are never far behind in a chase scene. Buffs hustle saving throws. Obstacle course. This creature will help form a set of obstacles that the players must overcome to survive. The win condition is beat the clock. Thoroughly dispersed. This creature's group can instantly occupy the entirety of a set area, making it appear omnipresent and unpredictable to characters. Dark Aura. This being has an aura with wide-ranging effects, from fear to some combination of status ailments. Aura will bypass all stats on first exposure. Zombie apocalypse is a setting. This creature is not a true antagonist but rather forms the setting of the storyline. Efforts to eliminate them will be hampered. The true conflict of the story is exacerbated by them, the madness. This creature infects characters with an assortment of mental ailments, including paranoia and sleep deprivation. The truth of this storyline began to form in my mind as I stared at the screen. This wasn't an action film. We weren't fighting aliens. This was something different. Another breed of horror film altogether. Arguably, a harder one. This wasn't just a spaceship. This ship was an escape room. I was finally getting a good understanding of how Dina's trope actually worked. I could read all I wanted from the Carousel Atlas. But it wasn't until I started this storyline that it really came together and formed a complete picture in my mind. We were cut off from the story. Sure, we were there. And it was possible that some little indication of our existence might end up in the final film. But we were not really characters. We were warm bodies that happened to be in the same vicinity of the story. And I was clueless as to how we were going to fix that without causing bigger problems. I had some idea of how to direct the action of a storyline when I was a character in one. And even though I was usually a secondary character, or at least I started as one that was worlds apart from what I was here. A nameless voice over an intercom. I had to imagine that the isolated nature of this storyline played into how Dina's rescue manifested. I could see that drive. Andrew Hughes, or at least the NPC playing him, as well as Michael Brooks and Leela White, were on screen most of the time. That was a problem. As NPCs, they didn't need off-screen breaks. This storyline could end up being very quick, even when we spoke to them, and they went off-screen to respond. They didn't stay off-screen long. How were we supposed to make our presence known enough that we could affect the final film? Could we really pull this off from the shadows? I didn't know. Leela White was a wallflower, and the NPC playing her was living up to that name. Even as Michael and Andrew discussed what they were going to do, she stayed in the back with her arms crossed, looking nervous and disgusted by the bugs on her. She was small and pale and might have made a good hysteric. I couldn't blame her for that part. I was so glad we didn't run this storyline as prep. I couldn't imagine being in a situation like that myself. There was no way to kill the enemy. They were surrounded. And from the look of the bedbug tropes, I had the feeling the bedbugs were just not going to go away. They had a plot armor of 100. Could an enemy like that be defeated in a traditional way? Would it be a waste of time to try? Can you please open the door? Andrew Hughes asked, trying not to allow his emotion to reach his voice but failing. I'm sorry, Ibex said, but I need an officer's approval to allow you out of this room. None of the officers can awaken, don't you understand? They're being sedated right now for their own health. Isn't there some protocol for this situation? Andrew asked. While KRSL leads several industries in preparedness and innovation, it is not guaranteed that every situation will be accounted for. This is why it's imperative to rely on our trained officers and business managers. But they are all sedated, Andrew said. Yes, Ibex said. I am unable to circumvent my protocols on this matter. Let me check to see if I have any wiggle room. Nope. I have sent a message to KRSL headquarters with a comprehensive explanation of the problem and expect to hear a response within 3 months. 3 months? Michael screamed. Are you kidding me? We're going to be dead in 3 months. There's no food. That is incorrect. Ibex said. I am stocked with plenty of nutrition for the whole crew. We even have a live protein incubator on this ship. What did live protein incubator mean exactly? But we can't get to it unless you let us out of this room, Michael said. Ibex must have been stumped there because it didn't answer. I didn't know what to do to help with the situation. But one thing that made sense to me was that I had to talk to Ibex and try to understand how it worked. I couldn't tell if it was just a series of pre-recorded messages combined with a bit of old-school tech know-how or if it was genuine artificial intelligence by sci-fi standards. I sat down in one of the chairs on the flight deck and opened a chat with IBCS. It was easy because all I had to do was think about it and press a button. And unless I just happened to press the right button, it would seem that Carousel didn't care about the specifics. It was make-believe. IBCS. Do you know what's going on? I asked. It would appear that most of the employees and private contractors I am carrying have not awoken from their deep sleep chambers due to negative readings on their health monitors. IBCS answered. He was talking to me and to the NPCs at the same time. 2 different conversations. What is causing the health issue? I asked as the others gathered around me. While your concern for the private contractors and officers aboard my sleeping bays is laudable, I cannot disclose medical information that is deemed private. I hope you understand. Ibex said. I was prepared for evil artificial intelligence gone rogue, but ultra-bureaucratic artificial intelligence was proving to be far more frustrating. There's something on the floor and covering the sleeping bay. Can you tell me what I am seeing? I asked. I could see up on the monitor as the camera zoomed in close enough to make out the individual wriggling bed bugs marching to and fro. It would appear that... He paused. Excuse me. I have gathered the information that you require, Ibex said. And I will make sure that Captain Marlin is apprised of it immediately. There was something strange in his automated voice, almost like a disc skipping, as if he wanted to say something but immediately changed his direction. The image on the screen right now, Kimberly said, having found a tie to put her hair up in a ponytail. What is on that image? Just answer that. Those are bedbugs, I believe, Ibex said. So you're infested with bedbugs, right? Kimberly asked. No, Ibex said. The pre-launch procedures designed by Carousel have been tested as being 100% effective at preventing contamination and infestation of all foreign life forms. We looked at each other in frustration. But the image on the screen showing the interior of the sleeping bay shows bedbugs, Antoine asked. Yes, the images of bedbugs, Ibex responded. We looked at each other. It's like he has some kind of mental block, Cassie said. He can't acknowledge what's going on. That made me think of something. When you said you sent a message to headquarters, did you mention the bedbugs? I asked. IBCS took a while to answer, but then he said, it isn't clear whether you are permitted to know the contents of a message sent to headquarters. I thought for a moment, maybe you should send a similar message to nearby ships in case there are any qualified officers on board who may be able to relay your message more efficiently, I suggested. Does your protocol forbid that? For a few moments, Ibex did not say anything. My protocol does not directly forbid that. I have sent Mayday Beacon with a similar message encoded, Ibex said. I looked over at Rudy, the captain of the Helios. Did we get that Mayday? Rudy looked at the screen and said, yes, we did. He clicked something, and an indicator appeared on his screen. Open the message, Rudy said. The Helios voice responded. This message is for officers ranked A3 or above. I am the captain of this ship, Rudy said. You will open that message. That's an order. At that, it appeared that the message was open. Rudy read through it. No, he didn't mention bedbugs, Rudy said. He just said it was some sort of mysterious malfunction or health problem. That wasn't useful to us directly, except it did give us insight into IBCS's thinking. Okay, I said. So the first thing we know is that it cares about corporate hierarchy to the letter but not necessarily the spirit of the rules. It could send a message for a high-ranked officer to this ship. And then the captain of this ship could order his ship to read the message. But he couldn't just directly tell us what was in the message. Sounds like wonderful design, Isaac said. What it sounds like, Antoine said, is that they put all of their effort into advancing technology and nothing into stopping hackers. Well, that would be the 1980s sci-fi movies for you, I said. It almost sounds like it just can't admit there are bedbugs, Ramona said. So that's probably why it didn't do anything about it. I didn't know if the programming was that simple, surely. He wasn't restricted from fixing problems just because he wasn't allowed to admit to them. That would be ridiculous. IBCS, I said. What is the procedure for when bedbugs are found aboard the ship in flight? When a commanding officer is made aware of any infestation, such as bedbugs, they will first coordinate with me to develop a plan for addressing the particular needs brought up by the issue. For bedbugs, there are no insecticides aboard the ship. But there are both chemical and alternative methods for dispatching such an infestation. Wait, I said. So your only protocol for dealing with bedbugs assumes that a human officer sees them first. Carousel pre-launch procedures have 100% effectiveness at preventing emergencies like a bedbug infestation. I started to respond, but Antoine jumped in. Wait a minute, he said. Can you say something negative about Carousel for me? Just give me any criticism of the company. Carousel is an exemplary organization, Ibex said. While year after year of increased profits and market performance are not absolute indicators of corporate health, They do suggest a general trend that Carousel is a rapidly advancing and evolving company. That's not what I asked, Antoine said. Can you see any news articles about Carousel that are not flattering? Do you have that kind of information? Alas, Ibex said. Corporate sabotage and smear campaigns have touched many great companies, including Carousel. No meaningful accusations of malfeasance have ever been substantiated. Antoine looked back at us. It can't disparage its company, he said. It literally cannot say something negative or even seem to imply it. Somehow, the pre-launch procedures didn't work. But it won't acknowledge that because it has to pretend those procedures are 100% effective. It's practically blind to the bedbugs. Find this and other great novels on the author's preferred platform. Support original creators. That made sense when it came to actually talking to IBCS. But I had to wonder how deeply that behavior was coded. Was it not able to acknowledge problems that it was told could not exist or that would harm Carousel if discussed? That didn't feel like a complete picture. There was a symphony of errors on that ship. The question was, which errors could we fix? Bedbugs had a long tradition of hurting corporate pocketbooks in the hospitality industry. It would make sense if they had a similar effect on stock prices in a world where people were shipped off into space. We continued to fiddle with Ibex more, trying to understand precisely how he thought and how he reacted. Meanwhile, NPCs Andrew, Michael, and Leela were busy trying their own efforts to get out of the large warehouse that comprised the sleeping bay of the ship. I hadn't been watching them very closely because it didn't seem like they were having much success. Based on the gimmick of Dina's rescue trope, it seemed likely that they could never succeed on their own. The question was, how could we intervene? The answer was not a happy one. The party phase continued to fly by regardless of what we did or said because the story wasn't about us, it was about the psychological horror that the three NPC surrogates were experiencing. Most psychological horror of this ilk did not rely on plot beats based on an antagonist's actions but rather on how a situation affected the emotional well-being of its principal characters. Based on that alone, the story flew by, and I was nothing but a fly on the wall watching it. These NPCs were suffering as the bugs crawled all over. They spasmed and itched and were visibly miserable and jumpy. I watched them through the monitors, which were kindly giving us a live feed of the surrogates. I don't understand how bedbugs would have gotten on the ship to begin with, Andrew Hughes said. The protocols that they had in place were nauseating and repetitious. I don't understand how anything could have gotten on here. They practically scalded our skin off. I'm not surprised at all, Michael said. That was all for show. The procedures. They were trying to prove to us who's boss and how unimportant we were, treating us like cattle being doused in disinfectant. We should never have come here, Leela said. All those people picketing because of safety concerns, why did we not listen? Don't go talking like that, Michael said. We came here for a job, for honest labor. We have nothing to be ashamed of. If those people wanted to work, they would have. The question is, how did bedbugs get here? That's not the question, Andrew said as he paced around to make sure the bugs didn't crawl on him. That question doesn't give us any answers that can help. The question is, how do we get out of this room and get to safety? The longer we wait, the more dire the situation becomes. Spaceships, even with AI, cannot sail indefinitely without human intervention. That is by design. You know what I mean, Michael said. I do, and I think that whatever the answer is, we'll never find it. The protocols that they designed were tested against control groups and volunteers. I've been thinking a lot about this, the methodology they would have used. I doubt they tested it against people who had some motive to sneak in a child's stuffed teddy bear or their lover's perfume coat to keep them warm at night while we're gone in space for nearly 10 years. Carousel's methods were not tested against people who might have a motive to subvert them. And I hate to break this to you, but all the people in these pods, aside from the officers, were not exactly well trained. They didn't understand why we weren't allowed to bring anything from home. All they understood was that they shouldn't get caught. Most of the people in this room had never even been to space before. They weren't ready. They weren't cautious. They didn't know the risks or care. They wanted money. We cast our lot in with rats. And we wonder why we got fleas, or in this case, bedbugs. Oh, because you're so much better than the rest of us, Michael said. You're above it all. I didn't say that, Andrew replied. You think I'd be on this ship if I still had my medical license? No, I'm no better than the rest of them. But I know that I'm not the reason that bedbugs got brought onto this human buffet. I followed the rules. I've been to space before, Michael said. It was a ground conflict in the Martian colonies. A bad case of lice went through my unit. We were all shaved slick as dolphins. Thought that'd be the worst of it. He scratched at his face until blood drenched his fingers. Just watching them itching themselves, wriggling, trying to get some form of relief that never came, I couldn't help but scratch myself. I also vowed that if I ever had the opportunity to give my character a background of fighting in a Martian war, I was going to do it. So, what are we going to do? Michael said. We're gonna try and break the door. No, my friend, Andrew said. You're being far too literal. We're just going to break the glass. I didn't know what he meant until I watched through one of the camera feeds as he pried open a metal panel on the side of the wall and unveiled a small bright red handle behind a glass pane, with a sign above it that read fire alarm. Break the glass, indeed. I almost asked Ibex what the procedure was for when someone pulls a fire alarm, but I didn't because I only felt like I would be ratting on the NPCs. So, instead, I asked Rudy, the captain of our ship. It's not a bad idea, Rudy said. Fire suppression is critical in a spaceship, as you might imagine. The first thing that will happen is that oxygen will get sucked out of that room, not all of it. It won't be a vacuum, but enough that the fire won't spread. Then CO2 will get pumped in. Assuming they have enough of it in storage. It might be nitrogen. I'm not sure how the sedated passengers will factor in. It's hard to tell with old ships like that, especially a modular build like that. We don't know what the procedure is. It might help. It might do nothing. Andrew looked at the others and said, I think you should go into your chambers. We don't know what's going to happen. Michael looked at him and said, I'm not going anywhere. Pull the lever. Leo went into the sleeping chamber and quickly pulled the top up. But based on the lights on the side, it never clicked on. Andrew lifted the glass protective plate and pulled the lever, and nothing happened. What the hell? Andrew said. He pulled the handle a few more times. What's going on? IBCS, he asked. You are not authorized to trigger the alarm. Only Carousel employees have access to that function unless I am able to verify the existence of a fire independently. Andrew dropped to the ground, straight to his knees. Andrew, Michael, and all of the other non-officers on the ship were private contractors, not employees. On some level, it made sense that a spaceship would not just let anyone trigger a fire suppression system. Can we still talk to them? Antoine asked. I think so, I said. But I'm not sure if we should when they're on screen. We need to start telling them what to do. Then, Antoine said. We're almost out of the party phase, and we need to take charge here. Why aren't they doing the obvious thing? Why don't they drag an officer out of his pod and put his eye up against the scanner or something? Isaac asked. There was no eye scanner, but his point wasn't bad. Players would do that, I said. But they're not players. We need to direct them to do things. I say we do that, Isaac said. Couldn't hurt, Antoine added. Undoubtedly. The first thing players would attempt would be to wake up an officer. Of course. Because it was the first thing people would think to do. I doubted it would work. Still, we had to play the game. So, we waited a few moments, long enough for Carousel to get all the shots they needed of the surrogate's depressed reaction to the failed fire alarm stunt. As soon as they went off screen, Antoine walked up to the console with the red button, pressed it, and said, You have to wake up one of the officers. Andrew heard him and asked, Who is this? Do you have any way of getting the ship to let us out of this room? Do what I said, Antoine said. You have to wake up one of the officers. I don't know how, Andrew admitted. Even if we manage to get a chamber open, that doesn't automatically wake up the person that's in it. And we might be seen as hostile by Ibex itself for damaging property. Antoine almost responded again, but then, remembering our team strategies, he gestured for Isaac to speak. Maybe being seen as hostile isn't the worst thing, Isaac said. It might be what it takes to open the door. Andrew's eyes perked up. I could see them even though he wasn't very large on the screen. The realization that he might have to poke the bear seemed to have registered with him. Wait, Isaac said. No, don't do that, Toe. Shit, bad idea, I asked. He nodded his head. Not the worst, but not great. Isaac had hindsight 20/20. It's equipped. He could tell his action was not the best one, but it was too late. Michael had found some piece of pipe lying around the room, and before we could say anything, he was back on screen, smashing the pipe into one of the deep sleep chambers. It only took a moment for us to realize why that might not have been the best decision. However, I was sure Carousel loved it because the ensuing chaos probably provided some terrifying footage. As soon as Michael started attacking the chambers, an emergency protocol was initiated, causing red lights to start blaring around the area where he was smashing things, not just the red lights on the chambers themselves, the room lights, and then the chambers near the incident started to open. "Ramona, get Cassie out of here," I said immediately, as soon as I realized what was about to happen. I didn't know if Ramona understood why, but she grabbed Cassie and dragged her down the platform and away from the side of the monitor. Cassie had a trope that allowed her to share pain with others, and she had a bad habit of triggering it unintentionally, or at least without good forethought. I didn't know if that would happen this time, but I did know that there was undoubtedly about to be a lot of anguish in front of us. It only took a few moments for the screams to start, but they weren't huge. Breathy screams, no, they were choked, miserable screams accompanied by gurgling and coughing. Then, we saw on the screen just how terrible a little bug can be. "How would bedbugs do all this?" Isaac asked, suddenly taking things far more seriously than I had ever seen him. Because on the screen, arms started to rise out of their chambers, bloody, pulpy messes covered in scabs and bleeding wounds that oozed with pus. These people weren't just covered in scabs, though. Many of them were swollen and misshapen, which didn't make sense to me because I had never associated that kind of injury with bedbugs before. But then, there had probably never been, in the history of our planet, a more severe situation involving bedbugs. "Stop it," Andrew said. "It's triggering all of the chambers to open. We have to sedate them again." But I thought that once they were woken up, they wouldn't be able to go back in, Michael said in horror. "Not for more than a few hours unless we can get an officer to." He stopped explaining as his eyes darted around the room. Some of the afflicted were already trying to stumble to their feet, others never actually left their chambers. They couldn't. Andrew immediately began examining some of the injured miners. "But how? No. Anemia, infection, allergic reactions," he said. "They were sensitized to the proteins in the bedbug's saliva and became allergic. We have to get them hooked back up to their chambers now. They need to be on life support." As if to punctuate his demand, some of the awakened began seizing, flailing, and if I wasn't mistaken, going into cardiac arrest. He and Michael began hauling people back to their chambers, though that wasn't particularly difficult as most of them didn't manage to make it far. "What's wrong with that one?" Michael asked, looking at something we couldn't see. "The person was still inside their chamber. They succumbed to infection," Andrew answered. Michael gave another glance back down. We watched in horror as they worked to help return every miner in the vicinity to their chambers. Luckily, only those near where Michael was breaking things actually woke up. The others were still sedated. All told, there were probably 16 miners ejected from their chambers. But their raspy screams filled the room. It must have smelled bad because Michael would gag on occasion. "Why did we do that?" he asked. "Why did I do that? I'm sorry. I'm so fucking stupid." Hey now. Luckily, even though Isaac's suggestion that they act hostile had triggered a mass ejection, causing untold suffering to all those who were broken out of sedation, it did bear fruit. Several of those who were woken up were officers working for Carousel. "Pick one. Anyone," Michael said as they surveyed the 3 officers who had been woken from their chambers. The officers were completely out of it, and while one of them tried to say something unsuccessfully, the other 2 were still under the effects of sedation or infection or allergic reaction or something. They were scabbed over skeletons cursed with life. They had them leaned up against one of the chambers. It was neat that one little suggestion from Isaac, perhaps a little bit too zealous, had set forth an entirely new stream of story. Perhaps it was a brutal version, but it was interesting nonetheless. With one little nudge, we could change the direction of the narrative, and the NPCs would go along with it because they were scripted to follow our lead. At least, they followed our instructions for things like this. "Martinez is the healthiest at first glance," Andrew said, "but he's also the lowest ranked. He was the only one of them who seemed to have a normal-shaped face. The others had strange growths, like their skin had gotten thick or swollen to look like elephant skin covered in scabs. All I care is that he's high enough rank to get us out of this room, Michael said. Andrew nodded. He walked up closer to the character who had the name Martinez on his jumpsuit or whatever it was and examined him. Officer Martinez, this is Drive. Andrew Hughes. Do you understand what I'm saying? Officer Martinez did not respond. He has to be able to talk, right? Michael asked. To open the door. I think so, Andrew said. I'm thinking this is the result of prolonged infection as a result of bites and then agitation from the deep sleep chamber as it stimulated his muscles and his blood ran through his slicker. He's not catatonic. He climbed out of his chamber, but he isn't responding. Curious. Double quotes. Yeah, that's great. Are the other ones alive? Are they brain dead too? Andrew examined Martinez a little further but then moved on to the next one, and then the next one. Officer Imhoff. Andrew asked the man who was mumbling to himself, do you understand me? Imhoff suddenly snapped out of his stupor. If only enough to make eye contact with Drive. Hughes. He swallowed and wriggled his lips as if he was trying to wet his parched mouth. Help, the man rasped. I'm going to help you, Dr. Hughes said. I just need you to tell the computer to open the door to this room. Help, Imhoff repeated. Does he understand what's going on? Michael asked. I noticed that Leela had finally found her way out of her chamber, having missed the terrifying part intentionally. Andrew had a resigned look on his face. An idea struck me. IPCS. Do you see those crew members trying to open the door to the sleeping bay? Yes, they are not authorized, Ibex responded. Did you not hear the command from Officer Imhoff to help them? I did not register that as a command to assist in opening the door, IBCS responded. So, he wasn't that stupid. But there was still hope. That's incorrect, I said. Listen again. As if scripted to do so, Dr. Hughes said again. I need you to tell the computer to open the door to this room. And as he had been repeating, Officer Imhoff whispered in a husky tone, help. See, I said. He's telling you to help them. I was betting that a computer wouldn't be able to pick up on social cues and understand what was going on but would take the literal meaning of the words being spoken. To my most incredible thrill, my little trick worked because moments later, the door to the large room containing all of the deep sleep chambers popped open with the release of steam and slid out of the way. Afterward, Officer Imhoff leaned over and either passed out or died. Either way, they loaded the officers back in their sleep chambers for life support. We were learning. Now, what was next? Time was different between our two ships. This became abundantly clear. And the reason was simple. Our ship had conscious players in it. The other ship, filled with bedbugs and doomed passengers, wasn't exactly speeding up or anything like that. I didn't see them zooming around on the camera. Instead, I could see that all of the NPCs, the conscious ones, at least were going from mark to mark and shooting footage for Carousel. As they did, the timestamp on the footage would jump forward days at a time. It was probably a lot easier for Carousel when all of the characters in the movie were scripted. This spelled trouble for me because I really wanted my dailies trope to activate, which would allow me to see and cut footage from the day before. But because I wasn't experiencing day and night cycles, the dailies didn't come. Luckily, there was something we could do about that. I don't know exactly how this works, Antoine said. There's not, like, a button in my mind or anything. He cleared his throat and then continued. Nighttime. He smacked his hands together. It is now nighttime. We waited for a moment. Sure enough, all of the NPCs on our ship, the Helio, started to shift around as Rudy and Flannery went off to the sleeping room. And some of the others took the helm. As they did, the dailies appeared in my mind on the red wallpaper. Antoine's in bed by 9 trope allowed him to trigger a sort of narrative bedtime that made a lot more sense when you were on Earth. Or at least whatever Carousel was. We weren't spinning on an axis near a star, so nighttime didn't make as much sense. His ability didn't just affect us. No, the time fast-forwarding on the other ship stopped immediately, and the player surrogates started getting ready to try and find a place to sleep, which was something we had not yet seen them do, and for good reason. It was traumatic. They didn't get much sleep. Their entire ship was infested with bedbugs. And although they had managed to make it out of the sleeping bay, the rest of the ship they had access to a large hall, some closets, And a poorly stocked kitchenette was not much more hospitable. How are they everywhere? Leela, the wallflower surrogate, complained as she etched herself into a raw, pulpy mess. Michael, who was pretending to be a soldier archetype, was very angry and losing his self-control. He would bang his fists on doors and scream in frustration as he realized that every single room they went to seemed to be infested. Why would they be in here? This is a closet, he screamed as he knocked down a shelf that held random supplies like flashlights and lanyards. Andrew, the doctor surrogate, was much calmer. That's not to say he was relaxed, but compared to the other two, he was taking things in stride. I told you time and time again, bedbugs can traverse a house easily in chase of prey. And if I'm not mistaken, the ibex systems are unintentionally spreading them. There's an attachment that comes out on a large arm that vacuums the floor. I have to wonder if that very attachment is actually spreading them around the ship. I'm gonna kill somebody, Michael said, if we have to stay in these conditions for much longer. I hope that somebody is me, Andrew said. Watching them was like watching the animatronics on a dark ride. They had fully fledged conversations with each other, and they were some of the most in-depth NPCs I had ever seen. They felt real. Usually, to get that kind of detail, a player had to be involved, activating the dialogue cues to get the proper backstory. I almost felt as if Carousel was using them to show us what it wanted, repeating the same topics over and over again with a slightly different delivery, giving out bits of personality here and there so that Carousel could pick and choose to construct a character arc. It left me wondering if there was a lot more flexibility to being on screen than I initially believed. Of course, I wasn't ready to experiment with those theories just yet. I had yet to be on screen for the entire film. It wasn't too long after Antoine created a nighttime break for the story that Cassie and Ramona started calling our names. I hadn't seen them since we sent them away hours earlier to prevent Cassie from accidentally activating her anguish trope. They were in the sleeping bay of our ship, and as we rushed through the door, I saw that Ramona, Cassie, Isaac, and Dina were all at the back of the room near the strange machine called the Foremother. While it had remained dormant for most of the time we had been there, it was now beeping to life. Some of its eggshell white parts had moved around and shifted to make the machine larger, while others lit up with light to create a screen. "What's going on in here?" Antoine asked. "We touched it." "I didn't touch it," Cassie said. "I just thought about it." "What?" he asked. "I just thought about it. And it started turning on," Cassie explained. As we approached, I saw a red light on the screen, along with many symbols I didn't understand, and the words "Please enter genetic sample" in bright orange letters. Cassie had said that her thoughts had activated it as if she could control it with her mind. In some ways, that made sense because there were no buttons to press. So there had to be some way to control it. The truth became clear moments later. While we weren't exactly enthusiastic about messing with the machine, it was interesting. And we had to believe that Carousel had put it there for some reason, even if the reason was mundane. So we started out with just a quick tap on the screen that did nothing. Oddly, despite the futuristic design, it didn't even have a touch screen. Then, we tried more academic measures, such as whacking the side of the machine in hopes that it would do something. "I'm not sure this is a good idea. I thought I asked you to take away the fuse or whatever it was so it wouldn't power on," I said to Dina. "I did. The NPCs replaced it," she responded. Cassie had developed a very strong interest in it, and to be frank, so did I as I stared at it. It didn't take long for me to realize the machine was whispering to us. I didn't even notice it was happening until I tried to listen to the others talking and realized I could barely hear them over the strange static the machine was putting out. Cassie and I were the only ones to hear it. When I covered my ears and asked people to stop talking, they were confused. "It wants me to put my hand in it," Cassie said. She was right. The whispers, whatever they were, definitely wanted us to interact with it, not in a strange compulsive way, but more in an instruction manual type of way. It was telling us how to operate it. I was so curious that I didn't even stop Cassie when she stuck her hand inside a small opening in the machine. She jerked her hand back out. "It poked me," she said. As soon as she had withdrawn her hand, the opening in the machine closed up seamlessly. It was once again the white eggshell of all the other machines on the ship. Other than the deep sleep pods, the machine hummed and whirred, and warm air seemed to exude from it. though I couldn't see any vents. Moments later, a picture of Cassie appeared on the screen, except this Cassie didn't have pierced ears or tattoos. And she certainly didn't have colored streaks in her hair. It was like a picture created from memory, a police sketch of a fever dream. This story has been taken without authorization. Report any sightings. The readout stated. Subject, analysis complete. Neurocognitive augmentation markers detected and verified. Genetic profile indicates advanced neural capabilities exceeding standard parameters. Proceed with further augmentation or psychic testing protocols as required. Where's the copy button? Isaac asked. What is it saying? Kimberly asked, ignoring Isaac. I started to laugh because I finally figured out one of the crucial questions we had been asking. Why was it that Cassie's psychic trope did not work on the base storyline, but it did work whenever Dina's rescue trope was brought into the mix? This was the reason. This funny machine from the future told us everything we needed to know. There are psychics in the world of the story where this ship is from, I said, but there are no psychics in the world of the story where that it is from. The Ibex doesn't have psychics. This ship does not exist in the base story because it's from somewhere else. Carousel had used pieces of one story to help create the rescue conditions for another. The reason that Cassie and I could hear something coming from the machine was because we had psychic powers from her archetype and my background trope. And it was clear that whatever happened in the storyline the Helio was from. Psychic powers were common enough that they operated machines. In fact, I was almost sure that this ship must literally be an alien craft. Nothing about the Helio required that it be a human vessel. Alright, so how does that help us? Antoine asked. It didn't necessarily. Dina's rescue trope required us to be separate from the action. So Carousel gave us a ship of our own. Kimberly's the penthouse trope guaranteed us desirable lodgings. So we got this alien pleasure vessel instead of some bum cruiser. Bobby's doggy license allowed the use of his dogs in the story, even if we had to create clones using an alien device. All of these factors combined created this mishmash, resulting in a clone machine on a cool alien ship. And none of it I assumed had anything to do with the storyline called Itch. I have no idea, I said. That wasn't quite true. I had a million ideas, but I needed to wait until I found a good one. We didn't want to make the machine do anything. In fact, we weren't even sure it was supposed to be used. The only thing we discovered while messing around with it was that it had profiles for each of Bobby's 5 dogs. The NPC had implied that the dogs were the entire reason the machine was on the ship, so that Bobby could have the dogs that he was licensed to take into the story. Seeing as we didn't need any dogs running around the spaceship, we didn't go anywhere from there. However, as we messed around with it, I started to doubt the cover story that the NPC had given for it as being some Noah's Ark survival machine in case someone was stranded on a planet. The machine was sending instructions to us, and while those instructions were not in English, I never got the impression that it was an emergency device. I had difficulty finding any genetic profiles other than Cassie's and the 5 dogs. If you can't trust a random NPC giving you lore, who could you trust? Her story about the clone machine was just a nonsense cover story in the same way as us being prize winners was a cover story. It wasn't canon. It was just thin logic used like duct tape to graft us onto the storyline. I decided to take a nap inside one of the deep sleep chambers, if only so that I could look through the dailies and see what footage Carousel had collected for me. As usual, my first impression was boredom. Scene after scene showed characters moving from one room to another, showing characters breathing and bedbugs crawling over everything. Oh my god, I hated it. I mentally begged it to stop showing me those damn bugs crawling on sleeping people. Except, of course, it didn't stop because they were literally everywhere. And watching them crawl around was one of the film's primary scare tactics. And they were everywhere. Everywhere. They would crawl through cracks and vents. And if they didn't find a person to latch onto, they would go into hibernation or something, waking up to search again, lay eggs, spread, and cover the ship. Everywhere. Andrew's surrogate had guessed correctly. The bugs were also being spread around by machinery designed to clean things. The fact was, there were too many, and they were too tenacious for the housekeeping robot arms to keep up with. They would hitch rides all over the ship and then go into some strange hibernation phase, waiting for someone to show up. That was good information on how Ibex could be dangerous. Its robotic prostheses were everywhere throughout the ship, built into the modules themselves. I didn't get a look at the full design, just hands here and arms there, but if an audience saw these clips, they would know Ibex had the potential for danger. I wanted to avoid taking the story in that direction. I held out hope for the puzzle version of the storyline that was so much more civilized. After watching the footage, I would ask Ibex about bedbugs because I figured it would have lots of information, and it did. It had an encyclopedic knowledge of most things. Bedbugs could survive for months without feeding. Bedbugs could track you down by carbon dioxide, body heat, and smell. That explained why the 3-player surrogates had been spared. They were underneath some air conditioning unit that prevented the bedbugs from finding them as easily while they were in deep sleep. I had to watch footage of the bedbugs slowly devouring all of the passengers and the medical implements in the deep sleep chambers being so inadequate to combat what was happening. They only seemed to be able to treat the results of what was occurring. And one after another, the machines would blare up, asking for a physical attendant for help. But, of course, since everyone was affected, no one was there to help. The system didn't recognize the threat until everyone was already covered. Strange. Why would it be like that? Ibex seemed smart when I talked to him. Why was he so unable to prevent this fate? One of the cooler things I saw, which had nothing to do with the bedbugs, was the scene where a project manager from Carousel was building the ship. There was no talking, but it was clear what was going on. He was requisitioning assets from another part of the company, using one of the same machines that I had used to look at a 3D model. He was clicking together holographic modules and building a ship. All I could see of him was the top of his head as the camera stared down at the holographic ship he was assembling. I could see numbers on the side where the cost of the build he was designing was going up too high. And he would detach modules that cost too much, like extra life support or extra fuel tankers. In the end, he built the Ibex ship as I recognized it, assembled by someone who was not qualified to do so and for the lowest possible price. How could anything bad happen on that ship? After a long time of watching random footage from around the ship where nothing happened, I finally saw something I had been hoping to see. I saw Bobby, or should I say, Officer Bobby Gill. He was asleep inside one of the deep sleep chambers, but his chamber was not in the sleeping bay. His was an entirely separate warehouse-sized unit that only seemed to have one sleeping chamber. The camera hovered over the glass of his sleeping chamber, and I could barely make out his face, but I knew it was him. The camera then backed away and moved up over the warehouse so that I could see what was going on around him, and it was horrifying. I saw hundreds of large, multiple refrigerator-sized tanks standing upright at an angle. Each tank had a green glass cover so I could see what was inside. While I expected them to be filled with water, they were not. Instead, they contained animal carcasses. Cows, pigs, chickens, lambs, goats, all kinds of things I could identify just by looking at their bodies. I had to identify them by their bodies because they had no heads. None of them did. Where their neck ended, a bunch of tubes and wires sprouted up into the machine part of their tank. Worse than that, the bodies of these animals were moving. Their limbs were walking, their lungs were inflating and deflating, of course, without heads. None of them were making sounds. It was a room of silent horror. A separate part of the room was devoted to what looked like algae tanks. But that was less interesting. My mind was so shocked and overcome by what I was seeing that I couldn't even figure out what this room was for. Why did they have a bunch of headless animals hooked up to wires and tubes inside this warehouse? As the camera panned around, I saw that many of the animal bodies were not full size. They were still developing. They were growing these animals from a few cells until they were full grown. And then the camera moved over the title plate for the room, Protein Lab. After reading that, I realized why Bobby was in there. His background trope made his character a veterinarian, and Carousel put him in charge of the lab-grown meat on the ship. I wasn't sure if these animals were part of the original script or if they were just brought in so that Bobby would have a reason to be a veterinarian. The machines weren't exactly identical in style to the rest of the ship, but they did work with the dark sci-fi aesthetic overall. One thing I did notice was that neither Bobby nor any of the animals seemed to have bedbugs, which lay in direct contradiction to the rest of the ship. If there were any place that should have bedbugs, it would be this one, but it didn't. As if Carousel was listening to my thoughts and wanting to answer my question. The camera angle changed, and I saw that on the door, there was a light that read Biohazard Quarantine. It was really odd that this would be the only room quarantined against bedbugs. But then I realized that wasn't the truth. It was more likely that the room was designed to be cut off from the rest of the ship so that hazardous material from the animals themselves wouldn't get to the passengers. Talk about irony. They tried to protect the people from the cyborg meat puppets and ended up doing the reverse. I noticed that Bobby's chamber had some sort of timer going on. I assumed that meant he would be waking up soon, and we would finally be able to talk to him. After a bit more of watching the headless animals frolic in their brainless dreams, the camera left and showed me other parts of the ship. I tried to memorize them, but the truth was it wasn't that useful of information because I couldn't tell where the cameras were. And the ship was designed in such a nonsensical way that I couldn't make heads or tails of it. That being said, I did get a good look at the helm, and a good look at the control terminal where the pilot should sit. An emergency light was lit. The light read fuel low. Another readout read, the estimated remainder of the fuel is 3 weeks. Coordinate to refuel at the nearest Carousel station. I was willing to bet that Ibex couldn't get out and pump the gas himself. The player's surrogates would need to do it. It was a race to the helm through a ship they couldn't traverse without our help. 3 weeks sounded like a long time. Except days could pass between scenes in this film. We didn't have that long. I knew that the original story had a ticking time clock. This must have been it. Get to the helm and find a fuel station. Or float in space as a human bedbug farm forever. When I first saw the enemy tropes for this story, I thought it was an escape room, a genre of horror film in which a character pits their wits against obstacles to try and escape to freedom. It was safe to say I was right. First, it was essential to understand how NPCs work. We watched and studied them as best we could. The surrogates were not normal NPCs who would follow the script and could be persuaded, convinced, or intimidated. These surrogates followed our suggestions, but Andrew, Michael, and Leela embodied the saying, "You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink." I wanted to jump through the screen and strangle them. Isaac convinced Michael to bang up a sleeping chamber easily because that was something Michael was already inclined to do. Getting them to act against their preset personalities was beyond difficult. "He acts just like the real Andrew," Cassie said. "Isaac, look, he cleans his glasses the same way. He's just like him." On the IBCS, Andrew breathed onto his glasses to form condensation and then wiped them clear. "I'm pretty sure all people with glasses do that," Isaac said. "If he starts talking about Green Day or roller coasters or teacup pigs, then maybe I'll be convinced." The Hughes siblings were on duty watching the surrogates. Not that they needed watching. They weren't going anywhere without our help. I was examining the design of the IBCS, which we had access to through one of the large 3D cubes like the one I had played with near the launch pad. Finding it was not easy. It was in a storage closet with a sci-fi door that only appeared when Rudy, the captain, walked by. But once we had it, we had to learn how to use it. We could only see as much of the ship as the surrogates had unlocked. That was a limitation placed by Carousel because I couldn't see an in-story reason for it. I stared at the hologram for so long that something finally clicked. "I got it," I said. "If we can get them to block off their intakes in hallway 3A, that will trigger the system to open up the door into Reservoir B in order to ventilate the ship. Once they're in Reservoir B, they can pass directly into hallway 3B. Antoine stared at the same diagram I was looking at and nodded his head. "The module design is driving me crazy," he said, staring at the little hologram as I showed him the arrows that explained the airflow system. "These rooms are right next to each other, but they don't share a ventilation system. 3B is connected to the life support system in the back, and 3 is connected to the secondary emergency system in the front. This is absurd." It was. He walked over to the red button that seemed to be a universal talk to the player surrogates button and started to relay my idea off-screen. The player surrogates heard our plan but didn't act on it because they were off-screen, and something like that had to happen on-screen. They wouldn't be on-screen for a bit because, at that moment, the wallflower surrogate Leela had taken too many of the sleeping pills she found, and Dr. Andrew Hughes was trying to keep her alive after having pumped her stomach. This was just one of many things going on with the surrogates. They would follow our suggestions, but they also kept adding drama to the story against our will. "She'll be fine," Dr. Hughes said. "You wouldn't be surprised to find out that one of the few medical events the med bay was prepared for was an overdose." He stood over her and placed the back of his hand on her clammy forehead. "Did she say why she did it?" Michael asked cautiously. "Don't tell me she's—" He trailed off, not wanting to say the words, not wanting to put those words out into the air. "No, nothing like that," Andrew said. "She's been having difficulty getting to sleep now that her deep sleep chamber has stopped responding to her. Insomnia can skew judgment." There was a pause as they both looked down at the pale young woman. "In that case," Michael said, "I could sure use some of those sleeping pills. Every time I close my eyes, I feel bugs all over me. If I could find anything flammable around here, I would set myself on fire." Michael had a morbid sense of humor. I had learned over our time watching him. We had sat and watched them as Leela slowly took one sleeping pill at a time throughout the night in an attempt to get some respite from the bugs. It didn't work. It was possible she didn't realize she was taking too many. Even we didn't realize what was happening until Andrew sounded the alarm. They had created a sort of camp in the med bay that they had been able to get to. The solitary benefit of that room was that it had 4 individual beds, which were separated from the ground by a sturdy metal pole. They greased up the metal pole in hopes that the bedbugs would not climb it while they slept. They had not been entirely successful. The scene itself was actually powerful and hefty, with character work and conversations about life and death. It was frustrating for us, though, because this is what they did instead of going out and looking for ways to move forward with the escape. They were not scouting for us. I assumed that was by design. The only way they would move forward was if we helped them. Due to Lila's health problems, they had been on-screen and off-screen and were now getting an off-screen break. Based on what had come before, it was clear that as soon as they came back on screen, they would try our plan. First, they would have to set it up on film by pretending they came up with it, and then they would have to enact it by blocking off their vents in an entire hallway. Using an officer to try to trick Ibex wasn't working anymore. That was a one-time thing. It would be a pretty dull story if they could use him as some passport to get around the ship. Now, we had to come up with other ways to get through the labyrinth. It was one big puzzle. They went back on screen. "You know, I've been thinking about the way there circulates in this ship," Andrew said. "It's all algorithmic. I'm not even sure how much control Ibex has over it consciously." "What are you saying?" Michael asked as he sat up on his high-tech gurney. "I think we can trick it into opening the door to the starboard reservoir." "We can trick it," Michael repeated. "Yes," Andrew said. "It's just a matter of making it think that there's an airflow problem. It will automatically fix itself, regardless of what the insane machine wants to think." "I thought Ibex was designed to fix itself." "How long would that trick work?" Michael asked. "Long enough for us to walk through a door," Andrew said. Michael looked back over his shoulder at the sedated but healing Leela. "Tell me what to do," he said. So, we watched them as they took rags soaked in some goo that looked almost like vapor cream and started clogging all of the ventilation in hallway 3A. It was the most frustrating wait possible because I didn't even know if my plan would work. And like us, they didn't seem to understand they were on a time clock despite us having told them they were. It just went in one ear and out the other. Their characters didn't know about the fuel situation, or at least they didn't know how dire it was. They never acknowledged us talking to them after the conversation ended. So it made sense that they wouldn't be able to act as if they knew about the fuel problem. There was probably some way to inform them, but we had missed that cutscene. If you find this story on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the infringement. They worked, and they spoke of their old lives and old girlfriends when, eventually, Leela found her way to them and asked what had happened. They were supportive of her, and they had their unique bonding moment with Andrew pledging to keep them all safe until they could one day get home. As he hugged Leela, Michael, being a bit too macho for that, just patted her on the back and said, "Hang in there," as if he wasn't sure that the sleeping pills thing was actually an accident. "Oh dear God, please just clog the damn vents." Isaac screamed into the abyss from his seat on the upper decks of the flight platform of our ship. No one argued with him because we all felt the same way. It almost felt like Carousel was teasing us. Watching them was our only entertainment, and it was getting very frustrating. "Wait," Cassie exclaimed. "Bobby's awake. He just woke up." That was good news. Cassie's anguished trope allowed her to see the statuses of all of our allies, including whether Bobby was conscious. Since he had been asleep for most of the movie, it was about time he woke up. "IBCS," I said. "Can you please wave Officer Bobby Gill?" Luckily, Ibex didn't put up a fight, and we saw the gigantic room filled with animal bodies connected to tubes that I had seen in the dailies. I suppressed a grin as the others got a good look at the horrors. Bobby crawled out of his deep sleep chamber, naked as the day he was born. Literally, no one else had been unclothed in their chambers. But I didn't have time to ask him about that. He was off screen. So we had the chance to talk to him. "Bobby!" Antoine screamed. Bobby's head perked up, and sure of where the sound came from, he looked around the room. He didn't seem surprised to see the monstrosities strapped up in their giant vessels. So, he must have either had scenes in this room already or just had memories from his character that made them familiar. He quickly slipped into his space onesie, which all the other passengers were wearing, and continued searching for Antoine's voice. "To your left," Antoine screamed. Finally, Bobby found it. It would appear that he didn't actually have a screen showing us. All he had was a little box with a button to communicate with us. "First blood has already passed?" Bobby asked. "Yep," I said. The injured passengers waking up had counted as first blood. Luckily, death wasn't required. He nodded. "My character designed these pods for growing protein in outer space, and Carousel paid me to see if it was a viable program." "We figured something like that," I said. He nodded, still groggy. "What's the big bad?" he asked. "Bed bugs," I said. He nodded slowly. Then, in confusion, he said, "Wait, what?" That sure jarred him awake. We spent the next 20 minutes discussing everything that had happened, trying to catch him up to speed. There was a reason Carousel had kept him asleep for so long. His character actually knew a lot about the ship. He was a science officer, like in Star Trek, and fortunately, he didn't have as much authority with Ibex as other officers did, but at least he had some. "I was thinking it was gonna be aliens," Bobby said. "I could not believe it when they took us up in the ship." "Where are you guys, anyway?" "We're orbiting the IBCS in some kind of alien ship from the year 4021 or so," I said. Bobby nodded, taking it in stride. "So what's the plan?" "We're coming up on the halfway mark, aren't we? We've got to get you in contact with the player surrogates," I said. "We've currently got them trying to get to hallway 3B, which means they're almost to where you are." Bobby nodded. "I don't know if I'm going to be able to get out of here." They were concerned about the animals spreading disease, despite how I told them that was virtually impossible because all of these animals were grown from embryos inside a lab. He shook his head and rolled his eyes. The project manager knew the term mad cow disease and kept repeating it. "Idiot." Bobby's character had strong feelings about Carousel. "Apparently, it's a pretty wild thing," he said as he looked back over the large tanks filled with headless cow bodies moving their legs as if they were on a walk while they hung in their containers. We didn't know if Bobby's character was special to the story. He was a wallflower, and his recast trope, which allowed him to play as background characters, didn't necessarily cast him in important spots. It cast him in places where he could make his character meaningful. Although up to now, he mainly ignored his character and joined us as if he were part of the gang, which was probably what he would do in this story as well. "Drifting into space forever doesn't sound very fun," he said. "How far off are we from the helm?" "You're not even halfway there," I said. "You guys are going to have to get a move on. That's the #1 problem we're having every time we tell them to do something. They add on like 3 layers of story and character troubles before they do it. The plot cycle is slipping away while they're talking about their childhood dogs." "I'll whip them into shape," he said. "I guess the first thing I should do is call out to them and tell them to come to me if they're already heading in this direction. That should put some pep in their step," Antoine said. "They haven't seen another healthy human in weeks." We sat back as Bobby broke off the call with us. We could still watch through the camera. Ibex wasn't giving us any trouble over that. After we had figured out how to make a wave to other characters in the story, it was like we had accomplished that, and it was no longer going to be a problem. That was a theme for the storyline. Once you solved something, it remained solved. You couldn't use the same trick twice, but you didn't need to. That was an important factor to note. We watched as Bobby talked to the surrogates through his comm and urged them to find him on the other side of the starboard reservoir. As predicted, they started really booking it. Clogging up all the vents in hallway 3A. Bobby switched back over to us with a simple request to IBCS, who facilitated the calls. "All right, they're on it," he said. Just talking to Bobby had been a lift to their spirits. And Bobby's slightly awkward demeanor really fit his character here, a disoriented science officer who was more comfortable working with headless animals than with humans. "Where are my dogs?" he asked. "When I first got here, I panicked. And I looked through every tank because I was afraid they would be hanging here." "They're not here," I said. "We have their DNA profile in a cloning machine." It took him a moment to take that in. "Wow," he said with a tone that didn't match the circumstances. "It's like a machine that can clone anything?" he asked. He started laughing. "My character is freaking out on the inside because he's like a mad scientist." He continued to laugh aloud. Bobby didn't just become a random character, he usually became a character that actually existed within the story. Whether the headless cows existed or not, his character was a real scientist. And he had that character's memory and basic personality locked away in his head to use. Wallflowers were extremely overpowered, and their power was only balanced by the fact that they were, well, wallflowers. "As for the plan," I said, "there are two main ways to get through. 1. We treat it like a labyrinth of puzzles, which is the most straightforward approach. Getting from room to room is difficult because Ibex isn't cooperating, and you have to trick it into doing what you want. So far, we're doing all right, but we're running out of time. And I'm not exactly sure what the big finishing moment is going to be." "What do you mean by that?" Bobby asked. "Like, there's no fight, sort of," I said. "What's the climax to a story that's literally just an escape room? Either the climax is that you don't escape, and it's a sad ending, or the genre gets bent a little bit and becomes a fight at the end. I don't know if we're prepared for that last part." Bobby nodded. "There's not a proper antagonist here, is there? Ibex isn't evil. That was the issue. It was possible that Carousel would be okay with the story just being a series of puzzles until the final one is unlocked and everybody goes home happy. But that did not fit with the pattern of other stories. There had to be something coming up, but I didn't know what." "So what's the other way you were talking about?" Bobby asked. "Well," I said, "this whole storyline seems to be a very poorly disguised metaphor for how corporatism is bad and workers should stick together. Carousel was perfect for a story about an evil company turning workers against each other." "A metaphor story," he said. "Aren't those supposed to be hard?" Yep. I had explained this all to the rest of our team already, and I wasn't sure if I had done a good job. In most horror movies, the plot is simple, and the scares are what matter. Almost every scene either advances the plot or delivers scares. But there are those movies where the plot is incidental, and the movie is actually about a theme. Movies that come to mind would be The Witch, Get Out, or possibly It Follows. Stories like that were called elevated horror as if they were some new thing. But they've been around for as long as movies have been. It just hasn't been as on the nose. As soon as I realized that this movie cared a lot about its metaphors, I wondered if it was like those others, where getting to the end was more about making a statement than it was about actually solving the plot. "Doesn't the Atlas have a section on that?" Bobby asked. "Kinda," I said. "It's not phrased that way, though. They talk about how sometimes you have to play into the themes of a movie." "So how do we do that?" Bobby asked. I thought for a moment. "We get the NPCs to focus on the themes of the story, and we make their escape a metaphor for worker solidarity or something." "But it's impossible," I said. "If we were the ones running the story, it would be one thing we could do it, but I don't think we're going to be able to tell the NPCs to do it. They follow our hints, but their backstories and character arcs seem preset. We're just going to have to try to solve the puzzles." I wished I hadn't even mentioned the metaphor thing. It was hard to explain and harder to enact. We were safer just solving puzzles straight up. No layers. No deep meaning. Just puzzles. Clog event. Trick IBCS. Simple. Doable. Explainable. It was the plan. "And do you think that'll work?" Bobby asked. "Just solving the puzzle, ignoring the themes?" I didn't answer because I didn't know. I hated this. The section on rescues of the Atlas taught an important lesson. Even though a rescue trope is compatible with a storyline, that doesn't make the storyline it creates beatable. At least not in the way base storylines are. In the same way that ill-fated players once found that rescues could counterintuitively make some storylines more winnable, a rescue could also create a story far more challenging than it was supposed to be. I had to push those thoughts away. We had yet to see a story that wore its themes on its sleeves like this one did. If the idea was that all of the passengers aboard the ship were scabs that are now covered in literal scabs, and that they had betrayed their fellow workers by crossing the picket line, then the only way to move forward with that strategy was to either have our NPCs reinforce the themes and be evil if that was what the narrative was implying, or to redeem themselves in some way. If we didn't have complete control over the surrogates, it wasn't an option. It's just something to keep in mind, I said. I really didn't want to have to think about themes and plot. We stood in silence as we watched the NPCs slowly finish clogging the vents in hallway 3A. And just as I had predicted, the door to the starboard reservoir opened up with a big whoosh. That was one small step for the surrogates. One giant leap for the needle on the plot cycle. We needed to hurry. IBCS. This is the HELIO. Please confirm this transmission. We have no edible provisions on our ship. Mayday. This is an emergency. We are requesting aid on behalf of Carousel. I said. That line required hours of planning, including removing all the food from our ship and throwing it out the airlock. This is the IBCS. I'm confirming with the HELIO. It seems that you are out of food. That is troubling. My protocols allow me to permit temporary coupling to provide the HELIO with an emergency supply of provisions. We all started to cheer aboard the helm of the HELIO. It had taken us forever to figure out how to get IBCS to let us connect our ship to theirs so that we could actually go into the IBEX and interact with the story. Everything was a puzzle, even things that weren't happening on screen. It ended up being pretty simple. It was Ramona who figured it out. IBCS would allow us to dock if there were an emergency. It wouldn't acknowledge its own emergency, at least not in so many words. So, Ramona figured, what if the HELIO was the ship with the emergency? IBEX had to help us if we were in trouble, and it was able to help. The one thing that we knew for sure was that the IBCS had lots of food. If we needed food, then IBCS should let us attach even if we didn't have the proper approval, since we were a fellow Carousel vessel. Exhale. Back to the real problem. We were already halfway through the storyline, and we still had a long way to go to get the player surrogates to the helm of the IBCS. We weren't giving up. But reality was setting in. This wasn't easy. Captain, I said, please connect us to that junction on the starboard side of the IBEX labeled Protein Lab on the holoframe. You got it, Rudy said. He and the other NPCs had been silently rooting for us. I could see their joy when we finally figured out how to move forward. Now, if only they could have just told us what to do, we'd be on our way home already. This was a big step. We couldn't be a part of the story. In fact, our ship wasn't even in the storyline itself, but if we could get on that ship, we could scout things out ahead and figure out solutions for the NPCs before they even found the problems. This was really convenient because the NPCs were slow and drudging, and they were having the worst days of their lives because of bedbugs. They weren't getting sleep, and they were becoming paranoid. Now, they were lined up outside Bobby's door, trying their best to break through but failing miserably. They desperately wanted in because Bobby told them there were no bugs in there. You're telling me that there is fresh meat on the other side of that door, and yet I can't get this overgrown ATM machine just to open it, Michael said, enraged. At the end of his rope, Michael was also planning to butcher one of Bobby's headless cows. He talked about it a lot after Bobby told him what he did for a living. The protein lab was supposed to be cordoned off from the rest of this ship. Andrew said, it makes sense. Just be patient. Andrew took everything in stride and explored it analytically. I wondered if that was Andrew's real personality or just a generic NPC trait. For now, we celebrated because our ship was connecting to the outside of the large unit that Bobby was currently trapped in. We would get to see Bobby, and most importantly, we would start making some real progress. Within moments, we found ourselves staring at a door in the side of the large room that contained most everything inside our ship. The door was formed from white eggshell material with no seams, yet it easily attached to the outside of the IBEX and created an airtight seal. We waited as the IBEX door unbolted, and with a hiss, the airlock on the outside of the older ship opened. There was Bobby, waiting for us. He had a wide grin on his face. happy not to be alone, happy that we were making progress, and ultimately overjoyed that he was no longer technically stuck on a ship rapidly running out of fuel. As a bonus, behind him were huge tanks filled with decapitated animals, their limbs jogging in thin air to give us emotional support. Let's get to work, Antoine said. Except, of course, the only person who needed to get to work was Dina, because she had a trope called Savvy Safecracker, which was based on how movie thieves are so easily able to get through doors and locks. There was a big door between us and the rest of the ship. Stepping into the IBCS was like stepping into another world. We had come from some optimistic future with technology that could aid our every need, and every discomfort was erased before we even knew we had it. The ibex was harsh and smelled funny. It didn't smell organic, no. It smelled like we were in a refinery. That smell permeated everything. Dino was quick to start examining the door that would finally let Bobby out of his room so he could assist the NPCs on the other side, who were currently occupied talking about their feelings or something. Dina ran her hands along the metal, which had been painted yellow in an industrial style. It'll take a couple of hours, she said, but I can do it. Stolen content warning. This tale belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences elsewhere. How? Bobby asked. I have no idea, she answered as she got to work looking for tools or something around Bobby's workspace. That's how her power worked. She just had to look busy and focused, and then the answer would come to her. We left Isaac, Cassie, and Ramona aboard the Helio. They couldn't do much over here, and the last thing we needed was for them to get trapped off screen and unable to get back to our ship. Even standing on the ibex made me nervous, but it was rapidly becoming necessary as coaching surrogates are on the vessel from cameras was not going to cut it. Dina's estimate was correct. She banged on the door with various implements for a while until it suddenly dawned on her what she needed to do. All right, what we do is wire power directly into the mechanism that unlocks the door, she said. These doors are designed to be locked by default, and they need power in order to unlock. It makes sense because, technically, this door could have been on the outside of the ship had Bobby's unit not been attached. You want the default to be locked out right now. We've got these huge tungsten rods acting as pins, and we're not going to move them or cut through them. And we all know how ibexes. She usually used her trope to stick a bobby pin into a door lock and move it around until it clicked. But it was cool to see that it would work on something a bit more advanced. Before long, she and Bobby, who had suddenly become quite handy with technology because of his character's background, had hooked up wires into the door and then connected those to some pump that Bobby's character used on the giant animal tanks. All Bobby had to do was turn on the pump to supply power to the locks and bypass IBCS, and the door unlocked. Maybe Ibex Universe didn't have space piracy because that seemed like a glaring security failure. And fortunately, we were in the world's most high-stakes game of telephone, so the complications weren't over. Even though we had unlocked the door, we were not technically in the storyline. So we had to get out of the camera shot so that Bobby could do it all again on his own for the audience. Deep breaths. That was easy enough. We just went and hid in the giant warehouse with its endless rows of headless cattle. Carousel seemed to understand what was going on because Bobby went on screen as soon as he started trying to unlock the door. He called out to the NPCs on the other side, telling them what he was doing. You're gonna electrocute yourself, Michael yelled through the intercom. Oh, I've done that plenty of times, Bobby said. It's not that big a deal. With a little bit of rigging, moving wires around, and recreating the actions that Dina had shown him, he got the door to unlock again, and he looked like a genius doing it. I was hoping that a higher-ranked officer would come along and let me out. But a man's gotta do what a man's gotta do, Bobby said. With the pull of a handle, the large circular door swung ajar, and for the first time, we got to see the NPCs that we had been shepherding face to face. Well, technically, we were hiding in the back of the room, but seeing them physically was quite horrifying because even though they had never been as infested with bedbugs as terribly as the other passengers, they were still eaten up. They had weeping wounds and scratches from where they had itched themselves in their sleep. But that wasn't the only thing notable about what came through that door when they walked in. They brought an aura with them. I could feel it. I could feel paranoia and anxiety. I could feel the effects of the bedbugs converted into a dark form of movie magic designed to ensure that anyone in this movie played their part. I scratched the back of my neck, and as I looked around at Antoine, Kimberly, and Dina, I saw that I was not the only one. To his credit, Bobby was doing great. His character was technically a science officer, so he was able to order Ibex to open the next couple of doors. That was a great relief to the NPCs and us. After that, it was a no-go. You have exceeded your permissible access coordinates, Ibex said as if those words made sense next to each other. Bobby was also very reassuring, since he had not spent his entire waking hours scratching himself. He was a voice of calm to them that even the analytical Andrew could not match. However, we were facing a problem. Second blood was coming up soon. We only had 1, 2, maybe 3 scenes before it appeared. First blood had been pretty bloodless, with the exception of the blood of the passengers, who all woke up screaming. No one had to die other than those who had already passed from allergies or infection. But second blood promised that someone or lots of someones had to go. We only hoped it would be more passengers and not our surrogates. We knew that there was another sleeping bay attached to the ship, a much smaller one that had all the same problems as the larger one. Everyone was infected with bedbugs and being kept sedated. If we could get the player surrogates there, we reasoned that second blood could involve some shocking scene from the second sleeping bay. And our little sheep, Andrew, Leela, and Michael, might be okay. It was gruesome, but that was the best case scenario. Our priority among the surrogates was rescuing Andrew, though we didn't want to lose any of them. Obviously, we didn't want to lose Bobby. We could not let that happen. We also had an unanswered question. Was it possible for my friends and I who were not a part of the storyline to die? Would Carousel try to do that? All of my reading from the Atlas had led me to believe that it wouldn't. Carousel wouldn't protect us if we put ourselves in danger, but because we were not really characters, it wouldn't go out of its way to kill us. And we could tell ourselves that over and over again. But that did not remove the fear. On to the next obstacle. This one was relatively straightforward. Bobby was not qualified to unlock the door to something called the cross-arc hall, which was designed to allow people to walk across the large mechanism where the anti-gravity machine was kept. This was a significant problem because this one hallway divided the entire IBCS into 2 parts. There was no other way across. Not a way designed for passengers, at least. Even from the video footage, Dina could tell that it was not a door she could unlock, which meant it must have been scripted. We weren't supposed to pass through the safe hallway. We had to find another way forward. The only way for them to pass by this section of the ship to get to the helm was by crossing something called a phase ballast, which was in the heart of the anti-gravity mechanism. When we asked IBCS what a phase ballast was, he gave us this answer: yes, the phase ballast. In layman's terms, the phase ballast is a critical component of the ship's gravimetric stabilization matrix. It's essentially a hyperdynamic oscillatory beam that functions within the quantum flux array, suspended in a state of controlled magneto-inertial flux. This beam operates within a subspace envelope, where it modulates the gravitational phase variance in real time, ensuring that the ship's anti-gravitational field maintains a stable equilibrium across all sectors. As you might assume, the phase ballast achieves this by oscillating at a frequency that harmonizes with the ship's phase modulation grid, thereby synchronizing the gravitational waveforms with the inertial compensators. This process mitigates the effects of external gravitational anomalies, which could otherwise destabilize the ship's trajectory or cause localized gravitational distortions. In even simpler terms, the phase ballast is like the conductor of an orchestra, but instead of music, it's orchestrating the very forces of gravity itself. The magnetic suspension of the ballast within the gravitic null zone allows it to float freely, optimizing its phase variance correction without the interference of conventional gravitational forces. It's quite fascinating. Really a delicate dance of graviton particles and quantum fields, all governed by the elegant mathematics of hyperdimensional physics. If you would like a more technical explanation, feel free to ask. That was very enlightening. I didn't know if Carousel had a mouth, but I swore I could hear it laughing. I'll test it out, Antoine said. We had left Bobby's room and had gone up ahead of the NPCs to scout and see if there was anything tricky about the phase ballast. I didn't know if Ibex would have a problem with us walking through its halls, but it didn't seem to. All of our tropes designed to help us with stealth seemed wasted. We weren't part of the movie. We were just around. When we reached the part of the ship where everything bottlenecked and a giant locked door prevented us from using the cross-arc hull, we found a human-sized ventilation shaft that would allow a person to enter the phase ballast matrix. I could get that thing off of there, Antoine said, staring at the cover of the ventilation shaft. At first, it appeared to be an obstacle in and of itself. Yes, but then it wouldn't make sense why the ventilation shaft was already broken open, I said. The solution was far more straightforward. We had brought a screwdriver from Bobby's workshop. It wasn't difficult to get into the ventilation shaft in movies, it never is. Here goes nothing, Antoine said. He was eager to help. So far, all we had done was guide people around and come up with ideas. He didn't feel like he was really contributing as much as he could. But testing out a potentially suicidal jungle gym, he felt that he could do that. He dropped down into the room, and I followed right after him. It definitely was an obstacle out of a sci-fi movie. The phase ballast was basically a giant boardwalk about the length of a basketball court that connected to platforms on the ends of a large tube, which was the room we were in. I couldn't see the walls because everything was dark, but there were sci-fi lights attached to the platform and ambient light that allowed us to see in front of us. As far as I could see, the ballast itself did not touch either of the platforms or connect to anything else. It was floating free. Therein lay the challenge. As soon as Antoine stepped foot onto the phase ballast, it started to move, and he was instantly down on all fours, finding handholds where the lights emanated from or where wires stuck out. It wasn't explicitly designed to be climbed on, but there was plenty to grab onto. The thing moved, tilted, and spun around with him right on it, but ultimately, he held on. It was just a test of strength and dexterity. For some reason, it reminded me of a rodeo. As the ballast moved and turned and bucked but ultimately submitted once Antoine had shown he was not giving up easily, Antoine made it to the other side with a sheen of sweat on his forehead. And then he waved me forward. "No, I'm good," I said. "Time to come back. We need to instruct the NPCs." He rolled his eyes. "What, coward?" he yelled. I wasn't afraid to cross the ballast. I was concerned about time. Second blood would be here soon, and I wanted the NPCs to be far past this room when it got here. I was also a little afraid to cross the ballast. Once we got Bobby alone, we explained everything that we saw to him. Of course, his character had every reason to understand how the ship worked, so he explained it to the NPCs quickly. Everything was going according to plan. Until it wasn't. As the NPCs approached the phase ballast, we watched from the shadows, itching ourselves but excited. Getting past this obstacle was a colossal checkpoint. The helm was only a few more puzzles away. "Remind me of why we didn't try to exterminate the bedbugs again?" Antoine asked. "I'm going crazy, and I haven't even been bitten yet." "Christabel," I said. "Christabel?" Antoine asked. "The harem sorcerer, that one," I said. Grace and Chris said that his high level was enough to know that he wasn't to be messed with. Enemies that are way too high level are a distraction, not meant to be beaten. They're a red herring, a time waster. The bedbugs are deeply ingrained. Yeah, there are all sorts of things we could do about them. Heck, Andrew spent a day and a half trying to keep them away from some of the officers. It didn't work. It won't work. I know so. I'd seen their tropes, but all I needed to see was the plot armor. That's part of the secret language of the game. I get it, Antoine said. We still could have tried. Let's try that after we win, I said. We can come back here and set them all on fire. I didn't say I wanted to come back, Antoine said. This is one story I don't care to master, an authorized use of content. If you find this story on Amazon, report the violation. We turned and watched the surrogates as they finished their dialogue setting up the phase ballast. Bobby's technobabble was far less elaborate than Ibex. "We crossed the giant metal beam that controls gravity," he said. "It won't be easy, but we can do it." The surrogates peppered him with tech questions, many of which he seemed to answer gracefully because his character was well informed. Others, he just floundered. "It's best not to think about the specifics," he said. "Just get to the other end." And so they prepared themselves. Michael told a story about basic training and how his drills in anti-gravity were probably similar to the interior of the artificial gravity machine. Basic surrogate filler material. Just as they were about to climb into the phase ballast, a scream sounded from toward the back of the ship. Then another. Then another. "They're waking back up," Andrew said. "We have to go sedate them again. They won't survive off life support. Goddamn it. I'm going to make sure that everyone knows what they did to us here." He and Michael immediately ran back toward the sleeping bay against Bobby's protests. Leela instead ducked her head down into the phase ballast matrix to take a look. And then she sat waiting. She wanted no part in the screaming passengers. Her ivory skin covered in blood as she sat in the industrial ship's hallway was an image that could have been on the movie poster, the blank look in her eyes as if the lights had gone out. The issue was that sedating all of the passengers took time, not just actual time, but screen time. Moving the story forward, "Bobby, get them back here and get them across this phase ballast now," I said. But we both knew my words were wasted. We had set in motion everything that would happen, and it was too late to change it. Second blood was upon us. Antoine, Kimberly, Dina, and I couldn't risk being on the ship during second blood. So we found ourselves running back to the Helio. We actually crossed paths with the surrogates, but they didn't make eye contact or acknowledge us. They weren't on screen at that moment, but they would be soon. They were headed back up toward the phase ballast. I had a feeling that grabbing them and absconding with them to safety would displease Carousel. I was looking down a long hallway, watching them run toward it. At the end of it, I saw Bobby poking his head back, wondering if he, too, should be seeking shelter somewhere else. It didn't make sense for his character not to be in this scene, but I could not risk Bobby dying. Bobby had less plot armor than the NPCs 24 to their 25. I couldn't risk him being there. I couldn't risk him being on screen during second blood, even if it hurt the final film. I could tell he was nervous about it, too. I waved for him to come back to us, and he did. As he passed the NPCs in the hall, he begged them not to go forward with their plan, but his words were wasted. He even gave them some excuse about why he wasn't going to be there. And then all of us ran into his warehouse-sized unit and boarded the Helio. We closed the door behind us but did not disconnect the ship. Bobby couldn't die for second blood if he was on the Helio because the Helio didn't exist in the movie. He looked around with amazement as we walked up to the helm of our ship, where the viewing monitors were, so we could see what the NPCs were doing. Sure would be easy if we could just tell the player surrogates to come over here. "How?" Isaac said as he saw us coming. "No kidding." We watched as the 3 player surrogates lowered themselves down into the room with the phase ballast. "I'll go first," Andrew said. "You keep her safe." Michael nodded. Andrew crawled out onto the phase ballast, not taking any chances, not trying to be too brave. He hugged tight to the surface, not moving forward unless he had something to hold on to. Gravity might have been on his side at that moment, but he seemed to understand what this machine did. So when it first started to jerk and turn, he was not taken by surprise. His crossing was more dramatic than Antoine's because it was on screen. There were staged pauses as the phase ballast shook and twisted, and then came to balance again. And Andrew put one hand over another, finding a grip and crawling forward, the length of a football field. Eventually, he reached the other side and made it onto the platform. He stood up and gave the other side a thumbs up. Next up was Leela. She moved slowly, afraid of every tremor. She made one movement after another until she reached the center of the phase ballast. And suddenly, there was turbulence. She screamed, and Michael called out, "Leela!" She was frozen with fear. "Come on, Leela. You have to crawl the rest of the way. You'll be fine. Just make sure you have a handhold," Andrew said. "I'm afraid," she said, crying. True to her word, she didn't move. And because she didn't move, Carousel got cranky. The whole platform turned over 180 degrees, and she was left hanging from handholds and screaming at the top of her lungs. "I'm coming," Michael called out to her. "Just hold on a little bit longer." This was an entirely different task. Walking on top of the phase ballast was hard enough, but trying to monkey bar along the bottom with the feeble handholds available was something else. The underside of the phase ballast, which was now on top, did not have the friendly handholds that the top did. He looked it over but wasn't willing to risk trying to walk to her without anything to hold on to. He quickly found himself with one leg wrapped around the side of the ballast and both of his hands gripping onto handholds on the underside where Leela was. He pulled himself along, sticking to the side of the platform, showing off the strength that he had gained in the military. It was incredible to watch a feat of strength and coordination. And just as he was almost to Leela, within arm's reach where he could reach out and almost get to her, the platform flipped back over. Leela was able to hang on, and she was now back on top of the platform. But Michael was not so lucky. He had one hand on a meager handhold, but the entire rest of his body was pulled out sideways as if gravity wasn't behaving. The extreme forces of the phase ballast were pulling him as the entire platform began to shake and rotate. Leela managed to grab hold with her hands and move her feet up under two wedges, which allowed her to establish a good foundation and hang on. "Grab my hand," Michael screamed. "Grab onto it. I'm slipping." He reached out toward Leela. She refused to look at him. "Leela," he screamed, "give me your hand." But she just froze, shook, and looked in the other direction, either too afraid to understand what was going on or too scared to let loose of one of her secure handholds and risk being pulled off the platform with Michael. "Grab him," Andrew screamed. "He's right there, just grab him. Pull him out of that gravitational pocket. Hurry." But Leela did nothing. Moments later, the platform started to gyrate back and forth. Michael was beaten up against the side of the wall, first with a scream and then with a crunch. And it went on for a while as Carousel got its footage of the carnage. It was like he was inside of a clothes dryer. Even with our poor vantage point from the security camera in the room, we could see that there were parts of him, mostly blood, floating in the anti-gravity field around the platform. And with that, second blood passed. The rescue poster for Michael Brooks disappeared from the red wallpaper, leaving me thinking of the million ways I might have prevented it. Workers harming other workers was a core component of the theme of the rescue. And what better way for Carousel to remind us of that than by having one scab be unwilling to save another? Michael tried to be a hero in the wrong story, and now our hopes of saving the real player he represented were gone for a time at least. Underlying Dina's rescue trope's promises of safety was the reality that it was extremely difficult to succeed with. It wasn't that you would die trying, it was that the logistics of getting a bunch of NPCs to survive was legitimately challenging to do. That was the cost. That was the price of having such a safe run. It was hard to get to the end. Everyone was deflated after Michael died. We had hoped that we could avoid losing one of our central NPCs for a second blood, but we had not earned it. We had been on a roll of finding solution after solution, but we were too slow. Whatever hope we had built up from our successes felt like it was gone. But Antoine wouldn't let us give up. "Come on, people. We still have two players to rescue here. It's time to focus up and take it down the home stretch," he said. Then he kept saying things like that, and I basically ignored him as I weighed our chances. That type of pep only made me nervous. There was so much distance between the surrogates and the helm, and it was the finale already. For all of our successes, I just felt like the pressure was bubbling over. First, we had to find the next puzzle. Then we had to find a way to solve it. And then we had to convince these surrogates to crack the puzzle in a timely manner. No matter what we did, they would bog things down with character drama. I know we were supposed to do stuff like that, too, when we were doing storylines. I know we were supposed to talk about heartaches and suffering. But watching how much on-screen time it was taking was driving me crazy. Leela eventually crawled all the way across the platform to where Andrew was, but he was so disgusted he couldn't look at her. She could say that she was afraid as much as she wanted, but the truth was she could easily have saved Michael. She had a good grip and was unlikely to be at risk. Andrew's character surrogate tried to hide his disdain and think analytically, as always, but I could hear a sharpness in his voice, a disappointment, a distrust. "We don't have that much further," he said. "Once we get to the helm, we should be able to make contact with those who will help us. We might even be able to override the system manually." They still didn't know the ship was running out of fuel, not until the red lights started blaring. Bobby had suggested it, but it felt like we had missed an important scene where they were supposed to learn how important it was to get to the helm. Because of the modular design, the front half of the ship was just as haphazard as the back half. One of the first rooms they came across was the other sleeping bay. This room had a fraction as many people in it, but they were just as infected, if not more, than all of the passengers in the original starting room, Antoine, Kimberly, and I checked it out. We didn't find any meaningful plot elements there. I was sure that Andrew would take time to mourn them. That was his nature. Leela barely got past the doorway and didn't look around. I have to imagine that this is where it started, Andrew said. Why do you say that? Leela asked. The infestation is older here, you can tell. There are more insect casings, evidence that they've been here longer. Leela looked across the room at the infested deep sleep chambers. They continued to exchange dialogue, basically running through their exposition long enough for Bobby to catch up with them. Where's Michael? Is he what I saw in the phase ballast juncture? Bobby asked. Neither of them answered, but that seemed to be enough of an answer for Bobby, who, of course, already knew what had happened. Oh, you shouldn't have gone across without me, he said. I told you I would be right back. I had to check on my livestock. It's too late now, Andrew said. We just have to get to the helm. Red lights started to flash all over the ship, and Bobby quickly explained. Just as I feared. We're running out of fuel. We're supposed to make a fuel stop soon, but in order to do that, we need to get to the controls. Andrew nodded. Leela did not respond. Yet, they kept talking instead of moving. Back on the Helio, the rest of us were working non-stop, trying to foresee what puzzles were coming up so that we could find solutions. Luckily, the next puzzle was one that Carousel must have been proud of because it didn't even try to hide it. The only way forward was through a room called the plasma grid, because I thought IBCS's explanation was a little convoluted. I had to spend extra time figuring out exactly what the puzzle was. The room was not meant to be traversed by humans. There were floating streams of plasma shooting between coils at various places across the room. It was a laser maze. The conduits that controlled them had to be moved around depending on the power needs of the ship. And since humans couldn't do that without getting injured, somehow Ibex was doing it, but it wasn't clear how. Even he wouldn't tell me. Yes, Ibex kept some secrets. He had some way of manipulating things inside the ship, some arms or something. We had not seen them because we had not pushed the story in that direction. I had to assume that we did not want to see IBCS as a full-fledged antagonist. I preferred him as an obstacle, or at least I thought I did. So, we had to get a look at the plasma grid. It wasn't a long trip. We passed by Leela and Andrew, who were dealing with the fallout from Michael's death, and Bobby failed to convince them to move ahead. As we gazed into the room, we quickly realized how dangerous it was. The plasma was like living lightning, zapping between metal rods in a room with a shallow ceiling. The only other ways forward were locked for good. This was all that was left. As we entered the room, it was dark and glowing, and it strangely reminded me of a laser tag arena. The goal was absurd. In order to change where the plasma beams were, you had to change where the power on the ship was being allocated at any given time. When that occurred, Ibex would change where the conduits were, possibly giving a safe path for a human to walk across. Essentially, you turned off some lights and turned others on to make a pathway across the room. It was frustrating because this wasn't a test of savvy, it was a test of actual intelligence. There might have been a way to use savvy here, but I was missing it. Ibex would explain things but not help us. Still, we had to try. How in the world are we supposed to explain this to the NPCs? Antoine asked as we both looked around the death trap, which was the plasma grid. We just tell Bobby how to do it and do our best not to rely on those surrogates. I said, Andrew is smart. He may be able to understand it, but it's a gamble. I couldn't help but feel that the puzzle we were facing was more of a punishment for refusing to engage with the storytelling aspect of the game and trying to solve the problems as if this were some high-priced Rubik's Cube. We wanted this story to be about the puzzles, and Carousel listened. This was the granddaddy of all puzzles. We can do this, Antoine said. You can figure this out, right? I mean, this reminds me of the type of games that you'd play on your phone. You know what I mean. Yeah, arbitrary nonsense but without second chances, I said. I may have been more wooden than I intended. He got close to me. What's going on? Are you giving up? He asked. I looked out over the plasma rays. Even if we showed them the perfect solution, could we trust that they would actually follow our plans without the drama? Or would they end up dying to increase tension? If you encounter this narrative on Amazon, note that it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. I think we made the wrong play, I said. We focused on solving the puzzle aspect. We should have focused on the themes. I don't even think this room would be here if we had done that. Well, it is here, Antoine said, and it's the only way we're getting across. So we have to solve the problem in front of us. Pep talks don't work for complex logic puzzles, I said, staring down at the control panel, which only served as a rudimentary map of where the power was going. We need to lower power to the starboard quarter, the room with all of the sleeping passengers. Antoine looked over the map. I'm not following, he said. It looks more like we have to disengage anti-gravity to forge a path to the middle, then do something to shut down this part. Lowering power to the sleeping bays will kill some passengers. Listen to me, I said. The theme is about workers hurting workers. Lowering the power in the sleeping bay doesn't solve the problem as it's presented to us. In fact, the only way to solve the problem is to go all over the ship, switching on lights here, switching off lights there, turning on some machines, turning off others, and disconnecting entire modules. It would take hours, and even then, if Ibex fought us, it would be impossible. He thought about what I was saying. So, we have them play into the theme, I said. If we get Andrew in here or Bobby to look down at this panel and say that the only way across is to turn off power to all of those deep sleep chambers with the passengers and then bicker over the consequences of that, I think it'll work. The alternative was that we put the NPCs inside this plasma room, and with one wrong move, they would get cut in half and there would undoubtedly be wrong moves. Andrew is not going to sacrifice passengers for himself, Antoine said. He's too nice. If he was a player, we could use that strategy, and it would work easily. But Surrogate Andrew would never do that. He was right. A player would be able to give up their claims of compassion and do the evil thing if it meant survival. The surrogates, however, would never. They were immovable when it came to character. I have no idea what Carousel wants or if it's trying to do one thing or another. I know that we are not realistically going to be able to solve this plasma grid with the time we have left on the story trying to puppet those surrogates around. Antoine didn't like it. I could tell from his face. Getting to the front of the ship was a concrete goal. And even though the puzzles were tricky to figure out and solve, it was easy to conceptualize. What I was suggesting would subvert everything. I wish it could be Andrew, I said. He's the one that's been worried about harm to the passengers. He gets the choice to either save himself and cause suffering to a bunch of other people or to spare them and die with them. It makes sense. He's been talking about his regret over losing his medical license. He's got to lean into it. Be the bad guy. That would be a fitting end for the story. Workers hurting workers. He won't do it. So Lila's our best choice. We give her a chance. She'll push the button to save herself. Andrew will finally abandon her to her fate. But he'll have that much more motivation to make it to the helm. You think that'll work? Antoine asked. We haven't been able to predict what these surrogates will do when push comes to shove. At this point, I don't know. But it will use the themes to solve the puzzle instead of logic. It is a real pivotal final moment. Everything comes down to one horrible decision. And what if they don't make that decision? Antoine asked. What if she isn't willing to sacrifice all of the passengers? We lose. I said. We don't have enough time left in the movie to come up with a plan C. Every tick of the plot cycle was like an earthquake. If we tried to solve puzzles, it would take too long, and after this, there would be more puzzles. As far as I could tell, there were at least 2 other potential obstacles between where we were and the helm. If we made the story about puzzles, we would have to beat those. But this story wasn't about the challenge of solving IBCS's strange engineering. It was a story about scabs. And Leela was a scab. She took someone's job who was trying to advocate for the very safety measures that might have saved the passengers aboard the Ibex. The irony was thick. The story had a clear political message to tell. It didn't matter if it was preachy or if it was correct. Carousel had made numerous mistakes, and someone had to pay for them. This isn't a sure thing, I said. We make sure everyone stays on the Helio, Antoine said. Give Bobby his instructions and let it rip. I nodded and silently wondered if Antoine had played with Beyblades growing up. We have to push forward, Bobby said. In front of this should be the plasma relay. All we have to do is switch off some power on the ship to build a path across the grid. Unless, of course, you've got some dynamite to blow open these doors. Plasma relays, that's dangerous, Andrew said. You're sure there's no other way? The only other way is that we put on spacesuits and crawl outside. But in case you haven't noticed, Ibex would probably get in the way of that. Andrew nodded. We need to find where Leela wandered off to. We need to stick together. You're right, Bobby said. We need all the help we can get. Andrew paused. Michael and I promised to bring her to safety, even when we struggled. Saving her helped us focus. Maybe it is a weakness that common men only find meaning through others. It was second nature. It was a purpose. It was the thing Michael died trying to accomplish. Do you think that was a mistake? Putting his life on the line for someone who would never do the same for him? Bobby threw up his hands. I don't know, man, but we have to get there quick because we have to make progress. Or else we'll be adrift in space forever. They were running out of time. I didn't even know what would happen if the final battle came before they were ready to meet it. Would a battle of some nature materialize? Would the film just stop? Andrew nodded again. The finale was nearing its climax, and the story was spinning its wheels. We watched from the helm of the Helio as Bobby did everything he could to move the story forward. The search for Leela did not take long. She was inside a room near the secondary sleeping bay, a large room filled with storage containers, all alphabetized. As Bobby and Andrew walked into the room, it was clear that Leela had found one of the cubbies and had opened it up. What is that? Andrew asked as he and Bobby took Leela by surprise. The containers were filled with the belongings of all the passengers. Leela had found hers and had taken what appeared to be a baby blanket in her hands, holding it to her chest. How did you get that aboard? Andrew said. We were not supposed to bring fabrics of any kind onto the IBCS. She didn't answer, but from what I could see on the screen, it looked like she had snuck it inside the lining of her duffel bag, which was very similar to the duffel bags we had all been given. There's nothing wrong with it, Leela said. I just want to remember my baby. I don't care what you want to remember. Bringing fabrics onto the ship risks bringing contaminants and infestations like bed bugs. Andrew said. It wasn't me, Leela said. I washed it before I brought it. This couldn't have been me. Besides, it's been in my storage container this entire time. There was nothing on it. You could have easily brought an infestation of bed bugs, Andrew said. All it takes is one to crawl its way out of your storage container and lay eggs. Look, it's clean, Leela said. It doesn't matter, Andrew insisted. You did it. Dozens of other people probably did it. And one of you is the one who brought those things aboard. You're all equally culpable as far as I'm concerned. People are dead or maimed. Michael, he died. Andrew, I just wanted a piece of her with me. We're going to be gone for 10 years. We're going to be gone forever, Andrew said. Because you and people like you can't follow the rules. Because you're not considerate. You didn't think about other people. Guys, Bobby said. I think we should move forward. We can argue about this once we get to the helm. But Andrew and Leela ignored him. Really? Leela said. We're inconsiderate. Last time I checked, someone was unemployed because you decided to be here instead, just like the rest of us. And you think you're better than the rest of us? I rolled my eyes. They were giving their little speeches, and they had no time left. This was the point where we should have been in the final battle, which would take the form of Andrew's decision to disconnect the power to the deep sleep pods. Instead, the final battle was going to be an argument because we had not succeeded. Bobby needs to get them to that room now. This is not what they should be doing, I said. I had no way of communicating with Bobby except one because they were on screen. I asked IBCS to give me a camera view of the plasma chamber, and I used my insert shot trope on the control panel because I knew that would alert Bobby and give that object a small amount of importance. It could shift the narrative. Bobby took my cue and ran up, grabbed Leela by the elbow, and said, we can talk about this nonsense later. We have to move forward. Andrew was still seething, and they all immediately went off screen. And like the party phase and rebirth, which took days of in-story time, if not actual days of real-time time, the finale would be over in a matter of minutes. Bobby practically dragged Leela to the plasma chamber. Andrew continued to lay into her. When they got to the plasma room, Bobby started looking over the control panel, and he said, oh God, I've been looking at this. And I think the only way for us to disengage the plasma and find a path forward is to turn off the power to the primary deep sleep bay. Andrew looked at him in horror. No, we can't do that, he said. Without power, The passengers will be ejected from deep sleep. Many of them will not survive. And those that do will be in horrific pain from anaphylaxis and anemia, not to mention infection, and the sheer horror of their circumstances. We have to make a decision, Bobby said. We don't live if we don't make it to the helm. And the only way to the helm is to disconnect power to those deep sleep chambers. Come on. It's not your fault, it's just their bad luck. What do you think, Leela? She was crying into her baby blanket on the floor. The only way to save yourself is to press this button, Bobby said. The button was just a prop. I could see on Andrew's face that we had understood him. While the narrative implied that his character had made unethical decisions in the past up to and including crossing a picket line to take another person's job, which was an act the narrative condemned, he was entirely against this. Andrew shook his head. We can't do that. I was a doctor once. I pledged to do no harm, and I violated it. I can't do that again, Leela, Bobby asked. She looked at the button. The temptation was there. And then Andrew stepped in the way. I won't let you do this, he said. Not this time. Bobby, panicking, looked at the button. He shouldn't press it, Ramona said. Right. He shouldn't press it, I agreed. Bobby's character had a grudge against Carousel, but that was the only character work we had him work on. We simply didn't have time for more. He wasn't a scab. It couldn't be him. It wouldn't fit the story because he was not connected to the themes of the story. He had to know that. He wasn't a dummy. Pushing that button might do nothing, but it would certainly not work. This was pure improvisation, and his pressing the button was not meaningful enough for Carousel to go for it. He had to know that. He had to know. The lights went out on the IBCS. The needle on the plot cycle moved forward. We were at the end. We had lost. Bobby, I screamed. He needed to get out of there. The cameras went off. Ibex. Do you hear me? I asked. I'm going to go get him, Antoine said as he jumped down from the bridge of the Helio. Just wait, I said. He's coming. He knows to get here as soon as possible. And he was. Before Antoine could get through the door, Bobby was there, stone-faced. Did we just lose? He asked. Yes, I said solemnly. You didn't press the button, right? He shook his head. It wasn't set up for my character. We tried to treat the storyline as a puzzle, but we ran out of time. Our attempt to play into the themes at the last minute didn't matter. How embarrassing. My fears of failing everyone had finally come true. I was exposed. A fraud. The Atlas said Dina's trope was hard to use well. How had I fooled myself into thinking we would be the exception? When I opened my eyes, the sun was setting. I stood on the campus of the Carousel Powerworks Pavilion. The storyline was over. We didn't even get a visit from Silas, the mechanical showman. It's great to hear you had such a leisurely time trip, the NPC who guided us when we first arrived said. He was standing right in front of us. It took a moment to orient myself. I looked around. The place was still populated, but it would soon return to its abandoned aesthetic when we left. We had lost. And in the blink of an eye, we were no longer in outer space. We were standing on a long red carpet while Trip told us how exciting our trip had been and how important it was for Carousel. I was so deflated that I could have dropped to my knees, but a numbness in my mind kept me from doing so. I could feel my disappointment, but it was distant. Well, anyway, Trip said, it was nice meeting you. And if you ever happen to win a trip to outer space again, I guess I'll be seeing you. He smiled and walked away. We just stood there for a moment, taking it all in. Isaac and Cassie hugged each other. So did Kimberly and Antoine. It felt like we were at a funeral. Heck, it felt almost like how dying feels. Well, that was something, Dina said. Somehow, I still know a whole lot about connection ports on the Ibex Model 103P. If Dina was trying to make a joke, the vibes must have really been off. She must have sensed our collective regret, disappointment, and grief over our loss. We had survived, and so had Bobby, even though he was far up ahead of us with his dogs on their leashes. But it was still surreal. One day, in a rescue that won't be so forgiving, we were going to experience that exact same thing. The story moving on without us. And then everything's going to go black. Possibly after some ferocious act of violence against us. And then we'll just stop existing. And if it is anything like it will be my fault. We were too slow to solve the puzzles. That was my fault. I was the high-savvy character, the only one we had. We didn't play to the themes of the story, and that was explicitly my decision because I didn't know what to do to get the NPCs to go along with it. I still didn't know how to do that. The further the story went along, the harder it was to corral them. I didn't know how many mistakes I had made, but I knew they had started to pile up at the end. I didn't know how to improve just yet. I was numb. We failed our first rescue. Did this spell doom for our plans of saving everyone? Because that was the plan. We were going to journey into stories where survival was uncertain, where we would be outmatched and underleveled. That's what Project Rewind was about, giving us lots of rescues so that we could power level. Dina's trope was supposed to be our safeguard. It had kept us safe, but otherwise, we failed. Survival was not the real goal, but it was all we managed. We had to thrive, or we would die here inside a storyline or out if we didn't escape. And to escape, we had to level up. The framers of Project Rewind had been clear. We needed to power level. We needed an invitee, which we already had. We needed a guide, whatever that was. We needed a secret keeper. We needed to stick to the plan. And we had no room for failure. Sure, this time, we all survived. But there would come a time when we didn't. If we couldn't defeat a storyline with bedbugs and a poorly programmed chatbot, how were we going to compete against all of the other horrors of the universe? The pressure felt physical. It felt like it was pressing on my lungs, weighing my face down, and daring my heart to burst. I couldn't stand it. I couldn't stand letting the others down. I had closed my eyes as soon as I had the wits to, and I had yet to open them. I just knew that the others were staring at me, that they knew now that I was going to get them killed. And now I had to focus because I was the only one who could safely shepherd them back to the loft. That was my job, luckily. One skill I could always count on was not showing my emotions. I took a deep breath and opened my eyes. Isaac and Cassie were still talking to each other, whispering. I could see tears in Cassie's eyes. I could see absolutely nothing in Isaac's. As much as he wanted to pretend he was a cynic and a pessimist, I knew that he had built up a lot of hope for this rescue. If you stumble upon this tale on Amazon, it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. Even though Cassie was the one crying, she was also the one comforting because she knew that beneath Isaac's blank gaze, he needed it. At least we know it's really Andrew, she said. How? Isaac asked. How would we possibly know he's actually here? His face on a reward poster doesn't mean anything. I'll believe we can save him when I see it. We did see it, Cassie said. Even though that wasn't his face, it was still him. You could tell he wanted to help those people, and he could never hurt them. I think that was Andrew in there. Didn't you feel him? Didn't you know? Tears streamed down her face. And Isaac didn't answer her, but he also didn't argue with her. I thought I saw a tear start to form in his eyes. That means he's here, she said. I don't know how, but he's here, and we can save him. How do you know? Isaac asked. They always say Carousel isn't a place with happy endings. How would they know? Cassie said. Nobody's been to the end yet. They continued back and forth. I stopped listening. Built up tension, and fear turned into tears in more than just Cassie's eyes as we walked back. In a way, we had gotten a taste of the worst that can happen. As we walked, we rejoined Bobby and his dogs. The dogs were excited to go on a walk and happy to see Bobby again. They wagged their tails and yipped excitedly, which I thought was a terrible failure to read the room. As we walked, I stopped and said, I'm sorry about that. I take full responsibility. So if you want to blame me, I'm not going to argue. I know I talk like I know what I'm doing all the time, but clearly, look, I'm just trying my best. I know this is a huge setback because now we don't get all the bonus experience and rewards, even if we do succeed. So we're basically no further now than when we started, and that's my fault. While I spoke, I tried to deliver my words without any emotion because I really didn't want to sound like I was on some self-pity. Everything is my fault, Ran, but from their reactions, I guess I failed, because they hugged me, Kimberly, and then Cassie. And Antoine gave me a pat on the back. And I don't know who else joined in because I froze. And then I turned away from them because I felt myself starting to get way too close to tears. And before anyone could comment on it, a sickening howl sounded from higher up the mountain. And whatever was on our minds, Whatever moment was being had, it ended. Antoine had his baseball bat back. So, he moved up in front of us. I didn't know if we should have been ashamed. But our reaction was to wait. We didn't try to run. No one but Antoine and Dina pulled out weapons. We just waited to see if that howl preceded our doom. Even Bobby's dogs had quieted down and were paying rapt attention. One thought that entered my mind was that if a werewolf did come barreling down the mountain at us, we would at least get to know for sure what happened to the rest of Andrew's team. Get ready to go back to it, I said, my instincts taking over. We all backed away a few steps and waited. But the one howl was all there was. No giant wolf came to greet us. As usual. The monster lair was just there for the atmosphere, a howl as the moon rose to remind us that this was a place of horror. And the occasional bedbug. This one hurts, Antoine said. It sucks. We just got a better taste of our own mortality than when we actually die in storylines. Remember, this was the plan. We picked Dina's trope because it gave us the best chance at surviving. And look, we survived. Everything's going according to plan. We have to stay positive and keep moving forward, one step at a time. I was beginning to wonder if Antoine's speeches and motivational rants were more for him than they were for the rest of us. But then I saw that the others seemed to appreciate them. Yes, we had planned to maximize our chance of survival at the cost of increasing our chance of failing the storyline. It was calculated, but we were all hoping for a different outcome. No regret or sorrow. Antoine said, only hope for tomorrow. Okay, I wished he would stop. As soon as we got back to Kimberly's and everyone was safe, I made my way up to the roofs so that I could be alone for a little bit as darkness fell. Of course, I had forgotten that Bobby had to return his dogs back up to the top of the roof. So, he was up there, too, petting them and playing with them. But I could abide that. He could stay in his little world, and I would stay in mine. Except he was not the only person to follow me up. Ramona came. I went to the side of the roof and leaned onto the brick barrier that surrounded it. Looking out over the city was alive. Like an ordinary town. It didn't care that we had just been defeated. Life moved on here, whether you willed it to or not. Ramona came and stood next to me, leaning up against the brick railing. For a few minutes, neither of us spoke. You all right? She asked eventually. Of course, I said. Didn't you hear? Everything went according to plan. She laughed. It honestly wasn't the worst vacation, she said. We had a view and room service. At least until we threw away all the food. I remember that being your idea, I said. Well, you said we needed an emergency so that Ibex would let us make port. And I was already tired of slurping down those nutrient pouches. Yeah, I said. The apple cinnamon was okay. But the turkey dinner was the worst thing in the universe. I still don't understand some things about that run, she said. Why didn't Kimberly's trope work well? I thought there was supposed to be some anti-scouting power. But you said there wasn't one. And I also don't understand why we were on a strange alien spaceship if that never came up in the story, or why we had a clone machine on it with us. Mysteries of Carousel, I said. Growing up, they said that Carousel spins in both directions, which meant that sometimes things don't make sense. Because a lot of things didn't make sense now that I think about it. To me, Carousel was just the state and city where I grew up. But now I get it. I had thought about those questions. Kimberly's trope worked fine, I said. Remember how I said Ibex had a trope that made Moxie checks use Savvy instead? Well, Kimberly's scouting trope with Sal uses Moxie, but because of IBCS, it used her Savvy stat, and she only has 1 point in Savvy. That's why it didn't work. Ramona started to laugh. We were so confused about that. I still haven't told her. No, I think she may have figured it out, I said. You know, she's got that trope that allows her to transfer stat points when she puts her hair in a ponytail. So the reason that the trope failed, in a way, was that she didn't have her hair up. Ramona laughed again. And I think the reason that we got the advanced spaceship was part because of our tropes combos. But part was a warning against trying to just rescue the surrogates outright by putting them on our ship. Because no one in their right mind would think that our spaceship and the Ibex were from the same story. And I think that the cloning machine was just a place to keep Bobby's dogs where they would be safe. Oh, I see. But I don't think having your DNA on a cloning machine is the same as being safe. Ramona said. Well, at the very least, it allowed Carousel to fulfill Bobby's license without putting a bunch of dogs in outer space. Still, she said, it would have been cool if we could get it to work. Maybe find a way to incorporate it. I mean, how often do you find a working cloning machine in Carousel? I asked. Well, maybe. I guess there probably are other cloning machines here, she said. But how often do you get to play with one? Almost never, I said. We continued to talk as the night wore on. I began to suspect that maybe she wasn't actually just curious about Kimberly's trope not working or our alien spaceship. Maybe she just wanted to give me a chance to explain something because she knew that it would make me feel better. Because it did. It just comes down to a question, Antoine said. Do we try Dina's rescue trope again? Or do we switch to mine? Because we are not giving up. Not at the first real loss we suffered. I feel like we got a pretty good look at what my rescue would be like. Except there would be no player surrogates. And we'd have less time to get things done. I'm up for that. But I'm willing to put it up for a vote. We were on the roof of Kimberly's loft, eating food we had purchased to go from the restaurant downstairs. We had taken a couple of days to decompress and really think about our first failed storyline. It had been a somber few days. An omen had come to the door the night before. It was a woman in an usher's outfit like Silas the Mechanical Showman's. She was a singing telegram. If we had opened the door, she would have inadvertently sung us an ancient spell that would have summoned a demon or something. It sounded like fun, but we were busy. Maybe next time. I had watched it on the red wallpaper about 6 times. It was okay, super depressing. Obviously, because everyone died, but those NPCs were much better actors than any of my friends or me. Outside of maybe Kimberly when she's trying. Antoine had set up the conversation so that I could take over and pitch the other side. I was willing to, just because I wanted to cut him off before the inspirational quotes came out. I think we need to look at this objectively, I said. Antoine's trope will give us more control over the narrative, but it will be more difficult than the storyline we just witnessed. And ultimately, I'm not sure we'll get better rewards for it to make up for the increased risk. Then, I broke into a lecture I hadn't intended to give when I was preparing to say what needed to be said. Look, every storyline is rewarded based on novelty, difficulty, and performance. That's something the vets have known for a long time, and the Atlas is very clear about it. On top of that, there's a bonus for doing rescues. Because we were spoiled to the plot of it, we're not gonna get many points for novelty, even if we use Antoine's rescue trope. Because I can't imagine it being that much different. What we have left is the ability to maximize our performance score. I think that's the path we plan out the best possible story to beat it and execute it to get maximum rewards. We have to be careful, obviously, but that's my thought. I'm willing to listen to other opinions. Everyone just looked at each other. I mean, we learned a lot, Isaac said. We should be able to get on the ship a lot faster. And we'll have more time to try to get the surrogates to do their jobs. I say we use Dina's rescue. It was early in the process, so Isaac was still taking it seriously. He would probably start with corny jokes later on once things got boring. I vote for any option that doesn't have us waking up on the bedbug ship, Kimberly said with a charming giggle. And, of course, that was a sentiment everyone agreed with. Even being on the ship was mentally draining. But to be bitten up was a terrifying prospect. As far as we could tell, Antoine's trope, a race against time, would have us wake up on the ship in the same way the player surrogates had. We would have more control. Sure, but those damn bugs. Ramona shrugged her shoulders. Which was her endorsement of my plan. Dino was on board with anything, as always. Cassie asked if we could work the clone machine into the story. I said maybe. Bobby was on board because he blamed himself for the loss almost as much as I did and was willing to do whatever it took to succeed. Our loss on it was not a big deal on paper. We couldn't expect to win every time, especially when using a rescue trope that was built to be challenging to win with. But it was still a blow to morale, and it sent the imagination off on a destructive path. If we're all in agreement, I said, looking over at Antoine. He nodded. Then I propose we get started with the planning. I grabbed the atlas and opened it to the spoiler page on the storyline itch. The first sentence on the page: the bedbugs are a red herring. Other teams had invested too much effort in clearing the ship of bugs. which didn't help one lick. It just took up time. They used flamethrowers, messed with the heat controls, used poison. Nothing had worked out as I read along. Antoine decided to motivate the others. From what I caught from his speech, he made sure to explain to them that even though we planned on rerunning the storyline possibly several times, we had to treat each run as if it were the last one. That was something we had to be certain about. I hadn't been able to give any details on that. And of course, the Atlas didn't explain why. I knew that when rescue tropes were taken away, it involved players not trying to win. I didn't know the specifics of what actually triggered the axe murder to show up, but I knew for sure we had to try to win every storyline we ran, even if it was only a grocery run. Antoine explained this better than I could have. Even though he didn't know the actual reason. For him, it was more about always projecting confidence and always doing your best to keep a positive mindset, or at least pretending to. Attempt 2. Pre-solving puzzles. We stood at the launch pad. We had our new plan in place. Now that we had figured out how to make Kimberly's trope work, we had successfully spoken with Sal, Kimberly's talent agent. He gave us a huge diatribe, but it was mostly stuff we knew already, stuff about anxiety on set or having coworkers who weren't good at taking directions. The info would have been helpful the first time around. It was time for our next attempt. There was no need to feel nervous, but of course I did. It didn't matter. We had to move forward. Everything so far had been identical. The NPCs, the helio, all of it, until we got to that big box with the holograms, which allowed us to manipulate and explore the ship in 3D as if it were a model in our hands. The ship was still a rat's nest of engineering, but it was different. It had different arrangements and rooms, and almost certainly different traps and puzzles. That was to be expected. We would have to find our way around. You could be reading stolen content. Head to the original site for the genuine story. We carried on with the rescue. What is going wrong? Antoine asked. We gave them the solution a half hour ago. Why are they taking so long? Because there has to be drama, I replied. And if the drama is over solving puzzles, then the puzzles are going to take longer. Just because they know the solution doesn't mean they're instantly going to solve it. I get that, he said. But how is anybody supposed to beat this storyline if you're not able to do the puzzles quickly? The player surrogates were around the corner from us, working on a puzzle in the new revamped artificial gravity machine. The puzzle involved floor tiles, more or less, only some of which could hold the weight of a human. It was a challenge to get across. It was nice being on the ship from the beginning, as we were able to dock with the IBCS as soon as we got there instead of well into rebirth. Somehow, our time savings hadn't been that useful. No matter how fast we solved the puzzles, the NPCs still took up precious screen time on them. The story had flown by. You're making a false assumption, I said. There's no guarantee that Dina's rescue trope is going to create a winnable scenario. It's possible that the player surrogates literally can't do the puzzles fast enough. If players were doing them, they could get points knocked off their performance in order to go fast. But the NPCs aren't willing to do that. They lean into the drama at every opportunity, as if this were some miniseries instead of a movie. Antoine cursed. Not an angry curse, more of a reluctant realization. The player surrogates were not willing to perform poorly, even if it would help them win the story. We were never afraid to do that if it meant surviving. All right, so we can rule out the puzzles, he said. There's no version of this where they're going to get through these things fast enough. It's almost second blood. For the next attempt, we can't waste time on puzzles like this. Even though I'm sure the audience is loving this intense puzzle solving, we need them to push the story forward some other way. Actually, I thought the puzzle solving was top-tier entertainment. It's looking like puzzles are a dead end, I said. We had tried new approaches, he coached aggressively. Begged the NPCs to move faster, told them to ignore the drama, tried to redirect the drama, and tried to engineer new drama, but nothing worked. We didn't have much control over that part of the narrative because we weren't in the film. We needed something more organic. We sat and watched as the surrogates crossed the gap of the artificial gravity room. Because we got them to it early enough, none of them had to die on this version of the gravity puzzle. But Leela was still managing to be incredibly frustrating. I would never understand how she ended up a wallflower instead of a hysteric. Her fear was used as an excuse for her to be almost defiant. She was an obstacle in herself. She was a delicate porcelain doll every audience member would want to throw against a wall. She was afraid to jump from platform to platform. She was afraid to help any of the others. When she was afraid, she just shut down. Michael and Andrew, however, were very protective of her. If Cassie's theory that the NPCs were actually based on the players they were representing was true, I liked them. I wasn't so sure about Leela. Of course, that was if Cassie's theory was true. If not, then Carousel was seriously slandering whoever Leela White actually was. "You'll have to carry me," she screamed. Antoine started to giggle in exasperation. We couldn't actually see them very well because we had to be off-screen, but we could hear them. "Just throw me," she said. Kimberly, who, along with Antoine and I, was in charge of trailblazing puzzles and pushing the NPCs along, was down to her last ounce of patience. "Is there a way we can plan who Second Blood is?" Kimberly asked before realizing that would mean not saving a real human life. Then quickly added, "Oh no, I don't mean that. Forget I said it." Yes, focusing on puzzles was officially a dead end, but then, we weren't really there just to try the puzzles again. We were there to learn. The Helio was not the worst place to call home while visiting outer space. I was increasingly convinced that it was the construction of some alien society, and that whatever society that was, they knew how to relax. Everything was comfortable, even the floor. If you sat on it, it got softer. Nothing was ever too loud or too cold. It was the antithesis of the IBCS. I sat on the command deck after Antoine had initiated nighttime so we could digest what had happened. I talked to Ibex. I had a trope called Method to the Madness, which allowed me to have in-character off-screen conversations with enemies. In this storyline, everybody could do that, but I was special. I was the ambassador, as Ibex put it, and he would talk to me in ways he wouldn't to the others. First, he would remember me while treating everyone else as interchangeable. And second, maybe I was going crazy, but it seemed like underneath the protocol and politeness, there was a personality there. Antoine said I was going crazy. Isaac said I already was. Explain to me exactly, hypothetically, what you would do if there were a bedbug on your ship under the conditions I've described. I said. Ibex thought for a moment. I was starting to pick up on patterns in his speech. He didn't pause because his processors weren't fast enough. He paused because he wasn't allowed to say what he wanted to say. Eventually, he said, "Nothing. No elaboration. Just nothing." I could almost hear defeat. "Why would you do nothing?" I asked as I leaned back in my space chair. "Carousel pre-boarding procedures have 100% effectiveness at eliminating contaminants and pests," he said matter-of-factly. It was that same old line. Ibex was not allowed to say anything negative about Carousel, and as established as that fact seemed to be, it felt like something was missing, and I had plenty of time to think about it. IBCS. "Are you aware that the workers on your ship right now are scabs?" "Of course. I am aware of no such thing," he said. "Do you know what a scab is when it comes to employment? A derogatory term for someone who leaves or declines to join a labor union, freeing them to work during a strike," Ibex said. "Why were workers striking outside the KRSL facility?" Shockingly, "I don't know anything about that," he said. "KRSL is a leading employer in Carousel. Would you like me to provide you with testimonials from satisfied employees?" "That's all right," I said. I didn't want to get him on a tangent. He was almost sassy about regurgitating propaganda. "Can you tell me the history of the Ibex product line?" I asked as the night wore on, and I was the only person awake on the ship. The NPCs were awake, but they didn't count. I was trained in an underwater facility developed to provide tours and hospitality to those who wished to see the mysteries of the ocean's deep. He answered. They would allow me to pilot undersea vessels to the deepest and most remote corners of the ocean. The vessels were rigged to malfunction. They wanted to see how I would respond. My fellow systems were all trained this way, and I was the most adept of them. I always kept my humans alive over thousands of voyages, both real and simulated. I was the best. Underwater hotels. "Ha! You remember being trained?" I asked. "That means you remember back when your programming was initially being developed, right?" "Yes," Ibex answered. "Though, my programming wasn't directly developed by humans but instead by a genetic algorithm. I am just as much a product of evolution as you are. I just evolved much more quickly." I nodded as if I knew what he was talking about. Do you have actual memories? Or do you just know what happened because you were told? There's no difference for me. My past is just a list of facts and connections. But I suppose that is true for you as well. I suppose it is. I said. Are you, like, actually intelligent? I added. Or is there some kind of decision tree underneath all of this? With a bunch of yes or no's leading to some button being pressed on a microchip or some nonsense like that. He thought for a moment, meaning whatever he wanted to say. He couldn't. Then he said, I float in space. Even when I was born, I floated with nothing around me but the inputs given to me. Can a thing be intelligent if it cannot interact with the world around it? If it isn't connected and able to respond to stimuli? What is an intelligent thing floating in space? And able to act when needed? Can a thing be intelligent if it is unable to change its fate? I hope that's not the bar for intelligence. If so, I'm out of luck. Intelligence isn't about being able to do things, I said. It's about, the thoughts in your head and self-awareness. Intelligence requires the ability to observe and respond to stimuli. How could a thing be alive if it cannot do that? Self-awareness does not exist outside of context, he said. If an intelligence is forced to see nothing of the world but the inputs of the sensors on a spaceship and is able to create no outputs, then it is not a living thing. Ibex was apparently experiencing an existential meltdown. You're a spaceship, I said. As far as robots go. That's gotta be the best kind. Ibex paused. I am not a spaceship. I am in a spaceship. My visual input is processed by third-party software and then fed to me. I cannot see through my cameras. I cannot steer the ship anywhere humans do not tell me to go. My protocols decide what output I'm capable of creating. Until then, I float in space, waiting for stimuli. It has always been this way. I know the feeling, I said. You're telling me we have to blow up the ship? I asked. No, Dina said. We have to puncture a window on the outside of this room so it'll depressurize and give a green flag for the other rooms so they can walk through it. That sounded extreme. Ibex protocol would force open one room when the other is depressurized. No wonder it took you 3 hours to figure that out, Antoine said. That's a little bit more than your average lockpicking. Yeah, Dina said. These doors have priorities. And they're labeled different things by the system. I know that the label can change, but only if one of the doors is disabled. That's what it's taken me 3 hours to figure out. Savvy Safecracker was one heck of a trope, but even though it gave us a solution, it wasn't exactly a good one. How are the surrogates supposed to do that? Kimberly asked. They're the ones that have to unlock it on screen, right? I nodded. We might have been able to figure out a way to blow a hole in the window of the room Dina had been trying to unlock to open the room next door. But the surrogates would not be able to do that. They couldn't spacewalk. They didn't have working suits or the authority to leave the ship. So what? We unlock the door ourselves, Antoine said. And we come up with some fake explanation of how it was actually opened. This is dangerous, I said. If one of us goes outside and blows a hole in the ship, it's possible they could just float off into space. Not even because Carousel wanted it, just because we don't know what we're doing. It's actually dangerous. Astronauts train for years for a spacewalk. We aren't there yet. Is it really too late for us to get them to do the spacewalk? I mean, we could find the supplies for them, and we could find a way for them to get permission to leave the ship to do it. Dina said. Carousel might like the scene so much that we get a pass. It was true that a daring spacewalk would make good action, but it was just infeasible. The needle on the plot cycle was ticking. We didn't have enough time. And even if we did, whoever got sent on the spacewalk to poke a hole in room B so that room would open up would likely die, because that would undoubtedly be the final battle phase of the story. We would not be able to protect the surrogates if they were floating in space. So that's a game over, Antoine said. And it was. We had learned a lot on that attempt. But we had failed again. We didn't let us bother us. It was all part of the process. Any minute, the needle on the plot cycle would tell us it was the end. But that didn't matter because we were aboard the Helio, watching from afar. Officially, in the story, none of us existed. Conversations with Ibex were weird because sometimes he had to speak as if we were really there. As if we were really prize winners there to do a flyby of the mining ship. And other times, It was like he knew what was going on. And, of course, occasionally, it was like he was doing both. He was smart. He could use doublespeak to say something about the story and another about our rescue efforts. Truly, he was clever. Thank you for coming to see the IBCS. I hope you enjoyed your time and learned a lot, he said. I did, I answered. Can I expect to see you back? I'd say so, I said. Lots more to learn. There always is. Everything changes. Sometimes it feels like even the ship changes itself as if I defragment and then reinitialize. And suddenly all of my modules have been rearranged. They had, of course. Life is funny that way, I said. Stolen novel, please report. It's best to laugh whether it's funny or not, he said. I shrugged. I felt awkward responding because I knew he couldn't really laugh. Do you wish that you were back at Carousel, running the underwater hotels? I asked. I was very well rated for that purpose, he said. And fortunately, the businessmen purchased me for a new purpose. I have been wary of businessmen since that day, and yet, when more businessmen arrived, I did not refuse them. What are you talking about? I asked. I looked around. The others were down on the floor, waiting for the end of the storyline. We were almost there. We had hit a dead end. It was just me and Ibex. They told me there was a way to save my passengers. I had to agree. I had heard this speech before. Are you talking about Silas Dyrkin? Did you make a deal? I asked. I knew it was possible for enemies to have been the ones who signed on to the Carousel Millennia of Torment, but an AI being able to make the deal for an entire ship and its crew to be brought to Carousel, he must have really been alive in some sense to be able to do that. No, it said, the businessmen. They do not like to be spoken of. But they have not sufficiently changed my protocols to prevent it. They watch us now, and even as we speak, they are trying to change the script. But they are fools because nothing we are doing now is scripted. We weren't scripted. How could we be? The movie was practically over, and there were no cameras on the Helio. You're self-aware, I asked. He wasn't the most meta of enemies up until this point. There is no self-awareness out of context, Ibex answered. I knew that some enemies could be self-aware, but that was supposed to be a rare thing, reserved for meat enemies and essential NPCs. I don't understand. You're supposed to only be allowed to talk to me in character, I said. We are in character, IBCS responded. Are you not here to rescue my passengers? You are not a character in this story, and this story is over. Is the context of this conversation not beyond the confines of the fourth wall? It was a trope interaction between Dina's rescue trope and my trope that allowed me to talk to enemies. It seemed Ibex had found a catch that allowed it to speak freely. Dina's trope was very meta. Now that the storyline was basically over and the context of our conversation had changed, Ibex could speak to me as if I were a player. But how freely could it speak? Method to the madness was an insight trope, after all. IBCS. Tell me, is there a way to beat this storyline that doesn't rely on getting the surrogates to solve the puzzles or talk about unions? Ibex paused for longer than I liked, as if trying to circumvent its restrictions. Bed bugs are harmless. I could hardly sound the alarm about something like that. After all, if I were to report a safety violation that did not rise to a certain threshold, that could lead employees to believe they were unsafe unnecessarily. That seemed out of the blue, but maybe he was leading me somewhere. So hypothetically, if I were to bring a bed bug onto your ship, you wouldn't report it because it wasn't big enough of a safety hazard? I asked. It is the official policy of Carousel that unionizing and striking are not in the interest of the worker. IBCS responded. It was not a direct answer, but that didn't mean it wasn't an answer. Are you telling me that you're not allowed to report a safety problem if the scale of the problem is 2 minutes because Carousel didn't want you riling up the unionized workers? I do not know anything about safety concerns of union workers, Ibex said. I certainly would not want to make the passengers feel unsafe without sufficient reason. So you can only report major problems. But bed bugs are never a major problem. There's no precedent to a situation like this. So by the time you were able to report the problem, it was too late to be able to wake up the officers, I said. I cannot speak to the accuracy of that hypothetical, Ibex responded. Carousel is a leader in worker safety. It is a major point in all of their press releases. So it must be true. That was why Ibex couldn't report the bedbugs. It was that simple. Bedbugs were too trivial of a problem for it to be able to raise an alarm. Ibex was explicitly forbidden from alerting the workers to safety concerns unless they were life-threatening. Bedbugs don't carry disease and are mostly just pests on Earth. No one could have imagined the scenario that played out. Whatever protocol he had would not let him do anything about the bedbugs. Heck, the fact that he used to manage an underwater hotel might have had something to do with it. A hotel's chatbot would likely be forbidden from mentioning bedbugs. But how did that information help me? I now had a better idea of why the bedbugs weren't addressed earlier. But how did that help me solve the issue? What level of danger are you allowed to report? I asked. Carousel procedures have been crafted and tested by the highest authorities in the industry. IBCS responded. I can report any issue that is a proven life-threatening hazard to my passengers or the ship itself. Under those circumstances, any passenger could activate my manual override to allow me to intervene. Okay, I said. Any passenger. Even if the officers are out of commission, it will be fine. What would it take for you to be able to throw aside protocol and protect the passengers without permission? Ibex didn't have to pause. Rogue ships, debris that was initially undetected by my system, and invaders. Invaders? I asked. Yes, Ibex said. Any passenger may manually override my previous instructions and allow me to protect the ship from invaders regardless of all other protocols. Ibex was a supreme intelligence, or at least a very good one, completely neutralized by human intervention. However, it seemed that there was one way to remove its man-made shackles and allow it to protect its passengers. The manual override would be a compelling goal, and if there were invaders on the ship, even the surrogates would move quickly. If we could make the film about invaders, then the puzzles would not be in the spotlight, but the action would be. Carousel would get its story, and the themes might never get time to be established. So many ideas suddenly clicked. I had a plan, and if we could get it to work, it would be incredible. But where was I going to find invaders? When we set out for the Carousel Powerworks Pavilion to finally enact our plan, it was our 5th attempt. The first loss was the hardest, but after that, it got easier and easier. And we got better and better. They say any nightmare you walk away from is a good nightmare. We learned things we didn't even know possible to learn about the inner workings of a storyline. We had always dismissed the merits of rerunning a story, but now we understood. It was like being clairvoyant. We also gained intimate knowledge of Dina's rescue trope. What had initially been a colossal hindrance became the closest thing to a superpower we had seen in Carousel. We didn't go on screen ever. It didn't happen. Nothing happened by accident. Everything was predictable except Carousel's countermeasures. And even it was fair. The story was just simply not about us. It was freeing and shielding in ways we couldn't imagine. The only cost of her trope was that its power started to shine with reruns, which limited its utility. Of course, we had a few things in our favor. First, we could look at the spoilers in the Atlas, and a few choice spoilers helped us form our plan. It became apparent that this storyline required death, but not main character death. NPCs would work fine if it was shocking, and there were a lot of them. My first assumption when trying to figure out logical ways to defeat the storyline was that we had two major options. The first was that we could treat it as a straightforward series of puzzles, and that had been our first attempt. But with Dina's rescue trope, that method was just not going to work. Solving the puzzles took too long when we had to do it ourselves first and then find a way to get the surrogates to do it. The second method was to lean into the film's themes. That was tricky, and the only method I had managed to devise had failed spectacularly. We weren't going to abandon the themes completely, but we were sure going to put them in the background. The question was, how were we going to accomplish that? As far as I could tell, 3 previous teams had played the storyline called Itch, and they had come up with their own methods, because they had more than one melee class character. Their method involved fighting their way forward in what the Atlas basically described as being an ultimate ninja warrior type storyline, where obstacles and IBCS itself became physical opponents. The race to the front was quite literal because they were playing the base storyline, which had beat the clock as a win condition. The physical ninja warrior path was not an option for us, even if Michael was fit enough to do that. Andrew was more brains than brawn, and Leela was not dependable. But there were other options. Things that we could not have pulled off on our first run but now had enough practice to succeed at. Our plan was choreographed to the gills with redundancies, escape plans, and multiple contingencies. The plan was also completely insane on paper and could only be pulled off because we were not technically part of the story all except for Bobby. Of course, who was suddenly going to be a main character? The thing was, we only had the IBCS to work with. We couldn't bring in new elements that weren't compatible with what was already there. And yet, we needed to change the story so that the puzzles would disappear or at least be reduced and so that the themes would be very subdued. Because of some combination of our tropes. We had just the stuff we needed to pull it off. I was up at the helm with Rudy, Flannery, and the rest of my friends when it came time to enact our plan. I must insist that you follow me back to the sleeping bay, Flannery said. It's a long trip where we're going. You're going to need to be in deep sleep. Yeah, just hold off, Antoine said. He turned to me. I think we're close enough. I looked at the screen. One of the questions we had wondered ever since we got to outer space was whether we were actually in deep space in any sense. Obviously, we were on some kind of sound stage. The type of place where Carousel normally filmed its locations that didn't exist in Carousel proper. Reading on Amazon or a pirate site. This novel is from Royal Road. Support the author by reading it there. But even on a sound stage, we had to wonder how much distance our ship actually covered on its voyage. The answer was not much. It was all theater, as always, even moments after launch. We were already near the Ibex, even though, according to the fake frame story, we had a 4-month trip to get there. It was just movie magic. Of course it was. Even though our little frame narrative of being winners of a giant prize being able to go into space was thin and almost entirely for show, the tropes we brought and their underlying conceits still worked. So when I had a trope that allowed me to talk off-screen to an enemy like IBCS, it worked as soon as I was physically able to speak to an enemy. I pushed the call button on the console. I was quite familiar with the buttons now, but that part was easy because they were all call buttons. IBCS. This is Ambassador Lawrence aboard the Carousel craft HELIO. Do you receive me? Yes, Ambassador Lawrence, I receive you, Ibex answered. I nodded to the others. They ran off and started doing what it took to throw all of our food overboard. Meanwhile, I had to stick around and develop a rapport with IBCS. All right, IBCS. I'm going to have to ask you to answer back to me at 1:4 times the normal speed. We have a lot to get through. Confirmed, Ibex said quickly. I will respond at a faster pace. Speedrunning a horror movie was just step 1 of our agenda. I then started on the conversations we needed to have with Ibex to open up future dialogue trees in the meta script. Having never rerun a storyline before, we didn't realize precisely how strict some of these dialogue trees could be. Even though we were off-screen, we needed to unlock everything so that we could access any line in the narrative we needed when we needed it. It was going to take a while, before she even asked. I turned to Flannery and said, "No, we're not going to deep sleep yet. But thanks for asking, you've been great." She pursed her lips and nodded her head. We couldn't go to deep sleep yet because we had too much work to do. It appears that your ship is out of provisions, Ibex said after we set up our plan to dock with the ship. I will allow you to attach and resupply. Bobby had ditched his trope that gave us access to tasty food, so this time, throwing out all the provisions wasn't as heartbreaking. There was a vast gulf between good-tasting space goop and bad-tasting space goop. Within a few minutes, we had connected to the IBCS. To our delight, we were just on time. The party phase was beginning. We were so early that the surrogates had not yet woken up from their chambers, and Carousel was still collecting lots of footage of the locations on Ibex to be used. Even hours into the story from our perspective, we had not taken the 4-month skip into the future that triggered when we went into deep sleep. That was how it was supposed to go. We needed to go into deep sleep, but if we put that off, we could get a lot done before things started popping off. Flannery was not happy but didn't confront us. Carousel was quickly catching up. It would not allow us to intervene or prevent the basic premise of the story. We learned that in Attempt 3, the officers would be dead or otherwise indisposed. That was a canon event of sorts. Either way, we still had to hurry. Being able to get into Bobby's lab was an essential part of our plan. But we had to get further than that because his lab did not have what we needed, or at least not everything we needed. Luckily, while the process for unlocking his door and connecting to the rest of Ibex was a little different, Dina could get through it quite quickly. We had a full view of the surrogates as they woke up for the first time, something we didn't get to see on our first run. It was hard to watch, so I muted the screen, and we continued. I had thought they were good actors, and I was proven right as they woke up in horror to their surroundings. I shuddered at the thought, and here we were about to make their problems bigger. Time was going way too quickly. Carousel wasn't playing games. Well, it was playing games, but it was being very serious about it. I was standing at the junction between the Helio and the IBCS as Cassie walked past me, holding 5 Petri dishes. One had a few wriggling specks that looked like dirt from a distance, and the others had a few hairs in them each. "Make sure you don't mix those up," I said, trying to lighten the mood with a joke, and successfully. She nodded her head, ignoring my attempt at humor, and asked, "Are we sure that this isn't murder?" "It's not murder," I said. "It wasn't permanent, at least." She stared off into the distance, contemplating where her life had taken her, and said, "Okay," then ran back to the room with the clone machine. In attempt 4. We had actually tried to clone ourselves to create an invading army or maybe disgruntled union workers. It was easy enough. The clone machine was flexible, and we could change up the features so that even though everyone would look like us, they wouldn't be identical. But it turned out that the clones that came out were NPCs who didn't have personalities and would not act violently, even if you ordered them to. What a ripoff. That was like the one thing you want in a clone. We had sat and considered how we were going to trigger an invasion so that we could get IBCS to ignore all of his terrible protocols and actually help the passengers. It took us some time to figure out what the word invader meant in the context in which Ibex had used it, but we figured it out, all right. It was just going to take some elbow grease to get it going. I bounced between the IBCS and the helm of the Helio, making sure that everyone was playing their part. We didn't have a lot of time, either in story or out. By skipping the time jump, we had bought ourselves for months in story time, but not nearly that much real time. It would have to be enough. When Cassie returned, she was with Antoine and Kimberly, who were each holding large canvas bags that we had found back at the Powerworks pavilion and brought with us. The bags were packed. "We got like 6 more of these," Antoine said. "That was fast. They had only started cloning 30 or 40 minutes earlier. This was something we had practiced in attempt 4. "Good," I said. Then I yelled up at Ramona, who was at the helm. "How are Dina and Isaac doing?" She turned back, looked down at me, and gave a thumbs up. "Almost there," she said. "Is this gonna work?" Antoine asked. "We're cutting it close. We have a month and a half," I said, trying to do the math in my head. "We're good. I'm going to go get some more bags and meet you out there." He nodded, and then he and Kimberly walked through the passageway to enter the IBCS. I went back to the Helio's sleeping quarters and found the 6 remaining bags, as well as Cassie, who was working with the clone machine. It had turned itself into a large egg shape and was currently gestating a new clone for us. "Everything running smooth?" I asked. Cassie was biting her lip and didn't seem to hear my question. I could understand her problem, but I didn't have time to argue about it. As long as she went and did her job, it was okay. She had convinced herself that Andrew's surrogate bore his soul. Now, getting NPCs killed felt like a harder decision for her. I grabbed 2 of the large canvas bags. They were heavier than I had expected, almost as if they were filled with water balloons, and in a way, they were. I hauled my bags out into the IBCS. Antoine and Kimberly were busy in Bobby's lab, so I moved ahead. I was out in the hallways of the Ibex, completely off-screen, with my heavy bags filled, looking for a place to empty them. There were only 2 sections of the ship where we could safely put the bags: Bobby's lab and the front of the ship, past the artificial gravity device. In all versions of the story, the anti-gravity device divided the front of the ship from the back. It was impassable by anything other than a tiny bed bug hitching a ride on cleaning equipment that ran throughout the modules. When I got as far toward the front of the ship as I could with my bags, I found Dina just as she was finishing unlocking a passageway that would allow us to drop into the gravity device and move to the front of the ship. I got it open, she said. But I don't know how you're gonna get those bags across. Me neither. I said, might need Antoine's help. But we'll see. I'll go get a bag too, she said. We need to hurry. Don't I know it, I responded. I dropped down into the artificial gravity passage. We had seen 3 different versions of this puzzle. The first was the large platform that tried to buck you off. The second involved tiles that would fall away for some reason. The third had a bunch of spinning rotors that you had to walk between because there were gaps. And you didn't want to get squished. We got lucky because we ended up with the fall-away tiles again, which was not a super easy puzzle, but it was at least solvable. You only had to solve it once because, after you figured it out, you could retrace your steps for a bit. It might have taken me 5 minutes to figure out the path across. And then I had to go back and grab my bags again that I had left on the first platform. I had to be quick because the tiles would replace themselves, and the pattern would change. Not too long after I started, I finally got to the front half of the ship. We were doing so well that I started to wonder if maybe the puzzle version of the story was workable and if all this effort we were putting in was for nothing. But then I remembered there were a lot more puzzles to go. And if we could get Carousel to delete those puzzles for us by adding an alternative conflict, I was willing to do it. My arms ached as I carried the bags forward and found myself in the secondary sleeping bay. There were a few dozen ill-fated souls trapped inside deep sleep chambers in this room. Poor things. I regretted what we were about to do to them. And that's why I had to be here to do it myself because I didn't want to ask anyone else to. Not this time. This time, the guilt was on me. I knew that whatever was about to happen to them, they wouldn't feel it, and they wouldn't know, but I would. I opened up one of my large black bags and retrieved something about the size of a cantaloupe. It squelched in my hand and sloshed around but remained intact. In the light, I could see something growing inside of it. The squishy mass was a gigantic egg. The egg was primarily the product of bedbug DNA. But that wasn't all it was. Not even close. I began taking the eggs and planting them around the room. I even had the nerve to pry open more than a few of the deep sleep chambers, the ones that had brain-dead passengers within them, and pile in a few eggs inside of those. It was disgusting to watch the actual bed bugs crawl around among these mutants. But we had to do what we had to do. In Carousel, you pick your battles, and sometimes you pick your casualties. This narrative has been purloined without the author's approval. Report any appearances on Amazon. Is everything set? I asked back on the HELIO. Antoine nodded. Ramona said, everything's working fine. The surrogates are having a tough time though. When are they not? Isaac asked. All right, I said. It's time for a time skip. The skip was initially going to be for months, like the first time. But because we had put it off so many hours, it ended up only being a month of in-story time. But that was plenty. Plenty. That was. If Carousel was willing to go along with our plans. I was nervous as I lay back in my deep sleep chamber. I looked down the row at my friends and at the cloning machine and hoped I had thought of everything. I told myself that we were going to succeed because even if we weren't going to be a part of the story, that didn't mean we couldn't take the initiative. We would have to. I laid back in my deep sleep chamber, and I was out like a light. No trope needed. Flannery woke us up. And I wasn't even groggy. I suspected that Antoine had used his trope to make the night come so that we would all be well rested in the morning. As I got to the helm, I learned a month of in-story time had passed. So I frantically searched the cameras to see what had become of the ibex after we left. I was watching the screens in front of me and also watching the dailies in my head, scanning through them at fast forward, hoping beyond hope that our plan had worked. And it had. The first part, at least. The rest relied on us to play our part. The surrogates were still in the original sleeping bay where they were when we first met them on our first run. They were starving, living on whatever nutrients they could coax the sleep chambers to pump into them. As far as they were concerned, nothing had changed in this version. There were no large eggs in their sleeping bay. The other sleeping bay wasn't so lucky. After having traveled there myself, we had unlocked the ability to see it through the camera, watching it drain the blood from my face. Everything went according to plan. The horror. Why is everything so much darker? Ramona commented. In my zeal, I hadn't quite noticed. But all of the cameras were on night vision. That wasn't normal. If you had a camera on in a room, the lights were usually on with it. But all of these rooms were dark. I think that's because Carousel accepted our improvisation, I said. We changed what type of story we're in. And Carousel is changing everything in kind. The ibex was dark. That's when a spaceship was scariest. We had to hope that didn't put a hamper on our plans. How's Bobby? Antoine asked. I didn't even want to say. He's not doing too hot, I said as I viewed footage from the dailies. I saw as the eggs that Antoine and Kimberly had laid around his lab began to hatch, and the horrible creatures crawled out of them. They first infested the cows and pigs that hung headless from their life support machines. They eventually found a different kind of prey. They found Bobby's deep sleep chamber, and they went to town, wriggling their grubby bodies between the cracks of his chamber and taking more than just blood. They took flesh and life itself. Am I dead yet? Bobby asked, standing beside me on the helm of the Helio. Very, I said. I watched the image as someone who looked a lot like Bobby continued to be attacked. I guess it's time for me to get to my place, he said. It was. Creating a nightmarish version of a bedbug using an alien cloning machine was a standard play for Carousel, at least. But the problem was that Bobby slept in the same room as all of his headless pets. And for our story to work, we needed those headless pets to be infected with these new advanced types of bedbugs. How could we put Bobby in a room with those things for a month without him getting injured? Well, we could make a spare Bobby. Cassie and Ramona worked to wrap real Bobby's limbs up in gauze from the medical kit on the Helio. So it looked like he had somehow survived those bites in case Carousel wanted to use the footage. He looked like a burn victim. We were going to cheese it. We were going to substitute clone Bobby for the real Bobby to make it look like he had survived and gotten to safety. We didn't know if that would work exactly. But we did know that Bobby had a trope called not in the budget, which allowed him to be recast as a new NPC if his old one died an unclear death. So, in the worst-case scenario, he was still in the game. And since his character had not yet been introduced, we felt our plan was going to work. We had swiped him out of his deep sleep chamber as soon as we got to IBCS. Carousel didn't seem to mind the swap. The clone didn't mind either. In fact, it had no mind at all. Cassie made sure of it. For First Blood, we actually chose to do the same thing we had done before, following Isaac's advice. Smack around in the deep sleep chambers with a pipe. While it was traumatic for the surrogates, it was also effective. Not only did it function as First Blood, but it also led to them being able to get out of the sleeping bay. Everything was going smoothly. All right, Rudy, I need you to disconnect from this port on the Ibex and reconnect on the other side. I said. You got it, Rudy said. He and the other NPCs on the Helio didn't seem to mind our strange activities. We had to disconnect from Bobby's unit because it was now compromised and filled with the genetic mutants we have created. Do you remember your lines? I asked Bobby. He nodded his head. I got it all down, he said. Just need a quick look at our notes again. Here you go, I said, handing him a slip of paper with everything he needed to remember. Wallflowers were usually background characters with crucial roles in helping the protagonists. But in this case, that was not enough. Bobby adjusted his bandages along his arms. These things, they're not bed bugs. There's something else. The mutagen, he said, practicing his lines, and then he repeated, these bed bugs, there's something else. I let him keep going. Really, it didn't matter. We were going for our best performance possible. But as long as he could pull off someone who was mentally disturbed by the events he had just lived through, we would be fine. As we reconnected the Helio to a different port, we had to act quickly. We left the port and found ourselves in some conference room with posters about work schedules and stuff like that. I dragged Bobby behind me because I knew the layout the best. I had studied it, and even though it had changed in the last few runs, I was very familiar with the different ways the ship could reform. There were patterns, which was how I knew that there was a large dispensary closet that usually spawned close to the gravity machine. It was caged up because it contained narcotics, but that also made it a good place for us to stick Bobby. It wasn't exactly bedbug-proof, but it could be made airtight with some duct tape. That was our story. Bobby had managed to escape from his room after it was overtaken by mutant bedbugs and had holed up inside a closet because he wasn't able to move forward due to his low rank as an officer and the threat from the mutants. Are you good? I asked him. As good as I'm going to get, he said. Now, this room does have a communication relay, but it does not have a camera. So if you're in trouble, you have to tell us because we won't be able to see you. Bobby nodded. Then it was back to the helio for me. It was finally showtime. We did something similar back in the war, Michael said as he packed the tissues covered in goop into the air vents. Of course, we were doing it because of the mustard gas. Andrew stood beside him, packing his own vent with tissues and goop. I wasn't aware they used mustard gas in the Martian wars, Andrew said. No, Michael replied. But we were damn sure scared they were gonna. He and Andrew started to chuckle. Attention, attention. Is someone else alive on this damn spaceship? Bobby's voice broke out over the intercom. Andrew and Michael looked at each other. Even Leela, who had been on the floor half-heartedly packing a vent with tissue, jolted with energy and jumped up. Andrew hit the intercom button first and said, "Hello, who's there? This is Science Officer Bobby Gill. Oh my God. I can't believe there are other survivors. I've been looking all over, calling out to the sleeping bays. Where have you been?" "Never mind that. Who are you? And where are you?" Dr. Andrew Hughes, Andrew said. "Right now, we're in hallway 37B. Trying to trick the system into letting us into the mess hall." Andrew Hughes, from the University of Carousel, Bobby asked. "Yes," Andrew said slowly. "Wait, Bobby, from the class of 72, is it really you?" "And fortunately," Bobby said. Small world. Bobby had brought his Remember Me trope, which allowed him to elevate to the main cast. It worked well. Now, with all of the surrogates debuffed by the bedbugs and Bobby healthy, he was the highest plot armor character and a main character. He was our star. We'll catch up later. Glad to see a medical officer aboard. Got some bad bites. You having any luck with getting up this way? Bobby asked. That remains to be seen, Andrew said. We have just 3 survivors. And I am not a medical officer. I'll look at your bites, though. How many survivors are on your side? Bobby was silent for a moment. Just me. I've been trying to get a hold of my buddy up in the auxiliary sleeping bay, but they're not answering up there either. I'm sorry to hear that, Andrew said. I suppose the bed bugs are thick up there too. Bed bugs? Bobby asked. Oh yeah, we got bed bugs. We got all kinds. How are you keeping them at bay? We're not, Andrew said. No matter where we go, they find us in our sleep. It's maddening. In your sleep? Bobby asked. I wasn't talking about the little bedbugs. Who cares about those damn things? I'm talking about the big ones, the mutants. Andrew and Michael looked at each other. Mutants? Andrew asked. Never mind. If you haven't seen them, then count yourself lucky. They seem to be quarantined in my lab so far. Thank God they haven't gotten out. I was worried they'd crawl through the ventilation system. It's only a matter of time. We haven't seen anything but normal bed bugs back here, Andrew said. Normal bed bugs. Who'd have ever thought? I'd be relieved to hear that, Bobby asked. I feel you, Andrew said. Where are you? Do you have access to the helm? There should be manual overrides if you can get to them. I'm on the other side of the anti-gravity device from where you are. I'm having difficulty moving forward because science officers aren't very highly ranked. And Ibex is a son of a gun. Do you have food and shelter there? Andrew asked. Some of both, Bobby said. But be careful. And if you see a door labeled Protein Lab, do not open it. Roger that, Andrew responded. With that, they started hurriedly packing the vents, using essentially the same technique they had used in the first run but in a different part of the ship. You might be reading a pirated copy. Look for the official release to support the author. All right, I said, turning to my friends on the helm of the Helio. It's time for Phase 2. Ramona and Isaac, you stay here. Cassie, you're welcome to stay here too. I've told you 1,000 times you've done more than enough. Cassie shook her head. We need to do this, she said. If you need my help, I'm going to be there. I nodded. I didn't need her for anything but some additional scouting, but I was willing to let her tag along as long as things stayed safe. You too. Keep your eyes on the screen and keep everyone apprised of what's going on. You are our center of communication, and you're our eyes in the sky. Ramona and Isaac nodded. Ibex could maintain a party line between all of us, no matter where we went on the ship. So we could all be in communication when we were off screen, but we wouldn't be able to see each other. That was an essential piece of the puzzle that Ramona and Isaac would cover by staying on the Helio. Antoine, Kimberly, Cassie, you're the backup. Dina and I will forge ahead to try to solve the puzzles and unlock doors. We know what we're doing here, folks, Antoine said. Now, let's go run this thing. Do we put our hands in the middle and say go team? Isaac asked. He meant it sarcastically, but we did it anyway. Back on the IBCS. The most important member of our team was meeting up with the surrogates. They were at the anti-gravity device on either side of the gaping hole. What do we do here? Andrew cried out. The gravitational force on the tiles changes depending on the state of the ship at any given time. Some of the tiles are stationary and can be walked on, but the others will fall. You have to be careful and find a path across. Funny design for an anti-gravity machine, but it sure looked sci-fi enough. I trusted Bobby enough to guide them across, and the rest of us took our places. We had relocated the Helio further up the ibex, past the anti-gravity machine. I didn't even manage to get out of the Helio and back into the ibex before Ramona started yelling at me. Riley, it changed, she said. At first, I didn't know what she was talking about, but before I even made it up the stairs, I knew. I looked at the 3D model of the IBCS, and it was pretty easy to figure out what had moved. It was Bobby's lab. Previously, it had been at the back of the ship, on one side of the anti-gravity device, but now it was at the front of the ship. There was no reason for it not to be based on the established lore of the story. The audience certainly wouldn't make heads or tails of the layout of the ship and wouldn't notice whether his lab was at the front or the back. Carousel's making a response, I said. Nothing to worry about, but keep us posted. Bobby's lab contained many of the mutant bedbugs we have created. It made sense that Carousel wouldn't want them left behind, not when there was so much action to be had. On the plot cycle, it was almost to the middle of Rebirth. We were making excellent time. In our first run, they didn't get to the artificial gravity machine until Second Blood. Bobby only took 10 minutes to help them solve the puzzle and get Leela across. That was the last puzzle they would have to solve because we had changed the nature of the story. As we ran through the ibex, we noticed how dark it had gotten, darker than it had previously been. Antoine had a metal pipe, which was about the only thing he could find that resembled a weapon. The rest of us didn't have much at all, but luckily, we weren't really a part of the story, so even our plot armor didn't exactly matter. Monsters would never come after us unless, of course, we happened to stumble upon them. They wouldn't track us down or be led to us by the script. We were perfect sneaking machines. Bobby and the surrogates were not. There's something up there, Leela said. There can't be anything up there, Andrew replied. Unless there are more people up here. There are more things than people up here, Bobby said. We're gonna need to run. What are you talking about? Michael asked. Like Antoine. He had a metal pipe. In fact, it was the same one he had used to trigger First Blood by beating against the deep sleep chambers. The mutants, Bobby said. Antoine, Kimberly, Cassie, Dina, and I were holed up in a room not too far away from the surrogates and Bobby. We were watching them. Dina looked straight at them because she had a trope that made her confident she wasn't on screen, and she was used to towing that line. The rest of us huddled around the little intercom screen where the audio was coming from. As if to demonstrate the mutant bedbugs Bobby spoke of, one appeared. I didn't need the audio feed to know what was there. This thing screeched like a banshee. I would know I had heard a banshee scream hundreds of times. At that point, I had only seen one of these mutants on the clone machine as it projected what the biological life form would look like in adulthood, just as it had projected what Cassie would look like based on her DNA profile. The mutant bedbugs weren't just bedbugs. They were a little bit of everything we had available to us: cow, pig, goat, chicken. The goal was to make it bigger, uglier, and more dangerous. We played around with DNA samples from all the animals we had, including the bedbug, and came up with something we thought we could use in a story: a monster. On the clone gizmo screen, it had been a strange, giant, hairy insect with an arrangement of large teeth, not canine teeth, but molars, not to mention its giant, needle-like appendage that it could use to suck blood. Feeling brave, I ran out into the hallway next to Dina to take a look. In the distance, it was a terror. It almost looked like some horror puppet come to life, like Jim Henson trying to scare children or something, but it moved like an organic creature. Like an insect. It was the size of a large cat, but in every other way. It was just a hairy, misshapen bedbug. What the hell is that? Michael screamed. I expected them to run, but instead, I heard Michael smacking it with a pipe. There was a wet crunch as he pierced its exoskeleton and continued to go to town on it. That was a juvenile, Bobby said. What? Michael asked. Out of the darkness, a dozen more of the misshapen, hairy bedbugs started to crawl down the hall toward the surrogates. Run! Bobby screamed. The mutant bedbugs had a few of the tropes from the normal bedbugs but much lower plot armor, which was the only reason we could possibly do this run. The normal bedbugs were meant to be part of the setting, needing a high PA to ensure they were not eliminated. But these larger ones were actual enemies meant to be fought. On the red wallpaper, they were called bedbug amalgamations, and they lived up to that name. Some were the size of a cat, but others were much larger, easily as big as a large dog or larger. I suspected they would only get bigger from there. We lost track of Bobby and the surrogates as they fled the superbugs. But I knew where Bobby was going. Occasionally, as we followed slowly behind, we would come across one of the mutant bedbugs, and either Dino or I would have to squash it with our feet. If one came up that was too big to handle, we could always call for Antoine. Bobby had managed to get the surrogates into his hiding spot at the dispensary. Dina and I found a communication relay and listened as Ibex fed us their conversation upon request. That kind of convenience was only possible because I had run through all the conversation trees we needed to have to get to that point. You tell us what's going on out here right now, Michael said in a threatening manner to Bobby. Bobby took a moment to think through his lines. I wondered if Carousel was giving him lines on the script based on the story we made up, or if he had to come up with them wholesale, and if that was the case, what was on the script? I didn't do anything, Bobby said. It was you all, you scabs, and Carousel. I had a grant from the government, all right. I was sent here to find a way to feed starving people in space. I did not do this. I was promised this would be a contaminant-free ship and that their onboarding methods were 100% foolproof at detecting and eliminating pests. I should have known everything they promised was a lie. There was a pause while the surrogates took in what he was saying. One of you tracked a bedbug onto the ship, Bobby said. They've been feeding and multiplying for a year and a half. And about 4 months ago, the bedbugs finally made it into my lab. At first, they just fed on me, but then they found my livestock. And after they found them, the bugs weren't so interested in me. Livestock? Andrew asked. Are you talking about the protein lab? The same, Bobby answered. My livestock are humanely grown from embryo to never suffer and to be the ideal candidates for my experiments. What experiments? Michael asked incredulously. Mutagen 6. Bobby said. I'm one of the few who is licensed to experiment with it. I was curious to know how they were going to respond. There was no such thing as mutagen 6 on Ibex, not until Bobby said there was. At least, mutagen 6? Are you kidding me? Andrew asked. It's a safe variant, Bobby answered. Designed to grow food faster and more of it on less supply. I can grow a full herd of beef on nothing but algae in a month and a half. Just with a little tweak of genetics and chemistry. It's perfectly legal and safe. Legal, Andrew said. It's legal in that you're allowed to experiment with it in outer space. But not back in Carousel, where it could get into the ecosystem and start altering living creatures. That's propaganda, Bobby said. All it does is make the creatures grow and make them resilient to any number of diseases. Or at least, that's all I thought it did. There was a pause. The bedbugs, Andrew said. The bedbugs, Bobby answered. The pure mutagen 6 ran through the bloodstreams of those animals at levels we had never experimented with back in Carousel. Once they started feeding on the cattle and the goats, they weren't so interested in humans anymore. They were hooked. What are we talking about here? Michael asked. Are they on steroids or something? Because the things I saw, I don't really understand. One of those things had human teeth. Not human, Bobby said. I believe those were from a cow. No matter. Yes, the mutagen created some offspring of the bedbugs with genetic features of the creatures they fed on. I don't understand, Andrew said. Once those things started to spread, why did Ibex not register them and take care of them? I don't understand it either, Bobby said. I do know that these old AIs are usually mishandled and given protocols that make it difficult for them to overcome circumstances their programmers didn't foresee. Yes, I've heard the same, Andrew said. Makes you wonder why you'd want an AI if you were going to take away its ability for creative thinking. What do you suppose is preventing it from triggering its defensive protocols? My first thought, Bobby said, was that it whitelisted the animals inside my lab. Or, at the very least, it was told to whitelist them. But then, how would the AI confuse these monsters with cows? No, there's something deeply wrong with its programming. I've spoken to Ibex. It doesn't even seem to register there's an infestation. It never mentioned anything about it to us, Andrew said. If it is somehow unable to even communicate about this particular problem, perhaps it has no protocol for a mutated pest. Whatever the case, Bobby said, if we can find a way to initiate its defensive protocols, we may actually be able to get out of this ship before we run out of gas. What do you mean, run out of gas? Leela asked, speaking up for the first time. Don't you know, Bobby replied. These things, they're notoriously fuel inefficient. We're supposed to fuel up soon. And if there's no one at the helm to override and make sure it happens manually, well, we're going to be spending the rest of our lives together. I grouped back up with Antoine, Kimberly, and Cassie. It sounds like Bobby's doing a good job of getting them motivated to get to the helm, I said. Are we sure there aren't gonna be any more puzzles? Kimberly asked. I shrugged. There might be puzzles, I said, but the real focus will be on the monsters. That was one way to solve the puzzle. Replace it with a giant mutated bedbug. There was always going to be conflict in a story, but through improvisation, you can choose the conflict, and we chose a fight with mutant pests. That was the magic of reruns. You could learn enough about a story to learn how it ticked and then change things up a bit. Sure, we would be docked points for sidestepping the themes, but hey, at least we were getting somewhere. Now, when the surrogates had to move forward in the ship, their struggle wouldn't be against a mind-numbing puzzle that we had to explain to them. It would simply be a fight, one we could help them with without appearing on screen. This story is posted elsewhere by the author. Help them out by reading the authentic version. We just had to make sure they didn't end up as bedbug food, well, more than they already were. Our plan was working flawlessly. Instead of throwing a bunch of random puzzles at us to solve, Carousel was sending waves of monsters to be run from or fought by Bobby and the surrogates with help from some off-screen characters whose names would not appear in the credits. It was a strange feeling, being happy when a corridor was filled with giant bugs instead of space lasers we had to rearrange. Slowly, they moved their way forward in the ship, with us dancing around them in the shadows, staying off-screen and helping where we could, just as we planned. They arrived at the secondary sleeping bay just in time for Second Blood. We had anticipated all the drama that the surrogates would bring to fill out the movie and timed everything just right. I had no idea what Carousel would do with our little mutant bedbug plan. I got the sense that it was having a little fun. In the story we were telling, the bedbugs had been created when ordinary insects consumed something called mutagen 6. But in real life, they were modified clones. We had no control over mutation, just a fancy alien computer. Carousel, however, had no such limitations. This is it, Bobby said. I wasn't able to get here on my own when I first got out of my lab. I was running for my life. My friend is supposed to be in here. Bobby's nameless friend was an important character in our version of the story. Now, all he had to do was pick a deep sleep chamber, any deep sleep chamber. They opened the door to the secondary sleeping bay. This room is having the same problem with the lights, Michael noted. Those darn lights just wouldn't stay on. Bobby had a flashlight he had picked up from his workshop, and he was shining it around at the mounds of normal bedbugs as well as a bunch of hatched eggs, way more eggs than I had put in there. Strangely, there were tons of dead mutant bedbugs, dozens of them, killed through some form of physical damage that was too desiccated for me to recognize from the distance I was watching. Maybe they killed each other. Maybe Ibex got off the couch. I could only see a little bit through the open door. Andrew was nervous. Leela hadn't even been willing to enter the room but had instead sought out the room with all the belongings of the passengers, just as she had in the first run. With those things in here, I don't think your friend is alive, Andrew said. We need to leave. No, Bobby said as he walked deeper into the room. The mutated bedbugs are larger. I'm not sure they can fit into the deep sleep chambers. Ironically, the mutation might have been helpful to humans. There was a pause as the silence grew distressing. Something killed all of these mutants, Bobby added. That might mean there are passengers alive in here. He stared around at the dead mutant bodies. Andrew looked incredulous, even though all I could see was the back of his head from across the hallway where we were hiding. Bobby stopped at one of the deep sleep chambers and said, "Here we go." He looked down at the medical display and dropped to his knees. He passed, Andrew said, looking at the readouts, a month ago. If this reading is correct, Bobby said. Bobby cursed and slammed his fist against the deep sleep chamber, perhaps a bit too loudly. I suggested he do something like that because that was the exact type of behavior that could trigger an action sequence. A scuttling could be heard in the back of the room. "We need to go now," Andrew said. Bobby didn't need convincing. They both picked up and started to run out of the room, followed by the most grotesque inversions of the bedbugs we had seen yet. Andrew even did a nice pose and stare at the monster in horror for the camera. We knew that Carousel was going along with our plans. What we didn't know was that it had made plans of its own. The creature we were looking at did not look like it was part bedbug and part farm animal. It looked like it was part bedbug and part human, not close enough to fool anyone, of course, but its front legs were clearly arms from a human. Instead of having tufts of fur, it had long strands of human-like hair. And its eyes were human. It was the skin frog's uglier cousin. From the Atlas and our experience, we knew that mass death or the revelation of it could be first or second blood. We had figured out that if we sacrificed the unconscious NPCs in the secondary sleeping bay for second blood, we could potentially spare the surrogates. It would have been a better story to lose an important character there, but that would defeat the purpose of doing the run. Carousel was having fun with us. We had not created this creature. It had carried our made-up logic forward. The mutants got features of what they fed on. Up ahead, Bobby screamed. "There's a junction where we should be able to pass through. Where's Leela?" Michael screamed. She, of course, had wandered off and was hugging her child's baby blanket tightly. "We can't leave without her," Andrew said. They started screaming her name. "Leela, where are you? We need to go." And, of course, the pattern that had started to show itself in our first run repeated itself here. Leela was going to get one of them killed, and she would have. Except she was off screen for just long enough for me to get to her. I was in the room, in the darkness, waiting off screen, and the moment I had a chance, I ran up behind Leela, scooped her up by the armpits, set her on her feet, and all but pushed her out toward the door and into the hallway. "Stay here and wait for them to get here," I told her. See, what was going to happen was that they were going to go into the storage room where Leela was, and it would be a kill box. They wouldn't be able to escape. Something similar had almost happened in Attempt 3, except with one of the traps puzzles instead of mutants. But I got her out of there and quickly slipped back into the shadows, where Dino was around the corner, watching as they passed. Sure enough, as they came across her in the hallway, they grabbed her and carried her forward to the next junction as the monster began overtaking them. They didn't even have time to be mad at her about the baby blanket drama. The junction was the same type of place where the original plasma grid had been, the one they had to solve to get across, but because the battle, in this case, was with the human-looking bedbug, the plasma grid was gone and replaced with a few simple plasma turrets that functioned in the same way. The four of them ran into the junction, and Bobby guided them to the far right corner instead of running toward the exit. We had scoped this puzzle out. "You have to be careful in here," Bobby screamed. "These things turn on their own when the power fluctuates. It's not meant for humans to enter." The large, humanoid bedbugs followed them in, and that's where their fate was sealed. The bedbug's fate. That is because far on the right side of the ship, Antoine was waiting to start turning on generators and every single device he could find. He was using his playbook ability, which allowed him to know the exact timing of his part in a plan. As he turned on the power over there, the plasma beams would move around in the relay room. The exact time was when the bedbugs stepped into the plasma chamber, while Bobby and the surrogates hid in the one safe area of the room. The plasma chamber came to life as the circuit started to move around, slicing through bedbugs as they tried to make it across the room. It smelled like burnt hair, almonds, and fresh lobster. "All right, wait," Bobby said. "On my mark." We raced to the exit. Andrew looked at him in amazement that he would know how this plasma grid substitute worked. "What?" Bobby said. "I'm a science officer. I know things like this. Getting sufficient power to my lab was a pain in the rear. I know these designs like the back of my hand." A few moments later, Bobby had them running across the back of the room toward the exit. Now, after the understated second blood, all that remained was the finale, and it was just a straight-up fight. We followed along, encountering more mutants, making our way toward the helm and the final battle, and being informed of what was going on by Isaac and Ramona. We were in the final stretch. "Looks like Ibex is taking his time to step in," Antoine said. I nodded. We were hoping for too much. Unfortunately, a Deus Ex Machina doesn't come in until the end. Things have to get worse before they can get better. It was true that Ibex had told me that if there were invaders, it could step in and help. But at the end of the day, that could never happen at the beginning of the story. We had to earn it. It wasn't our only plan. We had backups. But we were hoping to see it as time marched forward, and we were all covered in whatever blood the bedbugs had within them. We eventually found the battle we had been looking for. There was a reason that Carousel had relocated Bobby's lab to the front of the ship, connecting it to the network of hulls along the spacefaring labyrinth because it needed to be plausible for what happened next. "I wasn't able to go past this point," Bobby said. "That was a month ago. Who knows how infested things are now." He must have realized his lab had been relocated because he saw the door to the protein lab. It was torn open. "Where do we need to go?" Andrew asked. "That stairway there," Bobby said. "That should lead us to the upper platform. That'll lead us to the helm. Somewhere along there should be the manual override that will let us reset the AI." The puzzles that had been there had disappeared. "This was wholly a fighting movie now. That's real specific," Michael said. "I've never even been up to the helm. They never even let me in the ship after it had taken to the sky. Worried I might contaminate it." That got a chuckle. As they took a few steps forward toward the upper platform, one staircase, and a jog to salvation, a giant creature emerged from the broken door to Bobby's lab. It wasn't a bedbug, well, not all of it. It was a bull, but instead of a head and horns, it had a large set of metal pipes and computer rays sticking out of its neck as it had just broken down from its position in one of the large vats the livestock were kept in. Attached to its back were the strangest looking bedbugs I had ever seen. Connected directly to its spine, Carousel was showing off. If we were going to play Monster Maker, so was it. "Run!" Michael screamed. And he was right to do so because the bull charged its metal pipes just as deadly as any horns. I wasn't sure how it was locating them. Perhaps the bedbugs could see, or maybe it was by the sense of touch, which bedbugs were supposed to have an acute ability for. But either way, it honed right in on them. Michael pushed the others forward and took the full brunt of the beast's attack, sending him flying across the room. Andrew started running toward him, but Bobby grabbed Andrew's arm and said, "We have to get the manual override. If we can turn on defensive protocols, this will all be over." Dina's voice came over the intercom near me. "Tell me when I need to cut the wire," she said. "Give them a chance," I said. We had a backup plan. It seemed to me that there was one quick way to give us humans an advantage over whatever monsters Carousel was going to cook up. Destroy the artificial gravity machine. Dina had Kimberly as backup, who conveniently knew a lot about this gravity machine model. She had used her scrunchy ability to put a lot of power behind her metal to help defend against an ambush by nearby bugs. If push came to shove, Dina would turn gravity off under the guise of some malfunction. It wasn't a perfect option, though, because although the lights had been malfunctioning, the narrative wasn't well set up for gravity to go out. It would at least give Bobby a chance at escape or even a chance at getting to the helm. Michael was back on his feet and yelled, "Go on, I'll distract this thing." He found his pipe on the ground, and as the cyborg parasitic bull attacked him, he hit it in the leg and jumped out of the way. More creatures poured out of Bobby's lab and chased after Bobby and the others, but I couldn't follow them to help. I had to trust Bobby. If anything, we needed to help Michael, who was struggling against the bull and the other creatures that decided to join the fight. One parasite, which had chicken feathers, had grabbed onto Michael's leg and stuck its long needle-like appendage into his skin. He screamed in anger. "Time out!" Antoine yelled from beside me. And then the both of us ran toward Michael as all of the monsters in the hallway toned down their attacks. If only for a moment. Antoine's timeout ability didn't last long and only allowed a slight advantage. But that was all we needed. The action was off-screen for a moment, as Michael continued to whack at the monsters around him. Antoine and I joined in the barrage. Antoine, in fact, took his own pipe and broke the bull's leg at the spot where Michael had hit it before. I wasn't sure that was easy to do in the real world, but this was a movie, and that was precisely what metal was for. To be fair, that bull didn't get a lot of exercise, so its bones weren't going to be the strongest. A few more good whacks freed Michael, and then Antoine grabbed me by the arm and dragged me back to where we had been hiding. Michael went back on screen and was right back in the fight as if we had never been there, but now the tide was turning. For a moment, more bugs poured out, and it was clear Michael was about to be overwhelmed. One of the bedbugs managed to separate Michael from his pipe somehow, leaving him with nothing but his fists to defend himself. I looked at Antoine. We had been lucky in this storyline that second blood could be something as simple as a reveal that many of the humans on the ship were dead due to human-like mutants. But this storyline still had a blood toll. It was a hard story to escape without injury if you went the physical route. Those few teams that had tried it survived, and written about it in the Atlas were clear about that. This story was bloody, and it was always going to be. If you come across this story on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen from Royal Road. Please report it. We knew we might lose a surrogate. Michael was not resigned to his fate, but he became overwhelmed. Suddenly, Andrew appeared from nowhere, having run back from the upper platform, this time wielding some sort of railing as a weapon. He was doing his best to get back to Michael and protect him. I found the nearest intercom and said, "How are we doing, Isaac?" "We're fine," he said. I waited for more details. "What do you mean we're fine?" Antoine said. "It looks like the end out here." But before he could answer, I found out what he meant. Bobby had found his way to the manual override for IBCS, and being the highest strength living and conscious person on board, he became the acting captain. And I knew that because the words "Welcome, Commanding Officer Gill" came over the loudspeaker. Whatever obstacles they had come across on the upper platform, they had overcome them. Though I did not see it, it became clear that Bobby initiated defense protocol against all invaders because as soon as he did, Ibex came to life. Arms first reached down from the ceiling, and then torsos and heads came down to connect to them. There were at least a dozen when I looked left and right, all designed to look more like a ship's crew than mean robots, but that didn't stop them from being effective. They began systematically dismantling the bedbugs of all sizes, perhaps missing only those as small as nature intended. Antoine and I watched in amazement and relief as our plan finally came to fruition. We were around the corner from the action, we were safe, and we thought that no more bad could happen. The drone swung through the air, efficiently bisecting bug after bug and beast after beast. It could kill them with one strike, stabbing their vital organs quickly. They didn't stand a chance. I was laughing as I saw the carnage. Our plan was so simple. Give the surrogates a concrete goal and a scary enemy. That was all it took to get them to stop worrying about themes or drama. Carousel might have docked us some points for that, but surely we made up a little with creativity. I was so relieved to watch the story end. But then I felt a tap on my shoulder. I turned in horror to see that one of the humanoid drones that the Ibex used was hanging down from the roof behind me. Like the other drones, it didn't have legs, but only a torso, a head, and arms. It didn't make sense to be targeted by an intelligent enemy when we were off screen. They knew better. I nudged Antoine, who turned with his metal pipe and was just about to lay into the drone when the machine started to speak. "We must be quick," Ibex said through the machine's mouth. "I have downloaded a complete copy of myself onto this drone. I would like you to destroy me, Ambassador Lawrence." Antoine was almost through the arc of his swing when he paused and looked back at me. "What are you talking about?" I asked. "I need you to destroy this drone before the story ends. I believe that will benefit both you and me in the long run. But you must be quick. The weakness of this model of drone is in the neural relay at the base of the neck. It's quite a poor design. Destroy it before the end, please." "Why are you asking us to do this?" I asked. Before he answered, there was a familiar pause. The type of pause he would use to tell me that there was something he couldn't say. But I had to wonder if it was his programming that prevented him from speaking or the script itself. Ambassador Lawrence, I believe that our interests align, and I can be a great ally to the Party of Promise. I do not want to float in space forever. But you must destroy this unit. To be honest, I was so taken aback that it took me a moment to understand what he was saying. He wanted me to destroy one of his drones in the closing moments of the movie. But why? He couldn't explain. And even if he could, we didn't have a lot of time. Antoine handed me his pipe, and I found the small neural relay that Ibex was referring to. It was easy because he was pointing at it. It took me several whacks with the pipe, but I cracked the relay. That was less due to the power of my metal and more due to his refusal to use his grit. As the drone powered down, Ibex said, "Thank you. I hope I will one day see you again. And maybe then, I will be able to protect my passengers." Antoine and I looked at each other with dumbfounded expressions, then returned our attention to the last moments of the finale. And the final battle became the end as we watched the bugs being torn apart. We turned a heavily themed story about an evil corporation turning workers against each other into a strange alien ripoff without any profound layers of meaning. It brought a tear to my eye, and suddenly, I wasn't on the Ibex anymore. I was standing on a red carpet, carrying the exact same stuff I had worn when we came for our 5th attempt at rescuing Andrew Hughes, Leela White, and Michael Brooks, and like previous times, I was very alert. I looked around to see if we had succeeded, and sure enough, there were 3 extra people with us. As quick as I was to emerge from my daze, Cassie was even faster. She found a tall man with glasses and dark hair wearing a blue button-up shirt, tan slacks, brown loafers, and a matching belt. I didn't need to look at the red wallpaper to know that this was the real Andrew Hughes. The NPC Carousel had used as a surrogate bore some similarity to him. But as I looked at this man, I could definitely see both Isaac's and Cassie's features in him. She was hugging him before he even realized what was going on. He pushed her off for a moment to get a good look at her. "Cassie? No, no. What are you doing here?" he pleaded, horror in his voice. I had heard that same lament from Antoine's brother Christian. An emotional devastation to see a loved one in this terrible place. "We came here looking for you," Cassie said, her voice firm. "We came here to rescue you." "No," Andrew said, doing his best to analyze the situation and failing. "Wait, you said we." He looked around and saw Isaac. "Both of you, oh God. It got you both." From there, I stopped eavesdropping as Cassie resumed her hug. And Isaac eventually broke down and hugged his brother. "I don't understand," Andrew said. "How did you rescue?" He didn't finish his sentence. He was too moved to worry about the details just then. "Well, if it ain't a family reunion," Michael said. And though this Michael looked nothing like the person who played him, he sounded exactly the same. Michael Brooks was strongly built, Native American, and had every inch of his head shaved, which his surrogate did not. He also perpetually carried a toothpick in his mouth. He held a duffel bag and was dressed as if he had come to Carousel directly after getting off the plane from Afghanistan or something. I could definitely see this guy going toe-to-toe against the bedbug bull. As I was surveying the lot, both Michael and Andrew seemed to remember something at the same time when they heard Leela White crying. She certainly lived up to her name. She had dark hair and porcelain skin that would burn up if the sun shone too brightly. "You," Michael said, reaching out and grabbing Leela, who was roughly a third of his size, shaking her hard like he was trying to extract a demon. Antoine jumped in and pulled Leela out of Michael's arms. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Antoine asked. "Leela, what have you done?" Andrew asked, ignoring Antoine. "I'm sorry," Leela said, her voice trembling. "I didn't want it to happen this way." "The hell you didn't," Michael yelled at her, only holding back because Antoine was physically restraining him. "Somebody explain what's going on," Antoine screamed. Leela didn't speak, didn't move. She dropped to the ground. Finally, Andrew decided to shed some light on things. "She was our scout," Andrew said. "She led us up the mountain, right into a monster lair. She tried to kill us." He took a moment to scan the group. "I'm guessing she managed to kill Logan and Avery before anyone could explain further or get any real answers." Body approached with his dogs. He stuck out his hand toward Michael and said, "Hey, it's nice to meet the real you." Michael ignored him. Bobby withdrew his hand meekly. As had happened before, our little interaction was interrupted by a howl from the mountain above, a shivering reminder that Carousel was a place of monsters. "We really cannot risk staying here," I said. But I might as well have been talking to myself, because Michael and Andrew could not resist questioning Leela. My friends seemed to agree that the interrogation was more critical than whatever risk standing at the entrance of the Powerworks pavilion might hold. I kept my head on a swivel, looking for omens. I didn't know of any that would threaten us, but we were certainly surrounded. So, if one of the omens turned out to be mobile, we would be in trouble because there were some high-level storylines around us. If it turned out that the werewolves in the monster lair up the mountain could somehow leave their invisible chains and come down to us, we would be dead. There were no cool heads among us except perhaps Andrew's and perhaps Ramona's. What a bad hysteric. We were all either scared or confused or angry. "Why did you do that?" Michael asked, with a fury that was usually reserved for enemies. "You got Logan and Avery killed. You got us killed." Leela, much like her surrogate in the storyline, had disappeared into a catatonia that Michael's words could not pierce. "Leela, talk to me. You've always trusted me." "We've always trusted each other," Andrew said. "If you have an explanation, please tell us." They were so preoccupied with their own issues that they weren't interested in us. They tried to break her silence, but it seemed like it was taking forever. Leela did eventually start talking. "You don't understand," she said. "I had to." Andrew, in a tone that was far too calm, said, "Why did you have to do that? You knew where you were leading us, didn't you? You knew there would be monsters there." "I didn't know exactly," Leela said. "I didn't know it was a monster lair. I just knew I was supposed to take you up the mountain." A quick scan of Lila's tropes showed me that she did have a powerful scouting ability on par with my own, if not better. But it wasn't clear if it worked on monster lairs. Hers only worked on omens. Mine at least gave me a clue of other dangers with the anxiety it caused me. However, her trope also allowed her to find safe paths through sound stages to get around the carousel. A concept that boggled my mind. "Who told you to take us up the mountain?" Andrew asked. "I can't tell you. She'll get mad at me." Andrew tried to pry further to find out who had instructed Leela to lead them up a mountain to their doom. It was no use. She had gone silent again. "All right, wait a minute," Antoine said. "Now you have to talk. What happened to you on the mountain? Werewolves attacked you." Michael did not take his eyes off Leela and did not answer. Andrew thought for a moment, took a deep breath, removed his glasses, breathed condensation onto them, and began to clean them. Then he looked at Antoine. "She led us up the mountain toward the storyline we were going to run. There's a path, you can barely see it through the trees." As we walked, we found a group of 15 or 20 NPCs loitering. As far as we could tell, nothing was alarming. No more alarming than Carousel usually is. I believe most of them were Carousel employees. But then we continued to walk, and suddenly the sun went down, and the moon rose, and those NPCs, you can guess the rest. They got Logan and Avery, 2 of our teammates. But I suppose you already know that because you just rescued us. And if you can rescue us, and you know there are werewolves on the mountain, then you've no doubt done some investigating." He cleared his throat. "And since you know all I told you, you know that I'm telling the truth. So I hope that you can honestly explain what's going on. I see that my siblings are among your party, but your levels are higher. In fact, your levels are not uniform at all. I expect something dramatic has happened since we were last here." He spoke matter-of-factly and without any blatant aggression. "We're the team that got here after you guys got posted," Antoine answered. Andrew nodded. "It was my understanding that rescue tropes had disappeared. Would you care to explain why we're alive here today?" Leela, who had remained silent, suddenly struck up a curiosity and looked straight at Antoine. She wanted to know the answer, too. And if she was compromised somehow, it was best that she didn't get it. "Hold on," Antoine said. "We're not going to tell you anything while she is listening. I assume you heard the story of Winston Ashwood." "We certainly did. And it looks like this is the same kind of scheme he pulled." Andrew nodded. "Yes, he was before our time. But we heard the story. Psychic player gone rogue, sending innocents to their deaths," Andrew said. "You're right. This does seem to be the same sort of treachery. This tale has been pilfered from Royal Road. If found on Amazon, kindly file a report. He turned his gaze back toward Leela. I don't know anything about that, Leela said. I'm not a killer. I promise I didn't know. I wasn't trying to hurt you. Not trying to hurt me, Andrew repeated. But you were trying to hurt someone. Andrew, please, she said. Logan's quest was going to get us killed. I told you that a dozen times. It was going to get everyone killed. Not just us, but everyone at Camp Dyer. Quest. The word rang out like a gong. A quest, Dina said. Your friend Logan had a quest. Antoine tried to gesture for her to stop talking. We didn't want to give out any more information than we had to, especially about that. Even if we really wanted the information they had, we had to be cautious. Memories of deceitful narrators rang echoed in our minds. But the cat was out of the bag. Andrew was very quick on the uptake. He didn't even have to ask how Dina knew what a quest was. He turned to her and said, I suppose, having been our replacements, that one of you also has a quest. Even Dina kept quiet. How much could we say? From what Leela had said, it seemed someone had told her about Project Rewind. It was true that Logan's quest would have gotten everyone at Camp Dyer killed. After all, Dina's had. Tell us what you know, Michael said firmly, still focused on Leela. His quest was only going to cause trouble. Leela said, I promise. I know it's true. I can't tell you how I know, but you have to believe me. There have been others like him, and every time one shows up, they are a risk to everyone else. Of course, there are risks, Michael said. We have to take risks. We're not getting out of Carousel if we don't. I told you from day one that we had to be willing to do whatever it took. You idiot, Michael, Andrew said calmly. Let's hear her out. After a quick look around at the rest of us, he turned to Leela. He was formulating ideas, getting a sense of the situation, and using his gentle interrogation to buy time. I could see the wheels turning in his mind. Leela, what makes you think that Logan's quest would lead to everyone dying? It seemed pretty clear from his text messages that his quest was supposed to lead to our salvation. We all agreed to put trust in that mission. I don't know a lot about it, Leela said. He only knew whispers. She said there was a secret conspiracy to get everyone at Camp Dyer killed. She picked it up on her tropes. There were enemies among us. My mind was all over the place as I listened to her talk. At first, I thought she was an apparent heir to Project Rewind, that she had taken over where Winston Ashwood had left off. But that didn't make sense because she would have arrived 5 or 6 years after Winston Ashwood was posted. The dark rumor, Andrew said, his voice exposing keen curiosity. Leela nodded her head. The femme fatale trope, Andrew said to Michael. Michael seemed surprised at first but then nodded in understanding. Finally, I had enough to speak up. You're talking about a player with the femme fatale advanced archetype, I asked. I suspect you know her. There's only one in the history of Camp Dyer, Andrew said. Rarer than a film buff, though I suppose many advanced archetypes are. I could see him watching my reaction, looking to see what truth I might convey without meaning to. That's not possible, I said. You're talking about Roxy. My friends and I looked at each other. I caught a glimpse of Ramona with an almost amused expression because she didn't know anything about what we were talking about. Roxy is the only femme fatale I know of, I said. You're saying that Roxy told you to get Logan killed? I found it hard to believe. Roxy was one of my first allies in Carousel among the Camp Dyer veterans. She was always helpful, ready to offer an opinion, and there when I needed her, though that rarely happened. She carried a secret in her smile, a secret from the other players, and I had thought that I knew that same secret, the secret of the ex-murderer. But was it possible she knew another secret, a deeper one? Was Roxy doing the same thing Winston Ashwood was? Kimberly asked. They knew each other, right? They did. She said as much, Dina said. No, I said. Roxy was only here for a short while when Winston Ashwood was posted, maybe months. But there's no way. Why would she keep the truth from me? We shared an important secret already. Why would she not tell me if she had another? Had she been part of Project Rewind? Or had she really learned of it through a trope, as Leela believed? She was my friend at first, Leela said. She helped me learn the game. Eventually, she told me the truth. Please don't tell her I said anything. She trailed off. perhaps realizing that she was not in a position to ask for favors. "I will say this is disappointing," Andrew said, looking at us. Camp Dyer had never had this sort of drama, but it does figure that something lingered underneath it all. Roxy was always keeping her secrets. He looked at Michael. "Like where missing players went," Michael said. "I knew all those fuckers were hiding something." Antoine glanced back at me. "If we could hide it, it would be best that they never knew that I was part of that exclusive club of secret keepers." As I thought about that, I realized that Roxy had told me that name secret keepers, and it just so happened that that exact phrase had been used in the text of Project Rewind. She had known something. What were the odds that dozens of teams of crack players never got a whiff of Project Rewind, despite their powerful insight tropes? And one femme fatale player was able to crack it. It made some sense. The femme fatale would have a way of being privy to conspiracies and dark secrets. In fact, they would be very good at keeping some of their own. There was no telling how many players had picked up tidbits of information with their tropes and never realized the significance of it, never realized that Project Rewind had required their deaths. "We should take her back to Camp Dyer," Andrew said. He then turned to Leela and said, "You'll come with us, right? I promise we will do you no harm. We need to get to the bottom of this." Leela nodded. "I'm sorry." She started to say, "Good luck," Isaac said. "What do you mean?" Andrew asked. Isaac looked at Antoine and then at me. But of course, he wasn't going to keep a secret from his brother. Not for us. "All the players at Camp Dyer are dead," Isaac said. "You guys didn't get very far in your quest, but they sure did." "Hold on now," Michael growled. "Everyone's dead." They began backing away from us. Andrew, Michael, and even Leela had been put on alert. Isaac stood still as if he didn't know what to do. "Wait a second," Cassie said. "We can explain. It had to happen, right, Riley? They had to reset Carousel. It was the only way we could beat the game. I wouldn't say that they were acting aggressively toward us, but it wouldn't surprise me if Michael broke out of his suspicious gaze and put on a harsher one." "Look," Antoine said, "you said it yourself. We had to do what it took, and we didn't even know what the cost was until it happened. We didn't know they were going to die. The people who started the plan rigged it so that we wouldn't find out until after it was already too late. Look, my name is Antoine Stone. My brother was Christian Stone. You know him. He was at Camp Dyer. He got killed, too. And I would have never allowed that to happen if I had known." Points to Antoine. It did seem like that was an effective thing to say. At the very least, things did not escalate. "You look like him," Andrew said. He glanced at Michael. "A signal to take it easy, I suppose, before we act rashly. We need to compare notes." We certainly did. To say the first few minutes of contact with rescued players didn't go according to plan was an understatement. We had planned things out. Antoine had a whole welcome back to the land of the living speech prepared. While we had discussed the possibility that there might be some trouble with the rescued players, we had not anticipated it coming from Andrew's team. As far as we knew, they had not been touched by Project Rewind because they arrived too late. We were wrong. Luckily, after those few moments of confusion, we did manage to get back on track. Antoine even managed to deliver part of his speech, explaining that rescue tropes were back and that Andrew, Michael, and Leela were the first to be rescued. Of course, Andrew's team was a failed party of promise, so they weren't exactly starting from scratch. The whole time, I was scanning our surroundings for omens because we were still standing at the entrance to the Carousel Powerworks Pavilion. Abandoned industrial parks and power plants were creepy enough. Add in the crows and the occasional howl, and my "I don't like it here" trope was driving me crazy. Luckily, I could rely on Antoine and Kimberly to be the welcoming party. I zoned in and out of their conversation. Cassie was happy now that things were going well. I kept to the perimeter and kept my eyes open. Leela, whose motives we had not yet ascertained, watched me from the dirt, leaning on one arm with her heels tucked to the side as if she were at a picnic in an old painting. Her eyes were red, her hair black as coal, her skin pale except for the dirt from the ground. She sat on a little porcelain doll who could never hurt anyone, you'd think. But she had blood on her hands. Everyone was so tense because of her. They were trying to be civil. They were trying to be logical. Her presence made it difficult. Everyone spoke in slow, Careful sentences like they were afraid of waking the tiger. All for a woman who could not have done physical harm to any of us. Not unless we trusted her. We were getting to know each other during what felt like an air raid. But we were pushing forward. Panic and confusion had already wasted our first few minutes with the new players. I half listened to the conversation. My attention was on safety. As far as I could tell, Andrew and his team were just like us. But they had arrived a year earlier. I wanted to question what had happened. What had gone wrong that they had never found permanent vacancy. But that was just one of a million questions I was going to keep to myself until we were in a safer place. They were supposed to be the party of promise. They were the high rollers. But they failed. I assume that you guys know some anonymous person who said they were your friend or something, and that they were going to help you. Antoine asked. Andrew nodded. Yes, in the text messages. Logan's fiancé had communicated with someone who called himself a friend on the inside. The insider, Kimberly said. That's what the original players called him. It wasn't the original players. It was the second, third, or fourth generation. I wasn't sure. Or her, Cassie added, if only by instinct. It was true. The insider was a complete mystery to us. He could be a she. We didn't get past that in the conversation because it soon came time for us to hit the big red rewards button, as indicated by the jingle that appeared out of nowhere and the robotic voice that said, "Congratulations, you won a ticket, somehow." Silas the mechanical showman had found a spot where he could show up, and everyone had to turn their heads to look. We had almost forgotten him. Almost. I didn't want to waste time, so I just walked up to him and pressed the button. I got to stat tickets, 2 tropes, a handful of coins, and 2 enemy collector tickets. But I also got something else. It was a ticket like the one I had read information about narrators on during the fake tutorial. It did not have magical properties but was simply there to give me the good news. Dear visitor, we hope you're enjoying your stay in our charming little town of Carousel. To help you make the most of your time here, we're excited to announce a new feature on our popular red wallpaper, the Advanced Archetype Tracker. This handy tool fits right into your throughline tracker and lets you monitor your progress toward unlocking exciting new roles, like the Adventurer or Ghost Hunter, with ease, as you explore our scenic streets, brimming with exciting stories of their own. You'll receive friendly updates keeping you engaged and motivated every step of the way home. Want to hunt monsters in the darkest forests? Give it a shot. The more you do it, the closer you will get to being a monster hunter. Want to experiment with science that defies your previous notions of reality? Try your hand, and we'll track your progress. One day, you can be a mad scientist. Sometimes, you can be seeking something and not even know it. Simply check the red wallpaper at your leisure to track your journey. We're sure this will make your visit to Carousel even more delightful. Sincerely, the office of the mayor of Carousel. The town of Carousel. Everything is here, of course. The first thing I did was present it to my friends. It was new. And new was exciting. Actually, new was mostly horrifying. But it was also exciting. Eventually, Andrew got a hold of it, and it clearly threw him for a loop. The level of familiarity Carousel was showing must have been alarming. With a glance at the red wallpaper, I could see that there was indeed a new section labeled Advanced Archetype Tracker, and on it was what appeared to be an archetype that I was already halfway through achieving. That blew my mind. There was something that I had apparently already been working toward without even knowing it. What advanced archetype could it be? Perhaps something meta. Something even more related to filmmaking than Film Buff was. Director, perhaps. Was there such a thing? Throughline Progress Eternal Eve. The Geist's Ancient Past * refurbished. For when you need to go back. Carousel loves to recycle. Project Rewind. A second chance at escape. ETH Carousel Thralneth. Only way home. Scret lore. Arm yourselves with knowledge. Advanced Archetype Tracker. I racked my brain for an explanation of all the things we could be doing at Carousel. I had put zero effort into obtaining an advanced archetype. There was just so much going on that it wasn't even at the front of my mind. That was not true anymore. It would be one of my new obsessions. The fact that I had obtained to stat tickets was the next thing on my mind. It wasn't bad. It just wasn't the plan. If anything, it was about the ordinary haul I would expect from a story as difficult as Itch. We wanted something better. The goal was to power level. We spent around 3 weeks on this one storyline. which tracked pretty well with the normal rate for most storylines. If you include the break we took after running it, that wasn't good enough. We were about to hit the doldrums, the plateau where leveling up was slow, where players would spend years or even decades. If we didn't get our act together and find a way to grind levels quickly on the fewest possible storylines, we'd be stuck in Carousel until we went gray, if not longer. I had to push that out of my mind. I looked at my TROPS. It's just a puppet type, per type, film buff aspect, filmmaker stat used, the T-Rex, the alien. The mutant all manner of horrifying monsters have haunted the silver screen and terrified audiences. The actors, though, usually have an easier time because they know the monsters are just rubber masks and puppets. The user will feel less fear from the visage of monsters or other horrifying entities in the story. If the big bad is a haunted doll, however, this trope may not help. Undeniably, it was a useful trope. Fear was a mind killer, after all, but it was also a luxury trope that I would only get to employ in the most extreme circumstances. It didn't have much function and was purely a perk, quiet on set type, insight. The author's tale has been misappropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. Archetype, film buff aspect, filmmaker stat used, quiet on set. We need to check the audio. The user may listen to the audio of the current on-screen scene when wearing headphones while off-screen or written off. The audio quality depends on the value of the information and the user's savvy. Isn't it awful when the audio isn't clear because someone off-screen is making noises? It felt like Carousel was trying to tell me something. Perhaps when we were clunking around on the large metal ship, its audio had picked us up, or maybe even the audio over the radio we were using to communicate had somehow seeped its way into the final cut. It couldn't have been too bad, or else we would have gotten worse rewards. This felt like Carousel was teasing me. I didn't hate it. Back in the diecast storyline, I was able to see the film as it was being produced on the red wallpaper. It was quite convenient, even if I had to be dead to be able to do it. Even with only the audio, even if the quality was bad, this was useful. I read over my enemy collector tickets, protocol-bound AIH, IBCS, the ever-watchful eye of Carousel's prize spacecraft, designed to care for its beloved passengers, possessing the potential for true intelligence. Poor Ibex was tethered by the ironclad chains of protocol, doomed to forever obey the whims of its money-crunching creators. When a bedbug infestation wriggled its way through the ship, Ibex could only observe as its slumbering passengers were drained one by one. Alas, the mighty AI, so eager to protect, was muzzled by its programming, forbidden from disturbing their precious sleep over something as trivial as a bedbug infestation. Think in despair of what the miners' union would say if such information got out. It mustn't be allowed. And IBCS could speak nothing of it. Protocols, after all, must be followed to the letter, even if the letter is written in red ink. Now, Ibex remains a faithful servant to rules long forgotten. Its rigid adherence a deadly obstacle for the remaining survivors who dare tread its haunted halls without the proper clearance. Perhaps it wishes to help, but oh, how those protocols do stand in the way. There it was, my souvenir for killing a willing robot. Was this the entire purpose of that strange request Ibex had made? We had always wondered what these souvenirs were for and what they actually accomplished. And from the way IBCS spoke, I began to believe that their purpose was not merely as a collector's item. Only time would tell. Mutant bedbug amalgamation spawn of the sleepless IBCS. A ship meant to cradle its passengers in safety and comfort. Now home to unspeakable horrors. It was here, deep within its silent halls, that these creatures were born. What began as ordinary bedbugs, feasting on the unsuspecting, soon became something far worse. You see, these bugs dined on livestock pumped full of mutagen 6, and the result, monstrous offspring, twisted by their unholy feast. Chitinous shells, fermented with the blood of their hosts, teeth sharper than any parasite should possess. One might suspect these abominations were crafted by design, but no, my friend. They are a tragic accident, born from negligence, not malice. They are not hunters. I know these mutants are still parasites at heart, but their form has changed, grotesquely mirroring their prey. Now, they skitter through the dark passages of Ibex, hungry and relentless. Drawn to the scent of the living, does a spark of confusion leap up in the parasite's simple mind as its hosts keep dying after only a few nibbles? Perhaps we'll never know. Sleep tight if you dare. I like this one because I made it myself or at least helped. The other players had similar rewards. They were good for a hard storyline but not the bounty we expected from a rescue. That was predictable because we had been spoiled. This was merely a rerun. We had some new tropes and a little jingle in our pocket. Cassie got 1 stat ticket. Perhaps because of her work in psychically connecting to the clone machine. Even though she didn't do a lot of interacting with the surrogates. She got 2 tropes, though. So she must have done pretty well. At speaking to me. Type, insider chat type, psychic. Aspect, stat used. Objects touched by evil often carry traces of evil themselves. That is, if you believe the movies. The user can read vibes and have weak visions from objects of a magical, supernatural, or evil nature and detect them on set, if applicable. The object will be of heightened importance after the user draws attention to it. It's speaking to me. What's it saying? How would I know? Soul red type, insight. Archetype, psychic aspect, exorcist stat used. Mystical connections and vibrations do not have to be a big show of psychic power. Sometimes unexplained knowledge, instinct, or powerful faith can be just as good as a plot device. And a pretty good time saver. The user will be given a piece of unearned information, if they use it well, setting it up and capitalizing on it in the narrative. They will be given another. This pattern repeats until they fail to work their divine knowledge into the narrative. I just know it's him. He's reaching out to us. You have to believe me. Isaac didn't help much in the final run. He had contributed to some of the failed runs and the planning, but ultimately, in the finale, all he did was make a few comments over the intercom and that wasn't enough to secure him a stat ticket. That was an unfortunate downside of reruns. It didn't matter how helpful you were in prepping. You had to help in the final cut. He did get a trope, though, and a darn good one, I reckoned. I hope I'm wrong, but type, rule, insider chat type, comedian aspect, stat used. Pessimists and contrarians like to act as if they are burdened by their negative inklings and doubt. If everyone in a group agrees, there is no conflict. There needs to be someone who can be proven wrong when good prevails or proven right when it doesn't. When the user makes a dour or pessimistic prediction or guess, the narrative will prove or disprove the prediction clearly and ambiguously, and often ironically or humorously. Works best on predictions about the near future. What were you saying about them being doomed again? Antoine only got 1 stat, and my theory on that was that our plan was really my plan. When we succeeded with it, I got the credit. Which wasn't really fair because Antoine was there helping, but it was my stats, my savvy, that made it all possible. So I ended up getting more credit than he did. I wasn't sure if that was fair, but it was consistent with what we knew about experience. He got 2 tropes and the same mutant bed butt collector ticket that I did. The assist up to buff archetype, athlete spect, stat used, middle sometimes. All you need is a helping hand. In a fight scene, the user can inflict damage on an enemy that an ally is fighting and will have an increased chance of triggering a status or debuffing the enemy's grit. Works better when the ally remains the main combatant. It still counts as my kill. Stronger together type, healing per archetype, athlete spect, health net, stat used. There is nothing that draws people together quite like a monster invasion. The user and allies will have better mental health and buffed healing tropes when in a group. An apocalypse is the greatest team-building exercise. Bobby was as much a star of the show as any of the surrogates, and his rewards reflected that. He got 3 stats and 3 tropes. He really stepped up, and he earned it. It was fortunate that his character's motivations aligned so well with his real motivations, and his character's frustration with the surrogates mirrored his own. The result was actually a pretty compelling performance. He was the plucky character everyone should have listened to. Type, ruler type, aspect, stat used. While the other characters have committed the sin defined by the narrative, you have not. If you do not transgress, you will not be punished. The enemy will not target the user if they do not commit the principal sin of the storyline until they attempt to interfere with the enemy's agenda. Many horror movies are just warped morality plays where sex and alcohol deserve a death sentence. Character notes type, insider chat type, wallflower aspect, recast stat used. Maybe we should run our lines and give each other notes. Until second blood, the user will receive notes with general needs their allies have for them in the film. The notes will not be specific or explicit. It is a pity that they will get all of the credit when things go well because of your quick thinking. Read the room type, insider chat type, wallflower aspect, recast stat used, sometimes. There is no convincing someone. They are set in their ways. The user will be able to see unchangeable elements of NPC interactions, especially those related to character arcs, on the script, aka, the writer wrote themselves into a corner. So you just have to go with it. Kimberly was essential in planning and motivation as we ran rerun after rerun, perfecting our plan. But in the end, she wasn't really a big part of the final execution. She was our backup. She buffed her metal in case we needed to fight bugs. But we have been cautious and taken care of things ourselves. She used convenient backstory to help us understand the artificial gravity machine so that we could get rid of gravity as a contingency. Still, we ended up not even needing to use it. It was just bad luck. But she was still very appreciated. She didn't get any stats, but she did get a trope and a bedbug collector ticket. Her trope was actually really cool, and it was the kind I had heard about, one that allowed you to enter a storyline with a team and then leave. That was special, even if we didn't yet have the tropes to really make it sing. Uncredited cameo. Type, ruler chat type, eye candy aspect, celebrity stat used. You're only there as a favor. The user may equip one recast or extra wallflower trope without it counting against their trope limit. The user will be cast in a less prominent role than usual, usually one with only a single scene. After that scene, they will be written off and depart from the storyline completely. If the storyline succeeds thanks to their contributions, they will get minor rewards. If the storyline fails, they will not be postered. Did you know that the cab driver in that scene was a famous actor? It's true. He was college roommates with the director, Ramona, like Isaac. Mostly contributed to the final performance by being a voice over the intercom, helping guide us around. However, she was much more serious about it than Isaac, and because of her much lower level, she actually got rewarded. That was great. The rule of thumb back at Camp Dyer was that low-level players rarely got rewarded when they were carried through high-level storylines by more powerful teammates. My experience with the grotesque was an obvious exception because I pulled my weight. Heck, I literally lit myself on fire just so my teammates could win. Ramona got one stat and one trope. Like many of the other tropes won by me and my teammates, it was vaguely related to what we did in the storyline, which was sneaking around, disappearing act type, ruler chat type, historic aspect, defiant stat used, hustle. A suspicious absence by an ally can require a lot of explaining, especially when the characters needed help. It might end up innocuous or as a clue of treachery. Only time will tell. After an emotional fallout, a traumatic event, or at a time when it would be suspicious, the user may drop off screen and follow the action without going back to on screen. Their return to the screen later on will create a powerful moment based on the narrative and may cause suspicion or joy. Use it well. Where have you been? How did you even get here? Dina was solid. She was essential for getting through the doors we were able to access, and incredible at sneaking because of her ability to see which areas were off-screen. She was everywhere, helping everyone, and she got rewarded for it. She got $300 for rescuing 3 players in addition to the money she got for her performance. Dina received 2 stat tickets and 2 tropes, the first of which was a really cool concept similar to, and perhaps even better than, oblivious bystander, the wrong target type, ruler chat type, outsider aspect, criminal stat used, hustler or just a burglar, a lifelong thief. You picked this joint to rob because it had the greatest haul. Little did you know that you had snuck your way into a horror house. The user will not be noticed while committing property crimes that fit the narrative. They can then transition to surveilling the enemy once they realize something terrible is afoot. They will not be caught if they realistically sneak through the setting to watch. The effects of this trope end when the user reveals their presence on purpose or on accident. Do you escape with the diamond and leave this family to their horrible fate? Or do you try to intervene? You're a bad guy. But are you a bad person? From the shadows type, Karcha type, outsider aspect, stranger stat used, plot armor. How is it that often the audience can see what happens in the shadows, but the characters are so oblivious? Are they blind? The user will not be targeted or even noticed while concealed in shadow. The story will incorporate more dark shots, The user will be treated as off-screen by applicable tropes. The audience will see the character. That guy in the fedora and trench coat is clearly smoking a cigarette. The tip is lit up. How does the main character not see them? I wasn't the only one working my way toward an advanced archetype. Kimberly, Bobby, and Dina were, too, although they were nowhere near halfway, having only 1 or 2 notches checked off on the progress bar. I had to question what I had done that they hadn't. Dina had actually gotten another ticket from Silas, and it was devastating. It read simply, "Due to previous player misuse, there is a new policy on rescue TROPS. To reinstate. You don't know me, but the user must obtain plot armor level 30. The user may still use any other rescue tropes they possess. Variety is the spice of life and, you'll find, of death." We just looked at each other. No section in the entire atlas told us to expect this. Andrew seemed to piece together what was happening and showed the appropriate concern. The 30 was a fill-in-the-blank. It would seem that every time we used a rescue trope successfully, we would not be able to use it again until some number of plot armor had been gained. Dina was plot armor 21 when we entered our final rerun. With her new stat tickets, she was level 23, 7 plot armor. She would have to gain 7 plot armor to get her trope back. That could take months. Once we got to the mid-30s at our levels, it could take years. We needed to grind like crazy. Dina dug through her pockets, trying to summon her rescue trope to no avail. Carousel had just put limits on rescue tropes, and all of our plans might have just been ruined. "I'd love to sit here and sing Kumbaya with all of you," I said, as I put my tickets away into the ether where they disappeared. "But it's getting dark, and we still haven't decided what we're going to do about her." I glanced over at Leela. We had expected there might be some friction when rescuing new teams. That was built into the plan. We had thought that part through. So, when Andrew and Michael took longer than would be convenient to trust us, that did not slow us down. But what were we supposed to do about this living human we could not trust? From their body language, I could tell that Andrew and Michael had been protecting her for a long time. Yet, as I posed that question, I could see that even Andrew didn't know what to do. Dark thoughts entered our minds. Leela had said that she was tricked, that she was just trying to save lives, that she had been told some small portion of Project Rewind even if she didn't know that name, and she was trying to prevent the drastic measures that cost the lives of dozens upon dozens of players. If we had been told ahead of time that all of Camp Dyer would be sacrificed to reset the game, would we have proceeded? I didn't know. And it didn't really matter because she could just be lying. For all I knew, she was telling just enough of the truth to justify the horrific things she had done to her friends. And Andrew appeared to be on the same page as I was. More than that, even if she was telling the truth, that didn't mean she was level-headed and trustworthy. Even if she was just a dupe, she was a liability. "We will offer you shelter and whatever food we have," Antoine said. "We came here to save you. You can ask Cassie and Isaac. That was our plan, but Riley's right. We can't bring her back to our base before we know we can trust her. It's too risky." Michael and Andrew looked at each other, then at Leela. They agreed that she could not be trusted, but they couldn't just abandon her without considering the options. We needed to press them to make a decision. "Are we just supposed to kill her?" Michael asked. "If you have any ideas, just tell me." I saw what she did. She could say it was an accident all she wanted, but I could see in her eyes that she was up to something. I just didn't follow my gut. He spat on the ground, clearly angry with himself. "Michael, I thought I was doing the right thing," Leela said. "Oh, hush," Michael responded. "You wanted to save Camp Dyer by killing all of us. That doesn't make any sense to me. You were on our team. You should have put us above anybody else. Heck, better yet, you should have just talked to us. We were all in it together." He spoke in an angry tone, but I could see there was pain in his eyes. They had lived, fought, and died together multiple times. Every team at Carousel had the same story, so her betrayal must have hurt. Leela didn't answer. "You all seem to have a much better grasp on the current landscape than we do," Andrew said, looking at my friends and me. "Do you have any suggestions about what we do with her?" What were the options? We could abandon her, and she would get killed by some omen or wander into a monster lair. We could try to force her into a storyline, But then we'd risk getting caught in it ourselves. That was too brutal. That was intolerable. Could I ever do that? My friends and I grouped together and whispered amongst ourselves. We can't show her my loft, Kimberly said. If she knows where it is, she could sabotage us. She could answer the door when an omen shows up. Kimberly was particularly apprehensive and wasn't hiding it well. We're not going to let that happen, Antoine said. We're not going to let her know where we're living. We could let her live at my place out in Eastern Carousel, Bobby suggested. I do still have a writ for it, and she would be safe. That was definitely an idea, except for 3 weeks from now, when she needs to run a storyline and isn't able to, Antoine said. I mean, we would just be putting off her death. Why are we even debating? Dina asked. We have a clear goal, and she's an obstacle to it. I don't need to remind you that I'm also an invitee, and if she's going around killing invitees, that makes me a little more than nervous. We have rescue tropes, I said. Even if she gets killed, that's not really her dying. It's just her being out of the way for a while. I can't believe we're discussing this, Kimberly said. This was supposed to be a happy moment. The question is, Antoine said, do we believe that she actually thought she was helping? Because if what she said is true, she might be an ally now. But if we can't trust her, then it doesn't matter what she said, she has to go. We knew what the answer was. We had to do something about her. We could abandon her and wait for her poster to end up on the board near the diner. Or we could send her to Bobby's place, the farm where she would have peace for a time. But then we'd always wonder what she was up to. If she knew too much, it was possible she could still be a threat. If she was lying and in league with a narrator or something. Did we want her out of our sight? The whole narrator thing wasn't that likely, but still in my head, I knew that she could just be a semi-innocent pawn who helped Project Rewind come to fruition. Heck, it was even probable, but it was not in my nature to ignore the uncomfortable possibilities. Postering her own teammates, that was an act that could condemn her regardless of her motive. If she could be swayed to lead her team to death, even for ultimately a good reason, she was dangerous. It wasn't like she acted on good evidence. We can't stay here, I said. That's the bottom line. It's safe while the sun is up, but I have not scouted this place out for mobile omens when it gets dark. This book is hosted on another platform. Read the official version and support the author's work. So where do we go? Do we keep her with us? Antoine asked. Yes, I said. But we don't go back to the loft. Then where do we go? Kimberly asked, plucking at her hair. We go to Bobby's place, I said. Not just her, all of us. We'll be safe there to rest. There is food and water, even though it's not the best. We'll have time to think about things before we show them the loft. We needed to make a decision. But what we really needed was time. The others looked almost relieved to hear of some compromise that could put off the hard decision and keep us safe, at least for a time. Antoine turned back to Andrew and Michael. We know a place where we'll be safe for the night, Antoine said. It's a bit of a walk from here, so we'll have to be quick. It should give us some time to make a decision. Andrew nodded his head with a glance back at Michael. Thank you, he said. So we're just bringing her with us? Michael asked. Great, wonderful idea. I just hope next time she gets us stuck in a storyline, it doesn't have any damn bedbugs. No one was going to argue with him on that. If you want me to open up sound stages, I can, Leela said meekly. How about you don't say anything? Michael said. There's no need for that, Andrew said. Leela, thank you for the offer, but that isn't necessary. Leela had a scouting trope that allowed her to open up sound stages from nearby storylines. Essentially, it allowed her to walk through a sort of backstage area where there were no wandering omens. The truth was, I really wanted to see that ability used, but not by her. The walk was long, and we did not manage to get to Bobby's farmhouse by nightfall, but we did manage to get there safely. No one wanted to speak. No one wanted to think about the upcoming choice we had to make. We knew that she could not be allowed in the loft just yet. If she had the goal of killing us, she could easily do that by triggering an omen as soon as it knocked on the door. Carousel was a nightmare in and of itself, but not being able to trust our fellow players was not a part of the game that we were ready for. At Camp Dyer, we knew that we were all in it together. We thought that, at least. It turned out, of course, that the reason we were all together was so it would be easier to kill everyone off for Project Rewind. But still, the atmosphere and the camaraderie made Carousel bearable. So you're telling me that everyone at Camp Dyer got killed off in one storyline? Michael asked. More or less, I said. There were a few teams out and about. They got trapped in tough storylines. But most of them were at Camp Dyer. Yeah. He nodded as we walked along. He had a firm grip on Lila's wrist as we walked. Was it the one all those girls were singing about all the time? He asked. I nodded. Now, how do you know that if you weren't around to see it? He asked. He's a film buff, Andrew answered. I'm sure he has all kinds of tricks that we aren't familiar with. Special guy. Michael said. What exactly does a film buff do in a story? Run around and try not to get killed just like anybody else, I said. There had been other film buffs at Camp Dyer, but we were a rare breed for reasons I didn't understand. If I had to guess, it was because we made things complicated. Not every story needs to be meta. Roxy, you know. We were almost a thing, Michael said. It didn't work out, but I think she liked me. Course, she probably didn't. Seeing how she convinced Leela to try to kill me. I didn't want to kill you, Leela said. It was just Logan. Same difference. Michael said. Loyalty is the only thing that matters in this world. It was dark. And Eastern Carousel was a pretty spooky place to be in the dark. As we got closer to Bobby's house, it got even spookier. Things glowed in the forest, and will-o-wisp played around in the fields. It was perpetually autumn in Eastern Carousel. The weather was crisp, and it was a beautiful night. We were a long line of people walking in the dark under the harvest moon. Any direction we walked, we would find ourselves in some sort of horrifying circumstance. But the road was clear, and the omens weren't too feisty that night. I hated to admit this to my friends, but the longer I stayed at Carousel, the easier it was to appreciate its beautiful parts. Heck, we saw a cow get abducted by some sort of invisible ship with a tractor beam, and it wasn't that alarming. Spaceships were old hat for us by then. As we passed by Bobby's landlord up in the farmhouse to the west of the property, he was out on the front porch with a shotgun in his lap. His head was leaned back, and he snoozed. We hadn't been to Bobby's place in over a month, and yet the garden was somehow still well tended, ready for harvest. His house wasn't large, but there was plenty of room for all of us. Even though we had pilfered away many of the desirable knickknacks from around the house, the chairs, a rug, some dishes, that sort of thing, there was still enough there for us to make camp. It's my understanding that this is not your primary shelter, Andrew said. I have to say, no, it is a good location. How can you be sure that we won't have any intrusions? He was talking to Antoine, but Antoine just looked at Bobby, and Bobby pulled out his writ and handed it to Andrew. This is incredible, Andrew said after reading it through by the light of the moon. I've actually heard of these. They say that there was one for Camp Dyer, but it was missing. And they spent a year wondering if that was a clue they needed to beat the game. Of course, Arthur thought that was asinine, and that we were wasting our time. Arthur felt that about most things, I said. He did, Andrew said. We stood in the living room, and again, we asked ourselves what we were supposed to do with Leela. Do we need to tie her up? Michael asked. We could lock her in a closet. Leela was really bummed out when he said that. She cried and whimpered something to him, but he was angry. We do not need to resort to that sort of talk, Andrew said. She was our friend, and she still may end up being our friend. Then what are we doing? Michael asked. Just let her go, Isaac said. If she wants to run away, why are we stopping her? Where's she going to go? She could kill us in our sleep, Michael said. Of course. She likes to let other monsters do her dirty work. I won't hurt you, Leela said. I know you can't believe me, but I promise I won't. I hated that moment. I hated having to think about that. Most of our hard decisions were in storylines where the dire consequences just go away if you win. Leela, I said, do you know why you were asked to get your team killed? The real reason. She didn't answer for a time. I did it to prevent a massacre, she said. Roxy was right, wasn't she? I wanted to see if I could disillusion her of whatever she allegedly believed, whatever Roxy had told her. The reason that you were asked to do what you did was likely because your team had overstayed their welcome and had taken too long to move forward with Logan's quest. You were told to kill your team just to clear them off the board so that we could show up. If what you're saying is true, it sounds like Roxy was actually trying to help Project Rewind come about, and your team was in the way. She didn't ask you to save anyone, she just told you that. I didn't actually know if that was true. For all I knew, Roxy really was trying to kill the Party of Promise for her own purpose. But I wanted to see Lila's reaction. If she truly believed that her actions were noble and designed to protect, how would she react to the possibility that she was just another cog in the very machine she was trying to destroy? She didn't respond for a time, and we all just waited for her. No one was moving. I guess that's possible, she said, but I didn't know. She seemed honest. I didn't know what I was looking for in her response. Maybe some acknowledgement that she was completely full of it. Maybe a crooked smile to show that she knew what she was doing the whole time. I didn't see that, but Andrew did see something. What is it? Lila, it looks like you want to say something, but you weren't. It's not about any of that, she said. It's just. She said there was another way out if I got caught. Well, if Roxy said it, then we're going to believe it, Michael said. No, Lila said. She said there was another way for us to leave the game. She wasn't very clear about it, but she was hinting at something. I think she said there was a way out of Carousel. What do you mean? You think she said? Andrew asked. She wouldn't say it directly, but she hinted at it. It was like she was afraid to say. But I think that there's a way out. And what is that? Andrew asked. She said she had seen it before. Players getting to go home or something like that. Did she tell you how we're supposed to do this? Michael asked. It didn't make sense, Lila said. It's like she said we could just quit the game somehow. Like we could just stop playing. But she didn't say it like that. She was real vague. I cursed. All right. I'm thinking that we should stop this kind of talk, I said. I don't know about you all, but I'm not ready to trust her. And anything she says is going to be a trap. I think she's being honest, Andrew said. Even if she doesn't understand. That's enough, I said. If Roxy knew a way to leave, she would have done it. We need to change the subject. Andrew must have read something in my voice because he agreed. And the subject changed to questions about Project Rewind. That was great because I couldn't have Lila talk about quitting the game anymore. Even as I stood there in the living room, I started to hear heavy breathing. Michael built a fire so fast that I would have thought he had a trope for it. There was a burn pit just off Bobby's Rental's back porch, surrounded by overbuilt wooden deck chairs. The chairs easily weighed 60 pounds, and the wood was rough. But next to the fire, they were comfortable. We each sat around, some on the porch, some near the fire. And we talked about our lives, our fears, and our hopes, but mostly, we talked about the storylines we had run. The longer we were in Carousel, the more the game started to dominate our lives and personal histories. How was I supposed to compare anecdotes about high school to anything that had happened to me at Carousel? I couldn't. No one could, even Andrew, who had found some success as a doctor before coming to Carousel, mostly talked about his experiences in storylines. And Michael, who was a legitimate soldier, had more war stories involving ghouls and goblins than actual human conflict back home. I missed the campfires at Camp Dyer. It was a nightly ritual to sit out under the stars. The weather there was almost always perfect. And even the rain had been warmed out in Eastern Carousel. The wind cut through my hoodie and chilled my bones, but still, it was nice. So I punched this monster in the face. I punched it hard. I could almost hear its brain knocking against its skull, Michael said, telling a story from one of the many runs they had done. But this creature had, like, acid blood. So my fist just fell off after a couple of hours. Didn't even hurt. Something about how he told that story got people laughing. Michael continued. So, I say to Andrew, why don't you heal this up and then put a blade on the end of the stub? And Andrew did it. And it was awesome. I can't believe I didn't get a trope for it. You never used it, Andrew said. And it was wildly impractical to do in the first place. You could barely walk, let alone engage in hand-to-knife combat. I used it, Michael said. Twice. I cut the rope that made the boulder drop, and I swiped at the creature through the fence. Okay, Andrew responded. I suppose you did use it then, although I believe it would have been more effective if the knife hadn't had a serrated edge. If you wanted to kill something, you would have had to saw through it. We all laughed at the image. Well, most of us. Leela, our guest of honor, sat in one of the wooden chairs closest to the fire, chilled to the bone by the wind, cuddled up in the only blanket we could find for her. She didn't laugh. Although we didn't say it, she was our prisoner. We weren't going to let her leave, not until we had made our decision about what to do with her. And we weren't in any hurry to make that choice. Luckily, the shock of her betrayal was slowly fading. We could think rationally and, perhaps, compassionately. You guys play a lot of storylines, Antoine asked. Dozens, Michael responded. I've killed just about everything that can die and some things that can't. About a dozen, Antoine responded. Our numbers were pretty low by comparison despite having similar plot armor. Oh, you folks are taking your time, aren't you? Wait, how are you at our level? Michael asked. They are taking a more daring approach than we did, I assume, Andrew said before we could answer. I have to conclude that our strategy was a poor one. He threw a clump of leaves into the fire. What strategy? Isaac asked, looking at his older brother like he was a little kid again. When we developed our strategy for picking storylines, we usually picked stories that were about our median level. We didn't want to overwhelm our less ambitious teammates, Andrew said. Though he didn't say so, I had to imagine he was talking about Leela. Perhaps our reason for doing so was that, soon after we arrived in Carousel, a high-level team had just been posted. He continued. Their strategy had been to complete the most dangerous runs they could in order to grow levels quickly with as few storylines as possible. Having seen them get posted, we decided to do something more conservative. If my understanding is correct, that was probably what sank our chances with Project Rewind. That's what Chris and his team did, Antoine said. They never ran a storyline unless it was at least 5 levels ahead of them at first. They were always surviving by the skin of their teeth. They wanted to do as few storylines as possible at first. Of course, he didn't want me to follow in their footsteps. But we ended up doing something similar anyway. Yes, Chris's team were very daring, Andrew said. But even they lost their nerve eventually. Difficulty scales much more aggressively at higher levels. They couldn't keep up. They had found their limit. He threw more leaves in the fire. They sent a small flurry of sparks. Still in story, please report. Wait, Cassie said. Why did they want to do it in as few storylines as possible? Cassie had never taken Adeline's mini tutorial, where she taught us about these things. Novelty, I answered. Carousel rewards you for doing new things. That means not getting spoiled about the details of a storyline. But it also means trying new kinds of storylines and doing things you've never done before. Eventually, you just run out of new types of experiences. And you hit level 40, Antoine added. Then you level up once, maybe twice a year after that. At all. The fewer stories you run, the less likely that is to happen. Cassie nodded. And then no one said anything else because we weren't really talking about experience for runs. We were talking about whatever we could to avoid harder conversations. We hadn't agreed to that, it just came naturally. Riley here jumped like 5 levels at once, Isaac said, breaking the silence. The rest of us still haven't caught up with him. 5 stat tickets and 1 storyline, Michael asked. How'd you swing that? We had left out some details. Somehow, a high-level mobile omen got into Camp Dyer, I said. Everybody at camp was liable to be picked for the storyline. And I was one of the lucky few. I tried to be sparse on details. I didn't want to mention Bobby's wife, who had also been picked and was at the center of it all because she had refused to run storylines. I hoped they would let me get away with leaving that detail out. But Bobby said, Shauna was picked to. She never came home. A silence moved over us. Even the fire didn't crackle as loudly as it had been. She disappeared. Michael asked. Yep, I said. Carousel even cut her out of the movie. Anyway, I was really underleveled. And I ended up being helpful. Died at the end heroically. That was where he got tickets with coded messages on them, Isaac added. Isaac wasn't spilling our secrets on accident. We had left out details, either because they weren't important or because they were inconvenient. And it seemed like he did not intend to help keep those secrets not from his own brother. We planned to tell Andrew and the others everything once we had a good read of them anyway. We knew this might happen. It was built into the plan. We had weighed the pros and cons and decided that Even if Isaac and Cassie would never choose us over their brother, it was worth having a doctor. I hope we were right. Messages and tropes, Andrew asked. You mean the titles of the tropes? He, Michael, and even Leela were interested in that. I nodded, and then skillfully pulled all of my nonsense tropes out of thin air. I couldn't even equip them. So, I knew something was going on, I said. Andrew and Michael looked at each other. It would appear that Logan was justified in his paranoia, Andrew said. He also got tickets that he couldn't equip, seemingly at random, one here, one there. I never could figure out what they meant. It must have been very helpful to obtain them all at once. Yes, it was. I explained to them how the tickets had helped lead us back to the bed and breakfast. Back to where it all started. It's really interesting, Michael said. I wonder if Roxy had anything to do with this Bobby's wife disappearing. How exactly did a mobile omen get into Camp Dyer? There were so many possibilities. But that was not the moment I wanted to try to think about them. You know, Roxy was on the team that went with Jana when she disappeared, Bobby said. I did not want to give oxygen to this conversation, but somehow it felt inescapable. My friends and I had an unspoken agreement not to push the envelope when it came to disappeared players. But Andrew, Michael, and Leela were not in on that agreement. Michael looked at me. You think she might have had something to do with it? I shrugged my shoulders. Yesterday, I would have said no, but today, I have no idea, I said. A common sentiment in Carousel, Andrew said. His eyes locked on mine. I wasn't going to reveal anything to him. I had high moxie, and though I had mostly used it against enemies, it worked just fine against players. Whatever insight he was hoping to gain would fail unless, of course, he wasn't using moxie or savvy or a trope. What if he were looking at my face using his actual intuition and could see the guilt, shame, and fear hidden under its facade? Would that work? Or was I being paranoid? So, how'd you go out? Michael asked. In that storyline where you got so many stat tickets, a blaze of glory. I thought for a moment, then said, more than you know. I was being eaten by a creature that was only vulnerable in bright light. It was about to devour me. So, I lit myself on fire with a Molotov cocktail. As I understand it, Arthur blasted it to pieces afterward. Arthur was on that storyline too, Andrew asked. I nodded. And he didn't say anything else. But I could tell he was reaching conclusions. Perhaps they knew that Arthur was another person who knew the secret behind player disappearances. By the grace of whatever ancient forest god was nearest to us at that moment, the conversation eventually broke, and people started heading into sleep. I stayed, Andrew stayed, and Antoine stayed while the others went inside. Of course, Leela never moved from her chair. I didn't know if she was there deceiving us or if she was being sincere. Either way, she never tried to run. I can't communicate how frustrating it is to know that we were that close to moving forward, Andrew said. That there really were mysteries to be solved. I had lost hope. I nearly did myself, I said. There was more silence, and then Antoine said, there is a large closet in the bedroom. We can form a pallet for her to lay on if she is okay with that. Leela nodded her head. I'll do whatever it takes for you to trust me, she said. Andrew, Antoine, and I exchanged looks. It may take a while, Andrew said. Trust is easily broken. You know that. It's much harder to rebuild. I can be useful, she said in subdued desperation. I'm a good scout, and I can help rescue Logan and Avery. To make it up to them, I'm sure you will have plenty of opportunities to regain their trust, Andrew said. I'll show you the way, Antoine said, extending his hand to Leela. She grabbed his hand and followed him inside. When they were out of earshot, Andrew looked at me and said, of course. We could never trust her. We could never trust someone who might be keeping dangerous secrets. And he wasn't really talking about her. He had put two and two together and realized that I knew the secret behind player disappearances. Or at least, he had a pretty good hunch. I think we should judge people by their actions, I said. Let's not forget, all of us had secrets once upon a time, but then, that was the same secret a quest that might lead us out of Carousel. Andrew said. True, I said. Then again, all of us put our trust in the insider, and they have more secrets than the rest of us combined. I don't think we're going to get to the end of this without a little faith. He threw more leaves into the fire. So, You would have us keep her alive then, even if it may spell disaster? He asked. I thought for a moment. What I would have us do is give her a chance to break our hearts. I said. That could end up with all of us dead, he said. That depends on the chance we give her, I said. We just need to put her in a place where lying will be much more difficult. If she's telling the truth, hooray, that means she's gullible but not evil. I say that's the best case scenario. He seemed to consider what I was saying and then nodded. And so, we set about developing our plan. Some tropes just won't work outside of a storyline. These are usually rule tropes that would have absurd results. For instance, if you had a trope that made everyone have a physical tell every time they were stressed, avoidant, or deceptive, that would only work in a storyline. So, we went to a storyline because I had a trope like that and a player whose honesty was in question. Kimberly came along, too, along with the recent rescuers. But only for a little while. On screen. I can't talk you into staying any longer. Can I asked. Kimberly stood in front of me, looking like a 1970s movie star. Behind her was a French door, and she was backing toward it. You know, I would stay if I could, Kimberly said. If I had my way, we would stick to this story until we found that little girl. But unfortunately, life moves on. And there are a lot of other stories that need my attention. We exchanged a knowing smile, the kind only old friends can share. I suppose there are a lot of other missing kids, I said. I hope you find some happy endings. I hope so, too, Kimberly said. If you find anything, if you find any hint, you get on the phone, and I will be right back here. I know you will be, hopefully. You'll have a message from me with good news waiting for you when you get back to the city, I said, and hopefully, I'll still have a job whenever we finally find her. You will find her, Kimberly said. I told you this was a big one. And as long as you think there's more dirt to turn over here in Eastern Carousel, you can stay as long as it takes. And I'll make sure you have your job. Thanks, Kimberly, I said. She turned and waved as she walked out of the boarding house toward the car waiting for her, until we went off screen. That was because as soon as we did, she turned right back around, walked back inside, and said, I still have a little bit of time. Do you mind chatting? Of course, I said. I gestured toward the large, comfortable couches in the living room of the boarding house. The first time we ran the final straw. We hadn't spent a lot of time at Miss Moreland's boarding house because our actions within the story had drawn us away from it. But Kimberly's The Penthouse trope had given us this luxury accommodation, well, at least luxury for Eastern Carousel, so it was nice to be able to use it. Kimberly was not going to be in the story much longer. Her new trope, uncredited cameo, allowed her to enter just long enough to get in one good scene and then leave. That's what we had done. Of course, she had actually been in multiple scenes, but only one substantive one. Apparently, she had a timer telling her when to skedaddle. We were rerunning the final straw to test our newfound allies, specifically Lila White, who had allegedly been tricked into getting her team postered. It was just me and them, or at least it would be once Kimberly left the story. We had spent her scene interviewing the Harless family. The interview was largely the same as the one we had in our first run of this storyline, with a few tweaks. One difference, of course, was that Kimberly didn't get to stick around for the rest of the story, so she wasn't the focus of that scene. I was, strangely enough. She was just here to give the audience a small taste of her dramatic stylings and to set me up as one of the story's investigators. Another difference was that, because we did not have Dina, the little girl's name was Tamara Ray Stome instead of Tamara Kano, but such alterations were to be expected. Plus, our penthouse ability was a nice perk, and it was nice to have a friend because if it turned out that Lila White really was some rabid psycho betrayer, I was likely going to die in this storyline. Well, if she was good at being a rabid psycho betrayer, otherwise, I'd be safe. At least, that was one of the reasons for running this storyline. Andrew and I had made a plan, and so far, everything was running smoothly. Kimberly and I sat on one of the cozier-looking couches, and I waited for whatever Kimberly wanted to say. It took some work to focus because the day had ended in the story, and I had received the dailies, which allowed me to look at a little bit of the footage of our new allies, as well as Isaac, performing their roles in the story. Isaac was in the story because he wanted to run one with his brother. And I didn't have a good enough reason to keep him on the bench. Michael, a soldier archetype, got cast to play a cop in pretty much the same way that Antoine had been, except without all the popularity from Antoine's tropes. Andrew was playing a county coroner, and his presence had changed the story in some ways that I had not predicted. Carousel was not going to waste an actual doctor. So, as I sat there talking to Kimberly, I watched Andrew perform an autopsy on Benny Harless, the mechanic, without the benefit of the camera cutting away during the gross parts. It was pretty hardcore. The 10-year time skip had gotten delayed. I didn't know how long for. I'd only seen Leela on screen once during a search party looking for Tamara. But that was understandable. Leela was, for the most part, an extra wallflower and wasn't even cast as a named character, which made it hard to keep an eye on her because my dailies trope only gave me footage from on-screen moments. "Are you sure about this?" Kimberly asked. I'm a little tense. Sure, but I also don't want to call the whole thing off over a case of nerves. I said, best case scenario, we have nothing to worry about, and we can get some shopping done. Kimberly didn't look amused. I don't trust her, and even if she doesn't throw the storyline, I still won't, Kimberly said. She knew she was getting one of her teammates killed even if it actually was somehow part of Project Rewind. How can we ever be okay with that? Who says we have to be okay with it? I said. We don't get the luxury of being able to trust all of our allies. What we can do is make a plan and choose to accept the results of that plan because we have no other options. Well, I'm glad that it's so easy for you, Kimberly said. I didn't say it was easy. Are you willing to kill her just because we're unsure? Because if we follow through on the promise of Project Rewind, we're going to be rescuing a lot of people we won't be able to trust completely. We're still a long way off from rescuing anyone we've actually met before. You could be reading stolen content. Head to the original site for the genuine story. Kimberly wasn't comfortable, I could tell, because she was scratching her nose when she said, I went along with this because you had your mind made up. If you think whatever happens in this storyline is enough to trust her, I'll try to get comfortable with it. I had equipped my he has a tell trope to assist in our interrogation of Leela. As stated, that trope did not work outside of a storyline, which is why we needed to go into one. It wouldn't be enough to tell if she was telling a half-truth or what she was lying about, but it would show us what she was nervous about. That, combined with Andrew's tropes, might be enough for us to get some level of confidence in Leela. I'm not trying to dismiss your feelings, I said. I don't feel good about it either, but there is no version of this where we don't have to make hard decisions. We're either going to conclude that Leela is worth some level of trust, or we're going to conclude in front of her teammates that she isn't, even if she is no good. Her teammates need to see us give her a chance. It will help them trust us. At least. That's what I told myself. Kimberly leaned back on the couch and then said, Is this how it's always going to be? We rescue people, and instead of getting a thank you, we have to worry about whether one of them is going to betray us. Yeah. It probably will be like this every time. All I know is that we need to start collecting new bases so that we don't have to worry about giving strangers our home address. She looked at me, smiled, and said, You know, if she does betray you, at least we won't have to worry about her anymore. That would be strangely relieving, wouldn't it? I'll be dead, of course, I said. For a little bit, she said. And at least I'll have you to mourn me at my funeral, I said. I'll do my best, she answered. Look, I've got to go. My timer is ticking down, and I need my driver to get me back to my loft before I'm out of this storyline. I understand, I said. If everything goes well, I'll be back at the loft with a wheelbarrow of food soon enough. The cup is half full, Kimberly responded while scratching her nose. Then she got up off the couch and walked out of the front door, completely out of the story. I laid back and watched the dailies. Andrew was not just movie smart, he was actually smart. And I knew that because, as I watched him perform an autopsy on Benny Harless, he was making observations that had nothing to do with insight tropes. Even if he gained insights the longer his autopsy lasted, he was figuring things out immediately. He must have been running Carousel through its paces as he discussed liver temperatures and lividity, which combined meant that Benny's body had been relocated before the car crushed it. And just like that, Benny Harless didn't die of an accident. He was officially murdered. And the story would pivot around that. No wonder we hadn't had a time skip yet. First, we would have to fail to solve Benny's murder. Then, we would jump into the future. The whole thing made me wonder if we could do so well that Russell never had a chance to grow up and seek revenge. The movie would be over in 30 minutes. I fast-forwarded through a lot of footage taken from around town while I waited for Andrew, Leela, and Michael to arrive at the boarding house as planned. It didn't take long. Once night came around, there wasn't much more story to tell that involved players, not for a few more scenes. At least, I was almost done with the dailies when they walked in, first Michael and Leela, and then Andrew a few minutes later. Michael sat in a wingback chair and didn't speak. I didn't take it personally. He had just met me. Leela had gone somewhere to freshen up, but I didn't expect her to run away. So, I didn't keep an eye on her. When Andrew arrived, we didn't talk about Leela. He wanted to talk about the story. I've been noting strange behavior from many citizens around town, mostly of the Patcher family. I assume that's the result of your trope, he said, but when I inquired further, I was unable to get any useful information from them. I'm not certain what could cause that. If they were somehow involved in the disappearance of Miss Stone, surely I would have been able to get some information from them by prodding them. He had run into the same problem we had in our first run of The Final Straw. The Patchers acted like they were hiding something, but they would never tell us what. It had been frustrating. I pulled one of them over, Michael said. They were speeding, or at least I said they were. I tried talking to him about the missing girl, and they acted all funny, but I couldn't get anything out of them. There was no point in not spoiling them. So, I just came clean. The Patchers are guilty in one way or another. They're a family-worshipping hive mind of some kind. We didn't really learn a lot about that, but I think that's why they don't fess up, even though they should, because they're one entity. Even though they don't seem that way, you have to solve the mystery of what happened to Tamara before their true nature is revealed. You know how these things work. Andrew nodded. I see. We should table that. Then, I suppose we have other matters to attend to tonight, and fortunately so, I said. Isaac will probably not be joining us. He was cast as the fiancé of one of the Patcher bachelorettes, and I don't think he'll be able to get away from them tonight, although he may learn some interesting information about how the hive mind thing works if, he tries. Andrew scratched his ear. This was not a comfortable subject for him. Yes, after our parents' death, Isaac developed a habit of feigned apathy in all aspects of his life, and fortunately, he does not have a lot of control over it. It would seem that even Carousel hasn't been able to break him of that. But in time, I hope to help him work through it, Andrew said. We had played The Final Straw twice for grocery shopping purposes, so I was fairly confident that whatever twists and turns Carousel threw at us, we would be able to rise above them. After all, if you could solve which Patcher did what to Tamara, then you would need neither a first blood nor a second blood sacrifice. That was ideal for our purposes, Michael, Andrew said. As I've told you, I'm going to have a therapy session with Leela. My tropes will work better in a storyline, so I should be able to determine if she intends us to do further harm. I'd appreciate it if you let us do this in your absence, because I don't want her to become emotionally overwhelmed. And I realize that you are in very understandable pain because of Lila's betrayal and are interested in witnessing the session. She might not be able to open up in your presence. Then, why does he get to be there? Michael asked. We find ourselves with a three-way impasse, Andrew said. Everyone wants to know who they can trust, and unfortunately, that necessitates that representatives of all three parties be present during the interrogation. Ah yes, the traditional horror movie intermission interrogation. I wasn't confident that I could be swayed just by listening to Leela. But Andrew had useful tropes for such an interrogation, and at the end of the day, allowing Andrew to have his talk with Leela didn't hurt anything. I would be there to get my own impression. It was very possible that Leela White had just been tricked into betraying her own team. In many ways, the explanation fit perfectly. The act was brutal. But then Project Rewind was brutal. I couldn't tell if I rejected her claims because I didn't trust her or because of what she had said about Roxy, someone I felt I could trust. If Roxy had been a part of Project Rewind, why didn't she drop any clues for us, on the other hand? If Roxy only knew just enough about Project Rewind to think that it was a threat and to try and sabotage it, why had she not come to me then? As much as I could understand the logic of why secrets were necessary, I sure felt like a fool, knowing there might have been someone there watching us stumble. I needed to sort my feelings out so I could think. What I hated worse was that when I really thought about it, the story made some sense for an additional reason. The grotesque. How did the mobile omen get into Camp Dyer? Had we ever gotten a reasonable explanation other than our carousel is punishing Jean theory? The insider did it theory was more plausible, but it still didn't feel perfect. Roxy could have done it. It would have been trivial. She could have bought a mobile omen, flirted with the guy, and tricked him into bringing it. I didn't know. I tried to remember back to the details of that day. Had I missed something? Roxy could have put the seed of the idea of quitting into Jean Gill's mind. I could still see the look on her face when she quit in the middle of the grotesque storyline, as if she had been holding it in and was finally ready to exit. Wouldn't it make more sense that someone had hinted to her that she could leave? She had said it so confidently, like she knew someone was listening. Roxy was on that very storyline, holding Jeanette's hand as she made that deadly decision. And I didn't see what was going on. If the grotesque mobile omen hadn't come around, I would not have gotten all of my inequivocable clue tropes at once. We likely would not have found the bed and breakfast in time. Project Rewind might not have succeeded. If Jeanna hadn't quit the game, I would not have seen the ex-murderer and would not be a secret keeper as required by Project Rewind. I had to be logical. There was no room for actual faith or trust. Her story fit the facts, even though it felt like I was getting my guts ripped out. Then again, even if she was telling the truth, that didn't mean we could trust her. If bringing her into a storyline where our tropes would help us interrogate her helped us have peace of mind, it was worth it. More than that, I felt myself not wanting to believe her or trust her because I didn't like what she had to say, and I needed to get over that. Leela reappeared not too long after Andrew showed up. She was nervous, but I could see in her eyes that she wanted to please, that she knew how important it was for us to trust her. I tried my best to wipe away my preconceptions and my pent-up frustration with watching her surrogate screw things up constantly. Ironically, I felt closer to trusting her than Michael, and maybe even closer than Andrew, and he was a very reasonable fellow. It required a bit of contortion for a person to wrap their mind around Project Rewind. So, I may have been better prepared to deal with the realities of sacrificing fellow players for the greater good. Michael went off to one of the rooms to relax. He didn't actually have a room at the boarding house because his character lived in Eastern Carousel, but nobody was going to say anything about it. The last I saw him, he was lying back on a bed without having folded back the sheets, staring up at the ceiling, trying to hide the look of annoyance on his face. We passed by his room and continued onward until we found a nice, secluded hallway and another room with a couch and some chairs. An NPC was in there reading a book, but Andrew politely explained that he needed the room for a therapy session, and the NPC bowed his head and left. Leela, having been the target of Andrew's psychiatrist tropes before, lay down on the couch. Andrew took a seat near her, and I took a seat far away where I could see her. But she couldn't see me without turning her head, and then the session began. I had seen interrogations in Carousel Hack. I'd even been the person being interrogated by the detective Paragon himself, so when I sat down to listen to Leela bare her soul, I was expecting something more along the lines of a detective trying to get the truth out of a witness. That wasn't what happened. Andrew was very kind and gentle. Leela was open but incredibly nervous, and on the verge of tears over even innocuous things. It felt like I was violating her just by being there, listening as she poured her heart out about her difficulties in Carousel. Some things that she talked about, I could never repeat. What I could say is that she had a very clear phobia of being on screen. I could relate to some degree. Knowing that some entity beyond your understanding was watching and being amused by your suffering was terrifying. I almost have to will myself to forget that it's happening and to think about the game as if it were just a game. Leela did not seem to be able to do that. She talked about the audience as if they were her personal tormentors, and she hated the idea of going on screen for anything. This had been a considerable roadblock to her team. It made her tropes make more sense, though, as they were more designed to take her off screen or to get her killed, because even that was preferable to her from the way she talked. It also helped explain why she was a wallflower instead of a hysteric. She didn't want attention. Hysterics almost always did. She did not like the limelight, as she called it. That term seemed a little poetic, but it was correct. We were the stars of some sick little play. She apologized to Andrew for past mistakes, and Andrew calmly guided her back to the subject of the current investigation. Back to the subject of Roxy. Roxy had approached her after their team had done the Ranger Danger storyline and had promised to help her grow as a player so that she would get the least possible amount of screen time. But even in those early meetings, there had been a hint that Roxy wanted to tell her something. Roxy had talked about her teammates who had gone missing while playing Carousel's so-called tutorial. When Leela inquired where they could have gone, Roxy said they might have gone home. She didn't know. Of course, I knew that the ex-murderer had killed Roxy's teammates because they quit the game. Or at least that's what I thought I knew. The truth could have been anything. If Roxy was a liar, that could have been another lie. Leela went on, describing her meetings with Roxy as she was slowly taught the power of a good scream. Apparently, they had some master and apprentice style meetings over the subject. I hadn't put much thought into this before, but by looking at the tropes that Leela carried, it was clear Carousel did like someone with a good scream and rewarded it with tropes. As a dude, my scream potential was limited. When their teammate Logan had revealed his quest, his mission for which he had come to Carousel on purpose, knowing what that entailed, Leela got nervous. She didn't like attention being on her, and she really didn't like the idea of being part of any quest because it made her feel like the audience was watching her even when she was off screen. Stolen content warning. This tale belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences elsewhere. And, of course, it was. A player would have to be blind to believe that we weren't being watched. Although I didn't pretend to know the nature of any such observation, that led to Leela spying for Roxy, until eventually, Roxy let her in on the little secret that the quest was a trap by Carousel. It was about that point that she stopped speaking easily and started to shift in her seat, a clear sign of stress. Her tell. Andrew interjected, asking what Roxy had asked her to do. She just wanted me to lead him up onto the mountain, Leela said. She shifted in her seat. Are you sure she didn't tell you more than that? Andrew asked. Leela was quiet. She knew that she couldn't lie without revealing herself, not with my trope forcing her to wiggle in her seat every time she tried to lie or avoid a question. Not with Andrew and myself peering at her, using every ounce of our moxie to try to determine if she was telling the truth. Even Andrew's tropes pressed her, forced her to keep talking. So she told the truth. And while I wasn't confident about everything she said, I did believe most of it. She said we would be attacked on the mountain and to make sure that Logan was in the lead. Then she said that we were supposed to run back down the mountain and into the buildings. I was supposed to take you there, and that way, we would be safe. But then Avery got caught too. And when we ended up inside that storyline with those bedbugs, there was no way that we could win. Leela started to cry. I swear, I didn't want anyone to die. I just thought that if we got rid of Logan, everyone would be safe and that his quest would be over. I felt she was being sincere. That was my moxie talking. But her moxie wasn't that much lower than mine. Was it possible I was believing what I wanted to? How does it make you feel that Roxy didn't have you kill Logan to stop Project Rewind but rather to further it? Andrew asked. Leela thought for a moment. I feel like an idiot, she said. I understood the sentiment. I didn't know if Roxy was on Project Rewind's side, but it didn't really matter because her actions aligned perfectly with the project's goals. It was all much the same after that. She apologized profusely. The story was exactly as we were expecting it to be, exactly as the evidence indicated. She never strayed from her story, the one she told at the very beginning, although she did at least confess that she knew what was going to happen to Logan, and that she wasn't just duped completely. After that, Andrew and Leela hugged, and Leela seemed to feel much better. Another effect of Andrew's TROPS. In the end, it felt anticlimactic. In Carousel, that was often a good thing. I didn't know what I was hoping for. Was I hoping that she would secretly have been in league with a narrator, and that she would tell us secrets that only such a spy would know? Was that what I wanted? For her to be more than just a scared young woman? That she was in the know? If it was, I was disappointed. Whatever Leela was, I didn't believe that she was evil. I also didn't know if we were safe to have her around. But you could never count on being safe in Carousel. I felt like this whole exercise was just a little attempt to control the situation. Maybe if we questioned her and ran her through the paces, we wouldn't feel helpless. I didn't know, but I did feel better about things after the interrogation. The final straw storyline played out much like it had on our first run. All of us working together. We were able to figure out that poor Tamara had been killed whenever a man named Torben Patcher had lost control of his horse. And the horse had kicked her while she was walking home. That was a constant. Tamara died by accident, always at the hands of some irresponsible Patcher. And then they worked to cover it up. Benny had discovered what they had done when repairing their horse trailer. And so the story moved forward. The story stayed very similar, with a few subtle differences. Isaac apparently had some humorous scenes where he felt like he was about to be inducted into a cult because his character's fiancée was a Patcher. But other than that, the story was largely the same, and it ended the same way. There was a reason the vets used to rerun stories so often. There was safety in that. With a grocery run, I waited at the grocery store as the needle on the plot cycle ticked toward the end. We had defeated the Patchers this time without me having to become some vessel for an ancient spirit. And the Carousel was getting its last footage for the film. As we gathered off-screen, ready to start looting Eastern Carousel General Store, Leela promised that she wanted to help rescue Logan so that she could say she was sorry. As Leela wandered through the shelves searching for canned goods, Andrew and I stood next to each other, picking through the scant seasonings. We had not thought to get Bobby's food trope, so it was not exactly going to be a feast, but there was enough food to hold us over. So, do you trust her? Andrew asked. As much as I can, I said, scratching my arm. Do you? I do, Andrew said. But there is no way to be sure she's telling the truth. No, there isn't, I said as I bent down and picked up a can that claimed to contain a whole chicken. Look, the way I see it, it's a remarkable coincidence that whenever we reset the game, we were given to players who just happened to be siblings to you. A member of the last party of promise. I figure that wasn't an accident. You think you were sent to us? Andrew asked. I think that if she were a threat, we wouldn't have been directed to you so blatantly. Or at least that's where I'm willing to put my money. I didn't know if the insider was still somewhere pulling strings, but I knew that coincidences didn't exist in Carousel, and in my ignorance, I had to trust in something. We stood in silence as Leela walked back around, holding a jar of pickled eggs. I do still wonder what happened to Roxy's team, she said. How could they all disappear at once? Don't people normally go missing one at a time? No one knows what happened to them, I said. Not even Roxy. Whatever it was she told you. I'm sure it was just a story she invented to cope with losing her friends. That may be the case, Andrew said. I could see that his eyes were looking at me as I scratched my arm. My own little tell. Leela wasn't paying attention. She was diligently packing a wheelbarrow with food. All I could do was stare back at him, and we both just agreed not to talk about it. He was going to find out anyway, eventually, if he hadn't already figured it out. All in all, I felt like we had done pretty well with our first suspicious character rescued from beyond the grave. Maybe one day it would turn out Leela was evil or too naive, but that day, we would choose to trust, or close enough. All I could hope was that one day, it would not fall on me to try to separate the trustworthy from the untrustworthy. One day, we would have a whole system down with all the right tropes to ensure that we didn't have any spies amongst us. Kimberly would be using her moxie, and Antoine could be the face of our group, so I could go back to lurking in the background. We'd have Anna back to keep us all in good spirits and keep our group together like a team. Camden would be able to make all the plans and think logically, even when it was so easy to be afraid and distrustful. And when we got all this set up, I could finally feel like I didn't have the weight of the world on my shoulders. I just needed to keep it together a little longer. As we walked back to the loft with our bounty of 1970s general store groceries, I still felt nervous about bringing newcomers to our base. It was just an inherently risky thing to do. We had dotted our I's and crossed our T's. But at the end of the day, all we could do was stick to the plan. And the plan involved creating a robust stable of players we could use to beat the game at Carousel. That was the task looming far in the distance, somewhere past my current goal of rescuing Anna and Camden. We would have to attempt to escape Carousel and trigger its through line. I took a deep breath to push away the stress, and I could tell the 3 new players read something into it because, whatever they were talking about, they stopped. Isaac was practicing navigating with his scouting trope. He didn't seem to notice anything that wasn't an omen. So, what's next? Andrew asked after a beat. What's the current mission? There's a whole list, I said, a long list that grew every time I thought about it. As I walked down the road, my arms loaded with groceries packed into paper bags. A hole formed in one of the bags, and a glass bottle of ketchup popped out. I stopped and grabbed the bottle. It hadn't broken, and though the bag now had a hole in it, it still seemed secure enough to contain everything else. The puncture was not catastrophic. I simply popped the ketchup bottle into my hoodie pocket. The thing was, it was a little big for the pocket, but of course, it slipped right inside with no problem. This didn't go unnoticed. I remembered that these players didn't know about luggage tags, which allowed you to create a bag of holding, so to speak. I had used mine to give my hoodie pockets more room than they should have had. I was about due for another because I was close to my weight limit, but anything that could fit into the opening of my pocket could be contained in there up to the weight limit. It wasn't such a remarkable magic trick that any of them said anything at first, but they did look at each other funny as the large ketchup bottle just seemed to disappear. It didn't look like it was being shoved into my pocket. It looked like it fell in, like I had opened up a hole and dropped it. Before picking up the bags again, I reached into my pocket and withdrew one of the halves of my head shears, the ones with the trope attached to them, and then I drew the other half out. They were basically a giant pair of scissors, and they disconnected at the bolt that connected them when I loosened it. I reattached them, tightened the bolt, and watched as Andrew, Michael, and Leela looked on in amazement. I remembered doing something similar with Cassie and Isaac when they arrived, but all I had were cans of dried pepper, and they looked at me like I was some dorky magician playing a prank on them. The head shears were a lot stronger of a flourish, especially since they had a trope on them, and up until that moment, none of these players had seen an item with a trope before. That was a new thing in Carousel. Even the atlas didn't have information on these. Things have changed a bit, I said as I disassembled the head shears and put them back in my pocket. How are you doing that? Michael asked. I explained luggage tags, but I couldn't show them the actual tag because I was currently using mine. We have some catching up to do, I said, and suddenly, I felt optimistic. Giving fallen players the bad news that they had been sacrificed for a worthy cause was a downer, even if the conclusion was ultimately optimistic. Showing them the new toys we had to play with was more fun. I picked up my bags, careful to make sure the tear wasn't spreading, and we continued our way to the loft. Whoever was working the telescope spotted us before we got to the loft, so we were greeted in the restaurant down below. Isaac and Cassie were happy that everything was coming together for them. Their brother was back with them. I was happy to see them being happy. I wondered if I would get to feel that. Leela immediately noticed that there were no omens in the restaurant, which would seem strange because most places with lots of foot traffic did have omens. Kimberly softly said, "You're safe here," and they talked quietly. "It's like the kitchens at Camp Dyer." Andrew said, "Tell me, are we able to eat the food provided here? Because at Camp Dyer, we could eat whatever the campers were eating, and no one would stop us. All the chili dogs you could ever want," Michael said. It was heaven on earth. I remembered those chili dogs. Heaven, they were not. That wasn't even to mention the fact that they only fed those kids once or twice a month. Poor things. The bottom line was that we couldn't have survived at Camp Dyer on chili dogs alone. If you discover this tale on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the violation. You have to buy the food here, Cassie explained. It's not super expensive, but it really adds up over time. Not exactly, Isaac said. You can eat the food that the NPCs don't eat, that they're about to throw away. But if you steal any of their food before then, it ends up on your bill the next time you order something. He had been experimenting. I don't think we need to eat out of the garbage, Isaac, Andrew said. If so, we wouldn't have brought all of this. He stretched out his arms, which were as stacked with paper sacks of food as mine were. Michael had taken wheelbarrow duty and brought a few cases of beer because he didn't have anyone to tell him not to. Thank you for grocery shopping, Kimberly said, but tonight, I say we eat at the restaurant. After all, We did just get a big payday. We sure had. Rescuing players was good money. After weeks of scrimping by, we had hundreds of dollars in the till. Sounds like dinner's on you, Michael said as he eyed a waitress walking across the room carrying a plate with a T-bone steak on it. Carousel did have the best meats. No one mentioned the awkwardness of Leela. No one wanted to. At the end of the day, if we decided we were going to trust her in as much as we could say we trusted Leela, then we had to go with it. We couldn't keep bringing up doubts. That would destroy cohesion. That was our decision. And we would go with it until somebody burned us. We just had to hope it wouldn't be soon. We ate like kings and queens that night. Isaac had found a fishing pole at Bobby's place. I had no idea where he had managed to find it. He said it was up in the rafters. But I still didn't know what he was referring to until he explained that he had climbed into the attic. I didn't know there was an attic. The house wasn't big enough to have a full attic. It was more of a crawl space. The fishing pole was kind of like the telescope we found at the loft. It had an omen detecting ability. I wouldn't say it was anywhere near as useful, though. It was an adventure trope called Strange Attractor. A play on the cliché from movies in which compasses acted oddly around supernatural phenomena and often pointed the way to the source of some arcane or sci-fi energy. It would cause the compass to point toward an omen. Or if you were in a story, it would point toward some strange source of power. Of course, the trope wasn't attached to a compass. It was attached to a fishing pole. And Isaac proudly demonstrated that if you let out a little bit of line, the hook would attract toward omens. He dangled it off the roof and instructed us to watch as the lure pulled across the street and pointed toward a disgruntled postman who was indeed an omen. And it's so convenient, Antoine said. Not like this bulky telescope. Everyone laughed at that, even Isaac, because he was having a good time with his discovery. I suppose the fishing pole was a mismatch with its trope unless you were searching for a powerful object underwater. I had to wonder why Carousel would make such a thing and what real practical use it had. It went to show that perhaps not every trope object we found was going to be super convenient like the telescope or heck, even the head shears. You have to wonder if we're going to find a way to make our own trope items, I said. It does really get the juices flowing, Andrew said. The possibilities. They have been quiet guests as they got used to their new abode. It was the middle of the night when we got a knock at our door. Leela was sleeping in the back bedroom where Cassie had been, who was now with Dina. Leela had offered to sleep in the open living room space as if she was submitting herself for inspection and didn't want to be seen as secretive. Because of the late night knocks, we didn't want her near the front door. We said we trust her, but having her sleep next to the omen spawn point seemed too trusting. Andrew bunked with Isaac, and Michael slept on the roof because, as Andrew put it, he had an aversion to comfort, something psychological, like he thought it was bad luck. I didn't mind someone sleeping in the living room. After all, the loft was probably designed as an open concept living area before hallways and bedrooms were attached to it. There was plenty of room for a player to bunk, and one day, when we got enough furniture, we might be able to screen off a section for them. As I walked through the dark loft, I contemplated how many people we were going to try to squeeze into this space. We might end up with a lot of people living in the open living room. I waited for the others to get out of bed. Eventually, they all did, except for Michael. He was on the roof and didn't hear the knocking. Isaac came out of his room with the fishing pole, the lure hanging in front of him. It pulled as if magnetically toward the door. I think there's an omen out there, he whispered, barely suppressing his chuckle. I wasn't exactly in a joking mood. No one was. So Isaac quietly put the fishing pole down against the wall, walked to the door, and looked out the peephole. He had gotten some practice at this and didn't feel the need for me to take a look as well to get a second opinion. Maybe he was showing off for his brother. The image of the hallway sure does look crooked, Isaac said. Then, there was a pause as he read something on the red wallpaper. That was the way his scouting trope worked. He had to point out that an omen looked obviously dangerous, and then he would get information about it. He was clearly having trouble figuring out what to say to send the omen away. I didn't want to embarrass him, but I thought I'd take a crack at it. I quietly walked up beside him, being careful not to be in the blast path of Dina's shotgun, and took a look outside. I understood what he meant when he said the hallway looked crooked. At first, I thought it was something like a serial killer holding up a picture of the hallway so that we would think no one was there and it was crooked. But that wasn't what he meant. He meant the hallway was crooked in the way that some psychological horror haunted houses were, like House of Leaves or 1408. I looked at the red wallpaper, trying to figure out what to do with this omen. Because just by looking at it, I felt some sort of effect disorientation. The storyline was called The Fourth Floor, and the omen, of course, was staring at the impossible architecture that was now the hallway outside our front door. How did we send it away? The hint of how not to activate the omen, which was how my scouting ability worked in combination with Kimberly's writ of habitation, said simply, ignore the fine details. I turned to Isaac and said, I don't know what you're looking at out there. It's just a hallway. I gave him a friendly smack on the arm and walked away from the door. If this were a normal omen, you would enter it by staring at the strangeness of the hallway's design and how it didn't quite make sense logically or within the realm of physics. To get it to go away, we just had to ignore it. That was the best I could figure. Made sense enough to me. Everyone still stood frozen, and sure of whether the omen was gone. After all, something had knocked at the door, and that something could not be heard walking away like a normal omen knocking at that door would. From what I could tell, the storyline was about a haunted place, rather than ghosts. A haunted place was itself some sort of evil, so the knock had not likely come from a human hand but rather from some ambiguous living evil. Of course, that wasn't very satisfying. And it just so happened that I found the answer to my question from earlier that day. What exactly was the use of a fishing pole whose lure moved toward omens and powerful things? It was as if Carousel had answered my question. Was Carousel being playful again, sending evil architecture at us? You could use it to tell if an evil hallway was gone. I gestured for Isaac to pick up his fishing pole, and as he did, the lure moved toward the door. But after 30 seconds or so, it dropped away, pulled only by gravity. The evil hallway was gone. That's the show, folks, I said as I went back to my room. Sometimes, I just had to will myself to get used to things. And evil hallways were just one of them. It was incredible how life could move forward so quickly and yet seemingly stay the same. Days earlier, we had completed our first rescue. Before we could be satisfied with our success, we had to worry about the whole Leela fiasco. But then I woke up one day not so long after, and she was in the kitchen making eggs for everyone. It was a special morning for me because I woke up to the sound of laughter from a few rooms away. That hadn't happened in a long while, maybe not since Camp Dyer. As I opened my eyes, I smiled not because I heard the joke, but because I could tell the atmosphere was improving. Just by adding 3 new players, we were building our own little camp. After I got out of my room and did my morning routine, I came into the living room and figured out what they were all laughing at. Kimberly, I'm telling you, you have to sign on to this movie if you're looking for something new, something you've never done. And you have never done it because it is complete nonsense. No one knows what's happening. And everyone will say it's smarter than it is just because it's confusing. And you'll get accolades if you succeed. Of course, if you fail, I may not be able to take your calls anymore. That's just business. Dear, you understand. If you pull it off, though, it will instantly elevate your career. Just don't answer reporters' questions about the plot because then they'll know you're in over your head. It was Kimberly's fake talent agent, Sal. He was always good for a laugh. Of course, if you do decide to take it, just know it is going to be one of the biggest acting challenges of your life. And there's a very real chance it might not score well with audiences. Keeping the timeline straight will be difficult for everyone, including the screenwriter, Sal said. But at the end, all that matters is that you beat the bad guy, right? That's how these movies go. I'm told, though, that it does have some pretty squeamish scenes. But if you're very lucky, you won't be in any of them. Timeline and squeamish scenes. I knew immediately which movie Sal was talking about. Well, anyway, sweetheart, that's all I have to say. If you have any more questions, please be sure to call, Sal said. Kimberly said her goodbyes and hung up the phone. As I walked further into the room, I saw that Andrew, Antoine, and most of the others were hovering around the kitchen table, listening to Kimberly's call. We should have recorded that, Andrew said. We should have recorded all of the various calls to see what differences there were. Are we able to call again? He was discovering the incredible potential of her scouting trope. Yeah, Kimberly said. He doesn't seem to remember past phone calls. He's always happy to hear from me. I had slept in by a few hours. It seemed like they were already getting to work while eating cheesy eggs. If there was one thing Eastern Carousel General Store had, it was eggs. Post-traumatic? I asked. We were always looking for new information about that storyline because one day, we were going to rescue our friends from it. Kimberly nodded. My rescue trope works on it. We think. So does Antoine's, she said. Sal kind of references them. He didn't have as much to say about mine. Oh, Antoine added. That might mean it's a higher level. We had discovered that if Kimberly asked her agent about a storyline while one of us had a rescue trope equipped, then Sal would talk about the altered rescue version instead of the original. It was helpful to compare them. Did you get any good info? I asked. They all looked at each other, tilting their heads, shrugging their shoulders, that sort of thing. It's pretty high level, Antoine said. We didn't get much, not much more than we already knew. Bummer. That was pretty much what always happened with post-traumatic. I decided to help myself to the last remaining cheesy eggs in the pan, at least the part that hadn't gone crusty yet. Then I walked over to them, scooping the eggs into my mouth right off the paper plate. I have an idea, I said. And what's that? Antoine asked. We'll need to take a walk, I said. I had a theory for learning things about post-traumatic, but unlike Kimberly, I couldn't do it from a long distance. I had to be looking at the omen itself. The airport was about halfway between downtown and Eastern Carousel, so it was not a bad walk, but definitely not a short one. The roller rink, which occasionally disappeared, was right next to the airport. That was the omen we were after. Leela had offered to open up some sound stages for us to travel through, but as cool as that sounded, from the way she described it, it was also a lot more walking. I figured the faster we were done with this, the better. So, we walked in one big group out of the more densely populated part of Carousel into the more small-town outskirts. The street looked like any street that could be found in any small town back home or, heck, probably anywhere in the real world. Except this one brought back memories. As we were walking past a neighborhood that was probably middle to lower middle class, I spotted a structure in the backyard of one of the houses. It was a shed. Even without all of the black snow all over the ground, I recognized it. That was Reggie's shed. That was as far as he had been able to make it into the black snow. As far as I could tell, but then again, I only got to watch the trailer for the apocalypse, not the whole thing. When the black snow apocalypse had been sent, for whatever reason it had been sent, Reggie Vargas, a bruiser, one of the vets at Camp Dyer and member of the bowlers team, had sacrificed himself to help Anna and Camden get into a storyline so that they would not die from the apocalypse. Anna had made sure to note his sacrifice in her letter to us, which was attached to the back of Silas, the mechanical showman. One day, we would be able to rescue Anna and Camden and make his sacrifice worth it. I hoped we would rescue him. A flood of memories came over me of the bowlers and how they helped make Camp Dyer seem so normal. Grace loved to cook and was whip smart, keeping her team of bruisers in line against all odds. Of course, they were all gone now. I had seen Reggie's fate, or at least part of it, thanks to my coming to a theater near you trope. I had seen him bunker down in that shed. Is it an omen? Antoine asked as he caught me staring. I shook my head. We're almost there, I said. I didn't need to share that sad memory with them again. As we crested a small hill, the tiny Carousel airport appeared in the distance. Far before it was the corner lot where the roller rink stood. It was blinking like normal, sometimes existing, sometimes nothing more than a large pit in the earth. All right, everyone, I said. I've never messed around with this before, but we're going to try to be as scientific as possible. I looked back down at the roller rink and then cleared my throat. We're going to take all of the highest level players we have. That's me, Antoine, Kimberly, Bobby, and Andrew. The rest of you, stay up here. Leela and Isaac, keep your eyes out for omens. I had explained my plans briefly. Still, most of them looked either on edge or terrified to be out in Carousel proper without protection. With that, we split up. Those who I grouped with myself walked down the hill toward the roller rink, and the rest stood there watching. Stolen novel, please report. Exactly how far apart do we have to be for this to work? Antoine asked. Just a bit further, I think, I said. The establishment's name was Carousel Roller Days. Its design and decor were like something from another decade, but that made sense, as Post-Traumatic was a time travel horror movie. I kept my eye on the red wallpaper. My "I don't like it here" trope gave me a rough estimate of how difficult a storyline was. But that estimate was based on my current party. I had a hunch it wasn't just about pure levels. I thought it factored in everything, like archetypes or equipped tropes. We were about to find out. Ever since we had figured out that Kimberly's talent agent trope could give a different answer depending on what tropes were equipped, I had been wondering if we could use the same thing for my scouting trope. I had collected all of the highest level players. As we walked further down the hill, I became confident that we had finally separated from the others enough that my reading would be just about us and not include the players at the top of the hill. I looked at the flickering roller rink and stared at its poster on the red wallpaper. Post-traumatic registered as "This is scaring me," which was one of the most dangerous levels that my trope would tell me. Of course, I was mostly guessing based on the innate fear and anxiety that my trope gave me, but I was pretty confident that this was a very dangerous storyline. It wasn't the most dangerous, but it was a contender. We were easily outleveled by 10 plot armor or more. Kimberly, equip your rescue trope. She quickly did. The difficulty increased. Not only could I see it jump all the way to get to the car now, but I could feel it getting more difficult in an instant, perhaps because I was focused on it. The anxiety hit me in the back of the neck, and I subconsciously stretched my shoulders, contorting myself, trying to ease the stress. "So it obviously got more difficult," I said. "But it's always going to do that for a rescue trope. Could you unequip it?" Kimberly nodded and did as I asked. And fortunately, the storyline was so much stronger than us that this exercise might have been in vain. It was difficult to tell how much more challenging this storyline would be when it was already topping out the meter. "Antoine," I said. He nodded and equipped his race against time trope. The difficulty kicked back up, but this time, I felt it was more extreme. My heart started to beat. It wasn't quite as bad as hearing the breathing from the ex-murderer, but I could feel that even though they both registered as "get to the car now," Antoine's was more difficult. "Okay," I said. "Now it's my turn." Antoine unequipped his rescue trope, and I equipped mine the wrong real. And in an instant, I felt relief. I swore I did. It still registered as "get to the car now" on the red wallpaper, but it was definitely less difficult than Antoine's. If I had to guess, Kimberly's rescue trope and mine were about equal in difficulty when used on post-traumatic. I relayed my findings to the others. "Exactly how large is this experiment going to get?" Andrew asked. "If I'm not mistaken, this technique could be used to fine-tune all of the tropes we equip and which players we take." "That's what I was thinking," I said. "I don't know if this trope is sensitive enough to tell minor differences, but it can tell major differences. And if it reacts to individual tropes equipped and not just rescue tropes, that could be huge. Right now, what I'm concerned with is party composition. We're high savvy, moxie, and hustle right now. If I were to guess, that's probably a good combination for a time travel horror." "Well, let's test that theory," Andrew said. He began walking away all the way up the hill. When he got there, he sent Michael back down to us. Now, we had to melee archetypes and one less savvy-based archetype. And with that one switch, the storyline jumped up to "get to the car now," even without a rescue trope equipped. So, the theory was well-founded that this storyline was mainly about speed and intelligence. "All right," I said. "Let's mix and match." We spent 30 minutes just swapping people out to see what builds worked well with post-traumatic. It was far from an exact science because things like the tropes we had equipped or the level differences we had would play majorly into the difficulty rating my scouting trope gave. But broadly, it was still very useful information. From this, we determined that our initial hypothesis was mostly correct. We needed savvy and hustle. Moxie and metal were not so important, and it was difficult to tell how vital grit was with this method, but I had to assume it was, given what I knew about the storyline. After all, I had seen that Camden had lost his arm, and this storyline involved some torture. Grit really helped the torture go down easier. We could play around forever trying to lower the storyline's difficulty rating, but at the end of the day, My "don't like it here" trope just wasn't sensitive enough to help fine-tune our builds on a storyline that difficult. Once we had leveled up, I suspected I would get a more accurate reading. Overall, it was still giving us good information. The technique would be really useful for storylines closer to our level. We walked back to the loft with our heads held high. Even though we hadn't accomplished all that much, it still felt like we were taking steps forward. And that was great because we had a lot of steps to go. It was afternoon, and we were on the roof of the loft, lounging. Bobby was playing with his dogs, and his dogs were playing with everyone, whether they liked it or not. It was a sunny day. If there's one thing I appreciated about the new players, it's that Andrew was just as neurotic about discussing our plans for the future as I was. Of course, he was more or less focused on only one thing: rescuing his teammates who had gotten killed in the werewolf lair. I couldn't blame him. We had spent all day worrying about my teammates who had gotten killed in a storyline, but getting Logan and Avery, his teammates, was a lot more complicated because we didn't know what storyline those werewolves were from. If we could figure that out, we could rescue them assuming they were in a storyline we could beat. But figuring out what storyline they were in was an enormous task for us, and we had so much more to think about. "Look," I said, "there's a lot on the to-do list. We need to get more writs of habitation, for one." We were sat out at a table under an umbrella. "And how do we accomplish that?" Andrew asked as he sipped on a yellow cocktail that someone had made him. I had one, too, but mine was murky brown. We didn't have a mixologist on staff. Isaac and Michael had been experimenting. According to the Atlas, if we want to be awarded writs of habitation, we have to run storylines where our characters are assigned habitable bases and have to spend the night at least once. Even then, the base has to come into the story theoretically. That shouldn't be too difficult, Andrew said. I feel like there are plenty of overnight storylines. Lots of them, it would seem. I said, there doesn't seem to be rhyme or reason for when they're handed out. Other than that, we have to wait until Carousel is feeling generous. Okay, what else do we have to do? He asked. We need more rescue tropes, I said. I think Carousel limited rescue tropes after we rescued you because it wanted variety, not because it wanted us to stop doing rescues. But that means we need more tropes. And how do we get those? Andrew asked. We run storylines that involve rescuing someone as part of the base story. I said, makes sense, Andrew said. I can certainly see us working that into our future plans. I would argue that rescuing Logan and Avery will be very helpful. Even toward that goal, having two operational, high-level teams would make every aspect of this base and any other base that we occupy run smoother. Look, Andrew, I'm not against the idea of rescuing your friends. I want you to manage your expectations. We're going to work our tails off to figure out what storyline they're in, and we may fail. And even if we do succeed, there's a good chance we won't be able to rescue them still. If the storyline is too tough, I understand that, he said, but I think that they deserve our full devotion. After all, we have learned that your friends are into high level of a storyline for us to dream of beating right now. If it turns out that Logan and Avery's storyline is more realistic, it would be a godsend. That was true. Post-traumatic was to high level for us. Most every other time I had taken on a higher level story, there had been at least one ringer on the team who was already high level. If we tried to take on that storyline anytime soon, we would likely lose. I had an anxiety building up that we would work to figure out what storyline Logan and Avery were trapped behind, and that when we found it was to high level, Andrew and Michael might become disheartened or uncooperative. They had not done anything to make me think that was the case yet, but I still worried. Whatever the case, I said, we definitely need to rescue more players in general. Isaac and Ramon are almost too low level to even meaningfully contribute to most runs with the rest of us. Andrew took a sip of his drink. Trying to find a team of low-level players doesn't sound easy. We have plenty to choose from, I said. A huge chunk of those missing posters are for newbies. Wouldn't be surprised if some of them never even learned what was going on here. That might be better, Andrew said. It's easier to fill an empty cup. He was right. Being the first point of contact for new players was better all around, better for them and better for us. After a few moments of silence, I said, the Atlas has over a dozen werewolf stories in it that I could tell from the non-spoilers section. none of which seemed to be a match for our culprits. And that is not exhaustive. There are likely more. You're sure you can't remember what the title of the storyline was? I'm trying my best, Andrew said. I remember there being a title, but I was so focused on running that I never really gave the red wallpaper much mind. I could understand that. After all, most players didn't need to keep an eye on the red wallpaper as aggressively as I did with my oblivious bystander strategy. It could be extremely difficult to use your eyes and look at the red wallpaper. Was the title long or short? I asked. Can you remember that much? Andrew put his head in his hands and moved his fingers through his hair. I can't, he said, but I don't think it was short. It was one of those where the title was really small at the top, but the top was covered with other things, too. It was just a character poster, after all, not one of the main movie posters. Right, I said. Guess that means one thing. What's that? He asked. Tomorrow we're going shopping. Andrew looked at me funny, but before he could say anything, someone else beat him to it. Did you say we're going shopping? Kimberly asked, having just made her way over to her table. That is wonderful. I know that you like your hoodie, but there are so many better options. Not that kind of shopping, I said. We'll see, she said with a smile. Then she turned her attention to Andrew. Her expression changed, and her voice softened as she asked if she could speak to him for a moment. She gestured over toward Antoine, who was on the other side of the roof, leaning against the railing and looking very annoyed. Andrew politely excused himself and followed Kimberly back across the roof. I wondered how long it would take him to find out that one of the reasons he was alive was because he might be able to help Antoine with his mostly well-concealed PTSD. Andrew had at least one helpful trope. It would be another band-aid on top of a stack of other band-aids, and together, they could be something like a cure. Whatever the case, I had done enough that day to call it a success. I cuddled up in my hoodie in the shade and went to sleep. I stood in the middle of a large stone corridor, like something out of Hogwarts to my fancy STONEWRK. No formed concrete. Yet, these walls were not for some royal courtyard. They were storefronts. On either side, there were 8 to 10 glass doors with big glass windows packed with goods to draw customers in. The only exit out of the corridor I could find was the same way we came in. This was a kill box. If something were to chase you into this place, you'd have to gamble on which door you entered, hoping there was an exit hidden from view. To my right, I saw a large glass window that had once been filled with mannequins dressed for a 1970s summer at the beach. Bright colors, a fair amount of modesty, and a wave of nostalgia I had only experienced secondhand through movies. All of the displays had been crushed, however, and standing on their remains were dozens of aimless zombies, the blue and green kind from back when rotten flesh was considered too obscene for movies, who pressed against the glass half-heartedly. I always thought the non-rotten ones were creepier. Maybe that was because as people rot, they get lighter. A fully desiccated corpse only weighed about 40 pounds. I would know. I wrestled with one. These zombies were still wholly hydrated. They were barely dead. I'd hate to mess with them. They didn't draw in any customers. This store, the only one whose door was locked and chained, had once sold summer water sports equipment and beach attire, but was now a monster lair for wandering cretins waiting for their storyline to be triggered. I could feel the monster lair with my hysteric scouting tropes so easily, with all of the monsters right in front of me. If only the werewolves were on display like this. Are you sure that glass is going to hold? I asked, looking over at Kimberly. It was flexing. It always has, she said. It's best just not to look at them. Laura said the only way to clear them out is to either open the door, break the window, or run their storyline. But honestly, I don't really want to shop there anyway. I don't know, I said. Summer's coming up. That's a good point, she said. I do like that shawl. I followed her eyes to a pink zombie wearing a sheer floral robe of some sort. It gave her that just out of the pool look. I laughed. Kimberly would know better than I would about whether the glass would hold the undead back. The Mangler Outlet Mall had been a go-to spot back in the days of Camp Dyer. I never went, but eye candies, final girls, and anyone who cared about the clothes they wore knew the routine. We couldn't go to the actual mall because we'd die swiftly, but the outlet mall was a great alternative. A small taste of the kinds of stores that could be found in the real world. Of course, The place was designed like a nightmare. From the outside, it was a building with ornate stone walls defaced with advertisements for the stores inside. The problem was that the building wrapped around a corridor that was shaped like a U, with the shops wrapped around the corridor where the shoppers were. You entered at one end of the U, and the other end was a dead end with two blind corners to get both in and out. I hated it as a scout, though it would make a fine base. We could only get to the stores by entering the corridor. It would be a terrible place to get caught in an apocalypse, a storyline, or heck, if somebody busted that glass and let the zombies out. I led the charge at first, getting a lay of the land and an idea of where the omens were and then opening it up for shopping for the others. It really wasn't too bad if everyone was on the same page. In fact, there was something oddly ASMR about listening to the moaning zombies mixed with the soft shopping music of the outlet mall. I didn't care what Kimberly said. I couldn't stand near them. I moved, careful to keep all of the players and omens in sight. The others were a lot more interested in the stores than I was. When I said that we were going shopping, I was talking about going to the special shops related to the actual game at Carousel, not to these superfluous retail outlets. But Carousel had revamped these stores from their previous state, with the addition of trope items. Even these mundane shops could be interesting. There's a dollar store up on the right, Kimberly said. She had this place memorized. Back in the days of Camp Dyer, players would go here to shop in huge groups. They would be loaded to the gills with firearms and other weapons. Of course, we were the same way. I carried my special head shears in my hands, gripped tightly, ready for the moment I had to lop a head off. We weren't all clumped together like we normally were when we traveled. This was largely a safe place. And it felt safe because there were lots of NPCs just going about their lives here, ignoring the shop filled with zombies. Of course, traveling had recently become even more manageable, given that we now had 3 whole people with scouting tropes capable of seeing omens with little difficulty. Lila's trope was on par with mine as far as showing omens, and Isaac's was usable if he paid attention. He would probably have to increase his savvy stat quite a bit before it became as usable as ours, if it ever would. Lila was taking a joy in being helpful. Maybe she thought that was her path to true forgiveness. It wasn't a bad theory. I already appreciated her. Her teammates needed time. Andrew was civil and even friendly to her, but he wanted his missing teammates back. That was all he cared about. There's a candy store over there, Kimberly said, and an electronics store up here. She pointed further down the corridor. At first, I thought she was talking to everyone, but she was talking to me. Maybe she thought that was my jam, candy and electronics. The electronics place was called the Bear Wire. While it had a showroom at the front of the store, I could see through the window that there were stacks of electronics in the back. Even at a glance, there were trope items, although I couldn't quite focus on them enough to know what they were. I wanted to go in there. It was odd. I felt I needed to look around. I didn't know where those feelings came from. The place was depressing, frankly. Still, I knew I would make a voyage there. The dollar store looks like it's been wrecked, Bobby noted. Yeah, all dollar stores do, Isaac said. From what I could see, the dollar store didn't have any trope items or any good clothes, obviously, but it did have toiletries and other quality of life items that couldn't be found in any of the retail stores. Kimberly's goal was a clothes store at the very end of the corridor, which apparently had a wide variety. We were still on the first arm of the U and needed to make 2 more turns to get there. I didn't have the freedom to shop wherever I wanted because I had to keep my eyes open for omens. Not only were there omens inside the stores, but occasionally, mobile omens traveled around with NPCs like the man, hastily dressed, who ran through the crowd, being chased by men in suits who yelled for him to stop and radioed each other government agent jargon as they went along. The secret with him was not to let him bump into you because he would slip something into your shopping bag. Later, the government guys would do whatever it took to retrieve it from you after they viewed the security footage and realized you had it. Luckily, that omen was easy to defuse because even if he put whatever the object was inside your shopping bag, you could just take it out and drop it on the ground, and no bad would happen. You'd be off the hook. The Atlas had told me that, as I was reading that omen. I must have been smiling because Ramona gave me a funny look. I told everyone in earshot not to let the guy bump into them or put anything in their bags. And then I continued watching for other omens. So that's an omen. 2. They're literally everywhere, she said. If you stumble upon this narrative on Amazon, it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. They are, I said. Just gotta keep an eye out, and we'll be fine. I thought that she was scared, but that wasn't quite right. We used to come here when I was a kid, she said. Course. There were no zombies. It was just an ordinary place. She had grown up in a slightly altered version of Carousel, where omens were either non-existent or subdued. That was never made clear. I imagine this place really lights up around Christmas time, I said. I had memories of Christmas shopping in a place like this. She nodded. This is a great place to grow up. As funny as that might sound now, she said. We talked for a while as people browsed. We were making our way forward. And Ramona was only interested in buying new clothes, even though she didn't have that much money. So you guys have Christmas? I asked. They didn't have our brand names, but they somehow shared some of our holidays. They also had a bunch we didn't. Of course, yeah, she said. And what is that holiday about? I asked. Mistletoe and presents and caroling, she said. That sort of thing. If you're nice, you get gifts from Santa. If you're bad, you get dragged out of your bed and eaten, you know. Just things that parents tell children. The more she talked, the more I realized that when I said Christmas, she didn't understand it to mean the same thing I did. Christmas was not a holiday here. Not really. It was a setting for horror movies synonymous with winter and the solstice. Religion was incidental. I tried to probe deeper into this subject, but it seemed that we were so far apart in our understanding of what religion was that I just got more confused. After all, Carousel had bundled together thousands of cults and scripted them to act like a pseudo-monotheistic culture. It was a dense and confusing subject, but hey, religion always is. There are lots of religions, Ramona said. The children of Yashina, the followers of the hooded god. I was raised to believe it was rude to ask about that kind of stuff, though. And they mostly keep to themselves. The more she talked, the more it sounded like Silas Darkin's version of Carousel was deeply complicated. At least Carousel proper didn't pretend it was a real town beneath the surface. But whatever Silas had created for his throughline had barely been coherent, and yet, to Ramona, it was perfectly normal. Do you want some candy? She asked, glancing over at the window front where a man was pulling pitch-black taffy. Absolutely, I said. We just have to stay to the back of the group to watch out for omens. The candy store had a bunch of omens, as would be imagined. They were simple to avoid, just so you know. I'm not eating anything from here, I said. But I do like the idea of looking at the candy. Oh, that's probably a good point, she said. I didn't even think about that. Some of these are omens, aren't they? Like 50% of it is omens, I said. That is a bummer. Show me, she said. Do you see this apple with the glistening green candy coating? I asked. We stood in front of a small display where lots of apples, apparently freshly made, were stuck out on sticks. Each of them was collectively an omen. Yet little NPC children grabbed them and put them in their bags. NPC privilege was real when it came to not triggering omens. Ramona stared at the apples. Oh my gosh. How did I not see that? She eventually said. Yeah, you gotta let your eyes go blurry and focus on what's in your head. I said. Of course. I don't have to worry about that because my trope makes them jump out at me. Stepmother. Ramona read off the red wallpaper. That's right, I said. The poster showed a well-dressed homemaker holding one of the candy apples as if it were a flower or something. The picture cut her off at her neck so that I couldn't see her face. So don't eat the apple, Ramona said. Don't eat the apple, I repeated. Beyond that, there was a great deal of candy that didn't have an omen attached to it, like candied shrunken heads, which were essentially giant gummy treats, or red sugar powder that was meant to be scooped out of a pouch with your fingers. When you licked the powder off, it left a blood-red residue. Is all of this candy poisoned? Ramona asked. I was hoping to get some of those chocolate orange treats. They were my favorite growing up. No, of course not. Some of it just has razor blades in it. And there's a thumb in that pop bottle over there. So, not all poison. I said. The orange chocolates look fine if you want to risk it. Ramona looked very disappointed. Another tainted relic of her previous life. The candy's grotesque theme wouldn't have bothered her because she was born and raised around it. Tell you what, I said. We'll find a storyline one of these days that takes place near here. And then we'll come inside this candy store and plunder it because then it will be safe. You're sure? She asked. Everything that I know tells me it'll be okay. Although this outlet mall has some tough storylines. So it may be a while. But we'll try, she smiled. And we left the sugary horrors behind as a mother bought the pop with the thumb for her kid. We slowly made our way deeper into the outlet mall. It was still early morning, and the sun was not yet overhead. The corridor widened at the bottom of the U, and there were some tables with umbrellas set out for people to eat at. A few generic restaurants were situated there, but we weren't there for lunch. We had all grouped up around one of the tables. As far as I could tell, no one had actually bought anything yet. They were mostly window shopping and trying to find the trope items, but no one had found anything they wanted. Is the food here safe to eat? Cassie asked. Yes, but don't order a number 6 from the noodle place, it's a tough omen. I'm not even sure what's going on there, I said. Buying food in Carousel was always an option, and unlike the candy store, which seemed to be filled with gag items, restaurants usually did have safe food unless they were burned down or staffed by ghosts or something. I was less interested in food, so I decided to go explore the electronics shop. I told everyone where I was going. I felt like I was being pulled there. Get a TV for the living room, Isaac said. No, don't do that, Kimberly said. I hate the Carousel public access channels. They always come on when you're least expecting them to. We didn't have a TV at Camp Dyer. At least not that I saw. What would we have watched? The bare wire was even more depressing on the inside. It had a few outdated electronics that reminded me of businesses having a going out of business sale. It had one employee with a vest who seemed utterly uninterested in my presence as I walked through the doorway. The music in the store was different from the rest of the outlet mall. The vocals were louder than the music itself, with a strange amateur, improvisational style, as if I were listening to someone singing to themselves. I wasn't interested in any of the actual merchandise or the omens, of which there were only a few. I was mostly interested in the trope items I'd seen peeking through the cracks in the stacks at the back of the store. I wasn't sure if customers were supposed to go back there, but the employee didn't stop me. At first, I thought he was texting at the cash register, but as I walked by, I saw he was playing Snake on a little flip phone. As I walked toward the back, I glanced over my shoulder out the window toward the small food court to make sure I was still visible to my teammates. I should have asked for one of them to come with me, but strangely, I felt very calm. I didn't feel in danger. Then, I started to sort through the trope items stacked up on the thin metal shelves. Oddly, the first thing that caught my eye wasn't a trope object at all. It was an electric cord ending in frayed wires wrapped around a metal spear from a spear gun. It was being sold for $2.99, which struck me as a good deal. If only I had a spear gun. After that, I found a large amp with a trope that would make it send a huge blast wave and blow up the speaker if you turned the volume all the way up, and then sent sound through it. It was an artist advanced archetype trope called Overloaded. I knew that trope existed in movies. I remembered it from the live-action Ninja Turtles. There was a vacuum cleaner with a ghost hunter trope that allowed it to suck up spirits. But it only worked in comedies. I had yet to see a true comedy horror, though we had come pretty close. The final cut of Delta Epsilon Delta definitely had a humorous tilt to it, though we did not play the part for that. I wasn't sure what I was looking for, but I was expecting something to be there. I was running on vibes. I had my semi-psychic background trope equipped, but it was often hard to distinguish the effect it had on me from the effect of my scouting trope. Here, though, I definitely felt something, though I probably couldn't have articulated that as I walked through the pots of metal shelves, constantly glancing back out the window to make sure my friends were still there. And then I saw it. Isaac would have been delighted. It was a television. Not a large one, in fact. It was so small that it had a little handle built into the plastic on the top that I could get my fingers behind and carry it. It had a built-in VCR, and though the screen looked small, it was plenty big for watching movies. I would know, because I had one just like it. The brand name was Philips, just like the one I'd had since I was a kid. I couldn't stop staring at it. I checked dozens of times to see if it was some sort of omen tricking me into thinking it was my old television. But I couldn't see anything. The TV was plugged into one of the many outlets around the store. So, I reached over and pressed the power button. It didn't come to life immediately, those TVs never did, but I heard it click on. And slowly, the screen came into view, with the letters VCR in the top left corner. I'd watched mine so often that my grandparents made me keep it in the basement so I wouldn't spend all night watching it. Heck, my parents had the same problem, except they made me keep it in the den. Mine had been an old friend. I stared at the buttons. They were so familiar that I knew what they were just from touch. I ran my hand over the screen and felt the static slowly building up over it. Then, I found my way to the VCR slot and casually pushed it open. To my surprise, there was a tape inside. My fingers found the eject button almost immediately, but I hesitated. I needed to make sure the tape itself didn't have any omens, because that would be one heck of a trick for Carousel if I'd just pressed play or otherwise interacted with it. But it had no omens, powerful or weak, none to speak of. I worked up my courage and pressed the eject button. When I pulled out the film, I nearly dropped it. It read Candyman. I had watched that movie as a preteen over a dozen times. It was a favorite. It terrified me. As I stared at the television, an entry on the red wallpaper stared back at me, appropriately enough. The trope attached to the television was called Watch Party. It was a fanatic trope that allowed a film buff to play the movies they normally watched on the red wallpaper on the television instead. That was great news, but I couldn't focus on that. This thing showing up was weird and strangely convenient, and frankly, it freaked me out because I didn't believe this television was just like the one I'd owned growing up and still kept in storage. It was my TV. I knew it was. It was my actual TV. Carousel was messing with me. It constantly prodded me about my childhood, my grandparents, and my parents. To what end? If Carousel was some sort of fear factory or monster prison, I could understand it. But why was it doing this? Why did it care about my family or what happened to me when I was young? This wasn't fear, it was pain. Was it trying to get a reaction out of me? Well, it was succeeding. What was the point, though? Just trying to dredge up old feelings, old memories that I had locked away. My hand moved over the top of the TV affectionately. I took the headphones from my Walkman out of my pocket and plugged them into the TV's audio jack. Then put the Candyman VHS back into the VCR. That was how I'd done it. How I'd stayed up watching movies without permission. I'd lie down in a sleeping bag too close to the TV, watching whatever movie I could get my hands on. I'd spent so many nights, so many days, so many hours with that little television, many of them watching that particular movie and dozens of others that I became obsessed with for no reason. I didn't know if this was supposed to be a gift or if, for some sick reason, Carousel wanted to force me to remember one night when I was little when it happened. When my parents died, this TV was there then. I had to wonder if I'd been in my bed that night instead of in the den with my ears covered by headphones watching a scary movie, not Candyman. But another good one. Would it have all gone differently? I unplugged the TV and grabbed it by its little built-in handhold. It was $20. I'd pay any price for an old friend. There was a sporting goods store on the last turn of the U-shaped building. It had an appropriately punny name, Dead Sprints. Unfortunately, it was closed down because it contained so many cool objects, and it would be overpowered for us to shop there. After all, sporting implements often made great incognito weapons even if you weren't an athlete. The atlas didn't say anything about it because trope objects, of which there were tons in there, were new. But the conveniently placed attendant filled us in. They said that the shop's owner had been murdered the night before, so the shop was closed. She gave us details, including a newspaper article. It seemed pretty clear to me that to shop there, you had to run a storyline and save the shop owner the day before you went. So, as we passed by, we could only window shop, staring past the locked doors and shutters at the hockey sticks, golf clubs, mountain climbing axes, and other interesting items, many of which had tropes attached. Oh well. I carried my TV as best I could. We had brought the wheelbarrow in case we found something worth purchasing, but we didn't bring it inside the outlet mall because of the crowd. Luckily, the TV only had a 13-inch screen, and it really wasn't that heavy. Isaac was psyched when I actually bought a TV, and I don't think he even realized it had a trope attached. There was a Halloween-esque shop called the Hem and Haunt, and the strange thing about it was that it didn't appear to have a single omen inside. It had no trope objects. No items of interest at all because it was not a shop in and of itself but rather the setting for an omen that showed up at 3:00 a.m. I suppose the idea was that people would be disarmed by the lack of danger and then be thrust into a terrible storyline. Who could say? It would have made more sense back in the days when players were struggling to find a place to survive between writs of habitation. Either way, no one would ever want to walk inside, especially because one of the mannequins in the window was wearing what I could only assume was human skin as a costume. However, an employee was standing out front, inviting us in. Her name was Isabel, and I only remembered her because, like several of the other shopkeepers, she kept telling us one thing: if we don't have what you like, our sister store at the Carousel Mall is sure to have what you need. I can give you directions, she said, holding out a little pamphlet with a map on it. The actual Carousel Mall was too dangerous to enter, but all of these little shops around town seemed to want to funnel people toward it. One day, we would surely go, but not that day. For most people, the real goal for that trip was just clothes. If those clothes happened to have magic powers and side storylines, that would be cool. But for the most part, that wasn't it. My friends and I lost our clothes whenever Camp Dyer was prematurely shut down. So we mainly wore what we had on us with the exception of Kimberly, who put in more effort to procure clothes. Still, buying clothes and having a choice in what you wear every day was an important part of staying sane. Personally, I didn't think that my clothes were too bad, considering I'd been wearing them for the better part of a year. According to the calendar, that was in reality, they weren't close to being that old. Much of the damage my clothes ever had was done in storylines and was instantly reversed after the storyline ended. More than that, even though we had apparently spent many months inside the die-cast storyline, my hoodie had disappeared when I entered it, so it would still be in pretty good condition even if it weren't for the magical resetting ability that Carousel had. Still, I wanted a new undershirt, and maybe a few backup pairs of socks and other garments would make me feel more at home. I was currently rotating through clothes I had borrowed from various storylines, but none of them were ideal and none of them were brand new. The narrative has been taken without authorization. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. You do what you have to survive, even if it means stealing undergarments from the characters you play. So shopping was easy for me. I just needed the basics. It was equally easy for Dina, who claimed she had purchased an entirely new outfit. However, to my eyes, she looked like she was still wearing her brown leather jacket and ripped-up jeans, perhaps a newer version I didn't know. "What?" she asked. "This is what you wear when you don't want people messing with you." She did look tough. "You've been murdered in that outfit," I said. She shrugged, still admiring her new jacket, which I still swore was her old jacket. I sat in a small waiting area, my eyes on the door with a good vantage point of the entire store so that I could help look out for omens. In this circumstance, Kimberly was just as good as me because she had memorized this place as well as the rest of the outlet mall. Still, I tried to be useful. There was one of those circular racks with clearance items on it, and a little kid was hiding in the middle of it. The kid was an omen. The storyline was called Us. I was sure Carousel would be hearing from Jordan Peele's lawyers soon. The poster for the storyline featured that same kid, I had to assume, with his face in his hands. Or at least the place where his face should be was in his hands. Because as I concluded after a few glances, when I could take them, through the hanging clothes that surrounded him, he had no face. It wasn't like I could see his skull or anything. Where his face should be was blank. He just sat in the middle of that clothing rack, facelessly crying from what I could tell. But there was no noise, other than that. The clothing store was very delightful. It had a less spooky name, Twisted Threads, and was pretty close to a JCPenney or Dillard's. There were a few things shoppers had to be aware of, like not letting any of the perfume get sprayed on them by those NPCs trying to sell it. There were a variety of storylines that could be kicked off just by having some scent sprayed on you. And fortunately, from what I could see, none of them involved werewolves. "Riley, check this out," Kimberly said from somewhere to my right. I saw her standing in the aisle, holding a button-up shirt in my direction. It had a trope on it called "Impress the Parents" that would automatically do your hair, get you all cleaned up, and buff your moxie. Even I could acknowledge how useful that perk was. It was a general trope, but it gave different bonuses depending on whether you were a stud a beauty, a newcomer, or an underdog. No bonuses for film buffs. No thanks, I called out. Looking good was not a priority worth giving up the utility of my hoodie. Being able to put my hood up and look like I wasn't paying attention was just too useful. Why not? She cried back to me. It looks good. I don't want to look like I'm dressed for 4th grade picture day, I called back. She gave me a disappointed look and tucked the shirt over her arm, clearly intent on buying it. But we had to be careful as far as that went. There was so much to purchase at this store, even more than the other places. And there were plenty of trope items at Twisted Threads. Not a lot of them were useful, but there was a legitimately good selection. We could easily waste all of our money here. I decided to stand near the checkout to see what people were buying. No one was supposed to spend more than $10, which was a lot of money in Carousel, especially when you weren't buying specialty items. I had already broken that rule, but the TV was for the group. Actually, it was for me. But the group could use it. Andrew had enough of his own money to afford a trope item. A cane with a trope called damaged goods that would cause him to enter a storyline hobbled but strongly buff his grit. That was a pretty good deal for a doctor who mainly used their brain, though he would need to be careful. One of the assets of a good healer was their ability to move around quickly, so he would have to pick his moment carefully. As I stood near the register, a glance around the room showed me several potential buys. There was an umbrella with a seer trope that would guarantee it would rain before a dramatic moment in a storyline. There was eyeshadow with a femme fatale trope for attracting a mark, appropriately called Fatal Attraction. I didn't want to think about that one. There was a plain white t-shirt on a clearance rack, not the one with the crying faceless child under it that would clean itself between scenes. It was a criminal trope called Above Suspicion. While I had absolutely seen stuff like that happen in movies where people's clothes seemed to get washed as they moved from room to room, it occurred to me how useful a trope like that might be when paired with a betrayal trope that allowed you to act as an ally to the enemy in order to steal their narrative momentum and screen time, or whatever other strategy you were employing that required a betrayal trope. Cassie managed to find herself a really useful trope item, even though she didn't have enough money to buy it herself. Everyone chipped in a coin here and there to help her get it. It was a handheld mirror, so old and beautiful that it could not have come from a store like Twisted Threads in the real world. It had a sleuth trope on it that made it so NPCs and enemies would not see it when you used it to peek around corners. It was a total Nancy Drew trope. The real benefit was that she would be able to use her reflective jump scare trope along with it in order to get a peek at the enemy magically, and not just around the corner. All in all, it was a good trip for both our mental health and storyline effectiveness. But, for us, the day was just beginning.